color black without walking on eggshells.
I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang. I said, hold up, cock my glizzy, bang, bang.
You're tuned into Foolery. Make sure to hit the thumbs up button and subscribe. And consider donating with super chats, stickers, memberships, or you can even gift memberships to other chatters. Or use the tips link in the description to write a message for TTS that will be read on stream.
Hit the like button, or you ain't black. And that's a fact. Jack.
Enjoy the show.
What's up, fools? Today is 1/20/2026. It is 11:55 p.m. Eastern Time. I have a canker sore in my mouth that really fucking hurts, and it's been there for like 3 days now. And it hurts so fucking bad. Like, just swallowing my own spit hurts so bad because it like pushes my tongue up against my teeth every time. It hurts so fucking bad, dude. And I've tried so many different things to get rid of this motherfucker, and it just somehow keeps coming back worse. So probably just mouse cancer from vaping too much. I'll probably just be dead in a couple of days. It's probably what it is. Um. Uh, did Aaron and Snow still wanna come on and argue with each other? I'm here if he shows up. Alright, well I messaged him a couple of times to see, so. We'll see. Alright.
Then I just turn around and I see like 15 guys jumping the fence.
Scary moments for Humberto Garcia as he watched at least a dozen men, some in tactical gear, jump the fence of his family's property. Garcia said it happened last Friday and escalated quickly.
And then I was like, get out of my property or give me the search warrant. And they just started attacking me.
Video shows Garcia being thrown to the ground. He says one of them pulled a gun on him, all while his parents and younger sisters were inside their home near South Victoria Road in Stites.
When they saw me, my two sisters came out and they closed the door. And my younger sister was like, why are you doing that to him?
Garcia says the men were in unmarked vehicles, never show a warrant, and refused to answer his questions. He is an American citizen, but his parents are not. He says both of them were in the process of getting their citizenship. He claims the agents went inside his home and took his mother and father.
I only saw when they took my dad because they put him in the same van as I was.
This happened Friday, January 9th. Since then, he's heard from his mom. She says she's behind held in a detention center in Raymondville. But right now, Garcia doesn't know where his father is being held.
My dad wouldn't have no information about him till the moment.
Now, at 20-year-old Garcia is caring for his 4 younger siblings while trying to figure out how to help his parents.
You get stressed a lot. Yeah, because the bills, and then you wanna.
It is echoing, isn't it? Fuck. All of my I turned off my computer, and again when I turned it off, all of the fucking audio fucked up.
Get a lawyer and more bills.
A local criminal defense attorney not involved in this case.
Okay.
Then I just turn around and I see like 15 guys jumping the fence.
Scary moments for Humberto Garcia as he watched at least a dozen men, some in tactical gear, jump the fence of his family's property. Garcia said it happened last Friday and escalated quickly.
And then I was like, get out of my property or give me the search warrant. And they just started attacking me.
Video shows Garcia being thrown to the ground. He says one of them pulled a gun on him, all while his parents and younger sisters were inside their home near South Victoria Road in Stites.
When they saw me, my two sisters came out and they closed the door. And my younger sister was like, why are you doing that to him?
Garcia says the men were in unmarked vehicles, never show a warrant,
Or maybe you took acid.
and refused to answer his questions. He is an American citizen, but his parents are not. He says both of them were in the process of getting their citizenship. He claims the agents went inside his home and took his mother and father.
I only saw when they took my dad because they put him in the same van as I was.
This happened Friday, January 9th. Since then, he's heard from his mom. She says she's behind held in a detention center in Raymondville. But right now, Garcia doesn't know where his father is being held.
My dad wouldn't have no information about him till the moment.
Now, at 20-year-old Garcia is caring for his
Talk about a role reverse, bro. I thought it was like a video of a gang at first. When I first saw them jumping over the fence, I thought this was some gang, like going after like ICE agents or something like that. That's what I thought this was gonna be. I thought it was gonna be like the ICE agents are standing in the background and like a fucking gang came after them. That's what it looked like.
4 younger siblings while trying to figure out how to help his parents.
You get stressed a lot. Yeah, because the bills, and then you want to get a lawyer and more bills.
A local criminal defense attorney not involved in this case says entering a private fenced property without a warrant is generally not allowed and could be a violation of constitutional protections.
It's not okay for officers to just enter your home and jump a fence like that. If the fence is locked, it usually requires a warrant to jump in, unless there's something called exigent circumstances.
Cavazo says those exceptions are limited to emergency situations.
If there's
yeah, like somebody's got to be in danger or some shit. Like that's wild.
If someone is being murdered in the house and they get a call, hey, this lady's getting beat up by her husband, for sure. So there's no blanket exception where nobody can jump the fence.
Channel 5 News reached out to ICE on Monday and received a response today saying the agency is still working on the case. As the family waits for answers, Garcia says the emotional toll continues to grow.
You're not even safe at your house anymore. After this, you can't even be safe at your home.
In Hidalgo County, south of Donna, Melissa Brandy, Channel 5 News at 10.
Waco, yeah, maybe that's what it's gonna take.
This is the moment it begins. Ring video shows law enforcement officers with long guns moving in, busting through the door before entering this South Minneapolis apartment building. The Hennepin County Sheriff's Office say they were executing multiple search warrants for a firearm stolen from a federal vehicle Wednesday night. Another angle shows officers inside from a federal vehicle Wednesday night.
Oh shit. Oh shit.
Multiple search warrants for a firearm stolen from a federal vehicle.
Oh shit, bro. These people fucked up.
Wednesday night. Another angle shows officers inside searching this unit before taking the camera down. Outside, towards the back of the building, a young woman in handcuffs being walked out.
She said she was just scared to death she felt scared, and I'm sure they could tell.
And this is what's left behind, an apartment flipped upside down.
I don't even know where to start. It's like, I just want to cry.
Search warrant documents left behind show the intended target was apartment 2926.
It won't even close.
Elisa Porter says that's the unit above her, and the tenant moved out 2 months ago.
I just know he was my neighbor, that's it, that's all.
They went to the wrong house? Oh no, dude. Oh no, this place is trashed. Holy shit. Oh my goodness, dude. Well, they are brown, so, like, do you really need a warrant? Do you really need a warrant to go after brown people? Like,
I just want to cry.
Search warrant documents left behind show the intended target was apartment 2926.
It won't even close.
Elisa Porter says that's the unit above her, and the tenant moved out 2 months ago.
I just know he was my neighbor, that's it, that's all I know.
Mail for Porter lists her address at 2928.
But this is not even the place you're supposed to be at looking for anything.
She says police had no right to target her place, leaving her confused, outraged, and without answers.
All my clothes thrown over there in the corner, they pulled they just took everything just apart. I don't even know.
A spokesperson for the ATF says they worked alongside several agencies related to Wednesday night's break-ins of federal vehicles, but could not comment further due to the nature of the operation.
Interesting. Bro, like taking a fucking federal officer's gun out of the back of the car that's some fucking crazy shit, dude. That's some crazy shit there, bro.
Brian, 82% of people saw that video. 53% think that he should be criminally charged for it. And then the Wall Street Journal comes out and they're reporting that there are incentives for ICE agents because they need to meet that insane 3,000 people a day quota, that they're getting rewarded even if they bring in people who then get released. These stories of Americans being detained saying, show me your papers. There was a veteran, U.S. veteran, who's on a Carnival cruise, a U.S. veteran on a Carnival cruise with his wife, who was taken out of his cabin, someone who served this country.
What is the percentage? No percentage.
Citizen. Do not act like ICE isn't making, I don't even know how many mistakes a day in pursuit of Stephen Miller's 3,000 a day quota and getting paid for it.
Let's give Greg a chance.
Brian.
Yeah, I'd like to know that as well. Where the fuck? Quota. ICE quotas refer to controversial numeric targets, specifically a Trump administration goal from 2025 to have Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents arrest around 3,000 immigrants daily, significantly increasing enforcement and sparking legal debate over whether these are true mandates or goals, with data showing arrests shifted towards non-criminals and legal challenges arose regarding enforcement methods. The term also broadly encompasses older detention quotas. So yeah, she said that the New York Times came out with this. In 2025 and early 2026, the New York Times and other outlets reported on several new arrests and procedural quotas implemented by the Trump administration to accelerate immigration enforcement. 3,000 arrests per day. In May 2025, ICE introduced a quota targeting 3,000 arrests per day. Internal reports indicated frustration that actual arrests lagged, often averaging between 800 and 1,400 daily. Holy shit. So when they're getting 3,000 arrests per day, they're only ending up between 800 and 1,400 people that actually stay detained. So that's anywhere from a quarter to half. A quarter of the people that they're arresting to half of them actually end up, like, actually being arrested. Wow. Fuck. I just went to drag somebody out of the waiting room, and they're not in the waiting room. I'm ready. All right. You guys gotta jump in the waiting room.
Knees, it's okay.
The Snow was... He was just in here a second ago, and now he's gone. You there, Aaron? You're on mute.
I'm sitting here talking to myself.
There you go.
Hey, what's happening, Tom? There's Small Snake.
Abandoned 6,600.
So you want to know the background of this?
Hold on 1 second.
$1 per inch was the agreement, right? Here you go, buddy.
Okay. Okay, there he is. Okay, so yes, explain to me, Aaron, what it is that we're talking about here.
Sure. Earlier this evening, I jumped into a conversation somewhere in general, as I am off to do. And essentially what came up was a statement that was talking about Ayn Rand. And although I am no Ayn Rand expert, I've read enough and understand her to a degree that I could say that this is not only misunderstanding her, but also, more importantly, the point that I was making is that there's a simple misunderstanding about what Social Security is as comparative to welfare. And if I can just quote here, actually, what I was really responding to was, she wasn't on welfare, she was on Social Security, quote unquote. That's the meaningless distinction for the context of this argument. It literally adds no context, no additional context, nor does it take away from the point of the critics that were really originally trying to make, which this is in reference to other things that were much earlier in the conversation that I wasn't going to get involved in, because essentially it goes on to describe you're taking money out of a program when you don't need it, and other people who have the same amount of rights to it could be receiving that money. Is essentially describing Social Security's welfare. And I just pointed out that he didn't understand Social Security or how it works or the differences between it and welfare. So that's, I think, the premise generally. His premise was incorrect.
Red, do you agree that that is the disagreement?
Sort of halfway. The issue that I had with it was he actually read the message, which I appreciate him doing. I hope that you have the message on screen. I don't see your stream, but was that in the message I said that it was a meaningless distinction. If you could read it again, right? Like the fact that it is Social Security and not a welfare program is a meaningless distinction, right? Like a distinction means that there are two contrasting things, which are two different things. I acknowledge that these things are different. He went on to the messages later on to like, well, Social Security is not welfare, which I acknowledge. I never contested, although he swore that I did contest. The issue is, underlying issue is, this was money that was stolen, according to Ayn Rand's philosophy, through theft, immorally redistributed, which is something that she claimed to be against. And then she got it. And then she still took it, despite claiming that the redistribution of wealth, which she's benefiting from, was immoral. So how it's funded or the purpose of it doesn't matter as long as it's being taken from taxpayers by force, which, correct me if I'm wrong, Social Security is funded by taxes, which are from the citizens. So
Yeah, but
that's
none of that is
again,
by force. And just if you want to talk about her for a second, we can address that separately, even though that wasn't what I was addressing. I was addressing your description as from what you're writing here, and not from the earlier argument that you were having with somebody else. Just to be specific about that, which I was repeatedly, because you are still describing whether or not you were taking her position and trying to strawman her position. You're still describing the two as a conflation, describing as one as them being theft or a removal. And you never really, as I go through it, and I can read a lot of it. There's a lot of it here. You never distinctly say they are two different things, even though I repeatedly describe them as different things. You're never in agreement with that. So that's
okay. So
another
that's just
contingent
like an
point.
outright lie. Can you define the word distinction?
No. Hold on a second. Wait, address what I just said to you. You never, in any of what I could read this whole damn text.
Yeah, no,
You
I'm
never once
addressing it
say,
right now.
yes, I agree with that point that they are two distinctly different programs and they don't
The
work the
initial
same. That's something you
message
never
said
say.
that. The initial message literally said that. I'm
Wait,
asking
hold
you
on a
to
second.
define
No. The
what
initial
does
message to
distinction mean?
me?
Yes, it says
Wait, are
meaningless
you not the
distinction.
same person who accused
Define
me of being MAGA?
distinction.
Is your first statement? Now you're defending fucking Rand? That's your first statement
Okay.
to me. Where in that statement are you denying that?
I
You
linked the
literally,
message
I
to
can.
Tom. I linked the message to Tom. He can see it. I got the link of
Okay,
the
so
message.
but
And you
where is
actually
this
read
in
it at the beginning of it.
context? Where is this in context to the rest of what I say to you, which is to basically go, okay, that's really crazy. Let me describe this. Social Security isn't a nebulous term. It's specific to the program. You're conflating the two, and you're really proudly ignorant. It's wild. This is something I said. And in response to that, instead of just saying, hey, you don't understand me, you say, proudly ignorant, coming from the guy who still hasn't answered the question that's initially started the conversation.
Yeah,
I'm not
that's
involved with the
after
initial
this.
conversation. You're
That's
already
after this, though.
wildly off premise.
Okay, but that's after everything that you just said, right? The timestamp on the message that I'm about to read, the one that you initially read
No,
at the
there's
beginning of the
literally
conversation,
one
is
thing said to you
12:35.
between there.
Okay,
And then you
we
go off.
have the chat on screen. You can literally see
Okay.
it. The only person who talked before this was 25th, aka Brian, right? We can
I
see
never
it.
said it was
Yeah.
welfare. You can clearly see it's not a subsidy or welfare or whatever. This is your next response to me. I
Okay,
never
I mean,
see it was welfare. You can clearly see it's not a subsidy or a welfare or whatever. That's what you're quoting me.
Dan
I
Norton
said,
sorts the video. We can see that my first message was Rand didn't die broke was one of his claims in the video. That was one of the things that I addressed. The second thing that I addressed again in the message before you joined the conversation
which
was
I'm
you
not. I'm
saying,
not addressing any of the
hold
argument that you
on. Can
had
I
with
finish?
someone else.
Can I finish?
That's the other insane
Can I
portion.
finish? Okay. So she wasn't on welfare. She was on Social Security, which is a quote from his video. That is a meaningless distinction. This is the first message that you replied to. That's how you entered this conversation, by replying to this message, right? That is a meaningless distinction. That is the first message that you ever replied to. What
I'm
does
replying to the
distinction mean?
concept, not your message.
No,
You're
but that's
kind
the
of trying
first
to like
message
cut
that you
hairs in
replied
a way
to.
that doesn't make any sense. You realize that, right? Like I'm
That's
talking about
okay,
the
again,
statement
right?
itself, right before I
Is
make the
that
statement.
not the first message that you replied to? Or are you just not
So,
going to
and
answer any
Mog,
of my
no.
questions?
Mog says, so why haven't all the rich people flown off to Ayn Rand Island? And that's when I come in. Small Snake doesn't understand how Social Security works. As a
We can
response,
literally
actually, to
see,
him.
Tom, you can literally see on stream, this is where he came into the conversation. I mean, I don't
That's
know.
my
Like,
whole. That's my
you
whole
can
point,
see
and I
the
think
chat
you're
on
missing
stream.
it because you're too busy trying to
Well,
make it about your initial premise and argument, which it's not. It's about the
his first
conflation and
statement
mistake.
is
Like,
small snake doesn't understand how Social Security works. Giggle. We all pay into a fund over the course of careers that will pay us back that amount over the course of our retirement. It's a national retirement plan for those who paid it. It's not
which
a
is
subsidy or welfare or whatever Small Snake has imagined it to be. That's funny though.
Funny,
Bro
though.
would be getting it back what he paid into it. It's cute.
so again, what was he responding to with that?
So he's saying that it's not a government subsidy where you're
So
getting
I mean,
money
which
from the
message,
government.
which
That it is.
Discord message? Like, not what point. I mean, which Discord message was he responding to?
Okay, so this is really easy because you're making the premise right before this. What you're making is that she was basically being hypocritical because she took Social Security. And actually, even later on, I mentioned that there
what
is
it seems as though he's disagreeing with is the hypocrisy point that you're saying. Well, she's taking government money, but he's saying, well, it's not government money. It's just their money. This is almost like a savings account that the government has for you, where they just hold your money and then give it back to you. Whereas you're making it out to be like a government subsidy. That's my understanding of his disagreement.
Yeah, and if I can elaborate a little further, is I actually go on to say that Ayn Rand likely saw it as a gray area in her theories, in her logic, because it is something that she already contributed to, so she expected that she would receive it back, which is not anywhere
like
close to her
every single
theories.
social program ever, everything funded by taxes.
It's not
So again, another
it's not the
meaningless
same
distinction.
as a social welfare program. It is a social banking program or a social holding program for our retirement. It's a
If my
totally
entire
different scenario.
contention is that she is hypocritical because it is an immoral funding, a morally sourced funding by her own set of standards, then what the actual program doesn't matter. If my entire issue is with how it is funded.
But see, that's your conflation. You're saying that she would have viewed it as an immoral funding when it is not a social fund for the general usage. It is a social fund specifically to return to those who gave into it, which is very much Ayn Rand.
Okay, but I don't give a fuck what the point of the program is. The point of the program could be suck your dick. It doesn't matter.
Hold on. So, Aaron.
Yeah.
He's saying that like Iran would have an issue with the use of force. They're like, you don't have a choice when you go to work and you get a paycheck. You don't have an option as to whether or not this comes out of your paycheck. And so the government has like if you don't pay taxes, you don't pay into this. Instead, you get paid under the table. The government has the ability to use force to enforce you paying. And so that's his point, is that it is the that this would have been unethical according to Iran.
See, I would have to wonder if I can completely agree with that. I don't know if I can, because once again, it does fall into the difference between open contribution and free taking, which is what she was really against, and building personal wealth through accumulation, and even if it's federally supported. I mean, you can look at some of the stuff in later life. Once again, I'm no expert in her, but I know enough to know that this, and I even once again said it later on, that this seems like it would have fallen into the gray zone with her because it is her own money. And I can agree that, yeah, it is possible she could have seen the expected resource being pulled from her as force. But I don't know if I fully believe that. I don't know if you can. I don't know if there's anything that really identifies her as saying Social Security is force, whereas she is talking about welfare states. She is talking about accumulated wealth from taxes that aren't returned to the people that gave them. That's a big deal for her.
Okay, so hold on. So Snow, is there a point where she actually says that like receiving the money is unethical and not just like the government taking it from you is unethical?
Yeah, no, the entire contention that I have is with the source of the money, right? Receiving it is like kind of like playing into it, sure, but like it's the source of the money. So like participating in it, you're participating in something that's like illegally sourced, right? And you're benefiting from something that was like stolen, like by theft, according to your own set of standards, right? So like the actual point of the government program does not matter. It doesn't matter if they're paying you. It doesn't matter if they're not paying you. It doesn't matter if they're using it for the military. It doesn't matter if they're using it for free ice cream. It doesn't matter if they're using it to hire hookers for every single man.
So
the point of it does not matter. It's how it is funded. I just let this dude filibuster for like 10 hours.
Would you say the same thing about a libertarian who gets tax returns?
Probably not.
So what do you think the difference is there?
The tax returns is kind of like a necessary part of taxes. Tax returns are just like you overpaying on taxes, where these social programs are set up for you to actually like pay into them and like participate in them, and like it's a willing it's more of like a willing full participation. Tax returns, correct me if I'm wrong, but like it's just like when you overpay on your taxes.
Okay. All right, you can respond to what Aaron was saying.
No, like that's pretty much it. Like we spent the entire conversation where it was pretty much like him saying like, okay, but it doesn't matter because like the point of the system. But like again, what I was just pretty much trying to get at was like the point of the system, like what Social Security doesn't matter, right? It could be anything funded through taxes that
Yeah, and that's
does
where I think that
anything.
you're extrapolating way too widely on what she espoused, especially if you haven't look at some of the interviews with her towards the end of her life. That's probably a better way to describe what I'm thinking about, which is that, and actually I do have some of that covered on my channel somewhere. There's a whole interview with her talking about how as she has gotten older, she sees that some of her stances were unrealistic, even in her own life. So I don't know if that applies to her getting Social Security, which I also read that is not particularly true. She wasn't getting welfare, but she did receive Social Security from all of the money that she paid in from the books. And for someone who's so staunch in general, you would think that she would play that out in her own life in some way, shape, or form. I would say that she was probably more lenient when it came to the money that she had already given, expecting to get it back because she didn't like those systems. She didn't trust the systems. So I would have to assume in some way, shape, or form, and once again, this is an assumption, we don't know, unless you can provide some evidence that says, yes, she didn't like Social Security and felt the same way that she did, that she was very declarative about and very vocal about when it came to welfare. And that welfare line, lasts 40 years.
I don't know about Social Security specifically. I do know she spoke about like she argued in the sense where like if you paid into it, it's okay to receive the payments. This was like a quote after she had already started receiving the payments and like it became a controversy. She spoke about it. It's pretty much like the you exist in society yet participate in it meme, right? Where like how that's unrealistic and like obviously like participating in moral society isn't like consent or whatever. You know what I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
She
no,
did have quotes
she didn't
saying that.
believe that it was consensual to be involved with the immorality of societies, but she did recognize that there was a utilitarian purpose to maintaining the status and as well taking what you could from it for survival.
But like the whole issue that I had is like at the beginning of the video that the guy linked me, like the thing that I was responding to in the original message was like he mentioned that Ayn Rand didn't go broke. She didn't die broke. He was debunking a myth that she died broken on Social Security. Whereas he said that she left a massive estate to her. She left a massive estate to her family and was a best-selling author. So at that point, I don't know. It doesn't seem like you're being forced to participate in the society at that point. It doesn't seem like that train of logic applies to this situation.
No,
It
but she
seems like
was a
you're already like
capitalist. So don't forget, she was a capitalist. In her heart of hearts, that is like at the core of everything she was. So the return of her own money is just sensible. It's very capitalistic to say, I paid all this in, I could be rich as rich. I mean, and let's just look at some of the richest, filthy rich people from the early 20th century, Dow and Ford and Rockefeller saved his first penny. These are people who they could be billionaires. They don't care. They want that next penny. And I do believe that she did carry that same kind of mindset. She was very capitalistic, and that's something that sticks out from her one of her last interviews that I actually reviewed. That she was talking as if she was a 1980s Reagan Republican.
Sure. I mean, yeah, she was very capitalistic. I just don't think that excuses you from being held like to account for your own perceived moral standards, especially if you like wrote books about them like extensively.
Yeah, but
right?
you must
Like,
be young then, because one of the greatest examples that happens over all of these writers' lifetimes is that they start out staunch, they start out hard as a fucking nail, and then they end up soft and gooey and learning from all their mistakes. And at the end of life, they go, maybe this wasn't all really all it cracked up. It was cracked up to be. And in her case, she was like, yeah, I was pretty hard on some certain elements, and others I wasn't hard enough. And really, truly, I still haven't figured it out. I mean, really, truly, that's what she was saying at the end, is I had some ideas, they were good, others were terrible, and you find that, man. You cannot, look, humans are imperfect, bro. And so when you hold this hard line, like as if everybody's got to live in Pol Pot's regime for their whole life, it doesn't work. Humans change, their viewpoints change, the experiences they go through change, and changes them. And where people start when you're young, you got vim, vigor, a lot of goose in your step, and you got a lot of craziness inside that you want to get out. By the time you're 60, 65, 70, all that stuff has been worn down, and the realistic utilization of those things you learn come into play, and they often have a different picture. So try not to hold your heroes to too high of standards. They really can never live up to them. They're writing. I mean, like can like there's so many of them, and what immediately pops into my head is Jack Kerouac. You read his books, he's a freaking hero. He's writing in jazz. You look at him in an interview, and the guy is stumbling through his words and can't focus. I mean, like, so yeah.
Chomsky brainworm.
This
Yeah,
isn't one of his
I get what you're saying.
heroes. It's he is not a capitalist. So
who's this?
Red. Small snake. He is.
I'm just a market socialist, dude. I'm too libby for the fucking real leftist, and I'm too leftist for the liberals. Okay, so yeah.
Well, that's where we were talking about on a totally other argument. That's where we were talking about the horseshoe. Is I couldn't even tell because your rhetoric had wrapped so far around. It's totally other conversation. We won't get that. But just so you know, as we're talking right now, this is a thing. Is just I couldn't recognize you from the far right at some point. So that makes a little bit of sense. In any case, I think that really what you're missing here is that she may have changed or altered her point of view after it became utilitarian to ignore some unrealistic standard that she had set for herself. And then, of course, don't forget, a lot of what she wrote is fantasy.
Sure. So like if I accept that, right? If I accept the fact that she like altered her view later, you would still agree then that like that still is like a condemnation of that train of thought, right? That like all social programs or anything funded through government is theft and therefore bad. You still would view that as a condemnation of that. Okay, cool.
I don't know if I'd agree with Social Security in particular because it's just doesn't work the same way as the rest of the social programs. But this is her point of view early on, without question. And Atlas Shrugged. There's a lot of innuendo and some pretty direct statements about how welfare states create the lowest class, and that's part of her argument that it actually creates that class. So, but once again, Social Security, both in practice and also in the outcomes with her, it's created the widest margin of middle class and secured the elderly in a way that before we had it didn't exist, and before we had it there was a poverty class of elderly, which we don't have any longer. Not the same, at least. I mean, you would say as a socialist, you would say that's a good thing, though, right?
I mean, what, like the outcomes of Social Security? Yeah, I mean, sure. Okay. I'm willing to settle on the idea that like she either changed her mind or was like at least like a little bit hypocritical on that, because both of them, like her changing her mind would still also be like a condemnation of that like train of thought, right? So I mean, I'm willing to like
depends. I mean, like change of mind does not mean condemnation. It just means that things changed. You view things differently. You may still kind of feel the same way, but you know better, if that makes any sense. Some of these things may stick with you, but then you figure out over time, if you hit your thumb enough with the hammer, it's time to stop hitting your thumb with the hammer later on. You might like it, but move on. That's kind of what that is. I don't know if I can agree with it because I don't know enough about her personally to say that she said this or that she actually espoused this in any way. So I can only say that it may look hypocritical. I give it a lot more leeway than I think you would.
Yeah, and as for like holding them accountable, like trying to hold people to like super serious like standards and whatnot, if it was like a libertarian buddy of mine, I probably wouldn't do that. I'd make like a joke or two about him receiving Social Security or whatnot. And it might even be wrong if it was like a big libertarian YouTuber, right? But like she is like libertarian Marx, right? Like for lack of better words. So like libertarian Hegel, So like
no, Hegel's closer. Yes.
I don't know, man. Like I feel like it is a little bit like serious when like she is at least contributed to being like the godfather, like a lot of the libertarian rhetoric,
Well, she
right?
is, but it's because well, that's not of her own making, though. That has very little to do with her pressing that. That has a lot to do more to do with what people took away from her messaging, and then they made her that. She very clearly, when you look at the interviews, didn't think of herself in that way. You know, she's a little. She's Ukrainian, she's Russian or Ukrainian, I can't remember. You know, and she was staunchly American. She believed in all the American ideals, which is a lot of the backbone of what she describes and why the fantasy is played out in Atlas Shrugged the way it is, because she is kind of describing the Ubermensch scenario to its ultimate expected outcome, meaning that, you know, if you kind of crush the world under your feet, you will become the greatest, and you have to defy all the odds and avoid basically the moral repercussions. Essentially, she describes there, which is a whole thing. If you're talking about immorality, she describes in many ways, and this is the way I've taken it, that morality is a failure in many ways. That your ethics should come from practicality. So I mean, like, we could talk about that separately, but I mean, it's one of those things where I would say where in her writings does she really talk about morality, and that's where I don't understand kind of where that comes from, baby.
So yeah, I think the choice of words with like taxation being theft again, right? Like, you probably know more about Rand than me. I did like watch his video, so like I do see like the quotes about like this specific thing that we're talking about. But like, besides that, my knowledge on Rand is pretty like debate centered, you know, surface level, arguing with libertarians, what I learned. But no, I think it's all in like the choice of the words for theft, right? Like, she described taxes as theft, right? Like, that came from her. Correct me if I'm
Yeah,
wrong.
no, that is
Okay.
correct. That is, taxes as theft is something that is from it's not Atlas Shrugged. It's the other one. I can't remember right now. But yes, taxes theft is a thing that. But because she wrote it, doesn't mean that she believed it personally. If that makes sense. Other people taking it from her, you know, it's no different than folks getting really spiritual after reading Jitterbug Perfume. You know, yes, the writer is spiritually inclined with the book, but he's not telling you to, you know, make a journey around the earth with a spoon. You know, like, that's not what he's saying. There's a message there that anybody could take what they want out of it, and that's part of the reading of this stuff. Is like, I think you may be taking, and this is another whole portion of it, is taking some of this stuff so seriously instead of really like compartmentalizing some pieces of it. Like, okay, is it really theft? Would she really think it's theft, or is it something that she compartmentalized and saw as having a utilitarian, you know, place, and if she was going to pay out the money, which she had to do, and she felt was forced, well, she damn straight gonna get it back, like any good capitalist would. You know, so that's where I would argue that I don't believe we can say she's fully hypocritical if, in all practical purposes, she didn't, one, fully believe, or wrote that she didn't believe that morality was a real thing, that it was concocted to keep people, you know, mitigated, and like, so if we're just going to believe her words, then we would suggest that she didn't have, or so didn't believe in the morality to deny funds that she had already paid into. That's where I would argue.
Yeah, I mean, I just fail to see like the distinction, right? Like, let's say that like she didn't believe in it, right? But we all know that like she is like the forefront, or at least like the leading philosopher behind like the movement that, one, believes that, but also two, thinks that she believes that, right? Like, attacking it as like hypocritical just really doesn't seem pointless. I mean, it doesn't really seem like a meaningful distinction if she believed it or not, as long as like they attribute that to something that she believed, and they attribute that to something that she wrote, and she is the head of a movement that believes in that, right? It still seems
Well,
like
she wasn't the head of a movement. She was a writer that initiated a movement of practice and belief that carried on its own, and was actually really pushed by other people. She didn't even really know about it, from my understanding, until much later on. You know,
right, but she's like like, you can describe her as like the godfather of like modern libertarianism, right? Like, she is like one of the forefront thinkers in like modern libertarian ideology, right? Like,
yeah, but does Stephen King believe there's a clown that kills children under the ground because he wrote it?
No, but again, like if Stephen King was like the head of like a cult who thinks that Stephen King said that, and they all think that, then yeah, attacking that would probably be like beneficial, right?
Okay, but then
Like,
I gotta point out, what cult was she the head of? When was she ever the leader of the Libertarian Party? And at what point did she actually take part in politics itself? Because as far as I know, that's all a non-starter.
yeah, sure. As far as I know, the majority of modern libertarian, what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Not discourse, but rhetoric comes from her, right? Like the non-aggression principle, taxation is theft. These are like the two most common like things that you hear from libertarians. I'm blanking on the other things that she's contributed to it, but like I don't think pretty much anyone that I've talked to in a long time would ever contest that she made and conceptualized like the modern libertarian discourse right now, or at least like the vast majority of it, right?
But once again, I'm saying, I have to point out that this is from the public or the reader's point of view, that they took these things and then ran with them, and then declared her, the archetype, which once again, to my knowledge, correct me if I'm wrong, she didn't know she was the archetype of until much later, until she became very popular, and then it was brought to her attention. She never stood at the front. She wasn't like Timothy Leary standing at the front of the crowd going, "No, I am the psychedelic leader." She was never that person. You know what I mean? If anything, she shrugged away from that.
Why would
stuff.
that matter if she says that she's the leader versus other people like follow her writings and feel like she got it right? Like the non-aggression principle coming from Ayn Rand made it to where she was definitely the one who like built the entire ideology.
Well, I would say, based off of what was being described to me, is that she isn't the leader of a actual like group cult, or like a political leader, in the sense that like people didn't make her the leader of a party. She doesn't like go to meetings and
She's
lead
a
them. She
philosophical
doesn't make.
leader.
Yeah, she's a okay, that I can agree with. She was the philosophical icon for it. I think is better for it, because once again, she didn't really vibe with all of it. When you watch the interviews with her, she's not really. She thinks it's humbling. She thinks that it's that people appreciate what she has to write, but she also, is not really there as quote unquote to be the leader. It's a more happenstance thing. I would say, okay, and my argument back to you, Tom, is that yeah, she never took the role, but she was, I can agree, a philosophical or an icon leader, if that's
Yeah, so like I'm gonna be like a little bit cringe here with like the Hitler analogy, right? But like, so imagine this, right? Like imagine like I don't know, we're in like 1940s and you just got like some super secret MI6 data that shows that like actually in his personal life Hitler is like loves Jewish people and like whatever. He just uses that to like, whatever, right? Like to do the bad things that he does, right? And like lead the let's say it's pre-World War II. Let's say it's the 1930s Nazi party, right? Nazi Germany, right? Um he believes he like the majority of Nazis like believe that he hates the Jews, but in his personal life he doesn't hate the Jews, right? Like it still would be like beneficial to actually point out the hypocrisy in like what he says, right? I guess this is more of a head ass analogy than I thought. Fucking the general point is it doesn't really matter if like she actually believed it, right? Like if the majority of libertarians think that she believed it and it's modern libertarian discourse and she is like their head philosophical guy, which we just established, right? Like I would say a lesser Marx, like more indirect version of Marx for libertarians, then I still view it as like beneficial, right? Like rhetorically beneficial for discourse to point out the hypocrisy, right? Like it still is attacking their movement, their principles, their philosophy, and their main guy, their lesser Marx. Oh, we got a camera.
I didn't realize you.
Oh man, you are older than I thought.
Oh yeah. No, I hear the identification of the iconoclast. I hear the association between all those things.
Here, y'all continue. I'll be right back.
Sorry. Yeah, I just would hesitate to put so many labels that like weight her that way. And actually, To equate taxation with theft is to ignore the nature of government and the function it serves. Ayn Rand, 1976. So, but I believe Shortstack would point out that, that she wasn't the one who invented that dumb libertarian slogan. And I think he's actually correct, because I seem to remember it's like Marx that says that in a simpler format. You can correct me if I'm wrong, because you're probably closer and know more about that stuff than I do. Because I'm more centrist. I, voted Republican until, Clinton, essentially. So, and then voted again Republican when Bush came in first. So, when people are in the chat, by the way, claiming that I'm one thing or the other, I often think it's very hilarious, because I'm just I vote for the best policy. So, anyways, I think where the
No,
gap
I'm gonna
is,
be I'm gonna be I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like when I accused you of being MAGA, I'm gonna be completely honest. I was just doing like the same thing that you were doing to me, just like reversed, right? Like I didn't know if you actually thought that I was MAGA or you were just like trying to use it as an insult. So I was just like, I'm gonna do it too. Fuck it. I know it's gonna piss you off.
No, it doesn't piss me off. If anything, I think it's hilarious half the time, because a lot of what we experience in chat, especially as a moderator, and is I don't know how to say this without sounding like, being completely mean, is essentially unhinged, man. Unscrupulous, inconsistent, and lacking most comprehension skills in many ways. So when I come in on stuff like, and point out something that is a blatant difference, which I was actually trying to point out, that the things that you were calling theft, even if you feel that they are, because I was arguing more your intent point, which is the same, I would believe, which is that taxes are theft. And I'm going to say it like 4 more times so that
No, I don't
sure
personally believe that. No.
Oh, okay, that's good. Well, that's good. That's good, because it to not really, and believe you me, how many folks do we see in here that really truly do not understand the difference between a welfare program that's run by HHS and the Social Security Administration? This is a real issue that I'm sensitive to, mostly because there's so much uneducated bullshit just being talked about, both on streams and in chats, and most specifically in Discord, which the name for the frickin' program couldn't be better. So you understand why I respond to these things the way I do, because it could be for you, it could be for other people, but I do attack pretty directly when I see stuff that is pretty far off base, most specifically a designation, whether she's describing it or not. It doesn't mean much, because you're still reinforcing that false concept. Does that make sense? From my point of view, at least.
Hey Tom, is it me who's lagging or is it him? I can't tell, because he cut out like twice a little bit, and I can't tell if it's me cutting out or if it's him. It might be
You're
my
good.
internet.
I don't know. It may be after I added the camera. Sometimes it fucks up Discord. So.
Okay. Yeah, no, I got the general premise. What I was trying to say right before I like disconnected a little bit. No, that's actually not my personal view. I'm a market socialist. That you got the distinction now, but I don't view taxes as theft. It was just like the general like hypocrisy argument.
Okay, now I understand. I absolutely understand. But also know that I will, and like I said, I'm often will hop into an argument just to pull something out and see where it goes. And in this case, it was really the fact that there was a big discrepancy in what the description of 2 programs, that even if she believed this, we shouldn't be reinforcing that stuff, and it should at least be putting in, and this is just me saying that it's best practices to put in a caveat of, this is not what I believe, but X, Y, and Z to the person that you're referencing. It lends a lot more credence to your point, and it also lets you come back to a position of saying, look, I don't fucking believe in this shit, but this was the hypocrisy. And it actually puts you in a stronger position, because you're not even taking part. You don't believe in that. It's just a fact that you're pointing out, which is, that if I'm to make any commentary, that's the one I would make as I walk away.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
The general, yeah, I probably should have been a little bit more clear that the general thing was hypocrisy, but yeah, man, I don't think that there's really much more. I think that
Oh
I
no,
think
there
that
is. We
really
can
wraps
talk
it
about
up.
how bald Tom is. Tom is bald. Like,
Not bald.
But shine on that motherfucker.
Not
Hell
bald.
yeah.
yeah, seriously. All right, fools. Good combo. Thanks, Tom.
All right.
Hell yeah,
Appreciate
man.
it.
Thanks, guys.
Oh, you want to do a plug? I didn't know you were a content creator.
Who, me? Oh, I am
Yeah.
I am no longer a content creator. My full-time gig has finally taken over. And I'll actually start putting some content up once I'm allowed to from that. But no, I unfortunately am not allowed to stream really anymore. So this is going to be my outlet every once in a while.
Alrighty.
I appreciate that.
Sounds good.
Yeah, check out all the old videos at Aaron M Sound if you haven't already. Thanks, Tom. Appreciate you.
Cool. Thanks, guys. Later.
Peace. Oh yeah, hey, send Tom money.
Yeah, true. True. All right. I was trying to get an overlay up for my Discord, and it's just not working. Like, I have to... It's not giving me a link. There's no link anywhere. It's annoying as fuck. Like, I have no way to post a link, so I wanted the Discord overlay at the top so people could see the names of the people who were talking, and it's just not there. So.
Jonathan Ross, the ICE agent who shot Renee Good, his wife is a Filipina immigrant. Are they married or is she in detention? I don't know what it is. Apparently, Jonathan Ross's former wife left him for a woman. Yes, which for those of you who are slow, that means she's a lesbian. Now, I can say this.
He made her gay.
If you're slow, that means she's a lesbian. Now, I can say this, I'm Lebanese, it's okay. Lesbians and Lebanese, we have a special nod, like I see you, we have similar sounding name, and we both love to eat. We saw those videos. The third video came from his body cam. It's not his body cam, it's his iPhone. That's how broke ICE is. They have to DIY their outfits, and then their body cam is just an iPhone. He circles Renee Good's car. Let's just be honest, her wife looks like a lesbian. He couldn't tell initially they were lesbians because it wasn't a Subaru. So he had to make 2 rounds around the car. And I don't know if you know this, but they tell law enforcement officers not to put themselves in front of cars. In fact, they actually tell kids this too. They tell children not to put themselves in front of cars, because I don't know if you know, it's dangerous. He sees Renee Good, and Renee Good says, "Don't worry, honey, I'm not mad at you." It was a little sarcastic, but still sincere enough to just be saying, like, I'm not gonna do anything. And then he walks around and he meets Renee Good's wife, who is, let's be honest, not as nice, okay? And this is when you can tell he gets triggered, because she's like, "Why don't you go get yourself some lunch, big boy?" And you can tell he's triggered because the phone kind of rattles. Like, he kind of shakes, you can feel his blood boiling. Obviously, he must be a little self-conscious about his weight. She's like, "Go get some lunch." He's like, "I just had lunch. What is she talking about?" And you can initially see him holding the phone in his right hand. You see it in the reflection. He's so angered that he switches the phone to his left hand, because that's when his right hand becomes available for his gun side. Within 3 seconds, the gun was in his hand. You can tell that his past impacts him. He's encountering these lesbians who are giving him some sass. He wants vengeance. And this is not excusing him at all. I mean, we all have our own trauma, but you have to understand, when someone doesn't want to be with you so much that they leave you for an entirely different gender, that's a burn that you'll never understand for the rest of your life. He'll always be looking at women and just be like, what can they do that I can't? You know what I mean? Like, it's constant trauma. Whenever he uses the scissors, he's just like always reminded of his inability to please a woman. We see the car. She backs up first, and then she turns the wheels. We see it in each angle to drive away from him. But I think he's so delusional and felt so intimidated by these lesbians, he sincerely did feel that she was coming at him. Because if you look at the wheels, they are turned. They are f***ing turned. But just like his ex-wife, he wished they were straight. Sorry, guys. There's no turning back now.
Is America turning into Nazi Germany?
All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets.
Why people who look like that?
This is some of the most
What the fuck?
like this off of the streets.
Why people?
People who look like this? Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, there's not a single white person on there. They literally have like every version of non-white on there. They got black people, they got Filipino people, they got Asian people, they got Latino, they got everybody, dude. They got fucking everybody who's just non-white.
People who look like that.
This is some of the most disturbing crimes you will ever read about.
These are the Alexander brothers. Have you ever heard of them? I hadn't either. They sold luxury real estate in Miami and then lured girls in and had this whole global human trafficking situation going on where they were drugging girls and doing the highest sex crimes you can do. They also represented the buyer for the most expensive residential home ever sold in the United States. Why aren't we looking for the criminals that look like this?
This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this.
She's not looking for these guys. Because guys with money and power who look like this just don't fit the bill for what they're looking for.
Operations to remove violent criminals.
ICE is getting violent criminals?
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent.
Oh yeah, the crime of having an accent.
Have you guys seen that video? They literally say this. They literally say this. Why are you asking for my paperwork? Because of your accent. It was like, bro, you have a fucking accent. What the fuck? That's literally what he says. He says, you have an accent. You sound just like me. What are you talking about? It's so weird, bro.
Let me ask you something. Does Santa wear night vision goggles?
That make everything green.
I'm sorry, back to you, Caroline.
From the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York.
Huh. What kind of people focus on left-wing strongholds to try to get protesters to engage? And then they claim that there's some kind of violent riot and attack on law enforcement. Hello? Who is this? 1933 Germany. Oh.
Making Minnesota safer because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do.
Oh, but this is different. Trump is saying they're doing it for the protection of the American people. That's what the Nazis called it too.
And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together.
What happened to states' rights? Wasn't that a whole thing that we need less federal power and the states should have power?
And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what?
Hello? In 1933, Hitler's regime targeted 500 municipalities and 70 mayors.
They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo.
At least we know that they're ICE is taking people and they're putting them in...
No way. No way. That can't be. No shot.
Detention facilities overseas in places like Ecuador and... Hello? The concentration camps weren't in Germany?
Interesting. All right. So the other day we watched a video on Channel 5 where he interviewed Nick Shirley.
my video.
And they had a conversation here, and Nick Shirley says that some of these were edited out of context, and that they clipped him, and they clipped things in a way to make him look Andrew Callahan look better, or Callaghan look better, and make him look worse. And so this is a video that Nick just posted, and it's got some pretty good evidence this time. I'm not gonna lie. Not gonna lie.
All right, this is super important, and I also learned a great lesson here. So the other week, I sat down with Andrew Callahan in Channel 5 to do a sit-down podcast-style interview for his channel. And when he goes and posts the video, I see he just posted an hour-long interview. I said, well, that's weird, because we actually spoke for around 2.5 hours. And then I go and watch the interview, and I'm saying, well, what is this? This is not what happened. For instance, this clip right here.
What American city is prospering right now? Austin. Austin. Name another one. El Paso, Texas. El Paso, Texas is prospering? Yeah. Nashville's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of... In any place that's not Democrat. Yeah, I don't know about that. I mean... Name a Democrat city that's prospering right now. Well, it would have to be one that's affordable. Name one. Denver. Why are you smirking? It's not prospering.
All right, so that's the clip Andrew posted, but this is the actual interaction of how it went.
Denver. Why are you smirking? Because I don't know if it's prospering. It's not. See, you can't even answer the question. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either. I agree that Democrat-run states are doing badly.
Kind of weird that Andrew didn't put that in, right? Maybe his base or something would not be happy with that response because he obviously got caught lying. And anyways, let's move over to the next topic when we're talking about Somalians being known for pirating, as 89% of the fraud that has been charged inside of Minnesota is by Somalians. This is the interaction that Andrew posted.
Somali community, or do you see it as both? 89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians. Where exactly is that statistic from? You can pull it up on the screen. You'll find it. I just want to know where it's from. You want me to find it right now? For sure, just so I can, I don't know, I believe you. I just want to make sure we have the exact... Here, right here. Yeah, and it's not racist to say it. Probably. And when I go...
This is what happens when I show him the fact that 89% of the people who have been charged for fraud in Minnesota are Somalians. This is what Andrew had to say. But remember, he conveniently left this out of the interview.
89% of those charged in connection with major... Identified as Somali Americans. Well, looks like we do there. I'm interested to see what you put in this interview, because it looks like there's a problem with fraud.
So there you go. That's just 2 examples from the interview with Andrew Callahan where he...
So that looks pretty bad. That looks pretty bad.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool. And I wouldn't say that's very benevolent of him to do by any means, but I promise you guys, if I ever do an interview with anyone, you're gonna get the full product, because I think that's just the most benevolent thing to do. Anyways, I hope you guys enjoyed and you guys were able to see through what I just showed you. The full interview is up on my second channel.
So yeah, that does not look good at all. He definitely, that's 2 to 3 different times where it does seem as though they cut things out of context pretty radically. For sure. That is bad. That looks really bad.
All right, so normally and historically my policy for whenever somebody is saying some factually inaccurate stuff about me online is to turn the other cheek, keep my head down, and get back to grinding. But in this case, with Mr. Nick Shirley, who is now falsely accusing me of conducting an unfairly edited interview, I think I'm going to pick option 2 and let people know what went down. Journalistic integrity is something that I kind of take a little bit...
Nick is one of most important journalists of all time. I am also a millionaire. Here is $10.
Thank you. Mr. Millionaire. That's very true. Also, the voice is drastically different on that. That was odd. Weird.
But seriously, and I
There's some W's in chat from my listening library.
can see a future wherein access is limited to prominent people, especially conservatives, if I don't dispel this false narrative immediately in its entirety right the heck now. So to do this right, I'll have to show you a couple of things, including text messages between him and I, and actual footage of the working Premiere sequence that I used to edit the interview so you can see what was cut and why. So let's begin with an editing lesson. So when we're dealing with a long-form interview of somebody who talks very slowly and circles back to repetitive talking points, one of the first things that we do in post-production is cut.
Bro, that's one of the things that I mentioned numerous times while watching it, is how slowly he talks. Like, it just made him sound so fucking stupid. He always has a weird pause when he talks, and it's awkward.
Cutting was called
So I could understand having to edit that and just trying to make it faster.
dead air, which means long pauses between words or sentences, or fixable verbal stammers that slow down the conversation and risk boring the viewer. So in this raw interview with Nick, which had a total runtime of 2 hours and 2 minutes, we had to cut nearly half an hour of dead air to make it listenable. Many people like to choose their words carefully, so I get it, but there was a couple points in the interview that even in person we had to have Nick repeat himself because the crew felt that no amount of corrective editing would possibly be able to make him sound normal.
It's been an interesting few days, past 72 hours. My video on the expose of the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever, longer than 10 minutes, other than Mr. Beast.
Can you say the fraud in Minnesota again? Because you kind of stuttered.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are there going to be cuts in this, or just going to be one take?
Which will make it perfect. So if we ask for to say it again, it's just to make sure you say it perfectly.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, so my video on the fraud in Minnesota is the most viewed video ever by a creator, longer than 10 minutes, expose style, than anybody other than the name of Mr. Beast.
So bear with me here. I'm going to show you the raw footage, and we'll see how with the magic of editing, we were able to make Nick sound actually smarter and faster than he was in person. Check this out. How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the HHS, Health and Human Services. They froze all funding.
Aram Sound tipped $10. Tom edited our VC so I had more hair than he does. Tom is fair rare parrot based gold alien dance rare parrot pape PLS.
Fair. True. Get some W's in chat. Aaron, $10 tip. Let's go. Thank you, sir.
To childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses that are not really businesses.
How does that make you feel, like gratification-wise, as an independent journalist?
Well, I think it's the first video you've seen in a long time where a journalist actually went and created a video that created a change instantaneously. For instance, you had the Health and Human Services. They froze all funding to childcare inside of Minnesota, and then they're asking for businesses to prove that they are legit businesses before they give tax dollars to these businesses.
So in that interview, we probably did that same thing as far as trimming dead air and splicing B-roll. No joke, probably 30 times, as you can see here on the timeline. And it was never to take him.
Bro, it keeps looking like it's the Pepe eyes. Is it just me? I keep seeing Pepe eyes here. When I look at it on my like full monitor, it looks nothing like Pepe eyes. I see them sitting in a room like next to each other. I can see what the actual frame is. But every time I look at this, I see fucking Pepe eyes.
out of context, but to help him get his point across. We do this for every good faith interview or 5-cast we've conducted so far, from Hunter Biden, which had a raw runtime of 5 hours before being cut to 324, to Hunter Kozak, to Alex Jones, to Hamilton Morris, Jan DeSanti, to pretty much everybody we've ever talked to.
Exactly. 100% not. Is that and there's this conflation that people have. I think they're opening up an investigation to cocaine that was found in a cubby outside the West Wing of the White House.
We aren't live streamers or live podcasters, and we like to package our interviews for efficiency and entertainment value. So that's just something that we do. So the other cuts in the Nick Shirley interview that weren't dead air related were conversational beats that I personally found either boring, repetitive, or so off topic to the point that they derailed the conversation away from its intended focus, which was fraud in Minnesota and Shirley's personal background. We cut probably 25 minutes of unproductive, redundant banter about Portland, Mormonism, gay marriage, his new crypto coin.
I heard you also made a coin of some kind?
I did not. Well, I didn't make a coin. I just joined a platform where you can monetize your content. And so yeah, it is a coin. You can then monetize your content, just similar to like how you upload on TikTok. You can upload your stuff on there. It's just based off Coinbase.
The history and ethics of welfare in America, and 6 whole, nearly identical back and forths about his 89% statistic that he falls back on unchallenged.
89% of the fraud is being committed by Somalians, and 89% of the fraud being committed inside Minnesota is by the Somalian population. 89% of the fraud happening by people who were brought into our country and then committing fraud. So 89% of the fraud happening in Minnesota is from the Somalian population.
Right, but 95% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are legal.
Yeah, 89% of Somalians are committing fraud.
Since we ended up including an extensive dialogue about that stat around the 50-minute mark of the final cut, I personally didn't feel the need to torture all of you guys with 5 other versions of that conversation.
89% of the population, or 89% of the fraud being committed in Minnesota is by Somalians.
And just so we can put that on screen to verify, do you know where that data is from?
Yes, you can put it up on screen. It's public.
And if you watch that raw cut, the 2-hour cut, which I made clear in text with Nick that I was willing to share with him in 4K when I got back from Greenland, you will see exactly what I mean. This is not a Sacha Baron Cohen style ambush edit or a Jim Jeffries Avi Yemeni situation where I primed him, by saying crazy shit to get his guard down and then Shanghai him with post-production. I was trying to help Nick Shirley, which it seems up until yesterday he really appreciated. So after the interview came out about a week ago, he texted me right after saying the backdrop of this interview is hilarious. It was filmed in his uncle's upscale game room in Farmington, Utah, in front of several taxidermied bears that were presumably killed by the Shirley family. He goes on to say, fun watching the reaction from both sides. Appreciate you coming out. Wish you the best in all you do, bro. To which I replied kindly. But then the Clippers started doing the thing.
That's fucking insane, dude. That's fucking insane. So after he watched this and after he saw it, he was so happy, so nice. Oh, thank you so much. It was so great. Thanks for coming out. This is awesome. And then turns around and puts out a fucking clip where he's saying, look at how dishonest he is. What the fuck?
With the Hunter Biden, finding the most outrageous or dumb soundbite in the entire piece and naming it into oblivion while missing the entire point of the dialogue, which was to try to find common ground on issues like affordability and the collapse of the mainstream media.
I fundamentally hope that everything you're saying is true, just so you know.
Yeah, I hope so too.
Yeah,
I hope we all have the best interest in society and for our people, because the affordability is insane and people can't buy houses. And if we're talking about creating change, we need to let innovation prosper inside the United States.
Yeah.
And you're not seeing it. We're not seeing innovation. In fact, we're seeing fraudsters take our money.
If you guys saw, the clip that did the most rounds was when Nick tried and failed to pronounce the word benevolent.
Who do you think are the 3 most benevolent billionaires?
What do you mean by the word benevolent?
Just well-intentioned, positive billionaires who you think are creating, net positive societal progress.
Trump, our president.
Because he never said it right and said benevolent twice, there was no way to cut the dead air or trim the stammer. So we left it in. And personally, I don't think it's that big of a deal to not know that word. He is wearing a hoodie that is making fun of immigrants for their spelling errors, but benevolent has more syllables than learning, so I get it. But the comments on this clip were brutal, actually genuinely mean. And It couldn't have felt good from his perspective to read these things. We're talking tens of thousands of people declaring this guy is retarded, which he's not. But there are some moments in the interview that even with dead air trimmed for speed, Nick does not give his best performance, particularly when blaming immigrants for rising rent prices.
It's just simple supply and demand. If you have 20 million people who need to come and buy a house or rent an apartment, and you have other people who need it, you're going to raise the prices.
Suggesting that Muslim Americans keep multiple wives in private while dismissing the association with his own religion, Mormonism, and polygamy as just a harmful stereotype. As far as the wives go, that's not a thing in Utah?
It's not a thing in Utah.
That's a negative stereotype?
Negative stereotype.
And also confronting me about staying silent on the death of Charlie Kirk.
Just so you know, when he says it's not a thing in Utah, it's a harmful stereotype, they immediately include a clip of Nick talking to people in Utah and them all saying the same exact thing. It's fucking epic. Like, it is fucking hilarious because they immediately show Nick actually showing that people do believe this there. The fuck? What the fuck? So I'm control Fing the word polygamy. It's not there. Harmful. It's not there. What the fuck is happening? What? All right. Right, Utah.
Special guest right here. Oh, we got special guests too. You ever heard of them like this?
So that was an
Erica Hood's
similarly
yes. I came this close to dying in the bottom of a
Okay, whatever. Yeah, it's just not popping up in the transcript for some reason.
And you said the church. What kind of church?
Yeah, so remember the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints?
Is that the same thing as Mormons?
Yeah, but we don't call ourselves Mormons now.
Because of South Park?
No, it's just we're not Mormon. We don't follow Mormon. We follow Jesus Christ. So we actually want people to refer to us and know us as members of the Church of Jesus Christ.
So Joseph Smith is not a prophet?
No, he's a prophet.
In addition to Jesus?
Jesus is the Savior.
Oh, okay.
He's also a prophet, but he's also our Savior. He's your Savior, he's my Savior, he's everyone's Savior.
Thank you. So what do you think is the main thing people get wrong about LDS?
We're Christians. We're just people who love God and love Jesus. And yeah, we do follow higher standards. No drinking, no smoking, no sex before marriage. Go to church on Sunday, follow the Ten Commandments. Follow the Bible. We follow the Bible.
One of your earliest videos that you now deleted was about some of those loopholes.
Oh, yes. About soaking.
Have you ever thought about soaking here at BYU? No.
There's a lot of misconceptions. Yeah, spices, whether alcohol, whether
that way gives it's kind of what you're doing.
Well, that's yes. Well, if I drank and partied, I wouldn't be able to shrink to being
over the past year.
I'm a highly functioning person.
Proud of since I last.
That was an experience to.
You say close to
functioning person. Okay. Yeah, I can't find it.
While admitting that he consciously chose to not watch the video that I made in the immediate aftermath of it.
And so I thought that was kind of messed up of you to not publicly denounce what happened to Charlie Kirk.
I did.
And I didn't even watch the interview because I didn't want to watch that.
Well, you should watch it.
I don't want to.
Well, you should watch the video because I say some stuff in it.
Okay, cool.
None of these moments were a very good look for Nick, but I did not engineer them that way. And if I was a betting man, I would suggest that much of the hostility displayed toward him in the comments is because his reporting, which was signal boosted by Trump and his cronies, has been a driving factor in ICE's decision to escalate their presence in Minneapolis. You know, kidnapping kids from local high schools, terrorizing U.S. citizens in their own communities, shooting people in the streets, and hiding behind masks like the goddamn cowards they are. However, that's just my personal opinion. I don't like ICE. I don't like Trump, which is something that I made clear to Nick in the interview.
What do you think about Trump?
I don't like him. There was no deception anywhere. But sometimes, and I'm not sure what the word is for this in the journalism field, The person that you interview views your fans as an extension of you. So if your fans are dicks to them, they kind of feel like that's you shading them. And that's definitely what happened. Right after the benevolent clip went micro-viral, Nick began to send texts to me that alluded to the footage being manipulated, writing, "Greenland will be epic and cold. Let me know if you need any locals. I still have some contacts there. Just curious though, why didn't you post a full 2+ hour interview instead of the selected 1 hour of the interview?" Notice the word selected. Nick suggests that I cherry-picked his worst moments, which is concerning because we consciously did the opposite. But as you can see from these texts, I explained our entire editing process to him, as I did to all of you, and as I mentioned, even offered to send him all of the raw video files when I get home from Greenland, which I'm doing now, and gave him full permission to clip any and all moments of the piece for his own socials. Fast forward to 2 days later. I wake up in Nuuk, Greenland to see that Nick has posted a video filmed on a side camera, captioned something like, "In case you guys want to know how the interview really went, here's this." Nick's bullshit crybaby video here points to 2 pieces of damning evidence. Exhibit A. Nick grills me here about Democrat cities being catastrophic failures after failing to understand that I am not a supporter of the Democrat Party. I am from Seattle, a failed blue city, and then asks me to name thriving blue cities. So I named Austin, Nashville, El Paso, and then while smirking, I mentioned Denver because as shown in Nick's angle, I didn't actually know if Denver was doing well because I don't spend much time in Colorado.
Like, when have you seen an American city, what American city is prospering right now?
Austin.
Austin, name another one?
El Paso, Texas.
El Paso, Texas is prospering?
Yeah. I think.
Why you think?
It's doing better. New bars and restaurants have opened, but I can probably think of some better examples.
Like what?
Nashville's doing good. Austin's doing good. Phoenix is doing good. Basically, any place with low state tax is getting a lot of.
In any place that's not Democrat.
I don't know about that. I mean,
name a Democrat city that's prospering right now.
Well, it would have to be one that's affordable.
Name one.
A city inside of a blue state that is prospering. Denver.
Why are you smirking?
Because I don't know if it's prospering or not.
Because it's not. See, you can't even answer the question, dude. It's not prospering. Denver's not prospering either.
But in post-production, I did some research and found out that my intuition was correct. Denver is currently experiencing a decline in violence and property crime, a large influx in population, job growth in the aerospace, tech, and healthcare sectors, and a number of other great things. So I chose to trim a brief section after I mentioned Denver that indicates a bit of self-doubt, given that I ended up being correct. I also trimmed a soundbite where I said that many Democrat cities are run poorly because it was redundant. After our conversation about Denver, I then launched into a tirade about how I am not a Democrat, don't believe in the capacity of the two-party system to enact meaningful change, believe that Gavin Newsom has misappropriated California's tax revenue through NGOs, reinforce my belief in voting on a local level, and then give Nick the benefit of the doubt and say that I hope he's right about Trump and the GOP's ability to mitigate the affordability crisis that's made many places.
Yeah, he had already named other Democrat cities that were prospering, and he's still like, you won't even answer. Why won't you just give us one? Like he did. He gave you a couple.
My hometown, Seattle, unlivable for those who grew up there. So I support voting on a local level for sure. I also suggest if you're watching this and you want to see videos that I've made about dysfunctional blue cities, watch San Francisco streets, Albuquerque streets, Las Vegas tunnels, and Philly streets. So the second clip that Nick posted really makes my blood boil because it is so disingenuous. As I mentioned, 6 or 7 times in this interview, Nick references the stat that 89% of fraud in Minnesota is committed by Somalis. We aired the version where we asked him to show us the data on his phone, which he found using Google search results powered by ChatGPT. So in the video he posted, you can see me look in the camera after he shows it to me and saying something like, all right, damn, I guess he's right then. Let's put that on screen.
Here, right here, the figure 89% does not represent the total percentage of all fraud in Minnesota. Instead, it refers to the percentage of individuals charged in connection with specific high-profile federal fraud cases. Millions.
89% of those charged in connection with major. Wow.
Identify.
So yeah, so again, it is saying not 89% of Somalians, 89% of cases have been Somalian. That's drastically different than 89% of Somalians.
By the Somalian Americans.
Well, Looks like we do. It looks like
I'm interested to see what you put in this interview because
looks like there is a problem with fraud. He is kind of right. However, the stat refers specifically to the already litigated Feeding Our Future case, which resulted in over 60 fraud convictions in Minnesota. The ringleader of the nonprofit behind the scam, Amy Bach, is white, but it is true that 89% of convicted defendants in that case were Somali. And that's what makes me so pissed about this particular piece of evidence that Nick presents. The exact thing that he is showing me on his phone in the video is what I put on screen on the final cut. I did exactly what I said I would. He frames my decision to put that on screen as some kind of like liberal ball-busting fact check, but it's actually supplemental context for something he is literally fucking showing me, which is why it pisses me off. So that's all I have to say. I'm just in a phase in my life where I'm
That wasn't the. I don't think that was the contention.
doing this for so long, and I care about this so much that I don't want to play these kind of games, especially with people who can't take an L. I want to put my credibility on the line by spinning things in a way that benefits their reputation.
He literally went out of his way to try and make me look bad, which is not cool, and I wouldn't say that's like very benevolent of him to do.
I think my policy moving forward,
Okay, that was funny, bro. That was good. That's actually funny. That was actually pretty good. Him making fun of himself right there is actually pretty funny.
especially when working with people who are filming their own versions of things and lack the integrity to be honest with their fan base, is to either go live during every interview or upload the full raw files on Patreon the moment a final cut hits YouTube. So there's no room for these kinds of shenanigans because it's exhausting, and I've got real investigations and real documentaries in the field, in the works, that I need to prioritize over these malevolent antics. 2026, keep my fucking name out your mouth. 5.
Channel 5 live worldwide, Hollywood and Vine. Fuck the authority, Channel 5 News. Channel 55. We don't fuck with clusters, and 5 is the best number.
They don't fuck with custards, bro.
Tonight, the mother of one of Elon Musk's children is speaking out and sounding the alarm about his AI tool named Grok. Ashley St. Clair says Grok was used to create deep-fake sexual images of her, including photos of her as a child. And St. Clair is not the only one who is reporting these types of disturbing images. It's impacting hundreds of thousands of women worldwide after people started flooding Grok with requests to take photos of mostly everyday women and put them in bikinis or remove their clothing. Musk is now facing growing international pressure to respond. Grok was just blocked in Indonesia and Malaysia. The United Kingdom is threatening to ban the social media platform. California's Attorney General just announcing an investigation.
We went over some of this the other day, and even accidentally pulled up some porn. I thought it got on screen, and I immediately X'd out. I was like, "Whoa, okay," and just moved on. I checked it yesterday to go cut it out. It did not pop up on screen. It did not. It didn't make it. So it was lucky. But yeah, we went over the fact that like there was a trend of a bunch of like girls, especially OnlyFans girls, and even like fake AI girls who were on the internet who have a large following, posting pictures of themselves and then telling Grok to, like, in full clothes, and then telling Grok to put them in a bikini. And then after Grok would put them in a bikini, then tons of people would start responding to the picture of them in a bikini and start saying other things like, and make the bikini glass. So then once it's glass, then it's just see-through. And and so it's pretty much just like them rendering a naked picture of this person. But most of them were doing it for that reason. Like that's what they were doing it for. They were trying to like They're trying to incentivize people to do that sort of shit. Whereas a bunch of other people, once you figure out that Grok is able to do that, then you don't want like once you figure out that Grok is able to do that, now you can go to other people's pictures and tell it to do the same thing.
So far, though, Musk is taking no responsibility, posting today that he's, quote, not aware of any naked underage images generated by Grok, literally zero. Ashley St. Clair is out front now. And Ashley, I really appreciate your taking the time to come on and talk about this, because this is crucial for women, yes, for children, for families around the world. So Musk says Grok generated zero naked underage images. But you say it undressed you in several photos, including one of when you were 14 years old?
That's correct. And what he said is deceptive at best, because while maybe there weren't actual nude images, it was pretty close to it. And the images that I saw, not only of myself, but of I don't even know whose children, who were undressed and covered in various fluids, the abuse was so widespread and so horrific, and it's still allowed to happen. They just released restrictions that are based on where it's illegal.
Okay, so Musk has promoted and touted what he's called Grok's spicy mode. Okay, one point he shared a post that said Grok can put on everything, and it was a toaster. So that's, we can see the bikini on the toaster there. And his statement today, as I said, he said nothing about naked underage, that he hadn't seen that. And then he said, obviously Grok does not spontaneously generate images. It does so only according to user requests. When asked to generate images, it will refuse to produce anything illegal. What do you see between those lines, Ashley?
That's not what I saw at all. Images I saw do seem to be illegal, and even them coming out and now trying to place safeguards afterwards seems like an admission that they know that there has been an issue, that it has been creating non-consensual, sexually explicit images of women and children. He is saying that people are making this up, and meanwhile, Ireland is probing over 200 cases of child sexual abuse material produced by Grok.
200?
200.
And that's just
Ireland. And it's not only that, it's that he's placing the blame on the victims, so that you, if this happens to you, you have to go to your local law enforcement and take their resources and see if they can find this anonymous account instead of just turning the faucet off. This is...
Well, she's a Trump supporter. If there's that many cases in Ireland, you would assume that there's way more in the United States. You would wonder why Trump's DOJ isn't going to do anything about it. Why isn't Trump's DOJ going to be trying cases on underage porn from Grok? Like, why is only Ireland doing this?
This is what's wrong, because they're handing a loaded gun to these people, watching them shoot everyone, and then blaming them for pulling the trigger.
And I mean, what you're describing, I mean, I obviously haven't seen the images, but you're talking about images of children covered in fluids. I don't need to say anymore, but that's deeply, deeply disturbing, what you're describing, to even hear that. Now, look, you are choosing to speak out, okay, because you have a voice on this, because people can hear you, people listen to you, but you face backlash since you chose to do that. You were banned from Twitter Premium, right? So you say there's been some things that have happened to you in terms of that. You've had harassment, you've had attacks on X, right, the platform where Grok lives, or whatever the right word may be. Why is it so important to you, Ashley, to take this extra step, to put your face out here like you are now?
Because it's not just about me. It's about building systems and AI systems which can produce at scale and abuse women and children without repercussions. And there's really no consequences for what's happening right now. They are not taking any measures to stop this behavior at scale. They are saying, we're going to make it illegal where it's illegal. That is absent all morality. And guess what? If you have to add safety after harm, that is not safety at all. That is simply damage control, and that's what they're doing right now.
And also, I guess in this context, it is disturbing when you think about, you know, the post that Elon Musk had originally put up about Grok can put a bikini on everything. Now, he was talking about a toaster, but sort of making light of all of it, given where it's gone. You would think it would be something you'd want to seize responsibility for. We're going to say, I'm outraged, we're going to stop this. That's not been the response.
They're not. And people need to start asking questions not only to X and Elon, but also to the investors. Because amidst this scandal, they raised $20 billion. while these women were in my DMs telling me they feel hopeless, they are distressed, and they don't know how to get certain images removed.
Because you can't even get them removed. Once it lives, it lives. All right, so Elon Musk has posted on X this week about you, right? Obviously, you're out talking about this and trying to raise awareness for this. He posted about you, I'll be filing for full custody today, given her statements implying that she might transition a 1-year-old boy. Now, she's, I believe, talking about your child. Obviously, you did not imply that in the post that you posted that he's responding to, which I want to read to everybody so they can hear it for themselves. You are apologizing for past comments that you'd made about the transgender community. You wrote, I feel immense guilt for my role and even more guilt that things I have said in the past may have caused my son's sister more pain. Your son's sister is another one of Musk's children who has transitioned. What's your response when that's the post this week?
I'm not at liberty to discuss it further, but I think anyone with more than a 3rd grade reading comprehension level knows what I was saying there.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I have so many questions to ask you, and I know that you're not at liberty to talk about things like custody and that, but I guess I'm curious, in all of this, how hard it must be for you. I mean, do you want your child to have a relationship with his father?
I cannot discuss that
right
now.
You can't even talk about that. So I guess in the context of this, what do you do now?
I'd like to keep the focus on this issue at hand because I think there's a lot of people, especially with very tabloidy tweets, that are trying to distract from this issue because it is a big issue. They are facing immense backlash from multiple countries, and they are trying to move something to the 2nd page of Google because they want it to go away. And I don't think we should make it go away. I think this needs.
Why she let Elon hit though? From what I understand, she was actually like begging for it. From what I understand, she was actually begging for it, and I think some of her friends released DMs from her where she was like literally telling them like, I'm gonna try to get Elon to put a baby in me and shit like that. So yeah, she didn't just let him hit it. Apparently she was begging for it.
To stay center focus until there is regulations and protections and safety for people being abused by these very new platforms, these new technologies.
Yeah.
And you can't brag and take credit for being a disruptor in an industry and then absolve yourself of all liability once this damage and harm is done.
All right, well, Ashley, thank you very much. I appreciate your time and your speaking out.
Now, let me see. Ashley. Leaked chat claims Ashley St. Clair planned to seduce Elon Musk, billionaire. Elon Musk has responded to a MAGA influencer's posting alleged 2023 text from Ashley St. Clair, in which she reportedly discussed a scheme to seduce the billionaire into a pregnancy plot. Elon followed me. I need his rocket babies. I'll take one for the team. Seduce Elon. Get in a rocket to see what's up. One of the texts read. Another message reportedly read, I need a caption to seduce Elon Musk. I wasn't going to post these, but now Ashley has leaked her private messages with Elon after claiming she wanted privacy. Here's more proof she planned to baby trap him, Isabella Moody said as she shared screenshots of the messages. She doesn't care about privacy. She planned to seduce him by her admission, and now she's leaking his text. Ashley St. Clair is using her 5-month-old baby as leverage and emotional blackmail to try and control Elon Musk. I hope he doesn't give her an inch. She added, it's so fucking wild when you have a bunch of conservatives who are defending somebody being a fucking deadbeat dad and just having nothing to do with not only this child, but tons of them. I mean, Elon Musk has pulled a full-on Dwight Howard over here. How the fuck do a bunch of conservatives turn around and defend that shit? Like, Isabella Moody is like taking Elon's side as Ashley St. Clair is going after Elon for not having anything to do with their kid. Even if it was true, like I think the messages from Ashley are obviously somewhat sarcastic because she's talking about like getting in rockets and shit like that. But even if it was true that she like wanted to seduce him and get babies from him, that doesn't mean that he still has no responsibility for his own fucking kid. Like it's I believe, if I remember correctly, I believe he even like made a deal with her where he said that he wanted to get her pregnant and then he would just pay for her life for the rest of her life. And so it was like a planned pregnancy. I just switched out this fucking coil and now it's already burnt out.
The conservative civil war is in full swing, and there's one person at the center of it. Sid from Ice Age. No, wait, it's Candace Owens. Candace has officially left the cult of science.
And he was talking about the Earth curvature and science, and I said to him, listen, I'm not a flat earther, I'm not a round earther. Actually, what I am is I am somebody who has left the cult of science.
And in return, she started her own cult. She thinks space is fake.
I'm telling you, space has always been exceedingly fake and gay.
She thinks this because she doesn't understand the radio existed before cell phones.
Homies were on the moon making phone calls before the time of cell phones, like, hey, what's up, Prez?
She's now turned into a full-on flat earther because she has a grudge with science.
Because I don't know if the Earth is round or flat or an octagon or anything. Science is obviously a faith. Science, what it is actually, if you think about it, is a pagan faith.
Which basically means she doesn't believe in any hard evidence. Everything is based off her vibes.
I've just been around. I just know things because I've just been around.
Honestly, that is so relatable to me. I can't even explain it. I just know things because I've been around, because there are so many scenarios that I find myself in where I'm unable to articulate the point. I'm unable to articulate the natural reaction that I have when somebody tries to sell me garbage.
Like the Earth being round or dinosaurs existing. She thinks dinosaurs are fake and that they were given the media treatment.
And I was like, dinosaurs? That seems pretty fake and gay.
What's that even mean? Is she turned on by it? Is she gonna touch flaps with the Dilophosaurus?
People are like, what do you mean? Of course, dinosaurs, it's all very real. The historians say so, the geologists say so, the scientists say so, there are fossils that say so. Tyrannosaurus Rex, they were definitely roaming the earth. Didn't you see Jurassic Park? It even got the media treatment.
Steven Spielberg is a Jew. Ben Shapiro calls Candace a window licker for baselessly accusing Erica Kirk of killing Charlie.
Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know. That is retarded, and we are all more for having heard it.
If there is going to be one solitary person who convinces me, who has convinced me that the public is justified in looking into Erica Kirk, it is Ben Shapiro, okay? Didn't like Charlie, you're telling me he's just obsessed with defending the honor of his widow? No, he's fearful. He's fearful of something about Erica Kirk.
He's just asking you to stop accusing Charlie's freshly widowed wife of murder. This has turned into her running a cult. She can make any allegation against anyone and her viewers will just believe it. She baselessly claims Tim Pool's brother helped him fake a shooting at his office for clout. Tim Pool starts crashing out because Candace is just making stuff up.
Candace Owens is a evil scumbag.
She's comparing him to Jesse Smollett, who faked a hate crime against himself.
He's a small person for this. A very small person who is also theatrical, Timothy Smollett, who pretends every year like people are trying to kill him.
She's calling him a baby for being mad at false allegations.
What you are seeing right there is on a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys, okay? What you are seeing is actually a display of estrogen.
Candace claims to be doing an investigation, but really it's just endless allegations against people she doesn't like. It is destroying the right-wing political space. She's framing herself as a journalist, but she's not doing any research. She just comes up with new allegations. Make it your New Year's resolution, Candace. And New Year's resolutions fail for...
She moves from one allegation to the next, and lots of times there's like contradictory allegations where she both are just as absurd as the other, but they still contradict each other. Like there was one where she was talking about the fact that you know, the Charlie Kirk hadn't been buried yet. He still hasn't been buried. Why hasn't his body been buried? And like everybody's running around spamming like, why hasn't he been buried? And asking Erica Kirk, why hasn't he been buried? And then like a little while later, she had some like grand conspiracy thing, and the reason like at the end was like, the reason this happened is because 2 days after the shooting, he had a Catholic burial service. It's like, wait, you're justifying this whole conspiracy now that he had a Catholic burial service, but before it was like 2 weeks after, and you were claiming that he still hadn't been buried? What the fuck?
For one reason, we try to remove the bad habit without replacing it. Well, Fume is that replacement. Fume is a flavored air device that lets you satisfy the urge to reach for something without it having nicotine, vapor, or batteries. Just clean, natural flavors and a fidget-friendly design that feels great to use. Seriously, it's the best adult fidget toy, and it comes in a wide variety of flavors. And to kick off the new year, Fume is doubling down on helping people break their old habits. Literally, for every flavor core you order, your order is doubled. Order 1 pack, get 2. Order 3, get 6. And when you order the Journey Pack using my code, you also get a free topper. It's January, so don't just try to quit. Upgrade your habit loop by going to tryfume.com/WillyMac. Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video.
Shut the fuck up.
Candace Owens' investigations follow a pattern. She will make an allegation, base it entirely off of an unrelated thing she calls evidence, then determine that it's a fact because of her gut feeling or her common sense.
Again, I'm a gut player. It's common sense. Common sense. Common sense, okay?
The First Lady of France is suing Candace for claiming she's secretly a trans man.
Brigitte Macron was born a dude named Jean-Michel Trogneau.
Well,
and I just feel, I want you to know that. I want you to know that Brigitte Macron probably stands peeing up.
This is all based off of Candace Owens looking at Brigitte's family photograph and determining that Brigitte must be lying about being the little girl. She's actually the boy on the left.
We're being told that Brigitte is this little girl in the lap of her mother sitting here in the front. But the public...
Whenever Candace says she's speaking for the public, she's just talking about her own made-up allegations.
Thought, wait a second, Brigitte looks more like that little boy on the far left. If I am guessing what took place here, Jean-Michel Trogneau took Brigitte Trogneau's identity at some point. It's very obvious he kind of becomes his sister. That's what seems to be the most logical conclusion based off of everything.
See, she's claiming that this little girl isn't Brigitte Macron. She actually died. No reason to think that. And the trans version of this boy took over her identity and became the future First Lady of France. Jean-Michel Trogneau is Brigitte's brother. He's 80 years old and he's still alive. This is all being interpreted from a single photo.
She initially said that it was his dad. She initially said that his wife was his dad, and that that's when I tuned into this and started paying attention to what she was talking about, because yeah, at the time her entire theory was that that he married his own father, and his father was a pedophile, that he had been like in politics and he got kicked out of politics for like his attraction to young kids and shit, and that he disappeared for a long time. But then she found reports of where he came back and they said he looked different, and so she's like, well, they say he looked different, so he went and got trans surgery and came back as a woman. And then and he wanted to come back as a woman because his son wasn't gay. And so he wanted to look like a woman so that he could marry his son. And so now he's finally a woman, and him and his son get married. that was he's talking about my documentary that every time Candace is mentioned, I bring up my documentary. I bring it up every fucking time. So that's what I was. Yeah, he's saying that he was giving me a prompt to bring up my documentary again.
Photo, but to Candace, that's enough to make it a fact.
I remember the first time that I saw that photo because that's actually what got me involved in the case. It was, for me, a matter of common sense. I just looked at the photo, and the Daily Mail was trying to tell me that the little girl on the lap was young Brigitte, and I just looked over to the left of the photo and I said, no, I have two eyes. Obviously, I don't even know what the theory is, but that's clearly Brigitte.
It doesn't matter that Brigitte has kids. Candace has common sense and spiritual dreams.
Similarly, like I just said, had a vivid dream this weekend, and Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed.
Why didn't he just tell you who did it? Well, then she couldn't milk Charlie's death for another 6 months. The Macrons are suing Candace Owens for
That's good, dude. That's fucking good, bro. Why didn't he just tell you who did it? Because then you wouldn't be able to milk this for another 6 months. True.
Lying and defamation, but Candace says that they're only suing her because she's telling the truth.
This is just an intimidation.
Or because she's black.
Tactic. They obviously have not answered any of our questions to put an end to this, which completely removes them from this claim that they're being so mentally anguished, but they can't just simply assert the truth.
Yes, people tend to get mad when somebody spreads lies about them to millions of people. But Candace isn't just stupid. She's acting maliciously. She lies to her audience constantly. She claims that she's welcoming the court case and that she's never going to try and dismiss it because she cares about the truth.
Everything that you've said for the past 20 minutes makes me think they'd be crazy to bring this to trial because that would allow you discovery.
I think they're banking on us dismissing it. I think one of two
Dismissing
options.
it, what does that mean?
You can at first file to dismiss the case because you're going, hi, we have the First Amendment right. This is crazy. It's coming from Paris. I mean, like, why on earth would we honor this at all? Typically, in a normal scenario, a judge would dismiss this case because it's completely crazy.
Candace thinks that
What's with her lazy eye? It's not a lazy eye. It's just her resting bitch face. She's always.
the First Lady of France wanted to prove that she was a woman, she would just post her nude photos online.
Clearly, they're not going to go through discovery, right? If you were going to go through discovery, you would have just published pictures a long time ago and put an end to all the rumors, right? Because then you're gonna have to give me proof.
So you're not going to try to have the case dismissed?
I certainly do not want to have the case dismissed.
Amazing.
Yeah.
She's lying, though, because she's already filed a motion to dismiss it on the grounds of free speech, and that defending her case in Delaware would cause her financial hardship. So not only does Candace not have evidence of her initial claim, but she's lying about being principled to her audience. And now that she's being held legally accountable, she's claiming it's the work of Satan.
These people are satanic, right? That you can't beat me in the arena of truth and facts.
You don't know the truth because you have no facts.
Like, that's what this lawsuit is. I'm going to impoverish you for telling the truth.
In Candace's mind, the only...
How the fuck do you make it about truth and facts if you don't believe in science? Like, what does truth and facts have to... What does that even mean? If you don't believe in science, if you don't believe in logic, if you don't believe in these, like... If you only believe in common sense, then what the fuck are truth and facts at that point?
Proof she needs that she's right is somebody telling her she's wrong. This is how paper thin her investigations are. Her proof that the moon landing was fake is because of the heat and radiation from the Van Allen belt.
Okay, so there's a Van Allen belt. So we have never gone beyond that belt, right? There's been no human that's gone beyond that belt since the moon landings, allegedly. And not even Elon Musk, when they go out to space, they have to stay, like, there is a space station, but like once you get 200 miles out, you hit the Van Allen belt, which has an incredible amount of radiation. NASA has said, like, in order for us to get through it, we'd have to have cement blocks around someone.
NASA has never said that. She made that up. Also, the Van Allen belt was discovered by an astrophysicist named James Van Allen. He determined you could just fly through weaker regions of it as long as you were going fast enough. NASA did this 6 times. So the discovery that she's basing her conspiracy off of was disproven by the same guy who discovered it. Candace then gets made fun of by Bill Maher on Twitter, and for her, that's proof enough that she's right about the moon landing being fake.
And then what's interesting is, like, Bill Maher made fun of me for this, like, a little tweet that I said that, I don't know, the moon landing just seems weird. And whenever the media, like, tries to make you feel like you're...
I don't know. The moon landing just seems weird. I'm sure that's what she said. I don't know. It just seems she does this all the time, where she starts off with these like very staunch claims, and then afterwards, when people attack her for it, she's like, "Whoa, I just asked questions. Like I was just saying that this seems a little off, and that I'm curious about it. Like why is that so offensive to you?"
You're stupid. That's usually for me like the first breadcrumb that like you're onto something.
Bill Maher made fun of her, and that's all she needs to confirm that space is fake. Biggest podcaster in the world, by the way. Candace thinks dinosaurs are fake because she hasn't found any bones while walking around her neighborhood suburb.
And it is the case that dinosaur bones, for whatever reason, are always just found by the paleontologist. Like it's not like you and me walking outside. I'm like, hey, a dinosaur bone. And or by somebody who's related to a paleontologist. It's very strange.
Yes, that does happen. Just Google it. A rancher in Montana found record-setting dinosaur teeth. So Candace makes a claim, gets proven wrong, and then she just says that dinosaurs are an anti-Christ conspiracy and claims she wins the argument.
Then, because I got into and very much subscribe and believe and know to be true that there is a Christ conspiracy that's happening right now, which is the intentional removal of Christ because they want people not to believe in God, but instead to believe in humans.
Candace then brings on her conservative gay friend, and he says that finding out dinosaurs was fake was almost as traumatizing as when he was touched as a child.
She's a part of this.
You don't know what it took for me to let go of dinosaurs, and it took me years.
I know.
It took me years to let go of dinosaurs.
But dinosaurs is hard for
Like,
guys.
Jurassic Park is like it is aside from
They are fake and gay though.
aside from getting raped, it is the like seminal moment of my childhood.
What the hell is going on?
You guys know that a while ago he talked about the fact that when he was raped, that this wasn't like traumatic for him at all, and that it was actually like a great experience, and that he wouldn't even consider it rape because he seduced the priest didn't seduce him.
On. The word seminal means strongly influencing later developments or relating to semen. This man is trauma dumping his childhood but coding it behind dinosaurs being fake.
It was like that was such a penetrating.
Dude, just please stop.
Penetrating thing for me. Jurassic Park and dinosaurs.
I don't think this guy's just talking about dinosaurs. She chews on glue sticks like candy bars, and her logic isn't any more thought out when she's covering Charlie Kirk's murder.
I'm a cross-dressed man and I'm here to dance. I got an inch where I'm stuck in my boot cut pants.
Candace thinks Charlie Kirk was a time traveler.
The first thing that I want to remind you guys is exactly what I said at the top of the show. It is an absolute fact.
This is real, dude. This is real. She actually thinks that he was a time traveler. Like from like a space-time continuum, like all of the shit. Like no joke. She doesn't believe in space. Space is fake and gay, but he is from the space-time continuum. This is very real. She actually thinks this.
Fact.
Or sorry, she actually says that she thinks this.
Charlie Kirk thought that he was a time traveler. He told me he was a time traveler repeatedly. I said to him in response that I didn't feel the same way and that I thought I was from another planet, that I was an alien my entire life. Just do not
But she doesn't believe in other planets.
get it here.
Other times she talks about him like he's an X-Men. He'd go for a run and the street lights would flicker.
And a lot of weird things used to happen to Charlie. He would go on runs. I think I told you guys this after sundown. And when he was running, street lights would go out. Like it was like he was in a burst of energy, like he was a lightning bolt or something.
1.1 million views, by the way. The other reason she thinks Turning Point was in on Charlie's murder is because there wasn't enough blood when Charlie was shot, which is just insane if you've seen the video.
So then it kind of occurred to me that what I shared was a bigger deal than I had imagined by saying that I didn't see any blood. And that is a fact. I did not see any blood. In fact, the only blood that I did see at all, I'm talking about blood on the back, was on Charlie's hand, on Charlie's left hand.
The basis of this conspiracy is that there was no exit wound, which a 30-06 round should leave, and that people saying otherwise are covering up the truth.
People were asking questions like, hey, how is that possible? How was there nothing in the back? If this is the gun that was used. Andrew Colvett tweeted this. I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. The fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle.
1, the bullet was found in Charlie, so I don't even know how the round can be disputed. 2, MLK was killed by the exact same round, and the bullet was found in him too. She claims that Turning Point...
Wait, really? Wait, is that true? Wait, was MLK really killed by the same bullet? We've done like a research on this fucking bullet and like, you know, whether or not it ought to have had an exit wound and like all this. We've gone over this tons of times now. I did not know this, that MLK was shot by the same fucking bullet. He was a time traveler too. That's true. Martin Luther King Jr. was shot with a .30 to 06, or is it .06 caliber bullet. Oh my goodness. Yeah, same thing. No, there was no exit wound on MLK. Wow. Okay. Well, there you have
On
it.
USA, Charlie's own company is weaponizing faith to manipulate their audience to cover up that they actually killed them.
The statement objectively feels to me like the manipulation of a Christian audience, right? They know Charlie's audience is Christian. And therefore, what they're selling to us is you should believe, you're a believer, right? As a Christian, you believe in miracles, right? Like you believe in Christ and the miracles that Jesus performed, right?
Candace, we just watched you use faith to manipulate your audience into saying dinosaurs in space are fake, but now she's taking a stand.
Well, then you should just believe this. There's something about that I don't like.
But Candace manipulates her audience with faith all the time. She's talking about how Charlie is...
It's so weird how she keeps saying like Turning Point USA and Erica Kirk and all of them are the ones who are doing this, yet why isn't it the person who did the autopsy? Like, why not? Why isn't the person who did the autopsy the one who... Well, I guess she probably thinks it's like a top-down government conspiracy theory from the FBI as well, because they're the ones who are doing the investigation, and she thinks that they have inside information and shit like that, so, okay.
She's reaching out to her in her dream. She's posting on Instagram to pray to God to help her expose the cover-up. Then she suddenly gets a tip in her inbox, and it's another anonymous man, this time in the military, and he's gonna blow this case wide open. She says, I genuinely can't see this as anything other than an immediately answered prayer. So what is this tip? Nothing. She speaks as if there's proof, but she shows nothing. She's just making it up.
What I'm about to tell you guys today is going to positively blow your mind. I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination, but I'm just going to deliver the facts and see where they land.
She doesn't have any facts. She just talked to some random guy who's claiming he saw high-ranking officers at a fort planning Charlie Kirk's murder. And the best part is he gets all the ranks wrong.
And he sees two guys, and he's pretty impressed. He's like, whoa, these are, again, military term, E4, E5s. He told me that means that they're lieutenant colonels. He sees about 12 lieutenant colonels. He tells me, you do not see that many people, that many E4s, E5s, E6s. Please, military guys, forgive me for me not knowing what the proper vernacular. But he just goes, well, what's going on? He's like, you don't see this unless you're at the Pentagon or you're at the White House. You just don't see this many high up the food chain lieutenant colonels.
But like her own comments point out, if the source says E4 to E6 and the words lieutenant colonel in the same breath, he's full of shit. Ex-military vets will never get those acronyms mixed up, ever. If you talk to anyone in the military, they will quickly point out how E4s and E5s are not high-ranking lieutenant colonels. I talked to Tommy C, and he said that was his rank. So what is an E4, E5, E6?
I was an E4. I have the sham shield, as it's called. You've been in the military long enough not to be an NCO, but also long enough to learn how to avoid a lot of responsibilities. In fact, if you're a private, you kind of get in traps and get called to duties you're E4. You kind of know how to sham. So I think the criticism is viable. I think it's also just as likely as she misspoke. But you would think if you're going to accuse the military of something this serious, like an assassination.
That's the thing. It sounded like to me, he said that the military guy, didn't know what he was talking about, but it sounded like she was saying, forgive me for not knowing these. Not that she was saying, the guy said, forgive me for not knowing these. I think she was saying, forgive me for like mixing up the terms.
Of a U.S. citizen, that you might have all your ducks in a row and understand what an enlisted person is and what an officer is. Clearly, she didn't know that. There's no way to know if her source didn't know that.
This was her proof. She clearly didn't even try to fact check it before going live. She's using this to say that the government needs to admit that they're complicit in Charlie Kirk's murder. But what we can prove is that Candace's source from God, Mitch Snow, is insane. It's basically just Candace throwing names at Mitch and then Mitch claiming he saw them at the fort plotting Charlie's murder. She's like, what percentage?
Wait, she's already said that this guy was wrong about a bunch of other things. Like this guy, he's one of the people who said that he went to this like conference a while ago. And it was like a conference with a ton of fucking people and a ton of oh wait, wait. Okay, wait, this is what it is then. Yeah, I was about to say there's a bunch of high-ranking officials and people there, and then a woman walks up and it's Erica Kirk like hanging out with all of them.
Did you see Charlie Kirk's head of security there?
You had to put it at a percentage that you were looking at Brian Harpole. What percentage would you put it at?
95.
95%. Okay.
95 to 99.
Candace asked her, did you see Erica Kirk? Mitch starts nodding.
So you had to put it at a percentage that you saw that the girl.
Yeah, she disagrees with this later. We went over this. She went into a Twitter space where they were grilling her about this guy, and she kept saying, I never agreed with him. I never said that like his information was correct. I never said that this was legitimate. Like he might be wrong. Like he's just giving his perspective.
Girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
Those are really rare eyes. That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else. There's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail, and from her past. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before.
Candace just starts showing Mitch congressmen, and he's like, yep, that one was there.
We did look through some congressmen, and I didn't tell you where they were congressmen from, but there is one that you thought looked familiar. And I am going to show that picture of him now. Mark Amoti from Las Vegas, and you thought that this could potentially be the congressman that you saw on the 9th?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's
what
the one that walked closest to me.
That's the one that walked closest to you?
That's 95. I'm absolutely, after I've looked at it, that was definitely the guy.
Oh, that guy? Yep. Seen him before, no doubt about it. Except Congressman Amidei was not there. He responded to Candace, posting a tweet showing that he was at a committee hearing. Candace then immediately goes live calling Mark Amidei a liar without even watching the evidence he posted.
For 12 hours locked into this meeting, and so there I am. There's my alibi. Well, very quickly, the interneted and realized that actually he missed 2 of the roll calls that happened in the morning, and that he was present in the evening or late afternoon. We are still working to verify that.
What do you mean you're still verifying that? He then admits 2 weeks later that she wrongly accused him.
Then Mark Amidei came out and he had dropped a YouTube video of a live stream of him on a committee. This was a 12-hour House committee video. We certainly did not have the time to parse through it in our last episode last year.
Why would you report that he was there without verifying?
I did, of course, make that a priority during break. I did go through that 12-hour footage. And I would like to now state unequivocally that I think his story checks out.
Incredible journalism. You'd think this would lead to Candace no longer trusting Mitch's word, but no. Mitch then changes his statement from, I saw Brian Harpole, Charlie Kirk's head of security there, to I actually saw a Daily Wire employee named Cabot Phillips. These 2 people look nothing alike.
I sent him the picture of Cabot Phillips, and he says, yes, that's the person I remember being at the base. Now I'm like, that would be totally crazy.
Yeah, because this guy's obviously lying. A lady asked Candace point blank if Erica Kirk posted proof that she was at home with her kids, would Candace accept?
Bro, this is just like, she's going to be able to milk this for the rest of her fucking life, dude. This woman, she's going to be 70 years old. And she's still going to be there like, actually, it turns out it was one of the Kennedys who were there. And like, it's just going to keep, it's always going to keep fucking changing. Who was in on this? Who did it? Who killed him? It's just going to keep fucking shifting all the fucking time.
Accept that.
I wonder if say Erica does provide something, are people going to be are they going to accept that from her?
I would, and I would end it. Like that's like, my goal is not to look stupid, right? So like, if she gives me like an alibi and she's like, here's where I was, like, why would I not just instantly be like, hey, here, like, it wasn't her.
So Erica posts pictures proving she was with her kids on September 9th at 8:33 a.m. Candace then claims, well, she could have been at the fort the night before, so it's not a good alibi. The fact is, most people don't have proof of where they were every hour of every day, but even when they do, Candace calls them a liar. Cabot Phillips posts footage of him in Nashville and pictures of him buying balloons on the 8th and 9th. Candace then says that's not good enough because he can fake his metadata. So she
Yes, I was about to say this is where they get into the fucking metadata. Yep.
He demands he text him the photo. He does do that, shows that he...
So what, I don't know if he goes over this, but one of the interesting things about this is that where she says he can fake the metadata, there were other things that aligned with her conspiracy theory, and other people said, but this picture could be fake, or they could have lied about the date, and she says, no, they couldn't possibly lie about the date because of the metadata, and you can't fake metadata. Like literally, like days before, she says here he could have faked the metadata. Days before, she said, no, I know this one is a fact because you can't fake metadata. So if you don't know what metadata is, it's I think with iPhones they actually store data within the pictures. So when you send somebody a picture from your iPhone, it actually, like, you can pull up details within the photo. So it's kind of like it'll you know, normally when you look at a photo, it has, like, you know, properties. It has a name of the photo. It has you know, the file size and the pixels and the format and all of those things. But with, I think, iPhones, they actually come with more data that's within the photo, that is like the date that it was taken, the time, shit like that. So it might even have like the place it was taken sometimes.
He texted it to Candace, and Candace never acknowledges it. Mark my words, she's going to get sued. Cabot works for Ben Shapiro, so she just starts saying that Israel's a part of this.
Definitely starting to think in a major way that Israel's got something to do with killing Charlie Kirk. It leads you to Israel. It just does, okay? There's no question. That's why they were panicking about the Egyptian planes. Fort Huachuca is involved in lawsuits and sworn affidavits regarding 9/11. I just sense that there's something there. Because Ben is coming undone, and he only comes undone about one topic, and that is Israel.
Again, Candace's proof that she's right about things is that people are telling her that she's wrong. She can never be wrong then. She's holding up Charlie Kirk's corpse like a shield.
Many ways I see every...
Yeah, we have it on Samsung phones as well, to where you can have that sort of thing turned on. I turned it off a while ago because I didn't want to dox myself, and so I started realizing that when I post photos, sometimes it could have like metadata in it that says where I am and what I'm doing. So
everything that Charlie wanted. I understand that he knew he was going to die, and I understand that it has to be me that defends him and exposes this entire matrix to the world.
Think about the logic here. Erica and Cabot need unobtainable proof that they weren't at this fort. Meanwhile, Mitch needs zero proof to accuse them of being there. Remember, Candace's source from God, Mitch, is supposed to be airtight. He's supposed to get a confession from the federal government.
I just cannot see how this would lead to anything other than a full confession from the government about the military's involvement in his assassination.
Well, he's the most unreliable narrator ever. He's been caught making up stories about his ex-wife, locking him in the garage and breaking all of his bones.
Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. You know, she broke the garage doors, Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet.
Wait, who?
His involvement in his assassination.
Well, he's the most unreliable narrator ever. He's been caught making up stories about his ex-wife, locking him in the garage and breaking all of his bones.
His ex-wife?
Lures me to the garage that she pre-set up to be like a little prison. She broke the garage doors. Hoarded stuff was stacked against the windows and the other doors. And she lured me in there and attacked me. Hit me with a hammer and, break my thumbs, my feet, back my skull.
His wife is making the dog maul their kid.
Eventually, I was hearing my son cry. I was worried about him, having her maul him with the dogs again. And she had done that multiple times. He had been hurt really bad.
But you see, when he walked outside, the cops were already there. He got set up.
As I walked outside, trying to just get away from her or drag her towards me so she was not,
It probably still has that data, Tom. I don't think so. But if that was the case, like, streamers would be getting doxxed all over the place all the fucking time. Super easily. Like that. Anytime we fucking posted pictures and shit, that we would be getting doxxed all the fucking times. I don't think so. It's not in my phone. Like, I went through all my shit just to make sure that there was nothing there.
My son isn't getting hurt.
My phone might have that data. The picture does not have that data, though.
I saw there was already cops there.
But this entire encounter was videotaped by his wife. He made up everything. He's hitting her car with a hammer because she gave her cousin the keys.
Touch that Mustang. Stop it!
Touched it.
Do not hit my Mustang.
Videotape me all you want. You're ruining our relationship because you gave your keys to your cousin.
I didn't give my keys to anybody.
Hey Mitch, where's all your broken bones? And I thought she was the one with the hammer. He's completely fine. He's being the aggressive one.
I can defend myself all I want because you're being insane.
You want to video record shit?
You want to threaten to hit my car with a hammer? God damn it! Marriage over, Mitch. Goodbye.
She then runs inside. You could hear the kid. It doesn't sound like he's being mauled by a dog.
Holy shit, dude. Holy fucking shit, bro. Like, if this was like a hot bitch doing that, where she's like hitting your nice car with a hammer or some shit, I wouldn't think twice about it. Be like, yeah, that's pretty standard with that model. But when a dude like this is doing it to her car, oh, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's fucked up.
This ended up going to court and Mitch was found guilty.
How do guys like that get women? Probably the same way that women like that get guys.
Of a gross misdemeanor. He was arrested the same day of the incident. People are posting this showing that Mitch is an unreliable narrator and Candace is writing it off like it's fine. Tweeting Operation Delegitimize Mitch seems to have backfired rather spectacularly. In what world did it backfire? It actually does prove that this guy is constantly lying. Candace just goes on stream saying that she doesn't care and the criticism is stupid.
Talking about his like ex-wives. I was like, I don't care about any of this. And I said to Ian, this seems to me like they're trying to distract me with stupid stuff.
And then like clockwork, Mitch is tweeting a detailed breakdown of the Zodiac Killer's life and then ends it by revealing that the Zodiac Killer was his dad. He was my dad. I can provide DNA samples if it helps. So Candace goes from saying Mitch was her answer from God.
I went to church and I prayed and I said, give me something. And it was the first email, just like I said to you. I mean, what did I call 4 minutes after the email was sent? I was just like, hey, maybe this is it. And I can't help but to see God in that and not, God as in people being trained in intelligence to make us think that everything is holy, but rather truly I saw God in that. It's stunning. It's hard not to see God in something like that happening in that order. You have an ally in me and I hope you see that I am a fighter. And when I see good people and bad things happen to them, I will fight. And same for the people that watch this podcast. They are fighters as well. So, and they've had my back and they will have your back. I promise you that.
She then raised $150,000 for him on Give, Send, Go. She raised $150,000 for a domestic abuser. But now that Candace is being questioned in Twitter space, she backpedals to, guys, I was never accusing anyone of being at Fort Huachuca, but the fact that you are questioning me makes me believe it even more.
It was sort of one episode. I didn't exactly dedicate a whole series to it. The reaction has been so almost like violently obsessed that the public is now going, oh, okay, well, it feels like there's something here. I think that's just sort of our natural instinct.
Candace gets pressed on this.
What does that prove? What is the accusation? Because what it sounds like, and I mean, what the insinuation obviously is that this was a planning meeting for the assassination, and the people there had pre-knowledge of the assassination and were therefore in on it. So I think that if you are making that accusation, which
I real quick, I'm curious as to what the fuck is going on with vegan gains in Destiny. Is this worth watching? This is like the next thing that I was thinking about watching, but I just saw, I was gonna watch the other one, and then I just now saw that another one just came out 9 hours ago, so apparently they just had another fucking fight.
in effect you are, right? You're in effect saying, okay, Erica Kirk and, you know, the head of TPO.
Wait. Vegan Gains is on steroids now. He's starting to look like a cartoon. He's starting to look like a cartoon. Bro, this dude has always not only looked like a cartoon, but acted and sounded like a cartoon. Like, he looks like a cartoon. His voice sounds like a cartoon. Like, every time you hear that voice come out of that fucking person, you're always like, what the fuck? Is that the same person? Is that a woman? Or is that, do they have, like, AI voice on or some shit like that? But then, the shit that he says is just as fucking cartoonish and stupid. And, yeah, he's a fucking insane person.
USA Security were at this pre-assassination planning meeting.
Erica was there. Mitch's never said Erica was at that meeting.
Yes, he did.
There's a picture of Erica Kirk with a ponytail. That person matches who I saw at Fort Huachuca in the lobby the night before.
She's playing all the word games. She's right. She didn't technically say it. Mitch said it. She just said that Mitch was from God and that she is a conduit.
I struggled with my own soul going, I'm turning my back on him because I'm...
Okay, he's missing something here. And he even played the clip. I'm going to let him finish this little bit right here just to make sure that he doesn't go back to this. But she said earlier, this information is blowing up the whole thing and demands a response from the government. She said that. She said that this demands a response from the government. Like, we have proof now, blah, blah, blah. So it's not even just that, like, she didn't say it herself. She said that he was sent from God, but she didn't make the claim herself. She literally said, like, we have the proof now. This demands a response from them.
I'm afraid of backlash for allowing him to tell the truth. And so, and my soul was in conflict. And I decided that, you know what, this is not my platform, okay? I genuinely believe this is God's platform. I am a conduit. I don't know why you have this luck in life. I really don't. I don't know why these things happen to you or why they happen to me. But I know that my prayer was very intentional that night. That I received that email.
And that's another thing. I've never said Erica was at the meeting. Mitch has never said Erica was at that meeting.
You had to put it at a percentage that the girl in the ponytail matches the description of Erica Kirk. What percentage would you put that at?
That's 95 to 99%. I can't imagine somebody else.
What a fucking Weasley little liar, dude.
All of her top comments seem to think Erica was at the meeting. That's clearly what they were both saying. So this guy just starts roasting Candace and she runs from him.
You're saying Erica Kirk was there, but not actually there on the day, but in the area, but not because of the assassination meeting. But it's like, okay, clearly the insinuation is that these people had something to do with the assassination, and you can make that claim or not, or pretend that you are, or pretend that you're not, but you obviously are. But like, that's all. I don't really care about any of that.
Thanks,
but
Harrison.
you have to.
Thank you. Let's give somebody. I think
okay.
You know, just because you say something clearly and obviously and clearly doesn't make it clear or obvious.
That's literally been your entire investigation.
It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know. I don't know, but I know. Again, I'm a gut player. It's common sense. Common sense, okay? I just sense that there's something there. I just know things because I've been around, because there are so many snares that I find myself in where I'm unable to articulate the point. That, to me, feels really fake and gay. I can't articulate it when somebody explains to me, well, the moon landings definitely happened because this, and the firmament, and they could get, and I'm just like, no, I don't know, instinctually, it just doesn't register to me. It just feels like that is a lie.
When Candace shakes her head, it sounds like maracas. Even Alex Jones is memeing Candace for how ridiculous her conspiracy theories are.
Word is, according to a source I had, having a big meeting about how
Candace Owens is really a man, and that's why there's such a fight between him and Erica Kirk, is because 5 months ago, before Charlie got killed, Candace, also known as Big Mike Jr., got Erica Kirk pregnant.
Yo, true. Look at that bulge.
Bro, this is beautiful, dude. This is fucking beautiful. We could not have asked for a fucking better outcome than Alex Jones turning around and saying that she is not only a man, but that she had Charlie Kirk killed. Like, bro, the two fucking main crazy fucking claims that she has is that the French president's wife is a man, and that Erica Kirk had her husband killed. This is fucking
That's quite big.
Come on, baby, give it to me. At the end of the day, Candace Owens' investigation isn't an investigation at all because it's never supposed to come to a conclusion. She doesn't want the investigation to end. She is averaging 129,000 viewers a stream. She's making millions. Now, this is hilarious because she's got every other conservative pundit panicking. Erica and Turning Point are getting dissected. Every time she smiles, people think it's proof she killed Charlie. She's insinuating that Alex Jones is...
That's not the introduction that I saw. That is not the introduction that I saw. I saw that she came out like this. This is the real footage. Okay, that other one was AI. That other one was AI. This is that real footage. Okay, this is that real.
Bought by Turning Point because he asked them if Brian Harpool was at the fort and received plane tickets showing he wasn't.
You guys would later see those flights because Alex Jones then mysteriously has these flights.
She thinks it's suspicious because anyone who disagrees with her or fact checks her is suspicious. Candace Owens is claiming that Ben Shapiro would only call him out because he's bought by Israel.
When Candace Owens says, I don't know, but I know, that is retarded, and we are all more retarded for having heard it.
Well, Ben, when it comes to you and having worked with you, I just know you describe yourself as a Talmudic Jew, and I've learned what's in that Talmud, and I encourage other people at home to learn what is in that Talmud so that you know what Ben thinks of you, because he doesn't just hate me, he hates you too, white men. He hates all black people.
Well, that solves that. Tim Pool calls her out. She claimed he faked his shooting even though his staff and third-party journalists back it up. But Tim Pool isn't Jewish, so she opts for calling him a woman instead.
First and foremost, what you are seeing right there is on a display of testosterone. Men that speak to women like this are not tough guys.
You literally have a penis. We live in an era where people don't care about the truth. They say they have common sense, but really they have none. The idea that people are just hanging out in the lobby of a fort discussing how they're gonna murder Charlie Kirk is ridiculous. Yeah, it is kind of weird. It's just out in the lobby of this like military base that this guy walked into.
It doesn't make any sense. They're planning the assassination of a U.S. citizen. The only way that would happen is you would have rogue officers doing something like that. This is something that would probably be done as small a circle as possible. If you were going to do something like this, you probably wouldn't put on your uniform. That's what I would think. I figure you'd probably go to a bar and just say, we're going to whack this guy. I mean, that's like, why not? Like, let's drop the whole military facade. We're not soldiers anymore. We're murderers.
But no, they let Mitch see this meeting, whose dad is the Zodiac killer and is 99% sure he saw people who provably weren't there. Candace is a fraud on every level and people support her anyway. It is vibes over facts. The truth doesn't matter. It's not an accident that the two most popular figures on opposite ends of the spectrum are serial liars. People have higher standards for YouTube drama channels. Swallow that pill. I want to thank Tommy C for coming on and giving his insights. That's Tommy C on YouTube. He's the original drama streamer. He also wanted you guys to check out Combat Tested Gaming.
Yeah, Combat Tested Gaming.
This guy really only has 50,000 subscribers. This seems wild. Like, He is. I thought he was considered like the godfather of the drama channels, and is that a different channel?
For coming on and giving his insights. That's Tommy C on YouTube.
Huh. Play the Candace investigating through dreams thing from content suggestions from 2 days ago. Next, only 5 minutes. Okay.
YouTube, he's the original drama streamer. He also wanted you guys to check out Combat Tested Gaming.
Yeah, Combat Tested Gaming. They got a YouTube site. They're growing. It's from the VFW. They're on Twitch, YouTube, and me at Tommy C SFTP. I talk about YouTube drama. I've been doing it for years, and everybody's been copying me and making a lot more money doing it.
Hell yeah, dude! It's not old, dude. It's a classic. It's vintage.
It's classic YouTube drama. I streamed it first. Everybody else made videos. I just made videos.
Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring this video, and shout out to the homies over on Patreon: Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Drinkobex, Necro Valley, Eddie Bizzle, Christopher H, Lucas Sif, Snoopy Poop Doop 2, Amur ML Bay, Drew is sharing, Clown Factory, Mustard Shirt Guy, and the mega homies IGP, Your Taxi, Cyber Katie, Lori Loaded, Papa Gut, Tismic Fitz, Caden Lulu.
On one episode, Candace said that she had a dream. This must just all be crazy rantings. Every day, Candace is up on this show like Miss Cleo from the 90s and just like predicting what she thinks happened. It's such a ridiculous way to try to delegitimize the research that we have done. I rarely have vivid dreams, and I did, in fact, have a very vivid one over the weekend. Charlie came to me and he told me that he was betrayed. And I don't know who exactly it is that betrayed him, but I also felt in the dream that it is soon going to be revealed. Which brings me to dreams, by the way. A dream that I had, a very vivid dream, whereupon Charlie told me that he had been betrayed. And so he's been betrayed. That's it. I had a dream. I had a dream. I had a dream. And like I said, this one was clear. Charlie told me that he was betrayed. He actually said more than that, actually. But, we're fishing, right? So let's be patient. Loving your emails, telling me about your dreams. People in Turning Point had dreams. There was one young woman who emailed me and said, Candace, like,
Bro, I got this. To me, it sounds like I'm fucking lisping this whole time. So if you guys, I don't know if you guys hear it, but if it sounds like I'm lisping, it's because I have this like horrific fucking canker sore on my tongue right now that's been there for like 4 days now. And it just keeps getting fucking worse. It just keeps getting worse and worse, and it hurts so fucking bad. And I keep trying a bunch of different things to try to get it to go away. And it'll feel better for a little while, and then I come back, and it's so much fucking worse. So, salt wash. I've tried salt wash. I tried peroxide. I tried Listerine. I tried like actual fucking like ointment that is specifically for canker sores. It just fucking comes back with a vengeance every fucking time. So it hurts so fucking bad, and I just checked it, and it is worse. It is so much fucking worse. It's got this big fucking white, like this big white dot on the edge of my fucking tongue. It hurts so bad. So tea tree oil, in my mouth.
I just have to tell you, the week leading up to this, I had a very vivid dream about so-and-so at the company and 6 snakes that were...
How did you get it? I think it comes from like eating too many sweets or something like that, too much sugar or some shit. Canker sores develop from mouth injuries, biting cheek, rough brushes, stress, certain foods, acidic, spicy, hormonal shifts, nutrient deficiencies, B12, allergies, or issues with the immune system. Dietary triggers for canker sores generally fall into categories of acidic, abrasive, spicy, and sensitive inducing foods. You know what? I did. I bit my fucking tongue. I did. I'm just now remembering. I bit my fucking tongue. I bit my tongue, and then the next day I had a ham, pepperoni, and bacon sandwich with cheese nachos with hot sauce on it. And then also, yeah, I'm sure having like a lot of Red Bull and shit like that definitely makes it worse as well. So yeah, it's just this like big white spot on the fucking tip of my tongue. It's not my lip, it's my tongue.
Were around him. There was many people who dreamed, for whatever reason, the number 6 was in their dreams in terms of the weapon, whatever it was 666 that was appearing. And so I'm kind of going by a vibe that there may be 6 people who betrayed him by the end of this, because there was 1 too.
All right, we got under 15 minutes left. We got $5 to go on the goal. If you guys want to donate to the channel, use the tips link at the top of chat. So we can get the last $5. $5.
Too many dreams to that effect from people around the world. I've been telling you guys, I have been having a lot of dreams. Pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees. They laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was, yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed.
Repeatedly saying he was, quote, betrayed by, quote, everyone.
Sorry, that was a dream that I had. And mocking us for saying that we had dreams that Charlie was betrayed, or rather mocking me. Many people actually had dreams and they email me them all the time. They're just going on vibes in a dream on the Candace show. That's it. She had a dream and now she's just blindly pointing the finger at everybody. The medical examiner, Dr. Gidra Smith Amaro, also someone that in my dream, Charlie told me I should look into. Literally woke my husband up at 4 a.m. in the morning and I said, I just had a dream that we have to look into the Wilkes brothers. I had another vivid dream. The dream was so vivid. It was like, if you've ever seen Harry Potter and like when they had like the chessboard scene and they're having a wizard war, but they're playing a game of chess. Ben was one of the pieces. So the question becomes, who exactly is making these terrible PR decisions? Like who thinks, yeah, what we need to do today is we have to attack the dream. Just go at it and do not let up on the dream. I think it's someone who feels personally victimized.
She always does this, where every time she like brings something up and she talks about it a bunch of times, she turns around afterwards and acts like everybody else is the ones who are just overplaying it, and the fact that they're overplaying it says something about them. She always does. Like, they're overreacting to this. It's just a small little thing that I happen to mention, and the fact that they're freaking out about it tells me that there's more there. She always, we just watched it in the last thing with Willie Mack show, where she brought on the guy and she said, I had him on for one show. I talked about it for one show. I didn't do a whole series on it. I just had one show, and everybody freaked out about it, and that makes me more convinced that I'm on the right track. What?
By the dream. Show of hands, who feels personally victimized by Candace Owens' dreams? Today, I feel that it is time to tell you the entirety of the repeat dream that I was having in those early weeks. Charlie and I went to Israel together when he was eating hummus. He's like, this is the best hummus I've ever tasted in my life. We were there in this dream setting for Bibi Netanyahu's wife's funeral. That's just the context of it. I don't make the rules of Dream World. And obviously, as we were sitting there, it didn't strike me as weird, because when you're in your dream state, everything that happens for some reason feels like, oh yeah, this is totally normal. You know when you're in a dream and you go, who, or you try to speak in the dream, and then suddenly you're actually speaking in real life and you start to wake yourself up from the dream by accident? That's what kept happening. Whenever I would try to listen to what he was saying, it sounded like he was underwater. So I was frustrated by this. I can't get to the part where you tell me who betrayed you. It wasn't until the 3rd week after his death that finally one face came through in this dream. It came through as clear as day from around the corner of the restaurant. And it was Andrew Kolvetz. I said,
we need to get AI to make like a video of this. We need like a real version of this made. where we have her talking about it in the background, but we kind of show her and Charlie at the funeral.
I rarely have vivid dreams, but I had one clear as day this weekend. Charlie came to me. I believe his soul is in purgatory, and I believe that you know much more than you've said publicly or privately. And Andrew Colbert never answered. Yeah, Andrew Colbert, I think my dream might have meant something, and that's why you've been completely freaked since. To come for Candace Owens and to try to paint her as a crazy person because she had a dream, and I'm sticking with the dream. To have people then mock me for saying that I had a dream. It is so deep. It is a knowing. It's not even a feeling. It's a knowing. It's not a dream to me. It's like a prophecy. It's like Charlie was betrayed. I don't know what else to say to you, but I encourage you all to dream. My dreams have.
Yeah, the just a minute ago, again, she was acting like it's just a dream. It's just a dream. That's all it is. It was just a dream. It was nothing else. They're all freaking out about something. It's just a dream. And now she's like, it's a dream. Like, we should all take this very seriously. It's a dream.
Been positive, and I know when the world learns the truth, it is going to have a
Hello again. Oh no. If Mantis has been in the same chat as Testicle Johnson, she's been getting into some trouble. Oh shit.
drastic effect upon humanity.
We have just learned that Air Force One is turning around and returning to Joint Base Andrews.
Okay, so one's in chat if we should watch Destiny and Vegan Gains. And how about this? One's in chat if we should watch the first video of Destiny and Vegan Gains. Two's if we should just watch the second one, because apparently that goes over, like the first one, it gives like a short summary, and then three's if we shouldn't go over any of it at all. Both? I don't think we have time for both. They're like 2 to 3 hours each, right? They're not even talking about veganism. Apparently they're talking about the cop shooting, I think. Can we watch paint dry instead? 6-7. Two, as I saw the first. Well, I'm asking, do I need to see the first in order to watch the second? Or can I just watch the second one? I haven't watched any of this shit, so I have no idea what the fuck.
Joe Romero tipped $5 too.
Joe, let's go. All right. $5. It's in. We are gonna watch this second one. This chick always pops up on my feed.
3, 2, 1.
It's too fast.
Oh!
Don't make that sound. I hear you guys moving. I think that's done. I think I'm done. No. I'm done. This is, yeah.
She's done.
That's pretty good.
Take your blindfold off. Wow. You sure can listen. 1 word, 3 letters.
Gay.
That's pretty good.
3.
There's okay. Who's the guy who does the fuckboy clips Trevor Noah? Yeah, wait, Trevor Wallace, blind dating. Yeah, that's
Today
her.
he's gonna be
Yes.
blind dating.
This is where she always pops up. Is like in clips of her talking to Trevor Noah on here.
Come here. Okay. You want me to get a...
Okay.
I don't think she's in this one, so never mind. Oh yeah, there she is.
Alice has to offer her that she can't find in the world.
Wait, this is who you're eliminating?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh.
So you want to send her home, so Trevor, you are definitely eliminated. So
Bye. We love you, buddy. With my butterfly. He's so bad.
Damn, dude. Holy shit.
All right, guys. So the rest of you guys have been eliminated. So let's give it up for the loser.
Loser.
Okay, Steve Jobs, you ready?
Steve, blowjobs to you.
CEO of Fapple.
Yes, I like it.
All right, Trevor.
Doing birth control, I'm taking it.
No. Go, Miranda!
Yo!
Yay! Yeah!
Dim the lights!
Hi.
What's up?
You look good.
They probably had to change the camera angle
Yay!
just to have her walk out. I think they had the camera angle down here for the other people, and they're like, hold on. She just walked out, and we just got a whole lot of ass that's gonna demonetize us. So we need you to go back. We're gonna raise the cameras up a bit, face them down. And we need you to walk out one more time.
Yeah!
Dim the lights!
Hi.
What's up?
You look a bit pink.
I look pink? Is it?
Is.
Oh. So you seem very introverted, a little like holding back a little.
I'm not.
Well, the bra's not, but okay. If you saw me just at a coffee shop, what would you say my weakness is or my strengths?
Your weakness and your strengths.
Yeah, like what sticks out to you at first?
Your nose.
I'm working.
Your nose literally sticks out for me.
She wants to ride your face.
She got your ass. That's crazy.
Burn, dude.
And your personality.
You know that's a great thing, right?
Having a big nose?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Have you seen yourself?
No, my nose is blocking it.
It's a good thing.
Really?
Alright. Why don't they have like his most recent videos as the very top thing? What the fuck? Alright. Although it looks like Destiny's playing the fucking game as well, and now that's
I'm not gonna do any debates
audio in the
ever
background is gonna
again.
get me
I'm so
fucked up.
With the December 9th.
Hello.
How's it going?
Dude, it's the fucking roids, isn't it? It's the roids that's like he's losing his fucking shit.
Hello? So, could I send you some information that validates what I said to you before?
Yo, it's Vegan Gains. All right.
The one and only. What on which claim?
The missile systems in Venezuela. So this is from the National Post. They show images of probable ballistic missile sites within Venezuela.
Why do you hate Venezuelans so much?
Dispersion and recall.
Well, I think some of the things you were covering on Venezuela were just a little silly, and you just don't know enough about the topic.
Well, I know fucking nothing about the topic, so that should be.
Well, I'm
an
talking
easy
to
thing.
Destiny.
Oh, well, he's also retarded.
Well,
and knows
So
nothing
again,
about Venezuela.
I'm no fan of Trump. He is a fucking idiot, but the attack on Venezuela was perfectly sensible. Here's the thing. The left wing, particularly like further left kind of progressives, they're being infiltrated by the Chinese Communist Party. And the right wing are being infiltrated by Russia. And the reason you're seeing all this stupid fucking nonsense where you're seeing the left wing criticizing, the Trump invasion of Venezuela, that is entirely just communist propaganda. That's all it is. There's nothing unsensible with the Venezuela invasion.
All right, we have satellite images raise speculation about Venezuela's military capability against the U.S. Private sleuths have suggested military developments in Venezuela may be the real reason for American actions. Yeah, I don't think this is true.
Fuck, my audio's all fucked up. And you guys are getting the game much louder than you should be. I was talking about this earlier when I first started stream, but when I turned off my computer, and I was terrified to turn off my computer because I knew it might reset the audio settings that I worked so hard on. I was terrified to do anything with it because I thought this is gonna fuck everything up. But I had an update for like 2 or 3 days, and it almost seemed like my computer was being throttled just to get me to fucking do the update. So I did the update, and now all my audio settings are they're all fucked up. Let me see if I can get this fixed real quick. Oh wait, was it working? Wait, did the volume go down? Oh, it is working. Oh, let's go. Oh, oh shit. Y'all fucked up. To save audio settings. Bro, the problem is that the settings didn't even change. Nothing from like what I'm looking at, from what I see, it's all the same. But then when I click on things, the audio doesn't work. It just doesn't go through anymore. And so I have to like change everything, move it to a different thing, and then move it back. It's fucking stupid. It is so fucking stupid, but like every time. And half the time, like the first couple of times that I move everything and then move it back, it doesn't work. I have to do it like 4 or 5 fucking times before it finally actually starts to work again. It's so stupid. I was watching a clip of like a bunch of other streamers talking about this the other day where Burnt Peanut was saying, yeah, I restart my computer every single day. And they're like, what? Why? And he's like, because it's just good for your computer. You should restart it every day. And they're like, do you turn it off? And he's like, no, I don't turn it off. I just restart it. Like before I go live every day, I restart it. They're like, but you like it fucks up a lot of your settings. Like that's it's always fucking shit up every time you restart. I'm like, okay, thank God I'm not the only fucking streamer who has to deal with that shit. That's the OBS like and sound settings, just everything fucking changes every time I restart.
Like I feel like
other intelligence experts like Ryan Macbeth, who you've interviewed and consulted with, he's actually talked about these ballistic missile systems in Venezuela.
Well, here's like the super simple question is why wouldn't Trump just say this?
Well, there's a variety of reasons. One, he's fucking stupid. I don't know why you'd expect him to say anything. The guy also talked about how he wants to fuck his daughter. So
okay, I can't. There's no conversation we had if I can't take anything he says seriously, because then you can just link me. This is like a random website that has anonymous source.
Yeah, we can just make up anything that'll be like the justification. Like we could find tons of things that could make it seem as though this could be a justification, but whether or not that is the justification makes a huge difference. And so if you're just saying, oh, but this is the one that makes the most sense, okay, but Donald Trump doesn't make sense. So like his actions don't make sense. We would have to have some evidence that that is what he's doing or why he's doing it. You can't just say this is the best reason. So that's the one I'm going with.
Versus with random military experts, and you're telling me I can't trust you. Yes, the National Post is a random website. I can't trust anything that comes apparently from American.
Ryan Macbeth is also a fucking idiot, apparently, even though he's.
Link me a video where Ryan Macbeth says that they have ballistic missile systems.
Yeah, so it's one of his latest videos where he talks about the Venezuelan invasion. It's like one of his last few uploads.
And what timestamp can I go to where he says they have ballistic missile systems?
Oh, Jesus. All right, just give me one.
Oh, hold on. Somebody like the thing. I'm listening real quick. Hold on.
Chinese missiles in Venezuela and why the Gulf Coast matters is kind of going to be the next subject here. Let me be very careful. I'm not saying there are confirmed Chinese missiles units in Venezuela right now. What I am saying is if China ever got to basing bomb...
Okay, his thing is he's not confirming that there are Chinese missile systems in Venezuela. He's just saying that if they got to Venezuela, it sounds like it would be a problem.
Or missiles, ISR, intelligence reconnaissance, anything long range.
Again, there is evidence that there are ballistic missile systems in Venezuela. We know for a fact China and Russia have sent missile systems that are surface-to-air missiles. The Chinese also provided long-range radar systems. So it's not out of the realm of possibility, given that there's literal photographic evidence, there's intelligence analysts.
Yeah, you keep saying all these things that you have no proof for, and you just keep saying them over and over again, but you have no proof for any of them.
Okay, well, again, there's photographic evidence, there's other intelligence experts that speculate this is a very realistic possibility, and China and Russia have sent over other missile systems. We know for a fact they've sent over surface-to-air missiles, and they've given them long-range radar.
Okay.
So, I don't see what the problem is with invading Venezuela and overthrowing a hostile regime that's working with Russia and China and also helping to train Islamic terrorists.
Okay.
So, again, I just don't, like, what's the argument for the Venezuela invasion being unsensible?
You can't just invade sovereign states without having a good cause for war. And them working with enemies is not a cause to invade the country and depose the leader.
Tell me when the war happened?
When we invaded the country, captured their leader.
So we're at war with Venezuela currently?
I mean, we were, basically, yeah, it's a military action.
Okay, so...
Hold on. I was just telling somebody I posted another video today, and I don't even remember what the fuck the video was. Fuck. Oh, wait, this is it. Oh, yeah. This is a fucking baseball. No!
Hello, Raider. I owe you one.
Don't shoot!
Trying to find motherfucker.
Dumb fuck. Oh, somebody just died.
Hey, do you want to come and end my days? I've got some shield recharges and stuff. I was only in here doing a quest, so I've not got anything fancy, but take the recharges. Oh my word!
I got you. I got you.
Yeah!
I got you. What's wrong with silencer on anvil? It 100% weakens it, for sure. Like, do you see how many times I had to shoot those fucking things with the silencer on the anvil? Normally, like 3-4 shots at most, and they're like hornets are done. But with a silencer, it takes like 6 to 7 shots. It's and I even looked it up, and apparently everybody believes the silencer weakens it. So.
I love you. I love you. Right, let's get out of here because we've got 4 minutes to get.
Yeah, let's get the fuck out of here. This is how I got another girlfriend with an accent.
Oh, there you are.
Head over here. There's a rope. Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We got 3 minutes.
A bumpy start to the day today, but thankfully I think it's like sorted itself out. So I really, really appreciate your kindness. Thank you, man. You're a kind dude.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good one.
Appreciate it. Have a great day.
Because I wasn't hitting the propellers?
Hello, Raider. I owe you one.
Don't shoot.
It is even on the other one, dude. Same thing on this one. Propeller. 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 And then I switched to the fucking shotgun, and I hit it 3 times or twice with the shotgun at close range. So this is yes, that's 4 fucking shots, all propellers, and then just switched to the shotgun at close range and blew it up. So goop before hose. Yeah, true.
So are we also at war with Iran?
When we were bombing them, yeah, sure. You can argue it's a war right now.
Okay, so we're at war with Iran because we also bombed Iran and also helped Israel bomb.
Well, maybe because Iran declared war against us. So maybe that would make it to where we're at war with Iran. I would think, you know. Mantis told me that if I said Iran, I sound like an idiot and like I don't know what I'm talking about. So I changed the way that I say it to where I say Iran now. And now I realize fucking everybody says Iran. And I'm like, shit, dude. Now I sound weird. And I've even had people, when I say Iran, they're like, what are you saying? Iran? Like, I don't know what I'm fucking saying, okay? I have no fucking idea.
Iran.
What would you have described it when we? What would you call it when we were bombing Iran?
Does any military action whatsoever constitute a war?
I mean, it depends, but generally speaking, yeah. When you're shooting missiles into another,
I can't roll my R's, especially when I have a massive canker sore in my fucking tongue.
Other person's territory with the plan to damage or destroy part of their infrastructure. Most people consider those warlike actions.
So we're at war with China then. Because they've tried to damage and destroy our infrastructure.
You're playing games with the cyber warfare. We don't really consider cyber warfare right now part of like actual kinetic battle. Yeah.
Well, no, we do. That's
no, we
totally
don't.
False.
No, we don't.
Absolutely do.
What's the last time? Wait. What's the last time we bombed somebody for a cyber? What was the last time that we bombed somebody for malware installation? Exactly. We don't. No. The answer is we don't. We don't do that. That's not. We don't really consider that part of conventional warfare.
I'm not entirely sure.
I am.
I'm not entirely sure. But
I know.
When China
don't
tries
worry,
to install hostile malware systems that would destroy the energy infrastructure, that's a pretty goddamn hostile action. And I'd also say it's a pretty hostile action to move weapon systems into Venezuela that could potentially reach the United States.
Okay.
I'd also say it's a hostile action to train Islamic terrorists within Venezuela, who very likely have migrated to the southern border, along with a lot of other migrants.
Okay.
Again, you're basically saying we should not have committed to any military action whatsoever
until you exhaust every other option.
Against
Correct.
A hostile nation that's working with other hostile nations, China and Russia. We should do nothing.
China and Russia are not currently hostile towards us. So, but
they're not. Oh, China and Russia are friends. They're not hostile.
Is that the only two options?
So the Russian infiltration. So
they're either friendly towards us or they're hostile towards us. There's not like weird middle grounds.
Right. So the Russian infiltration into the American political system and them infiltrating the Republican Party, that's not hostile.
Okay.
China installing, China doing the cyber attacks, that's not hostile.
I don't know. Maybe they are. Go. We're
so
cute.
you're fine with the spread, right? So you're fine with the spread of communism and fascism.
I'm not. I'm actually more fine with us deposing foreign leaders just because we don't like who they work with. We should invade every country in South America and get rid of all their leaders.
We're not at war with Venezuela.
We're not.
So
we got rid of their leader. We wouldn't be at war with any of them if we deposed any of their leaders. Cue it up, Mooten. Let's go.
So we're not in any way at war with Venezuela. We overthrew Maduro, who was a piece of shit. Even Venezuelans are happy about this.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think the U.S. should go into Mexico?
Shut up, Mooten. It's
We're
time.
not talking about Mexico.
It's Art Raiders time. Yeah, it's not Breaking Bad, Mooten.
Okay.
Fucking idiot.
So again,
Mexico,
what? Like I'm just not understanding your position. So we have
I love Maduro. I am a secret leftist. I love socialism. That's why. We're never going to see eye to eye on this topic. I don't know the point of arguing this. We're not going to see eye to eye on this. We fundamentally disagree.
That could attack the United States.
Okay, we fundamentally disagree on this topic.
In a possible future war with China,
fundamentally disagree on this topic. So we're not going to come to an agreement on it.
They're training Islamic terrorists.
Based. I'm going to pray 5 times a day. Moot, we're leaving.
They've stolen billions of dollars.
We're leaving.
In U.S. investment in the oil industry.
Because we came in late.
But it's wrong to overthrow Maduro. What is the argument for it being wrong to overthrow Maduro?
Honestly, I'm starting to come around to fucking vegan gains here, Destiny. You're not
Good.
really trying or engaging with what he's having to say.
Yep, I'm getting shot at.
He has no argument.
I just got shredded.
Well, and by the way, I saw the video you uploaded of our little debate last time.
I didn't upload it. That's my YouTuber guy, okay?
I know for a fact you used the Instagram photo that I have on my Instagram, and that fucker whoever edited the video, he didn't show the full photo. He only showed my face. And we all know the reason he didn't do that is because if people saw what I looked like with my godlike fucking physique, nobody would fucking take you seriously.
That if nobody, wait, what happened? My editor did what?
Remember he only showed my face, but he used an Instagram photo of mine where I showed off my whole physique. But he only showed
I want to get the fuck out of here. Well, that sounds like
I know
a
for
dick
a
move.
fact. I'm suspicious of you. I think you told him not to show my physique because nobody would take you seriously if they see my godlike, jacked, chiseled physique.
We're gonna die, Moot. I'm gonna die. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. Moot, you're.
So, yeah, I think the point is made. The Venezuelan invasion, completely sensible. It's a win-win-win for the United States.
Was that the last one, Moot?
And the world.
Yep.
It's helping stop the spread of communism and fascism. It's stopping the spread of Islamic jihad and terrorism. It's helping to, at least to some extent, stop the flow of illegal narcotics and drugs and harm the cartels. It shows U.S. military power. They've proven that the Chinese radar defense systems are absolutely useless against the United States.
You realize you're just Dodo and he's not listening to you at all. We're playing
yeah, we got it. I got it. Okay, listen, I understand your point.
I'm sure somebody's listening.
Okay, we got your point. We understand. We disagree on fundamentally some foreign policy.
It gives us better security for the Panama Canal.
Okay.
And it overthrowed a horrible, violent fucking dictator who is literally murdering his own fucking citizens and making them all broke and poor.
Not good.
Cool.
So you see how he's not engaging? It's because he actually doesn't have an answer to you. So he's doing this. Oh, I can't actually engage. I'm too busy playing a game. I can't possibly do it.
We got to get the fuck out of here, Moot.
It's pathetic, isn't it?
Do you not want to kill these shredders?
No, I want to leave. We got the map. We started it late, so I think we should just restart the whole map. I just want to leave. Okay. And we this shit started off like clusterfuck.
Don't leave Vegan Games. He's
and we need to get this. We're gonna die, and then Vegan's gonna be screaming. I'm gonna lose my shit. Okay. Okay.
Listen. He can't. He's thinking about how he can debate you. That's why he needs time. Be considerate. Okay.
He's totally lost. Okay, so this is only a 27-minute video. I thought they were both like hours long. I have no idea what happened in the other one. I probably do need to watch the other one, and it doesn't even seem like anything really happens in this one.
I think he's gotten like.
Yeah, well, he needs a second. You should be considerate. Okay.
He doesn't need a second.
You're intimidating. Oh, so he just. Yeah, well, he's coming up with something.
He's not coming up with anything. What is he gonna say?
I don't know. Steve is a really good
we're
debater.
about to leave this lobby, and then he's gonna debate you.
No, I'm not. I'm just gonna.
No, yes, you are.
We need to queue with max time.
Because he debates retarded MAGA.
Look, he's trying to fucking back out. Even Lucas, he has to take a break. Lucas has to take a break. Just stay here. Don't go anywhere, vegan. All right, stand by.
You're lucky I went back in there to save you, Moot.
Thank you.
I'll lose it.
Steve, if I was you, I'd be seriously thinking about how you're going to counter this narrative, because... No. Talk less in game, think more in
Dan, how about you fix your fucking GPU, okay? Figure out that.
There's nothing to fix.
Oh, guy, north.
Yep, good luck, Moot.
We can also talk about the Greenland situation.
Oh, perfect.
I think a lot of people kind of misunderstand the Greenland thing. So Trump
good luck.
is too stupid to find Greenland on a map. He doesn't know what the hell it is.
Ah.
The reason he's gone on this whole route about Greenland is
Okay, hold on. Stop. Listen. Okay. Number one, you have no credible evidence that there are any missile systems in Venezuela. Can you admit that?
No.
Okay, there are no ballistic missile
there
systems.
absolutely is.
Really, based on just this National Post article.
I would even make it less about like whether or not those are there and more about whether or not we have any reason to believe that that's why he did this.
No, so I didn't say.
Stop. Hold on. No. Wait. Don't just spam a bunch of random fucking words. What is your single strongest point of evidence right now that Venezuela has ballistic missile systems, so missile systems that are capable of launching an intercontinental ballistic missile, which is what you would need to get from Venezuela to the United States of America to southern Florida? Is there any evidence whatsoever that they? Yes, it's literally a continent away. It's in the definition. Yes, you need long-range missile systems to do that. So tell me, what is your evidence that they have a missile? They have missile systems that can reach the United States of America.
No, you don't.
Okay, then give me the missile. Give me the missile. What is it?
Okay, you understand that when you go from one continent to another.
I'm waiting. You're stalling because you don't have the answer. You're getting mogged right now. You don't have the answer.
This is like saying
you don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. You don't have the answer. If you don't have the answer, that's fine. If you don't have the answer, that's fine. But you don't. So there's no evidence.
If you're right at the border, all you have to do is take a step. So what you're saying
take a
is
step
nonsense.
into what? The ocean? What are you talking about? A step where?
It doesn't need to be an intercontinental.
A step where? Venezuela does not border the United States of America. What are you talking about?
Yes, I understand that.
Okay, so there is no step to take. What long-range ballistic missile systems does Venezuela possess that can shoot missiles into the United States of America?
Oh, I'm not sure exactly.
None. So they have none. They have none. We can see the shipments that they send to Venezuela. What?
Wait. I'm not a fucking weapons expert. So can you name me one single ballistic missile system?
Sure. The Kinzhal rocket systems that Russia uses to shoot shit. I don't know. What do you mean? What?
Kinzhal rocket?
Yes, it's the one that they claim are hypersonic missiles, but they're not actually. But they're hypersonic because that's the speed that they reach when they're actually shooting shit, but they actually can't.
That's an intercontinental ballistic missile?
Yes.
How do you spell that?
Okay, you don't know what you're talking about? Once you've learned a little bit about literally anything, then you can come back and do whatever. Okay, but right now you don't have any evidence of anything that you're talking about. You don't have any evidence of anything you're talking about. What is the it's Kinzhal, okay? Is the Kinzhal missile system or whatever, okay?
So first of all, what I'm reading here is
that's not intercontinental, is my understanding.
Yeah, so what I'm reading here is it's a nuclear-capable missile. As far as I understand, it's not intercontinental.
ICBMs generally are nuclear-capable missiles. A nuclear-capable missile is just a missile that's capable of having a nuclear warhead applied to it. Not all nuclear-capable missiles need to have a nuclear payload. Stop.
Right,
Stop.
So it has an
Stop.
estimated range of 480 kilometers.
Okay,
so
then it wouldn't be that one. Then it would be a different missile system. I asked you for your strongest piece of evidence. I don't know the names of every missile system. I'm not the one making the claim that they have a missile system right now in Venezuela.
So it's a little silly.
I'm just asking for your strongest piece of evidence that they have a missile system.
It's a little silly.
You don't have it? You've got 10
Right,
seconds
so
before
you're
you're kicked.
railroading
10,
me. So are you gonna
9,
Hold on,
8,
we don't do it like this.
7,
Come on.
6.
Okay, so he's
You
a
have
little
no
scared.
evidence that they have a missile system that can shoot
So
something
you
to the
won't
United
even let
States.
me talk.
No,
You're
because you're derailing right now on an irrelevant
you won't
point.
even let me talk.
You're derailing.
You're just railroading me.
Do you have evidence?
You're the one who's trying to derail me.
I'm asking you, do they have...
So, Destiny, it's a little silly to ask me to name the exact missile
I'm not
system
asking
they
you to
fucking
name
have.
the exact missile system. I'm
Then-
asking you for an article that shows that they
Yes, you
have these
did.
missile systems, that they have a
Yes,
system that
you
can reach...
did.
Hold on. I'm asking
So,
you.
Destiny-
Your server muted. No one can hear you talk. You're talking to yourself right now, okay? It's a simple question. What is your strongest piece of evidence that Venezuela currently possesses a missile system that can shoot missiles into the United States of America? That's it. That's a simple, easy one. I'm not asking for the name of it or the brand or the type. I'm just asking for the strongest piece of evidence you have that they currently possess that weapon system, okay? Go ahead.
Yeah, so the satellite images that I linked to you in the National Post article. So again,
Do you
it
know
is
anything
completely
about...
congruent
Hold on. Wait. Do you know...
So, again,
you
according
don't have
to
any? Okay, I'm going to
intelligence-
server mute you. Okay. Do you have anything beyond this National Post article? Okay. So like what AP or Reuters? These are credible reporting outlets that report on stuff like this. Is there any mainstream media outlet? Is there anybody in U.S. intelligence? Anything beyond some grainy pictures of what look like giant metallic dicks and some anonymous, unnamed people that are saying, well, maybe this could be a missile system. Do you have any evidence that shows any of that? Or are you relying 100% just solely on this article and this picture? That's my question. Go ahead.
So no, you can.
Okay,
take a
then
look
this
at-
topic
you
is
can-
not. This article on its own is not convincing to me. So what is your next piece of evidence? This article right here would not, in my mind, justify an invasion of Venezuela or for me to support an invasion of Venezuela. So tell me the next piece of evidence you have. The
you're
next strongest piece.
strawmanning me, right? You're
He is.
strawmanning me. So I never said that image alone.
Okay, that's
justifies
fine, and I agree with you. So that's why I'm asking for your next piece of evidence.
What are you asking me to argue for?
I'm
So
asking you for evidence that would support the idea that Venezuela is so much a threat to the United States that deposing their leader using military force is an acceptable course of action. And the first thing you presented was
So
that they
much
might
of a threat.
have
So
missile
you
systems that can reach the
understand-
United States of America. This one grainy
So
picture and this
you
National Post article is
understand.
not convincing. So what is the next piece of evidence?
Right. So you're strawmanning me. You're asking me to hold a position that I don't actually hold.
I'm asking you, what is the next piece of evidence you have that Venezuela is engaged in some...
No, we're not playing that game. We're not playing that game. So you're trying to strawman me.
Okay.
Not good.
But when you have that, when you have other piece of evidence, okay, then you can bring them to me, okay? But this is not, we're not doing the random, I don't know what this is right now, okay? I don't care. We can have different opinions on this as well, but we have a fundamental disagreement on what the ruling structure of the world should look like. And random news articles and random hatred of Islamic terrorists, in my mind, is not justification to invade other countries and depose their leaders, okay? That's crazy. That's insane.
Unless we can find evidence that the Jews were behind it, then it's based.
Okay, that's too many video games and not enough politics. That's a crazy position to take. So if you have stronger evidence in the future of some stuff that makes Venezuela a clear and present danger to the United States, such that the only way that we can alleviate ourselves of such danger is to go to the country and depose their leader, then I'd be interested in that. These pictures are not that. That's my position.
Okay, so I have one question for you. If Donald Trump was successful on January 6th of overthrowing the Capitol and forcibly taking power, would you be against, say, a nation like France or the UK or Germany flying over to...
I think that guy was talking to me, but I couldn't hear anything he was saying. It was super quiet.
The United States conducting a special operation and kidnapping Trump, deposing him, arresting him, holding him
Yes,
accountable.
I would be opposed to that. Yes.
You would?
Of course.
So you're fine with the spread of dictators and fascism?
Yep. Yeah, that's what I said. I think that's exactly what I said. Yes.
Right.
Yep. Yes. That's exactly what I said. Yes.
You don't want to protect democracy.
Nope.
You want to allow
Yep.
violent
Yes.
dictators who are supported by the cartel
Yes.
to
Yes.
be able to...
So he was just complaining about being strawmanned a second ago, and then now this is the conclusion he's coming to. It's beautiful.
The more violent, the more I support them, actually. Yes. Correct.
So right.
Yes.
So this is 12-year-old behavior.
Yep, I agree.
Well, he doesn't have an answer, so he's dodging. You're mugging.
Yeah, he's just dodging.
Okay.
So we know you're full of shit. We know you're full of shit. Just like how you said, animals are robots. Then we see you fucking petting cats. Like, go fuck yourself.
True.
That is true. He really likes cats. Also, by the way, he acts like he would run one over without giving a shit, and he's like, "Oh,
he's full of
honey,
shit.
I love you, sweetie. I'll do anything for you."
Yes, true.
Oh yeah, and by the way, apparently Maduro said, "Come and get me," so he gave consent.
Nice space. True.
I think he just got dunked on.
Yes, I think so. Actually, yes. I admit it. 100%.
Once you're ready for an adult conversation, like what's hilarious is, this guy said he'll debate anybody. Oh, it's just that nobody's willing to debate, or they're scared, or they'll run away. And then as soon as I come around, railroading, muting me, straw manning me, and then when I force him into a corner where I prove that his positions are insensible. Oh, it all turns into a joke now. Oh, yeah, I support fascism. Oh, yeah, the more violent, the better. Like, you're not a serious person, so you're turning into a son. You're just, what do you call it? Partisan shill.
True. I agree.
You think when he was playing Arc Raiders was the best time to have a conversation with him?
Well, this happens no matter what he's doing.
True.
I was gonna say, is there ever really much time where he's not playing Arc Raiders? Because I don't know that you have much of a choice to go talk to him at any other point.
He could I don't know, be on his
just
ADHD
curious.
meds,
Do you think that do you think the United States is justified in invading Greenland too?
Well, we can talk about that. I wouldn't say they're justified in invading Greenland necessarily.
Okay.
It kind of depends on a number of factors. Like what? Well, let's say there was some kind of serious war between United States, China, I guess Japan, Australia, South Korea would end up getting involved because of the
Argentina.
Defense Act. I don't know about Argentina, but
they're part of the.
Right now, the United States is talking about invading and stealing Greenland. Do you think the United States is justified right now in that? Not in some future hypothetical whatever is going on, but right now, Donald Trump has made it clear.
Right now.
Okay.
Well, not right now, and it would be a stupid move. And the way, again, Trump is too stupid to find Greenland on a map. He doesn't know what the fuck that is. What's going on there is some of his security advisors talked about how global warming is going to open up new shipping routes around Greenland, and that is going to be a strategic advantage for China and Russia. So Greenland is going to be a very important defense hub.
Yeah,
for
good thing Denmark's our ally, right? Good thing we have allies then, and that's why.
Yes,
yeah, right?
and unfortunately, Trump is a fucking idiot, and I'm sure he's had a lot of meetings with foreign leaders who don't take him seriously, think he's an idiot, have maybe been a bit rude and disrespectful for him, and we know he is a vicious, vindictive asshole. If you ever offend him, even years later, he won't forget it, and when you die, he'll make fun of you, just like Rob Reiner.
Okay.
So what's probably going on here is his defense advisors have told him about Greenland, its strategic importance, and because he's pissed off at some European leaders, he thought it would be funny to get their panties in a twist, saying, "I'm gonna invade Greenland. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm gonna give you tariffs." And he's just laughing, seeing their reaction, just because he's a vindictive idiot. And again, he's selfish, doesn't really think ahead that much, doesn't really care that much about the country, and he's not thinking about how this, all this conflict could be avoided, and we could just have a sensible defense pact with the European Union, with Denmark, with Greenland. So that's what's going on there. I think what's getting lost is people don't understand the strategic importance of Greenland. Trump does make a point that
no, he doesn't. We're allied with them. It doesn't matter. No, we don't need more there. We're allied to them. If we want more military presence, all we have to do is move it there. So
No,
Yes,
it's not.
that's
just a
all we have to
simple matter
do.
of moving
Yes, it
there.
is a
You
simple
need
matter of doing it. They're
permission.
allied. No, we don't.
Okay.
We have a base there. We're the head of
No,
NATO. They're part
you
of NATO.
need
We don't need permission. No, we
You
don't.
need
No, we
permission
don't.
to involve-
No,
you-
we don't.
yes,
You're
you
wrong.
do.
You're
Yes,
wrong. You just don't know what you're talking about, but that's okay. No, we don't.
You're
Nope.
telling me in any NATO-aligned country we can install an infinite number of military bases there?
As the United fucking States of America, yes, we already have a base there. We can move whenever the fuck we want there. I seriously doubt any NATO country is going to say, no, United States, you can't make that more secure.
So
you're
that
telling me
your
NATO
stance
countries would
is-
say, no, you're not allowed to. No,
Yeah,
United States, you
so
can't
your
put more
stance
stuff
is-
there. No, United States.
Like, these are different arguments. We do have to have their permission. They would give us permission. Those are, like... They just would obviously let us do it.
No, you can't do that, Moody. You kitted up for a run? We're not doing it until he's gone. Wait, I just make sure you're kitted. Yeah, okay.
So your stance
Yes,
is
that is
the
my
United
stance.
States
Yes,
can
we can do whatever.
literally install
Infinite.
an
Yes,
infinite amount of
350
military
million
bases,
people can be
move an
moved there.
infinite amount
Every
of
single
military
U.S.
equipment.
citizen. Yes, all of them. 100%. And every firearm and every submarine
so
and every
you're full of
airplane.
shit. Yeah, so it doesn't work that way.
It
doesn't.
It does.
So it doesn't work that way. And again, Trump could have gone about this the nice way.
Okay.
had
No,
a
I don't care. I
sensible
don't care. That's great. We
conversation.
understand. Okay. Thank you. We got your point. I'm saluting
Okay,
you.
how about Mamdani?
I love him. He's great. I hope I want to go to New York City to pray 5 times a day. Salute.
Yeah, so you love the Islamic Jihad, Jew hatred. Yeah.
Yes.
You also
Why?
love how.
What did we do?
Yeah, this guy is also hiring on some of the most insane, unhinged, communist wackos. Like, they're racist to white people too, openly.
Off to base. I'm Cuban, so it doesn't affect me.
His housing minister said that.
I know. If they want to tax the white people more, I think they said they were going to do a racial breakdown. Whew, it's going to be brutal.
Well, they said fundamentally home ownership or property ownership is part of
the white power
hatred
structure.
or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So Mamdani is going to absolutely destroy the Democratic Party.
Based. I'm here for it. Okay. We have to do this.
Great.
We're on a
Well,
time
I guess
limit.
we can expect a third term for Trump.
Absolutely. Okay. Be careful.
Okay. Take care, dude.
Take care.
He mugged you, man.
Shit, dude. Why did I watch that? Why the fuck did I watch that? That was the... Why did they even make it into a video? That was like the biggest waste of time. If Destiny's not actually going to debate him the whole fucking time, and this is them just kind of... That was awesome. I hate you guys so much. I hate all of you so fucking much. Holy shit. What the fuck, dude? If I have a game on screen, I can't empty my trash. Like, my stuff just said that it filled up on video, so I can't record more videos. I'm trying to... Okay, wait. Maybe it's on my desktop, or like in the folder. It's not. It's not even in the fucking desktop folder. How the fuck do I empty this? On my other computer, I had it just like... I had it pinned in the folders, but on this one it's not, so... I'm just kind of fucked. What about 3 hours of Drew Pablo and Pisco? Yeah, I I thought about pulling that up. Oh, wait, this is what I wanted to see. Destiny and counterpoints. That's what I wanted to see. Not fucking vegan gains. I wanted to watch counterpoints. Why did I do this to myself? Holy shit. Why the fuck did I have to go through this? Why did I have to go through this fucking torture? This is what I wanted to watch. And for some reason, I knew it was something with Destiny. Shit.
I don't think you can rationally.
That's why I thought it was about the ice thing. That's why I thought it was about the ice stuff. I cannot believe this, dude. Holy shit. I cannot believe I just sat through that. I hate you guys so fucking much. Holy shit. Okay, so I literally can't get to my recycle bin. Without closing out of Arc Raiders because it's on full screen. Or I just have to take it off full screen. Like how the fuck? Alt tabs? What does that mean? Like if I click Alt tab, it'll... No, that just puts it in the background. Okay. Oh, and all the shit that I just deleted isn't even in the recycling bin. So I just wasted all that time for absolutely nothing. There's nothing. I just deleted like 30 files, and none of them are in the recycling bin, so. I get it. I get it now.
Well, what's up? What did you hop in for?
Well, I was hopping in because I just got done watching you bully vegan gains. I thought it was funny, but I also wanted to see if there was like some pretty common sense crap that I don't think is like I don't think you can rationally object to.
You're not defending vegan gains in any way, right?
No, he's going to say that Maduro was a bad guy and make sure that I don't think Maduro was a good guy. And I do think Maduro was a bad guy.
Matter of fact, like I admire his smashing of the keyboard. Like I have a $20 keyboard as well, and so like I could do it. I'm not going to, but I could.
Yeah. Yeah, he was.
Right, so
he raged out there. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, go for it.
Are you ready?
Go for it. I'm ready. I'm walking.
Okay, so the Venezuelan invasion, military action, I don't know what you call it. It's not without historical precedent. This could be like a 5-minute conversation if we don't get spicy. But it's not without historical precedent, yes or no?
Yes, I guess.
Okay.
I make hold on, just as a hesitant thing here. So when people talk foreign policy and people talk historical foreign policy, I draw a big distinction between pre-91 and post-91. That pre-91, the U.S. was involved in a bunch of weird South American stuff. I get it. Whether you want to argue it was right or wrong, we were in the Cold War, domino theory, the Soviet Union was doing a bunch of crazy shit. We were doing a bunch of crazy shit. But I feel like the post-91 world order standards are different and should be different. I'm glad they're different. So when we say it's not without historical precedent, like I would say, true, we've done a lot of weird South American stuff, but post 91, not really. So that's why I hesitantly will agree with you there.
Why do you draw 91 as your barrier?
The collapse of the Soviet Union. We don't have as much of an incentive to kind of meddle with South American affairs because we're not worried about them all falling to communism and then becoming, pawns against us like Cuba could have been during the Cuban Missile Crisis.
That's a decent historical distinction. But I would still bring up, because these are effectively the people who are sweeping for Trump doing this without an authorization for use of military force and or an authorization of Congress. They point to 3 things that are after 91. So they point to Obama's actions in Libya and Syria, and then they also point to the Kosovo intervention as well.
Okay.
So with Kosovo, we didn't have an AUMF. We just had like a moral mandate that Bill Clinton decided, relatively speaking, unilaterally. And then when we have Obama, he was citing the 2001, 2002 AUMF, but he was trying to actively depose 2 foreign leaders in the Middle East and North Africa, which no matter how you translate the AUMF, you pretty much can't get there without the most extreme of imaginations.
Sure. So what analysis, what paradigm are we analyzing here? Do we want the legal or do we want the ethical?
I'm going legal first, I think.
Okay, so for legal, I would have to go check the wording, but my understanding is that the AUMF has had pretty broad interpretation to apply to basically the entire, it's called the Greater Middle East North Africa region, typically what we refer to as like quote unquote the Middle East, but that like expands to Northern Africa and encompasses Morocco, Tunisia, Libya, stuff like that, Egypt, and then all the way east to places like Pakistan and Afghanistan. So legally, I'm pretty sure the AUMF covers that. I would also say that for Libya, we had a UN Security Council agreement on that. I don't think that China or Russia voted against intervention there, and I believe NATO was on board with that. I think for Kosovo, I think that was a NATO-led thing as well. And for Syria, I don't think we had official action on the ground in Syria, so I'd have to know more specifically what you're referring to when we say toppling Assad.
Well, let me reverse the argument real quick. So the reason why on Friday, whenever we did the incursion into Venezuela, I was ready to be like, this is Trump going off leash. This is him being totally psychotic. You know, no other president has taken this drastic of military action without authorization from Congress. And then over the weekend, I started hearing historical arguments that effectively said the opposite, stretching back almost a century.
I feel like there is precedence to do things in this, like, in a similar vein to some extent. It's just about it's about like the justification, what the justification is. When Trump says it's about drugs, it's not justified. When they say it's about drugs and that they're just trying to by the way, I'm going to fight the matriarch real quick, so it's about to get based. Ooh, and we just spawned into a brand new match. Yesterday, me, Mantis, and Ryan tried doing this shit, and we kept getting killed, so people came up behind us and killed us numerous times. It was very frustrating. So this should be fun. Oh, I should have brought a Raider hatch key. Shit. How do I craft one? Oh shit. Yeah, I'm not gonna have that in this. Oh shit, she's right there.
And probably arguably 200 years. And so that's where, for me, if you check the 2001, 2002 AUMF, we can take a look at it. It's only a page long. Within there, the key targets that are authorized are people who either participated in 9/11/2001, are people who like helped harbor people who were involved in 9/11/2001, or people who were participating in terrorist attacks against the United States, or were like imminently planning terrorist attacks against the United States. So if you wanted to say that Bashir al-Assad or Muammar Gaddafi were like planning imminent threats of terrorist attacks against the United States, you could claim that and then cover those actions under the AUMF. But I don't think that those are like substantiated by evidence. I think those would just be like post hoc claims.
Sure, but I mean, I would still argue that I don't think any of these actions were unilateral. I'm pretty sure Kosovo and Libya were both NATO missions. So you'd built some kind of like...
What does unilateral have to do with it if what we're analyzing is an authorization from Congress in order to use military force? because other people say we can do it. Why if you want to go moral, we could say, well, we have a moral case.
There's a leaper right here.
But why
Be careful.
does other countries saying us doing military shit gives us the authorization to do it, when I think the argument has been Trump doesn't have an AUMF, he's stretching the shit out of the 2001-2002 AUMF, and he did this military action without the consent of
Well, I
Congress,
think the big
or
issue for
arguably even consultation.
I think the big issue for Trump is that the did Trump actually cite the authorization for using military force for Venezuela?
He cited it for Caribbean drone strikes. He basically reclassified them as terrorists, and then he said that the foreign terrorist orgs of Tren de Aragua and other narco terror organizations, therefore, were planning on perpetuating terrorist attacks against the United States. And then I think that's why he was, as stupid as it sounds, I think that's why he was arguing that fentanyl was a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, so I think these are your issues when you're looking at like the difference.
Terrorists engaging in terrorist activities against the United States.
Without dipping into the ethical stuff, I think this is your difference even in your legal pushing here. For Kosovo, for Libya, and for anything related to Syria, though I don't think we had official actions there. For Kosovo and Libya, I think you had strong arguments to justify some type of intervention in these places. For Venezuela, I think you were straining pretty hard there on the fentanyl as a weapon of mass destruction, and therefore there's terrorist activity that the U.S. is interested in. And I think it being unilateral speaks to the lack of.
Are we on moral or legal?
Well, no, I'm still kind of speaking to the legal thing. If we want to really dive into the legal thing, I would have to start. I would have to dig through the justifications that the Trump admin used. I'm more kind of.
I think it's broader than that. And can I give you an argument that Lactoid gave me?
Oh God, yeah.
I mean, hey, bro, everybody likes to cite Pisco because he's a lawyer. Lactoid passed the bar too, you know? Yeah. So the thing that he was saying that if you look back for the past 200 and
just as a real quick thing, my issue with Lactoid is he's similar to Ryan Mullally or whatever.
Basically,
if Donald Trump showed up and murdered and raped his mother's corpse, he would give you a really good reason why he did it, and he would defend it to the death. That's my issue with both of these.
Every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time, these pieces of fucking shit. Every fucking time. Every fucking time, dude. I fucking hate this fucking... I fucking hate these people, dude. They are the fucking scum of the earth, dude. They are the fucking scum of the fucking earth, dude. Every fucking time, dude.
These people is they have no values, you know? But yeah, go for it. Okay, go ahead. What are the argument that he give? Yeah.
Yeah. So the argument that he says is like, so if you go very early into the 1800s or whatever, presidents were already using the military for non-war functions, but still arguably acts.
Become the rat? I will never be a rat. I will never, ever be a fucking rat. I mean, if you watch the video that I just played, like I literally had a rat come up and start shooting me while I was looting. I killed him. I just saved somebody else. Literally just finished saving somebody. And right after I saved somebody, a rat comes up and starts shooting me. Killed him. And then I saw a flare off in the distance and ran off to the flare and picked that person up. So, and then help them get to the extract. I will never be a fucking rat, but I'm definitely doing a lot more killing. I am for sure. I'm for sure going into shit a lot more prepared to kill people generally. In this moment, I felt safe because there were people all around me who were all working together, and all of them moved. And I didn't realize they weren't behind me anymore. So I have $1,000 in this game right now. I have like no money to do anything.
Of war, like the Barbary Pirate Wars or the Indian American Wars or skirmishes with Mexicans. And so, and I'm not saying Mexicans derisively, I'm actually referring to the state of Mexico. And so basically what he's saying is that the president is given broad authority as the chief of the military service or whatever to engage in every activity up to declared war. And that war is a specific state of declared hostilities between a nation, which is a people, and a state, which is a government. And basically, these nation states are agreeing that they are now in armed hostilities. Whereas with the United States, in reference to our policing action in Korea, our actions in Vietnam, our actions in Iraq and Afghanistan, etc., you could actually say that these weren't wars because we didn't declare hostilities against the nation states of Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam, Korea, etc. We declared that we were going to engage in military action up to a certain degree. With and without Congress, by the way.
Okay, well, I don't understand. What is the point, or what is the point we're making here?
Is that the restraint of Congress on the president's capacity to engage in what we probably consider acts of war only starts once we're at the threshold of declaring open war on a rival nation state. And up to that threshold, the president has broad discretion.
Okay, so I think that this is problematic, but I think I probably agree. I think most people have given pretty broad deference to the president insofar as military actions or whatever. I think that the issue you run into, though, is that the invasion of Venezuela and then the abduction of their leader is basically the most you can be at war with a country. And that all happened absent any kind of congressional approval.
I think my pushback on that statement, though, is it's not. We could have bombed their Congress. We could have bombed their infrastructure. We could have killed more members of Congress. We could attack the infrastructure of their government systems. We could have...
Fuck people who PvP on Matriarch, really, dude. Seriously. Like yesterday we did it in trips, and afterwards we were like, well, I guess we're gonna have to just do this in solos. But even in fucking solos, the rats come out to fucking woodwork. Like, the only way to do this, really, is to always have, like, one person fighting the Matriarch and two watching their back. That's the only way to do it. There's literally, like, no other fucking way to do it. Because even if you only have one person watching their back, that one person's going to have to do 1v3. Like, no shot, dude. No shot. So the 2v3 will at least get the 3 to, like, stop shooting the 1 and have to go into hiding for a minute to allow the 1 to heal up and then fight together. But there's no other way to do it. Like, you have to do it that way. And I just took all of my fucking grenades in with me, so, like, the other thing that I was going to go do is fight the shredders, but I can't do that either, so I'm just fucked.
Like, within the realm of warfare, you have to bear in mind that our last declared wars were, like, I think World War II. We were openly bombing civilian logistical structures because we knew it would dampen the war effort of the Germans.
Wait, but that was after war was declared, no?
We can call Iraq and Afghanistan not wars. We can do anything, really. Okay, but what are you trying to get at? Do you support these things happening without approval? It is, I do think there, like, I've talked about this a bunch. There is a lot of, like, there's a lot of room there for deference, and I don't know where that line is drawn or where it should be drawn, but, like, the president does have to be able to engage, like, does have to have the ability to do a bunch of things that are probably acts of war, but they are not, like, declared. Yeah, they're not declaring war in and of themselves. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard. It's hard because where that becomes a war and where it doesn't is the problem. Obviously, I think all of us would say that, like, the Iraq and Afghanistan shit was war. Like, that was all obviously war. But when it becomes like an act of war or a military action versus an actual war that needs to be declared by Congress, I don't know where that line is.
Correct. But I'm saying, like, sorry if I misunderstood you, but it sounded like this is the most at war that we could be.
Basically, yeah.
But I don't agree with that.
I don't
the most
know.
at war we could be is at war.
Well, taking out the leader of another country is like it's like one of the most aggressive acts you can do in terms of like.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
That's
If
what I
you're
mean.
talking
Sorry.
about like the threshold up to declared war, I agree. Yeah, absolutely. It's definitely an active war for sure.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, of all the things that you could do that would be considered like, oh, we're definitely at war. Oh, we're like, we're treading on war. Like, taking out a foreign leader, that's like, whoa, we're mega at war. That's what I mean. Yeah.
Sure, but the reason why people brought up Syria, Libya, and Panama is because in Panama we actually just did the same thing. We actually just took out Manuel Noriega.
But didn't wait, didn't Bill Clinton have approval from Congress for that though?
It was H.W. Bush, and I don't think so.
Bush,
My
sorry.
research actually shows that he didn't have it. The reason why Congress didn't reel him in was because the country of Panama had actually already declared war on us, and we had some kind of like mandate to protect the Panamanian Canal, and also there was a like a skirmish where American soldiers had been killed in the previous week. So they didn't call HW out for invading Panama, but it was still like the invasion itself was still a military action done without Congress, without an AUMF or a declaration of war. Weirdly enough, Panama, in my opinion, is the most historically analogous.
Hold on, let me just read this because it
just did in Venezuela.
Sure, I'm just going to read literally just these 4 intro paragraphs here. The United States invasion of Panama began in mid-December of 1989 during the presidency of George H.W. Bush. The purpose of the invasion was to depose the de facto ruler of Panama, General Manuel Noriega. He was wanted by U.S. authorities for racketeering and drug trafficking. The operation, codenamed Operation Just
Bro, I'm actually out of chemicals. Like, this is something I've never even been low on before. And now I'm out of chemicals. I have 7 left.
Cause, or just cause, I guess, concluded in late January of 1990 with the surrender of Noriega. The Panama Defense Forces were dissolved and President-elect Guillermo Andara was sworn into office. Noriega, who had long-standing ties to United States intelligence agencies, consolidated power to become Panama's de facto dictator in the early 1980s. In the mid-1980s, relations between Noriega and the U.S. began to deteriorate due to fallout of the murder of Hugo Spadafora, and the removal from office.
That might be an FBI agent or something. I would have to check out who that is.
And the removal from office of President Nicolas Ardito Barletta. His criminal activities and association with other spy agencies came to light, and in 1989 he was indicted by federal grand juries on several drug-related charges. Negotiations seeking his resignation, which began under the presidency of Ronald Reagan, were ultimately unsuccessful. In 1989, Noriega annulled the results of the Panamanian general elections, which appeared to have been won by opposition candidate Guillermo Andara. President Bush responded by reinforcing the U.S. garrison in the Canal Zone, following the declaration of a state of war between Panama and the United States passed by the Panamanian General Assembly, as well as the lethal shooting of a Colombian-born U.S. Marine officer, Lieutenant Robert Paz, at a PDF roadblock. Bush authorized the execution of the Panama invasion plan. I would say the declaration of the state of war makes us quite different than where we're at right now between Venezuela and the United States. I can continue reading from there,
I would
but
agree that it's a variance difference. However, the argument that I've heard consistently from critics of this military action is that effectively in order to engage in serious military action that could result in a hot war, the president should either have an AUMF or a declaration of war. And any time that he engages in an act of war without the consent of Congress, it's effectively a violation of the Constitution of the United States.
So I would respond with 2 points. So one, I would say, firstly, we're acknowledging there's a significant difference when the other countries actually super declared war on us, right? That's a substantial difference between this and Venezuela. And then the second thing I would say is, for the language of the Alien Enemies Act and when that was passed, I am sympathetic to the concept of the president sometimes needing to respond quickly to a rapidly evolving situation. I believe, I don't know if it's in the Alien Enemies Act or something else.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying, like, the president has to have this ability. There's no way that he can, like, wait for Congress to vote on every little thing. on top of that, there's some things that like can be politicized by Congress that you don't want them to know about. And so in a scenario like this, like imagine if Trump had gone to Congress and said, hey, we want to be able to go and kidnap Maduro. Like, I can totally see a bunch of Democrats turning around and like making this public and trying to weaponize this shit. And so I'm yeah, it is like the entire scenario is just a fucked up like question of where we ought to draw lines. And the problem is that you have to have a moral actor in the White House in order for any of this to work. You have to have somebody with like good character who's going to do the right thing in the right moments. And we don't have that. So he's just going to stretch the line as far as possible. Whereas a president with good character would, choose to go to Congress based on when it's actually necessary.
Like, I think the president basically gets like 3 months to do whatever, and then he has to go to Congress to try to get like some kind of approval or affirmation or to continue whatever thing. Because the idea is like if we're being invaded, like literally, like China is like sending ships over to the United States, maybe it's like on a Saturday night, and we don't want to wait for Congress to vote to authorize, the deployment of our armed forces. The president needs to be able to act swiftly and quickly. Or if another country declares war on us and they're doing some crazy fuck shit, the president and the military might need to get to swing into action quickly, and there might be opportunities that only exist for days or maybe even hours at a time where the president needs to act. I would argue that and I think the argument has been in those cases the president needs to be able to act sometimes before the approval of Congress, and that makes sense. But I don't think anything there is analogous with what was happening with Venezuela. I don't feel the same thing there. For this, I mean, it seems like Panama declared war on us. Like they actually declared war, and then pretty quickly afterwards, I think we invaded and got their shit fucked.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I would like to bring up there is that I don't think the Panamanian defense forces were capable of overcoming the U.S. garrison in Panama. I think that they probably did have time to seek out an AUMF or a declaration of war from Congress. However, like by doing that, you
wait. Say that again.
I think HW, if he wanted to, he could have said, hey, we just had a shooting where a Lieutenant Robert Paz was killed. We also have increasing hostilities with the state of Panama. Their leader is illegitimate and a criminal. And also they're threatening the Panama Canal. I need an AUMF or a declaration of war in order to take action from Congress. I think he had time to do that. He could use exigent circumstances as a reason for why he didn't.
How many people, wait, when you say he had time to do that, I don't know if I agree with that. They literally declared war on us. We had, how many people were living in that garrison and at the Panama Canal? Why would you risk all that?
Well, I don't think you would. I think you would use the exigent circumstances of the situation to say, American lives are in imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, therefore we're going to take swift action.
Yeah, so I don't think, so he didn't have time. That needed to happen immediately, right?
It depends on how many American lives you're willing to risk.
0. I don't think we should have to risk if you can avoid it, right? Why would you risk any? They declared war on us. Why would you risk any?
Okay, but then here's the thing where you're saying, okay, so we're granting the president broad powers to take military action in order to engage against hostile actors who are hostile to us.
Declared war on us. Who declared war on us?
As long as they can demonstrate like exigency.
Well, they declared war on us, and so we have people living there that could be under threat. If Maduro declared war on the United States, I think it would be fucking retarded. At that point, I would have personal issues with Trump, but I mean, at that point, what are you going to say? Like, fuck. I mean, damn, you declare war on the U.S. and Trump takes you out. I mean, damn, how stupid do you have to be? Yeah,
Well, I think what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to shift the conversation from this was a unilateral, ahistorical, whatever thing. Where like, in order to do any kind of military action, the president needs an AUMF or he needs the consent of Congress.
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to shift the liberal argumentation from that to no, it's bad, because the exigent circumstances that Trump is using to decide why we're invading Venezuela are largely bullshit.
I agree with him on that. I do agree. I don't think that the argument should be like whether or not there's historical precedent for this or anything like that. I totally agree. That is what I said earlier, and that is 100% my stance, is that yes, we should just be arguing that like there weren't drug boats coming. There was not good reason for any of this shit, and Trump is wrong for lying to the American people so that he could justify this. That ought to be the argument right now, and I agree that we ought to shift to that instead.
Well, yeah, but I don't think it's even remotely similar, though. How many people? Somebody said we had 25,000 people.
You proposed a leader. You didn't have the consent of Congress. There were exigent circumstances. Like, what else do you need to be similar enough?
They declared war on us, and we had American lives that would have been at risk.
So, okay, hold on. Let me ask you this question because this might cut through the bullshit. Do you think that Trump could or should be impeached and or removed from office for his actions in Venezuela?
Yes.
Why?
For so many.
Actually, I'm gonna write these down real quick. Let me write these down while you say them. Why should Trump be impeached and removed from office for his unilateral actions in Venezuela?
Sure. I would say that everything, and there might even be individual things, you could say like there are 7 reasons, but everything related to the murdering of Venezuelan citizens in the ocean. So like blowing up all the boats or whatever, not showing any compelling evidence to Congress. If we were to believe Rand Paul when he was on Joe Rogan, Rand Paul said there wasn't even proof that those people were armed. So, and there's probably individual things you could even go further into. So like the double taps, people floating on some wooden planks for 42 minutes to land. But basically everything having to do with the murder of all of the citizens outside the coast of Venezuela, I would say is one reason. I would say for the second reason, I would say it would be the invasion and the deposing of a foreign leader for one, without any kind of congressional notification whatsoever. 2, without the pretextual reasons he gave were bad. Things like we're going to invade this country to take their oil is gross and disgusting on a billion different levels. And then I don't know if this is necessarily related to Venezuela now, depending on how much you want to stretch it. But 3, I would say that the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act because of Tren de Aragua and using that to deport, illegal immigrants because of their ties to Venezuela, I think I was ridiculous as well. But I would say those 3 things are my big things, yeah.
Okay. So where I'm with you is I think the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act is effectively a smokescreen. And also the pretextual reasons for our invasion of Iraq, or not Iraq, excuse me, Venezuela. The pretextual reasons of invading Venezuela are largely smoke and mirrors and bullshit. Okay. So I'm with you there. So out of the 5 things that you said, I'm with you on 2 of them. Okay. And maybe even 3. You also kind of started what you said with the totality of circumstances, which is just kind of like, that's like a given. Like we should evaluate everything within the totality of their circumstances. The other 2 things though that you said is blowing up of the civilian boats that are accused of drug trafficking that don't have weapons.
I don't know, did I say civilian? I think just the Venezuelan nationals, like even if they're criminals, you can't kill them with your military. But yeah, if I said civilian, maybe they were.
Yeah, this is that is like the main thing, is that I guess if we're considering that part of the act of war, then yeah, okay. I guess I agree with Destiny again. I didn't feel like that's what we would include, but yeah, that is obviously the bigger problem, is whether or not like the fact that they just went and murdered a bunch of people in boats. One, maybe they had some sort of like drugs or something. I have no idea, but they weren't an actual threat to our country, and so it just nothing beyond that matters. Like they weren't a physical threat to people, But on top of that, Marco Rubio and others said that the drugs weren't coming to our country. So, is there anybody here who plays this game who wants the Bettina blueprint? I've given like 2 or 3 of these away, and I keep finding more. And I keep seeing tons of videos from people where like they're saying this is like the hardest blueprint to find, and I keep finding them all over the place. So I do not need this Bettina blueprint, and if anybody wants it, let me know.
Or maybe they weren't
I don't know the laws behind, like, because yeah, they're civilian vessels, right? I don't know the enforcement mechanism besides impeachment and removal from office. I don't know the enforcement mechanism for saying like the president is currently invoking national security to kill random civilian vessels. I think it's fucked up, and I have no idea like the legal rationale for it. And I think it's like the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act and also designating Tren de Aragua as a terrorist organization. I think it's a thin pretext for murder. So I actually agree with you on that one. The one that I think is the weakest is the invasion and deposition of a foreign leader without congressional authorization.
Okay.
Well, but the reason why I bring that up is because for instance, like, we took sides in the Syrian civil war to depose Bashar al-Assad because it geopolitically fucked over Russia.
But we didn't do it, right?
What's that?
We didn't invade and depose Assad.
Well, I mean, I think we did have special forces on the ground that were embedded with Kurds and the Syrian Democratic Forces and all that kind of stuff. And the CIA and the special forces were definitely giving money and weapons to revolutionary militias. And then also we were doing airstrikes in order to favor different factions over different factions. Mostly we did it in order to attack ISIS, but I also think that we
why
probably slipped in a few other airstrikes.
Yeah, I agree. But why didn't we just invade and depose Assad then, right?
Well, because it was too much.
Would have been a step
blood
too
and
far.
treasure, and Obama wanted to be viewed relatively peacefully compared to Bush.
Well, I think it would have been a step too far. I think that just would have been an inappropriate role for the United States to play.
Sure, but the AUMF doesn't cover deposing random leaders we don't like for geopolitical advantage.
Okay, and we didn't do that.
Right?
No, we did do that.
No.
Wait, I thought that's what we were just talking about. I thought they just agreed that they didn't do that.
Oh,
Like,
but
we
the
have a new leader in Syria right now is because we made the Syrian civil war so bloody that we exhausted the Russians and we exhausted the Assad regime to the point that they got deposed.
Yeah, but there's a thing to be said for the fact that we didn't.
Libya's even clearer.
But Libya was that was a coalition though that was involved in that. There's something to be said
about congressional authorization or an AUMF.
Yeah, that's fine, but there's something to be said that there's a different approach between proxy warfare and actual warfare, right? If somebody's engaged in proxy warfare, it's because they know that the actual warfare is a step too far. What Trump did in Venezuela was a step too far. If Trump was just supporting other groups there, then we would be having that conversation, but we're not. We're having a conversation about formal, uniformed U.S. armed forces invading another country and stealing their leader. We didn't do that in Syria.
Sure, but we did do Air Force strikes, and we did do special forces operations in northern Syria, particularly the Kurdish regions.
I understand, but again,
American
it's a different
special forces. Real quick, just because like there are details here. We had American special forces training northern Iraqi and northern Syrian Kurdish forces that then got into fights with Russian mercenaries, and we called in American air assets to destroy Russian mercenaries that were currently serving the Assad regime.
Yeah, but do you understand how many layers removed and how much messier that is than just the U.S. was bombing, Damascus and looking for Assad?
Sure, but I'm pretty sure we also bombed a Syrian air base in response to
chemical weapons attacks, right?
Bombing civilians.
Yeah, but there's more clear reasons here that are articulatable. That's different than we just wanted to depose Assad, right?
I still think the end goal was deposing Assad.
That can be fine. The end goal can be deposing Assad, but it's a different thing.
You can concede to the pretense, but I still think the
end goal, yeah, but there's a difference between opposing somebody and deposing somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, if we were supporting other groups in Venezuela to topple Maduro, I'm not even sure necessarily if I would be opposed to that. But
sorry, I just want to shift the argument a little bit though, because you said earlier that I think deposing a foreign leader is the maximum thing that you can do as an act of war up to the threshold of war. I'm not trying to misquote you, but I think that's something you said.
Well, I said it would be past that threshold. This is like you're clearly at war when you're deposing foreign leaders. Clearly.
Okay, I would argue that using American air assets to blow up the military infrastructure of another nation state is 100% an act of war. Like Syria, if we blew up their airbase, blowing up their military assets while they're fighting a civil war, they might not have declared a declaration of war against the United States of America. They would be 100% within their rights to.
I think that, like, if they declared war, I mean, I think I would agree with you there. But your cause for war here is so much different in terms of, like, it definitely has the dual benefit.
Okay, I missed something. I was reading
that we're currently serving the Assad regime.
Yeah, but do you understand how many layers removed and how much messier that is than just the U.S. was bombing, Damascus and looking for...
I wanted to go do the shredders. I can't do the shredders. I need it to be you can only do it on Stella Montes, and I need it to be like a 2 XP thing to do it. So I'm just gonna do some loot runs on Buried City. That's where I like to go. The main thing I need is like health shit and arc alloy, so I'm just gonna go do regular raids there until the night raid starts on Stella Montes in about 50 minutes. So.
For Assad.
Sure, but I'm pretty sure we also bombed a Syrian air base in response to
chemical weapons attacks, right?
Bombing civilians.
Yeah, but like there's more clear reasons here that are articulatable. That's different than just we just wanted to depose Assad, right?
I still think the end goal was deposing Assad.
That can be fine. The end goal can be deposing Assad, but it's a different thing.
You can concede to the pretense, but I still think the
end goal, yeah, but there's a difference between opposing somebody and deposing somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm lost again.
Than just the U.S. was bombing, Damascus and looking for Assad.
Sure, but I'm pretty sure we also bombed a...
I'm still not sure what Connor's position is. Does he support America doing anything they want at any time without checks, or does he think that this is bad? So Connor initially is saying what I said, which is that this is bad, but it's not bad because Congress didn't approve it. That's not why this is bad. That's something that Obama did. That's something that Bush did. That's something that, like, every president has had acts of war that nobody freaked out afterwards and said he didn't get permission from Congress for this. And I find it odd that every time Trump does anything, like he bombs Iran, he bombs anybody or does anything militarily, everybody says, oh, this is illegal, he didn't get approval from Congress. I do think that that's a bad argument, and I think that I believe I agree with him. I think that's what he's saying. And so I think I agree with him that that is just bad argumentation, and that we should be making arguments about the justification for this, because Trump's justification for it was that we that they were bringing drugs in, and that's bullshit. And that even if they were bringing drugs in, that still would not be justification. And so that's what the argument should be.
A Syrian air base in response to
chemical weapons attacks, right?
Bombing civilians.
Yeah, but like there's more clear reasons here that are articulatable. That's different than just we just wanted to depose Assad, right?
I still think the end goal was deposing Assad.
That can be fine. The end goal can be deposing Assad, but it's a different thing.
You can concede to the pretense, but I still think the
end goal, yeah, but there's a difference between opposing somebody and deposing somebody, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's all I'm saying. Yeah, if we were supporting other groups in Venezuela to topple Maduro, I'm not even sure necessarily if I would be opposed.
Yeah, I am okay with that, and that is something that I've argued a bunch of times on here, is where people are like, yeah, but we're meddling in other countries, and like, how? They're like, we're supporting the rebel groups and X, Y, and Z and the CIA and blah blah blah. And it's like, yeah, I'm okay with that. I don't really care about that, so that's fine.
Close to that, but
yeah, but sorry, I just want to shift the argument a little bit though, because you said earlier that I think deposing a foreign leader is the maximum thing that you can do as an act of war up to the threshold of war. I'm not trying to misquote you, but I think that's something you said.
Well, I said it would be past that threshold. This is like you're clearly at war when you're deposing foreign leaders. Clearly.
Okay, I would argue that using American air assets to blow up the military infrastructure of another nation state is 100% an act of war. Like Syria, if we blew up their airbase, blowing up their military.
America has a bad history of picking some bad winners and losers around the world, to be honest.
Military assets while they're fighting the.
I don't know if that matters. I don't know if it matters. Like it's sometimes like there just have to be like repercussions, and if we don't do anything, and allow some leaders to continue existing, that might be worse than allowing another leader to come into power that is going to be more of the same. But I don't know. It's obviously like a very difficult topic to discuss, because it's something that is always contended and argued about from all sides. So yeah, I'm not sure.
Civil war, they might not have declared a declaration of war against the United States of America. They would be 100% within their rights to.
I think that, like, if they declared war, I mean, I think I would agree with you there, but your cause for war here is so much different in terms of, like, it definitely has the dual benefit of helping what we would consider our geopolitical interests, but when we can point to, like, well, you guys are launching attacks against your own civilian population, and nobody seems to be disagreeing with that, and you're shooting at UN inspectors that are trying to come in to verify what's going on, it's just such a different set of circumstances to say that, like, we're bombing them just to get rid of Assad, and like we didn't, right? Assad wasn't gone until like a decade and a half later, you know?
No, I mean, I agree, but I think we set up the circumstances because effectively what's happened is he is a former member of ISIS, but we have a Western-friendly former member of ISIS who's taken over. He's made signals that he wants to, be friendly with Israel and the United States. And as far as I know, Russians lost. The reason why they're fighting for Crimea and the reason why they were fighting for Syria so hard was because of two of their warm water ports. I think one of them is either in like Tyre or something, or Tartus or something like that. It might be Tartus. But one of them is in Crimea, and I think it's Sevastopol. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. But it's Sevastopol. The other one was in Tartus. So like this was always part of the game.
I don't disagree that it's serving these interests, but everything is so much different.
Okay, well, hold on. Let's do Libya real quick.
Wait, no, wait. We can't wait. We're hopping through so many different things. Okay, so for Syria, ISIS is forming in Syria. ISIS at this point, I don't know if they'd already conducted foreign terrorist attacks already. Assad has lost control of the country, right? In such that there are swaths of the country that are literally controlled by ISIS. There are times when we are bombing Syrian airports, although it's in response to chemical weapon attacks against their civilian population. If Syria would have declared war against the U.S., I don't think anybody in the U.S. would be like, oh my God, that's horrible and evil. Like, they would have been within their right to do it. But I think us flying in and just... I mean, if we would have deposed Assad, I don't even know. I think the only reason we didn't is because we were still traumatized from Iraq and Afghanistan. I don't even know if I would have necessarily opposed the U.S. doing it, but we didn't do it.
Well,
and
we're
then
talking about moral or legal, right?
legal, even legal. But I'm trying to figure out like what the difference is, or I'm trying to figure out how this is at all comparable to Venezuela, who's not at war with us. They're not engaged in chemical weapon attacks against their people. There isn't like a blossoming terrorist network that's engaged in international terrorist attacks there. And then we were more aggressive with Venezuela than we were with Syria. Is there any fact here that I've laid out that you disagree with, or?
No, but I think the saying that these things are qualitatively different for me doesn't change the calculus when it comes to Trump, because the chief criticism that I'm trying to shift you away from, as a matter of fact, I hope I didn't delete this. I did delete it. Give me 1 second.
Push Control Z it all the way.
Thank you. Okay. Number one, you said totality of circumstances, which I just agree with off the bat. We should always be evaluating the totality of circumstances at any point. You're correct. You said blowing up the boats. I can't think of a legal reason under an AUMF or even under the laws of war why we should be blowing up civilian vessels, even if we suspect them of criminals. I think you could probably impeach Trump for that. The other ones that you said that I kind of agree with are that the pretextual reasons are bad. So saying Venezuela is a part of an international terrorist organization because some of the oil from the shadow fleet is being sold in Iran in order to generate revenue for Hezbollah.
Iran.
Right? Like we're so far removed from the AUMF of 2001, 2002 that Venezuela itself is not purposefully engaging in terrorist attacks against the United States. Therefore, the AUMF doesn't apply. Therefore, the argumentation is poor. And then also, when it comes to declaring drug traffickers terrorists and then declaring drugs weapons of massive destruction, that already feels incredibly flimsy. Okay. But the reason why you said invasion and deposing a foreign leader without congressional authorization was another thing that you said that you would be willing to try to impeach and remove Trump from office for. I am saying that is the weakest of the five, and it's arguable based off of historical precedent.
Okay.
That's what
I just don't see the historical precedent. Syria is not one because we didn't depose the leader.
Once again,
Gaddafi could be maybe, but that was I think there was a UN thing that was okay with that.
But the UN isn't Congress. Why the fuck do we're a nation state? Why do we give a fuck what a foreign country says that the United States can invade another country? What the fuck does that have to do with Congress?
I would have to go see what Congress approved back at that point in time. But
for me, I don't think that a foreign authorization or a foreign moral mandate for the president of the United States to engage in a military action has anything to do with what we could or should do. I think that the argument from a lot of anti-Trump people is that in order for the United States to conduct itself legally and morally, then it needs an authorization of use of military force from Congress, or it needs a declaration of war, or it's illegal. And I'm saying, looking at historical precedent, that doesn't seem to be true.
Yeah, so that is his argument. And yeah, I think I agree with him. I think I agree with him that that shouldn't be our argument. That should not be the argument that we use, and there are much better arguments that we should be making that we're not making. And so yeah, I think I completely agree with what he's saying, and this has been kind of what I've been saying. So,
well, did Congress authorize? Does our Congress have to authorize UN Security Council resolutions, or because otherwise, what's authorizing it if the United States?
Why would the UN say? Well, hold on. Let's do an example here.
Sure.
Kosovo, okay.
Wait, no, wait. Let's just stay on Libya. Let's just stay on the exact example we're talking about. Just Libya.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's say UN says, hey, NATO says, we think it's based that the United States does military action in Libya. We think it's cool.
Okay.
We think there's a moral mandate for the United States to do it. And legalistically, we don't give a fuck. Go bomb Muammar Gaddafi until he has no armed forces. And then Congress says, meh, like, we still don't have an AUMF that justifies.
Wait, hold on. This is what I'm trying to, what I don't understand. When we say that, like, the NATO.
I'm really struggling, dude. I have no more space left, and I'm considering actually just dropping all of my fucking ammo and only using the ammo that I have in my gun to make it back to the fucking extract. Like, because I need like everything right now.
NATO says it's going to do something, and the UN Security Council agrees to do something. The United States is a part of both of these things. What part of the United States is saying yes? Is there not like a Senate? Is it just the president is who represents us in the United Nations Security Council and the NATO? Is it just?
I'm sure we have like diplomats or representatives or whatever, but
well, hold on. Well, this matters because like my understanding is I shouldn't remember the articles because you're always so smart when you're like Article 1 powers. Is Congress Article 1? Doesn't Congress have the sole authority to authorize treaties or some bullshit? Is like the UN Security Council does that count as like a congressional thing? I don't know. Does Congress?
So what? I think I see what you're saying. So you're saying that if we signed on to the UN Charter and if we signed on to the NATO Charter, and then in order to reinforce those charters,
Congress has to. So then by proxy it gives you. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering.
That by de facto is congressional authorization.
Not de facto, de jure. That like they would actually have to vote.
I actually don't read legalistic language.
Oh, you're fine. De facto is like it's like a thing that basically in effect it basically is this thing, and de jure is like it literally like you sign on to like this thing. So somebody says like he's the de facto leader of Nambambwami, that means that he's like the general with the strongest troops and he's got a blah blah blah. But then let's say there's a guy who's like voted as the leader. Well, that guy is democratically, he's elected, that is the de jure leader. But you can have a difference where like the de jure leader is this guy who's voted, but the de facto leader is this military commander. That's just the difference in these two. But I'm saying that like
I think that question that you just asked, not only is it a good question, I think it would need to be resolved one way or the other in this conversation, and I could be wrong.
Okay, yeah, I'm not. I don't.
So signing on to the UN. So, for instance, one of the things that's cited for the Korean conflict is that the United Nations passed a resolution for the Korean conflict. So, therefore, we didn't have a declaration of war or declaration of AUMF, but the president at the time, I don't know if it was Eisenhower, it was Truman or something. But somebody in the 50s basically said, it's a police action. The United States is in the best position to do something about it. We're going to do something about it. And based off of this UN mandate, I'm going to do something about it. Now, I don't know if that's Congress being lazy and they should have declared an AUMF or declared a state of war, or if actually by us being a signatory to the UN Security Council, it's presumed that the president can unilaterally do military action on behalf of the UN.
What up, homie? Friendly.
Security Council because we've signed on to the UN.
I've been killed too many times going on to those things to where I need to hear all the fucking audio when I get on. I need all of the fucking audio. I said earlier, I get betrayed too much. This is...
Raid is coming.
Yeah, come on in, man. You're good. Oh shit, that was a lucky roll, bro. Your buddy's right over here. You gotta pick him up. Get off Proc's chat.
I'm helping these guys.
Oh wait, are they coming with us?
Yeah.
They're shooting us. They're killing us. I'm dead.
Watch out!
You're amazing. Well done.
Shoot to kill.
Is that what you want to do?
I want to kill everybody I see.
Raider, out there. Raider, in there. Raider.
Oh boy.
Pussy ass bitches.
They ran away.
Oh shit, there's people.
Can you put jolt lines down?
Got him.
Get him.
Yeah, nice. He's dead.
One more, right?
There is.
Are those people?
Yeah,
those are
yes,
people.
they're shooting at us, yes.
They're coming.
They're coming? Where?
Right here.
Got him?
No, he's still up.
Stupid.
Got him?
The other guy who was in here, we didn't get him and he ran away. I got him. You're almost there, bro. You're almost there. You got it.
That's
Man,
a
these
player.
talking people.
Oh shit,
so
there's people.
hilarious.
It was a
Yeah, they're
turret that
coming
shot you
here.
first.
They're right here.
Yeah.
I hear a shield.
Get him.
Got him.
Nice. There's another guy. He's gonna come back. Right, get the raider, get the... Fuck, he's got me! Right here, next to me! On me! Right here.
Hey,
I got one here.
He's running into the thing again.
There's another one? Were there 2 teams?
Tom, stay behind the rock.
Alright, they got me.
There were 2 teams? There had to be 2
Y'all
teams, right?
third party us, dude? What the fuck? Yeah, there are 2 teams. This game will change you. That these were literally games in a row. Like each one of these, one after another after another. So yeah, the trust goes away. I find it hard to imagine a military action that the Pentagon or admin could convince the UN to pass a resolution for that US Congress would be against. Is that what Connor said?
About it, and based off of this UN mandate, I'm going to do something about it. Now, I don't know if that's Congress being lazy and they should have declared an AUMF or declared a state of war, or if actually by us being a signatory to the UN Security Council, it's presumed that the president can unilaterally do military action on behalf of the UN Security Council because we've signed on to the UN. I actually literally do not know if that's true. One way or the other.
Okay. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, so it's something we can research. It's something we can figure out later.
Okay.
Do you want to talk about Libya at all specifically?
No, that was just the example we were going with, but
the main reason why I want to bring that up is because the accusations against Muammar Gaddafi are, once again, he's attacking his civilians wantonly in order to maintain despotic power. He's been a dictator for decades. He's not a legitimate ruler. And then also, like, the moral argument is that I don't know what the hard evidence is, but allegedly there's enough evidence to tie him to the 1983 Lockerbie bombing, where a civilian airliner traveling over Scotland was blown up with U.S. citizens on board, and then ultimately Libya admitted fault and paid some level of civil restitution, but it was still viewed as Muammar Gaddafi authorized jihadist terrorism. But that's the thing, that's 1983, not 2001. And that's also something that the Libyan government already paid some level of civil restitution for. So how are we using that as, oh, well, Muammar Gaddafi is a jihadist terrorist, therefore we can take him out under the 2001-2002 AUMF?
Okay. I would have to I would just need more of the legal background on this to have a stronger opinion on it. But okay.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to bring it up as analogs. While we're at it, I think.
Yeah, but he doesn't know if it's an analog if he doesn't know anything about it.
I think we basically just landed on. I'm not saying if you're. I'm done. That's all I wanted to get across to you. If you wanted to dig into more nitty gritty on this topic, we could. The other thing that I wanted to get into was the ICE shooting.
Oh boy.
That's okay. I mean, I think it's actually really straightforward, but I mean,
yeah, sure, go for it.
So Pisco's arguments that I have considered that I think are worth analyzing are twofold. One is officer created jeopardy. I think that's an interesting legal theory. I think the other one is the deadly force used going to actually decrease the chances of imminent threat or death or great bodily harm, or are you exacerbating the scenario? But to my knowledge, officer created jeopardy and also this evaluation of whether or not deadly force.
I'm out of chemicals. I'm completely out of fucking chemicals. Holy shit. Where the fuck do I get chemicals? Holy shit. I am 100% out of chemicals.
Actually will statistically decrease the threat of any given situation. That's not law. That's like moral argument that should maybe be enshrined in law.
Repeat the last two things.
Officer created jeopardy.
Yeah.
So that's a police officer.
No, I'm aware of that. The one that you just said about yeah.
Yeah, and then the other thing is, if you use deadly force, is that deadly force actually going to reduce the threat of death or great bodily harm, or does it have no effect, or does it have a negative effect?
Okay.
So like you're driving a truck towards me, I shoot at you, but the momentum is so high already that like my bullets aren't going to do shit even if I kill you. So as a result, like I shouldn't fire because I'm taking a huge risk of both your life, but also anybody in the background. Whereas, it's not like I don't have the means to stop you in a logical sense.
Okay.
So I shouldn't fire, which I don't think is the law of the land. It's actually moral argumentation.
Okay.
Yeah, so I mean, I thought you were saying some. I mean, I didn't watch it, but people were telling me that you were getting pretty spicy about it earlier in the week.
I guess listen, you should come back tomorrow. We're gonna argue this point, okay? I want to read. I need to read this Barnes versus Felix case because it's a.
We can fight about it later for sure. Can I kind of tell you what I read for the summary for 2025?
Sure, go for it.
So they are not. The Supreme Court has not made a ruling on officer-created jeopardy yet. They kicked back a detail of the case.
Okay.
And so officer-created jeopardy has not been enshrined into law yet. It's they're actually saying, hey, we can't make a fair assessment based off of this thing that the lower court hasn't considered. You have to go consider this lower thing before we take a look at it again.
Okay.
But Barnes,
I guess on a broader point, I guess then, what is your feeling? I guess then we could just kind of like deal with the ethical or the moral part of it. Do you think that an officer? My issue with the fact pattern here is that like there's a car that's stopped. I'm a police officer. I can step in front of the car. If I step in front of the car, there are a multitude of situations that can happen after this. Anywhere.
What is Destiny's take? He's saying that this is disanalogous and that this is like something that's unique. Whereas like, yeah, counterpoint and I would say this, what Trump did is not unique. But his justification for it was a fucking lie. So like, this is kind of like with, weapons of mass destruction, where we would say that if they did have weapons of mass destruction, like the idea of the invasion in the first place was not wrong, but because they didn't, it was wrong. Like that's, I think how, I think that's like a good enough like analogy to what it is we're talking about here.
We're ranging from the person could try to kill me to the person could just try to escape. Every single one of these situations is going to authorize me to kill the person, and I don't have a compelling reason to step in front of the car. Do you think it's ever justified for the cop to step in front of the car then?
So talking about moral or legal, yeah, there's absolutely moral reasons why you could step in front of the car. So for instance, like if it was a violent felony, if there was a robber who had already killed someone or a kidnapper who had somebody in the vehicle, yeah, there's going to be reasons or moral reasons where you could step in front of the car for sure. And then legal reasons are kind of like arguable, I suppose. But let's say that like there's no other means of approach. You have a kidnap.
What's Destiny's take on the ice shooting? I thought he said that he did believe that it was officer created jeopardy. Did he not say that? The counterpoints just bring that up, and that wasn't something that anybody was arguing.
Kidnapper. He's in a vehicle, and there's vehicles to other sides, right? And you know that there's a child in the car that you want to try to save.
Okay, I'll grant you. I'll grant you that, but like, yeah, I'll grant you this. But clearly this doesn't apply here. Like, if there is a way for you to approach the vehicle otherwise, if you're not literally forced to, they're not parked at the end of a long tunnel where it's just one way out, they're going to drive in front of you. Like, is there any reason ever to step in front of a vehicle like that?
No, and I think that's where officer caused jeopardy is a interesting idea. But before you start arresting and incarcerating cops for officer caused jeopardy, you have to write the case law, set the precedent, and you have to completely change the way.
Oh, I don't think the argument is that like they have to be arrested because of the officer created jeopardy. I believe the argument is that they just that he like we can't blame the other person for something that he did. Like, if he made the scenario to be what it was, then we can't blame her. Fuck.
Way that law enforcement officers are trained. Because the only way they're trained right now is imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm, imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. You can pull your gun and kill someone. That's all the training is. So
well, sure, but also I think for all the training, I've never seen cops step in front of cars before. We watch a lot of cop slop on the stream, and I don't think we see cops just step in front of cars.
No, I agree. I think Wick even brought up that the CBP was accused in the early 10s of stepping in front of vehicles on purpose to cause shootings.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I don't know if that's true. I haven't researched it at all. But yeah, like I think this guy also got dragged, right? Didn't he get dragged like a year ago and he got 12 stitches or something? Or am I just repeating?
He did, yeah.
If he got dragged, then he should have known stepping in front of the vehicle the first time that he was putting himself into jeopardy, let alone the second time. The second time is fucking crazy.
The first time he didn't step in front of the vehicle, though. It's not really the same thing, because yeah, he didn't step in front of it. He I believe he was on the side of it, and he reached into the window, and they rolled the window up. I think he was like trying to grab the keys or something like that, and yeah, they rolled the window up on his arm and then started driving. But you would at least think that he would be more cautious. Like, I think that is I think that's at least like something that we can expect from the scenario that happened, is that you would think he would at least be more cautious the next time around, and he was not being cautious in this scenario at all. So anyone hear how CBP was found to be stepping in front of vehicles to shoot drivers and Ross was on a CBP? That's what he just said. That's what he just said. I don't know. I haven't heard that, so this is the first time I'm hearing anything about this, but that is what Counterpoints just said.
Like, if anything, I think officer caused jeopardy legislation needs to come out of the Renee Good shooting.
Okay, wait, but I'm ignoring the legal part. So ethically, it seems like the guy's kind of in the wrong. No?
Yeah. I think that civilians have, like, when they're being lawfully detained by a law enforcement officer, they have a duty to surrender. But I also think that officers have a moral duty, not a legal duty. They have a moral duty not to intentionally or negligently exacerbate a situation that leads to somebody's injury or death.
Okay.
Well, I feel like in like I feel like this has to be normal everywhere else, and I'm trying to think of an analogy or like a hypothetical that I could draw where somebody like caused the problem. But I can't think of anything that's not like blatant. Like everything that I can think of, every like example that I want to give, it's all just like a little too on the nose. Whereas, yeah, like I'm thinking of like, okay, somebody kidnaps you and is holding you hostage, and then you pull out your gun and shoot them, and because you pulled out a gun, now they are able to use self-defense to shoot you, but that doesn't really work because the first person is the one who's using self-defense, so it doesn't make sense. So yeah, it's like everything that I can think of is just a little too on the nose to where I can't think of a good example or hypothetical of where regular everyday people would be causing a circumstance to where they would be shot. But I feel like there's got to be one that would just kind of show like we would all expect the person who caused the scenario in the first place to be the one who was held responsible. But I don't know. I can't think of one.
Where would our big disagreement be?
I would just say that it seems like Pisco, God bless him, it seems that like Pisco and other characters are acting like Officer Cause Jeopardy is already the law of the land, or that this moral consideration of
Pisco has been clear that he knows that this is not something that is the law of the land across the board, but that district courts, I think he said the second district court, I believe, but he has said that certain district courts have already ruled this and upheld it. So this is like one of the complications within our criminal justice system, is that different courts, different district courts can give different rulings and set different precedents. And that's something that a lot of people don't even know, is that like, yeah, you can have tons of drastically different standards from one court to another, and they'll have different precedents. And so depending on which court you go to, you can either be found guilty or found innocent based on which court you get and what their standards are and what their precedents are. So if you get the second district court, well, you're going to be found guilty because we already know they have this precedent that they've set where this is how they rule, and so that's just the way it is. Whereas if you get the third district, well, no, they actually have the exact opposite precedent, and so you're good as gold with them. We know that they're going to rule in the exact opposite direction. So yeah, it is a complicated, oh shit, it's a very complicated scenario. But there are some districts that already do have this precedent. So it just hasn't, like, normally once the Supreme Court rules on one of those things, that where they have different precedents from one to the other, the Supreme Court will rule on it eventually, and when the Supreme Court rules on it is when those differences go away and everybody then holds the same precedent. So it just has to be something that the Supreme Court rules on in order for there to be a standard where that is the law of the land. as Counterpoint says.
Of whether or not you firing is actually going to have an intended effect is either already the law of the land or already a part of police training, and therefore this guy should be charged and incarcerated. Whereas I think I made a bet on my stream, or I said I'd be willing to make a bet on my stream. 99.9, I don't think this guy's getting charged at the federal level. 99.9, I don't think he's getting hit for violations of policy. But you could say, oh, well, that's because of the Trump admin. I'm saying it's like, I'm going to put it 80-20. He's not getting charged at the state level. And I'm putting it at 99-1. He's not getting incarcerated at the state level.
Sure, but I think that has way more to do with political stuff right now than legal stuff. But okay, I can't argue the legal stuff yet. I'll read this case and I can do it tomorrow or the day after.
Yeah, I think there, if it wasn't for Trump being in office, I think there would at least like be a trial or be a, there would be a process that we would go through. Whereas because Trump is in office, we're just, it's never gonna fucking happen. We're never gonna get any sort of due process here. But that I think a lot of people saying, oh, well, he's never gonna be charged. There's like a mixture of them where some of them are like, haha, suck it. You're just whining about nothing because he'll never even be charged. Suck it, liberal. Like they're happy that the corruption exists and they're kind of rubbing it in your face. And then there's another group that are instead saying, oh yeah, like I don't think he's going to be charged. I don't know like which way it would go if he was, but I just don't think this is like, I don't think this matters enough for him to be charged. But yeah, any other president, we would have some sort of process. I don't even know if he would be convicted. Like truly, I don't know if he would be convicted. The main issues with what it is that the officer did was he didn't follow protocols. And that's not a criminal offense. Like not following protocol is not a criminal offense and would normally just get you fired from any job that's not completely corrupt. Like this guy would have been fired, not likely charged with or convicted of murder.
After if you want, but
okay, well, I mean, we might be on the same page if I say that like morally this is criticizable, but legally we should create case law out of Renee Good and Felix versus Barnes so we don't have shit like this in the future. But people were telling me that you were like, this guy should be incarcerated and he should be euthanized.
I don't think euthanized, but I mean, I do feel like the guy murdered her, yeah.
Okay, but
I
do you feel like he murdered her through officer caused jeopardy?
Yeah.
Okay, but that's like more moral than it is legal right now. Although I guess you could read Barnes and maybe you come up with a...
Yeah, maybe I'm different. I would be surprised if the legality, because I know for self-defense stuff, these are all factors that are heavily considered. Like, I'm pretty sure that if I were to, like, if we were going out and I were to approach you and I were to start to fight you or whatever, or I were to start talking a ton of shit, or I were to, like, provoke the fuck out of you, and then you go to hit me, and you're obviously a few inches taller than me, I would say, based on our encounters in real life, and I would pull out my gun and shoot and kill you, I think it cuts against myself.
Bro, I kept thinking every time I opened a drawer, like, oh, I shouldn't be opening this drawer. I should be checking the clock to see how much time I have left. Yeah, this is the ADHD thing, by the way, but I finally just now looked at the fucking clock, and yeah, I'm, oh, no. And yes, I am very late. I'm very fucking late, and I don't know if I can make it. I have 3 minutes and 45 seconds left, and I'm likely going to be fighting Ark along the way, and I'm completely out of stamina, and I dropped all of my adrenaline shots back there to make more room just a minute ago, so... Oh my goodness, you've got to be... Oh shit, that was lucky as fuck. Holy shit.
Self-defense argument pretty substantially if I'm the one that provoked the incident. I think it can take away your self-defense argument entirely.
It can.
Oh, actually, and it did for the Ahmed Arbery people or whatever.
Yes, it did for the.
Oh, true. No! What the fuck? Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy fucking shit. And there's a, of course, there's a fucking, holy shit. I am so fucked. There's a leaper on top of the fucking thing. Okay, great. This is...
Ahmaud Arbery, brilliant association, by the way. I forgot he existed for a second. But, okay, here's my but. The legal execution of duties is going to heavily weight it in the favor of the state. So the cop, regardless of whether or not he steps in front of a vehicle, regardless of whether or not he does officer cause jeopardy, he has a lawful purpose, which is to detain a lawbreaker or investigate a lawbreaker, which does not give the civilian the right to either resist arrest and or flee the scene.
I don't think we're arguing that at all.
Okay. Well, but that's what I'm saying is, like, when it comes to current case law, once again, I think officer cause jeopardy should become a thing and should be written intentionally, very intelligently. But I'm saying, based off of the law of the land, I don't think that you're going to be able to argue that an officer engaged in the lawful performance of his duties cannot take risks in order to effect an arrest, because the nature of law enforcement in general is risky.
Well, but
you're detaining people and you're taking away their freedom. But
no, that's not true, because there are things that you can do as a police officer, even in the performance of your duty, that can like, at the very least, like, they could clear the other person killing you. The guy that shot back when Breonna, when Breonna Taylor got killed or whatever, the boyfriend that shot back, I believe he wasn't charged with anything. I think officers did a no-knock raid on another, it was an African-American dude's house. This was like a fucking 5 or 6 years ago, and I think he shot and killed the cop, and I think he got off.
I just heard a thing pop. It sounds like there's somebody out there. Hey, if you're coming, let's go. I'm waiting on you. The last train. I just heard a fucking wasp ring like it just saw somebody, so.
Just fine, because he had no idea. So, I mean, like, there are things that you could do to put yourself in danger as an officer, and then you can get killed, and the other person could be exonerated completely.
Yeah, but you're gonna, specifically, if we're keeping this to the Renee Good case, you're gonna have problems with that, because she has uniformed people with, like, markings on their uniforms. She has a cop walk.
You cannot try to steal somebody's car in a hold-up situation and then claim self-defense if you unalive them as they flee. Well, that's not the claim. Hold on. The claim isn't that they had to kill them because they tried to run away. The claim was that that the officer was using self-defense. And so we're saying, yeah, she did drive her car towards him, and he could have felt threatened by that. but it wouldn't matter if he felt threatened by that because he created the scenario where she was having to drive towards him. Like, he stood in front of the car and he shouldn't have.
Walking past her car, she even acknowledges, "Oh, I'm not even mad at you." So she clearly knows, you know, who or what they are. He's videotaping her and her license plate, so she already knows that whatever legal trouble she's in, she's in. And then despite that fact, despite knowing that there is a, and by the way, we could even check out the cell phone camera footage. In the cell phone camera footage, while she's cutting her wheel to the right, she sees that the officer is in front of the vehicle. So you could argue that just as reckless and stupid the officer is being by stepping in front of the vehicle, she's being reckless and stupid by attempting to flee and elude law enforcement officers while there's a cop standing in front of her car.
Well, that's true. The recklessness would relieve the officer of his defense of just performing his duty, right? You can't be, if you're reckless.
No, I agree.
Well, no, I'm saying from a legal standpoint, if you're doing something with reckless disregard, then you've lost the defense of your occupation for doing so. Like, cops have pretty broad leeway insofar as they can attack or kill people as part of their job. But once they've exceeded some standard of behavior, they no longer have that protection, like the George Floyd thing, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to think of something as well where they're not committing a crime. That's because the best thing that I can think of is all going to be like somebody standing in front of a car when the car is trying to drive away. Like, that is the best that I can come up with, and that's what I keep thinking of each time. And so now I'm thinking, fuck, I gotta come up with something that's not literally the same exact thing, but that's all I can think of. So yeah, I'm trying to think of a scenario that's not literally the same thing, but you can't take you can't go to a shooting range when somebody is shooting and then jump between them and the gun and then pull out your gun and shoot them. There you go. There you go. I think that is the best one. That you can't jump in front of their gun at a shooting range and then shoot them because they were pointing their gun at you and claim it was just self-defense.
Like,
I would say okay, I could be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I could eat these words in a few days, but I would say you need to establish this case law.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. This is, if it's just a legal question, I'm not sure. I'll read this case and I'll come back with. Maybe.
No, and morally, I'm with you. Officer-created jeopardy is 100% a valid moral argument from my perspective. I've even seen officer-created jeopardy in person before, where a guy basically he got an arrest of a homeless person. But he did everything by the book, quote unquote. He was using de-escalatory language. He was using a calm tone. He was doing all the things that the policy or the law states. He followed the law. He followed the policy. But what this cop did, and my supervisor and I actually criticized the fuck out of him afterwards. He was displaying body language that seemed aggressive to somebody that was mentally unstable. So while he's saying the right things and using de-escalatory language, he's still approaching a guy who's mentally unwell, in my opinion, to trigger him on purpose so he can get an arrest. And I think that not only is that morally incorrect, effectively, policy and law should be rewritten to show that officers should not be able to antagonize members of the public to get them to commit crimes, so officers have a pretext to use force on them.
Okay, yeah. It's
hard
I
for
can't
me
speak
to imagine what it is he's talking about, so it's hard to know what the fuck that even means, but
I just know what the law is, so I'm hearing what you're saying. I just don't know what the the prior case law is.
Well, then we don't need to loop, but that was the main things that I wanted to call in about and discuss.
Okay. All right. Well,
I'm sorry I missed the celebrations this weekend. Is there anything else that you would like to discuss while we're here?
I got another chatter who's saying who wants to tango with you a bit about the Venezuela thing.
Okay. I mean, is he jumping on, or he just want to DM me on Discord, or what?
I think he's coming in here.
Okay. I mean, I can hang out. I still got.
There he is.
40 minutes.
Let me grab a drink.
Hi,
I'll go right back with you guys. Let me go to drink. Hold on. Or talk. Go ahead.
Hello, Connor. I'm not necessarily that interested in the Venezuela thing purely, but I was interested in mostly your analogies. I feel like your analogies were not strong, especially in terms of like the Syrian one. Do you want to restate what you said, or can I just go off what I heard from listening?
Actually, wait. I'm so sorry. Wait. Real quick. Before you guys do this, I'm sorry, because I see some people typing in chat. In my mind, and I could be wrong, but I have no convincing argument otherwise, all 3 shots are going to be analyzed the exact same. I seriously doubt there's going to be an analysis of that incident that separates shots 1 from 2 and 3. All of these shots happen pretty quickly in succession. It's not like it was like 1 and then 10 seconds and then 2 and then 10 seconds and 3. My guess is whatever anybody decides for shot 1 is also going to apply to 2 and 3. It was a very, very, very quickly done thing. That would be my take on that, but okay. I'll be back.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I'd like to restate it. Hi. I'd like to restate it. That way, hopefully we can deal with each other's steelmans. So what I would say is for Syria and for Libya, it seems pretty clear that our military...
All right, we got 45 minutes left. I wasn't going to push the goal because I thought Mantis was going to get on and we were going to play threes, and so I didn't want to have people donate if I was going to end up turning shit off. But apparently Mantis is not getting on, and so we're not doing teams tonight. We're not turning off the content unless we don't hit the goal. So we got 45 minutes left to get $25 in. If you guys want to continue, we do have... yeah, I think we might do... You guys said the Pisco... what's that kid's name again? I can never remember his name. Drew Pavlo discussion as well, and then I feel like I had another one, but I can't find it. So yeah. Oh yeah, I was telling you guys about the video where the officer comes to detain somebody and says, they said, why are you haggling me? And he says, because you have an accent.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. You have an accent too. Where were you born, sir?
Because of your accent. Dude has the same fucking accent as it, bro. They have the same fucking accent. This is insane.
Why are you asking me for my paperwork? Because of your accent. You have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at? Put your hands behind your back.
Ramon Monero was detained by U.S. Border Patrol agents outside his home in a Minneapolis suburb after an agent questioned whether he was a citizen because of his accent.
I'm from this country. You know what, sir? Now talking to you, hearing that you have an accent, I have reason to believe that you are not born of this country. So you just made an accent? What country are you from?
According to Monera, agents took a photo of him and searched a system that indicated he's been a U.S. citizen since 2019. They also checked his U.S. passport card, which he keeps in his wallet, before letting him go. Monera, who was born in Mexico and obtained a U.S. passport in 2021, was detained in front of his 5-year-old daughter.
Bro. Like, didn't we deal with this during the whole 9/11 shit? Didn't we deal with this? Like, making it to where you can't discriminate based on these characteristics and everything. Didn't we already go through this? That's insane. That, like, somebody having an accent. I guess, like, an accent isn't like a protected class thing. So it is, again, this is like something that's like a really like hard as far as like the language goes to find what we're talking about. But An accent is not evidence of somebody from being from somewhere else. Like, it's just not. That's insane.
Daughter.
Well, she was shaking when I got in the home, and she's like, "Are you okay? That we're gonna take you? I don't want to lose you." And I'm like, "You're not gonna lose me." Even though I'm a citizen, still feel afraid because they don't care if you're a citizen or not. And especially because I know I have a really strong accent speaking English. I know.
Tom, this is a recent Supreme Court decision. It's not. I keep trying. Holy shit. I have to go over this. Like, I feel like every fucking day now. It's not. It is not a recent Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court did not ever say that they could actually do these things. And they've clarified that they never said that they could do these things. They've actually clarified this shit. So, this is that's what they called the fuck. Hold on. I think I have the there's like a term for it. It's named after the Supreme Court justice, the something rule. Kavanaugh stops. Yes, the Kavanaugh stops. Kavanaugh has straight up said, because I said the whole time, I was like, bro, people are straight up misinterpreting this. There's no fucking way that they actually think this is what it says. And yes, Kavanaugh has clarified he was not saying this. He was never saying that this was okay. I'm not sure if I have the video here or not.
Minneapolis, whether the tactic. Oregon state officials released a video of 2 federal officers slamming a protester to the ground outside an ICE facility. DHS says it was a targeted arrest of a dangerous rider who had previously assaulted law enforcement. In September, officers shot pepper balls from the rooftop of an ICE facility down at a protest in Illinois, hitting a pastor. DHS released a statement saying that the agitators ignored verbal warnings and were impeding operations by blocking an ICE vehicle from leaving the facility, a claim the pastor has denied. About a month later, an officer repeatedly strikes a person in the head during an arrest. DHS said a hostile crowd surrounded agents, verbally abusing them and spitting on them. Pepper spray was deployed to deter the agitator and disperse the crowd. It is a crime to interfere with the actions of immigration agents, and efforts to block their work have been documented on video. But police experts say that when possible, de-escalation is always preferred.
Making an arrest in a large crowd can sometimes be problematic, as opposed to identifying that person and maybe making an arrest later on when you're not enraging the rest of the crowd. When emotions are high, rational thinking is low. And so sometimes you have to really slow things down, take a step back, communicate.
Fuck. Did anybody else have this problem where they scroll through their history and it starts to like repeat history, just showing you like a bunch of videos that'll take like 5 or 6 videos and just keep showing them over and over as though you watched them like 20 fucking times? My YouTube history does this all the fucking time and it's so obnoxious. Yeah, I can't find it. Alright. Well, fuck. Yeah, I had I had the videos of them like going over this and talking about it, but as of early 2026, Kavanaugh stops refers to a controversial immigration enforcement practice where federal agents stop and detain individuals based on profiles including perceived ethnicity, language, and occupation. The term was coined by Drexel law professor Anil Calhan following a September 2025 Supreme Court ruling. Case Nome versus Vasquez. Supreme Court's conservative majority lifted a lower court's injunction that had barred ICE from using factors like race, accent, or job type justify stops. Kavanaugh's concurrence, Justice Brett Kavanaugh wrote a concurring opinion defending these stops. He argued that while apparent ethnicity alone cannot justify a stop, it can be a relevant factor when combined with other indicators such as speaking Spanish or presence at day labor sites. Kavanaugh's opinion characterized these encounters as a minor inconvenience that is typically brief, asserting that U.S. citizens would promptly go free after proving their status. Recent developments, attempt to walk back. In late December 2025, Kavanaugh added a footnote to an unrelated case, stating that federal officers must not make interior immigration stops or arrests based on race or ethnicity. Analysts view this as an attempt to distance himself from the Kavanaugh stop backlash. In December of 2025, Democrats introduced the Shadow Docket Sunlight Act, citing Vasquez Perdomo ruling as a primary reason for requiring more transparency in emergency Supreme Court orders. But yeah, anyways, this has been like fully like debunked. Like the way that they said it was, it could be a relevant factor, but it can't be used as like a type of evidence. And so yeah, that's apparent ethnicity alone cannot furnish reasonable suspicion under this court's case law. However, it can be a relevant factor when considered along with other salient factors. Yeah, I think that's like I think that's fairly normal. Like if we're looking for somebody who's working with ISIS and is a terrorist, and we know that this guy is in some certain region, like it is true that the race and ethnicity will be a factor for what you're looking for, while it is not the thing you're going after, right? And so it's kind of like when, like a similar thing, like if somebody gives a description of somebody who just robbed a bank and they're saying, yes, it's a tall black guy, like you're not pulling them over because they're a black guy, but it's able to be a factor. That's what they're saying in the writings, is that like this is allowed to be part of the analysis, but it can't be the reason for stopping somebody. So the ICE has used it as this is a reason for stopping them, and in that video we just saw, that is like proof that they are using it as the reason for stopping them, not just like a factor that is part of what you're looking for, but instead the thing that they're using to stop them, and that's where it becomes illegal. And so yeah, it just doesn't it doesn't work.
Interventions were in the attempts to depose Bashir al-Assad and Muammar Gaddafi. And if you look at the 2001, 2002 AUMFs, they basically say that we can act against jihadist terrorist organizations that are a threat to the United States. And so from my perspective...
Okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. depending on the language of the AUMF, I don't think the United States would classify Bashar al-Assad as a jihadist terrorist organization, nor that he funded jihadist terrorist organizations. He was explicitly like a secular, very nationalist, like Alawite, supremacist type of regime that was explicitly fighting against like ISIS and other like more conservative Islamic forces within Syria and Iraq and Lebanon.
I agree with your description so far.
Okay. So, sorry, I continue. I just want to cut you off for a second.
No. So the strongest argument that I think you could make for Bashir al-Assad supporting jihadist organizations was that during the Iraq war, he encouraged jihadist groups in his own country to go to Iraq to fight coalition forces. But that feels pretty weak to me.
I guess my curiosity on that would be that when you talk about like, I feel like definition is very important here. When you talk about jihadist terrorist organizations, when people say that, especially in the American lens, they're usually talking about Sunni, mostly Salafi terrorist organizations that are explicitly against forces like Iran, forces like Saudi Arabia, or kind of against Saudi Arabia, and mostly against the United States. And like, I could be honest, I could be wrong, but when you say Bashar al-Assad sent jihadist terrorist organizations to Iraq to fight against their regime, the American-backed regime, my mind goes to it would be like Shia terrorist organizations fighting against the regime.
No, I think it would be Sunni, and I don't think he explicitly sent them. I don't think he gave them money. I don't think he gave them weapons. I think he looked at it as a two birds, one stone scenario, where he says, oh, if you're an extremist in my country and you hate me and you hate, modernism and you hate this and you hate that, go to Iraq. There's a bunch of Americans that you can fight if you think we're all great Satan or something like that. It would have been like the way that I heard it contextualized was effectively like public statements. I don't think he offered them material support. And then also this ended up being interesting historical fact. Interesting historical fact is that these forces allegedly went to the Iraq conflict and fought against coalition forces. Well, that's actually what blooded them and made them more veteran military forces, which is why they were the most competent military forces during the Syrian war, because they had experience from the Iraq conflict. Anyways, just interesting historical.
Yeah, no, that's probably I would guess that would be true, because when you also, another thing relating to what you said earlier, you said Ahmed al-Shara, he was like an ISIS guy. That is explicitly like just not true. He was the head of al-Nusra, and al-Nusra was more aligned with al-Qaeda than it was aligned with ISIS. While it is true that many of al-Nusra's fighters went on to join ISIS, that was because of split between al-Shara and al-Baghdadi and al-Zahiri. That through a split where al-Shara, or al-Jolani as he was called, went and sided with al-Qaeda. That's the reason many of people within al-Nusra went and fought with Baghdadi. And
I'll admit I was probably fast and loose, but also if you tell like an American, like I'm almost 40, if you tell an American like, hey, we're going to go kill ISIS, they'd be like, awesome. And then they're like, oh, we're going to go kill al-Qaeda affiliates. We'd be like, awesome. But because it is kind of like, I get it's different things, but to a lot of people,
it's very different.
Al-Qaeda and ISIS is similar enough to Al-Qaeda that it's not one thing, but it seems like one thing to an outsider.
Yeah, to an outsider, that would be true. But like, it isn't like the most perfect world where we like kind of like look at these conversations and try to have the best conversation possible. Because like if like, okay, let's use this analogy. Like if a retard is just like, oh, Bush and like Trump, they're like the same thing. That's like they have same like ideological roots almost, but it's the same thing with ISIS and Al-Qaeda. ISIS, it's another analogy is like the difference between like Trotsky and Stalin, where Stalin, he kind of wanted socialism in one country, and not Trotsky, and Lenin wanted like worldwide revolution, etc. Like that dichotomy. Like,
yeah, sure. ISIS wanted a global, or they wanted to start local, but eventually form a pan Middle Eastern, North African caliphate, whereas Al-Qaeda was an international organization that had like limited international terrorist goals in order to set things forth in motion. And I don't think Al-Qaeda had any aspirations of like governance. They were more like a militaristic terrorist organization. So I agree that the conflation. But then my question is, what's the beef? Because the main thing that I'm trying to say, because I actually wrote down the 5 points that Steven said, is that 3.5 of them I think are potential.
All right, we're going to try this again. I think there's a harvester. I believe that counts. Oh no, it's gone. Oh shit, it's gone. Okay, well fuck, I just spent all that time getting ready for a fucking harvester and it's gone. Fuck.
Impeachable, or they're at least like worthy of moral or legal condemnation. I think I had them written down somewhere. What I was saying though is that specifically, because I do remember the one that I was saying that is specifically the most important. The specific one is that I think that if you are going to impugn Donald Trump for taking unilateral military action in that are acts of war, then you have to look at 250 years of American executive history and see that a lot of our presidents have done acts of war without the consent of Congress, not an AUMF, not even a declaration of war. They just did that shit.
Yeah, but like what my point is, the examples you're using is they're not very strong examples. Like even the Panamanian one, the Panamanian junta, they declared war on the United States. I'm just saying, like, if you're gonna like appeal to like
what does that have to do with the two? But here's the two factors though, because this is the argumentation that I consistently hear: is that the president of the United States, when engaging in acts of war, should get the consent of Congress either through an AUMF or through a declaration of war. Otherwise, it's illegal and impeachable. I don't know if you agree with that last part. Because if it's illegal and impeachable, then we basically have 200 to 250 years of presidents who have violated this concept.
Yeah, but like my main issue with you right now, I'm not hating, but like it's just like when you say 250 years, all of the events across the 250 years exist within certain contexts of what was happening. You cannot draw a complete analogy. Like it's not completely analogous. What happened in Venezuela today, and what happened in Panamania in the 80s, and what happened in North Africa in the 1700s. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I want to see whether or not you agree with this statement, absent context from the series of conflicts that we've engaged in over the past 200 years. Just this sentence and this sentence alone.
Okay.
In order to comply with the Constitution of the United States, the president must seek the authorization of Congress either through an authorization or a declaration of war, or military actions that he has done are illegal and therefore impeachable. Is that statement true or not?
I think it is broadly true. Yes, it is true.
Okay, so if you think that statement is true, that is a sentence standing alone, separate from the context of various conflicts. So now we start adding in the conflicts where I understand like, oh, there's a lot of nuances to these conflicts, whatever, okay?
But the nuance is so important though.
But the nuances don't affect the statement that you just agreed to. You just agreed to that if military actions are done and they can cause war, because these are acts of war, and you do not have the authorization of Congress and you do not have a declaration of war, they are illegal and therefore impeachable.
Yes, as someone who follows institutional liberalism in terms of geopolitics, that is a standard we should hold ourselves to, or the West should hold ourselves to, in terms of military conflict. We cannot go around acting like Russia or China or any like third world like a shithole country and just be like invading countries without the authorization of not only our own.
Hey yo, we're bringing shithole countries back. Let's go. It's not just me.
Legislature or even the authorization of the UN. That's not, we live in a rules-based world order.
Okay, but what I'm telling you is I could go to the Barbary Pirate War, I could go to the Indian American Wars, I can go to the Banana Wars, I can go to a dozen wars in the 19th century alone, and I can go to a dozen wars in the early 20th century, and the statement that we made together, which is the president cannot conduct acts of war without an authorization for use of military force or an act of Congress, and therefore he is liable to be impeached and removed from office. That statement is not true. In the 19th century, in the early 20th, in the middle 20th,
one of the examples you just used,
in the early 21st, it's just not true historically.
The Barbary Pirate Wars were authorized by Congress.
After he had already taken action without Congress.
Okay, well, you want to... Okay, fuck. Okay, let me read this, actually. Like, Congress... Okay, this is the Wikipedia. I'm not going to be like a wiki warrior. But Declaration of War and Naval Blockade. Just before Jefferson's inauguration in March 1801, Congress passed naval legislation that, among other things, provided for 6 frigates that shall be officered and manned as the President of the United States may direct. In the event of a declaration of war on the United States by the Barbary powers, these ships were to protect our commerce and chastise their insolence by sinking, burning, or destroying their ships and vessels wherever you shall find them. It's like,
right. But
yes.
he had already deployed. And by the way,
yes.
This is where like the War Powers Resolution of 1973, I think reasserts Congress's authority over acts of war. Okay. So what you and I agreed to should be true. And
it should be true.
And yet,
like, okay.
Well, no. I mean, all I was going to say is we have Grenada, we got Lebanon, we got Somalia, we have Haiti, we have like, dude, I could go down another like half dozen things where the president leapt before he looked, and he was not impeached, and he was not removed from office.
Okay. My main point is that you I feel like the issue I'm having with you right now is you're jumping around to like different, not saying jumping, but like you're going to like different examples. But if we just like narrow it on one example, like I don't think like there's a broad
Pick which
like
one you like.
Okay, like even the ones you use like Panama, like it's like the analogy you're presenting between Venezuela and like these other conflicts. I'm saying it exists within the context of what's happening. So like for Panama, you listed as such, they declared war upon the United States. In the Barbary Pirates War, there was explicit authorization by Congress. Like we can look into these, but at the same time, I just
After
it's just okay. So, okay, even granted after fact, you're saying what you're saying is that throughout history, presidents have been kind of like acting without the authority of Congress and declaring war and invading and like kind of fighting against like.
Well,
powers.
they're not declaring war. They're saying that.
Sorry, not declaring war, but actually engaging in acts of war. One might say.
Well, yes, acts, but that's an important difference because effectively there was, again, you could ask Lactoid, but there was a argument about Obama's use of the AUMFs and military force in Libya and what this like legal author said. I would have to ask Lactoid for the thing. But what the legal author said is that Congress is explicitly told that they have the right and ability to declare war. But war within this context is specifically a state of open hostilities between a nation, which is a people, and a state, which is a government. So you have a nation state saying that we are hostile to this nation state. We are in a state of armed conflict. That is war. Whereas if you look at what Obama did in Libya and Syria, we were actually not declaring war on the nation at all. We claimed that we were advocating on behalf of the nation. We are actually taking sides in a civil war because we want what's best for the nation. And we didn't even declare war on the state. We actually did acts of war within a limited frame in order to shift things towards our geopolitical ambitions. Therefore, this is not a state of war. Therefore, Obama does not need the consent of Congress in order to engage in this action. And that argument, while instinctively, morally, it feels wrong, okay? It feels wrong based off of our understanding of the Constitution of the United States and where war powers reside. It seems historically correct.
What I would say to that is essentially that, okay, even if I grant you the thing that like, okay, they have been acting like this in the past, I don't think that is necessarily justifying what is happening in the present with Venezuela. And like, okay, even I take some issue with the way you're framing like the Libyan intervention. Like, I don't think it was purely for the geopolitical ambitions of the United States that the United States overthrew Libya, or that the United States attempted to assist rebels in Syria. Like, I I'm disagreeing with the framing of these
that our
events.
intervention in the Caribbean now is not just because we want to intervene and depose Maduro and the socialist regime of Venezuela. It's also because we want to enforce energy security and energy sanctions that are already on the books. And it's also because we want to stop drug trafficking north. Now, you can view these as fig leaves. You could view these as just pretexts that are very flimsy. And I would agree with you that they're relatively flimsy, but couldn't a earnest Republican or a earnest Trump cultist genuinely believe that these are additional pretexts that lend their arguments morally correct?
Friendly.
Possibly. I would just wait. Can you repeat that so I can fully understand what you're saying?
What I understood you to say, and I'm not saying that I'm totally correct in my understanding, but what I understood you to say is that regime change in Libya and Syria were not our only motivations. There were other motivations like
I'm not even saying that Libya was.
But I think these are good examples. Preventing the proliferation of and use of weapons of mass destruction. That's a reason to intervene in Syria. Also, to clamp down on ISIS and to make sure that Yazidis and Kurds weren't massacred wholesale. Those are also two noble ambitions of the intervention in Syria. In reference to Libya, it's to make sure that Muammar Gaddafi, who's this psychopathic dictator that's been in charge for 50 years, who's been in charge of terrorism, it's to make sure that he doesn't massacre the entire, vast swaths of his own people. These are noble ambitions that contextualize these conflicts that are more than just regime change. But I am saying that if you look at Venezuela, you can have a similar moral argument for why the despotic Maduro regime is abusing its own people and how they've done, they've engaged in this warfare that's made, or these actions that have made sanctions necessary, and they engage in narco trafficking, which kills hundreds of Americans every year. You can make like a multivariant moral analysis of all of these topics, and it doesn't change anything.
What's up, man? I'm looking for shredders.
Okay.
Especially if you're like an earnest Republican who drinks a Kool-Aid.
Yes, but if you're an earnest Republican who drinks the Kool-Aid, you probably have a bunch of previous beliefs that influence you on supporting.
Yeah, which is probably that Trump's right about everything, which means you're going to be an idiot about everything. Sure.
Yeah. Okay.
It's like post-hoc motivated reasoning. I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm just what I'm trying to say. This might actually cut through the flak a little bit.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm trying to say that Steven thinks that Trump is impeachable for 5 reasons. Okay. And I've heard one of those reasons cited the most. And I'm saying that I agree with 3.5 of those reasons.
Wait, just as a real quick thing, I thought that this was a general liberal thing. My contention is not usually on the legal side. It's that everything was pretextual about this in terms of his invading to steal oil. It undermines the stability of our hemisphere. It damages relationships with the United States and every other country. These are generally, just to be clear. But you can go. Not a big thing, but yeah.
Well, then, yeah. So there might be more overlap than I'm saying. But like, the one argument that I think that liberals and progressives are currently making that is going to be nigh on impossible to achieve in an impeachment proceeding, even if the Democrats get a majority in the House and Senate, is Donald Trump acted without authorization from Congress in a military way. Therefore, he is impeachable and we should remove him from office based off of that action. That is the weakest argumentation. It's the least likely to happen. And if you look at historical precedent, it doesn't seem like Congress is very interested in changing that.
I think that was I didn't necessarily come in here to like discuss the Venezuela thing specifically. I just came in.
Yeah, you just heard that I called Giuliani and what I called him a fucking ISIS member, and he was an Al Nusra member, and you're like, this guy's a fucking idiot, and he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Oh,
I get it.
This guy's shooting. Oh fuck.
I would never call it.
Okay, you use the R.
I just have.
You use ableist slurs in order to impugn my character.
I'm a left winger, but I just have so many issues with your framing. I just don't know how to communicate them. Can I?
But I think you have problems with my framing though, because I don't think you have a problem with what I'm saying. I think you have a problem with my framing, because realistically, what's happening, because we're so fucking sorry if I'm getting passionate, but we're so cucked in politics now that if you hear somebody saying something that's true, that's inconvenient to your political direction, then you think that the other person is joining the other side. And
every fucking time, dude. Every fucking time. Every fucking time. It's only when I'm going and doing these fucking trials too. It's only every fucking time I go to do the trials, somebody fucking kills me. Only when I'm doing the trials. That's it. I just got enough. I think I just killed 4 fucking shredders in like the first like 5 minutes of this round, and I had all the ability to just take out all the fucking shredders, and I have to come out alive.
In order to fuck over your team. But there are like 3 of us left in the online political sphere that are just saying things that we think are true because we think they're true. It's not because we're trying to like, I'm not trying to maneuver for Trump to win. I want this motherfucker to like do a hard handshake, get bruised, have the bruise get infected, and then for him to die of like sepsis. That's what I want. But when I hear liberals making bad arguments, I'm going to call them out because they're contradictory to the cause of, number 1, truth, but also number 2, having an efficacious political argument that actually sees the end of the MAGA movement.
Okay. I just don't even know how to begin with to engage with some of the. I guess I'll just have to like read more into like the. I would have to read more into like the specific like interventions in Libya. Then I think I know quite a bit about Syria, but I guess I think I want to read more about like Obama's justification for the war in Syria, because you did mention the fact that you're bringing up like this is a regime change, and despite all these other factors, if I'm characterizing you correctly, despite all these other factors, you are saying that it doesn't matter and it's still a regime change, and you can make that analogy with Venezuela. Is that correct?
It's the first statement that I kind of got you to agree to, which is, if the president takes military action without an AUMF or a declaration of war, it is illegal, therefore impeachable, and a president can be removed for office for doing so. I'm saying, and not just take that in isolation. Do we think that's true? Then if we think that's true, then we need to go through Barbary Pirate Wars, Indian Wars, Lebanon, Grenada, all that kind of stuff. And we need to find all the ones where we don't have Lebanon AUMF, and we don't have a declaration of war from Congress, and then we need to figure out why presidents weren't previously impeached and removed from office for said actions.
When you say Lebanon, are you referencing the bombing during the Lebanese Civil War that killed a bunch of American troops?
Yeah, I think that what might have happened is I think that there was like a UN resolution to stop the Lebanese Civil War. I don't remember whether or not we got authorization from Congress. I think we might have. But then we went into Beirut, and then we and then like 300 of our guys got blown up in a truck attack, and then we withdrew. But almost immediately.
Yeah, I don't know enough about any of this to really know. Because my understanding was that like all of this was just super common. Yeah, I'm not sure.
Immediately after that, I bring up Lebanon even if it's authorized by Congress. But the thing that happened immediately after that was Reagan was taking a hit in the polls because he was viewed as a cuckold. And so he used that as a pretext in order to invade Grenada. And to my knowledge, we did not have an AUMF or a declaration of war for the Grenada intervention.
Okay. That's
so if you find like Lebanon, you're like, oh, I own Lebanon on this. We actually had a declaration of authorization of use of military force on Congress on August 20th, whatever. Then just move to Grenada, and then Grenada, I think, is a stronger example of mine.
Okay, that's fair.
All right, cool. Well, I was going to ask Case if they had anything for me, or if they were here for Steven, and then based off of that, I was going to decide what I'm doing next.
I am here for Steven, but I do have a question for you. Which Game of Thrones character is Hussein?
Oh my god.
Wait. Is this one? Saddam Hussein?
No, Hussein, the one in the call.
Oh, Hussein. Hussein would have to tell me. Hussein, are you a DGG bannerman? Are you loyal to DGG, or are you a liberal or a progressive? Are you unaffiliated? What are you?
I'm a DGG bannerman, but I'm quite left-leaning.
Okay, then what I would need to do is I would need to Google like Lannister bannerman during the what like the War of the Five Kings, and then I would have to find some like some random hedge knight, some hedge knight that was loyal to the Lannisters, and then I would draw Hussein in there.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough.
All right. Then, yeah, I'm at like 5 hours, and that's how long I'm supposed to work. So, I parasocially love you. Fun conversation. I hope you guys have a beautiful day, and I will see y'all soon. All right.
Love you.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Connor.
Bye.
What a cool guy.
What a cool guy.
What a cool guy.
I know, right? What a cool guy.
What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay. Yeah, I'm so fucked, dude. I'm so royally fucked. I am so utterly royally fucked. I hate this fucking game. I did want to I kind of wanted to see the one before Lawyers, but where's the thing I'm supposed to watch?
He said
he does,
it shouldn't even be a dog catcher. Ripping down posters off the
we could both like.
No, there wasn't a funny groin. Home city, of course.
And your homeland.
My homeland, yeah. This is my home city, of course. So it's great to be here.
Born and raised.
Born and raised in New York, of course. So,
yeah.
but it's an honor to be here in my home city, of course. The funny thing is, I actually do have family here. So I mainly came here to see my family, and then while I'm here, I thought I have to do at least like one political stream or debate or something like that.
You have to with the boys. And listen,
we were actually gonna get Villiam in.
We were gonna have.
He's like a funny groiper. He's like kind of a crazy
I don't know
guy.
why you want to do that. Explain your vision for that.
There wasn't even a vision. Like he just wanted to debate me while I was in New York, and I was like, "Well, I'm debating Pisco. Do you want to join in? It can be 1v1 v1."
So you wanted like a little bit of like red meat that we could both like team up on.
Well, I'm against the groypers. Obviously, I haven't moved to the right, but I'm still like against the groypers and stuff.
Right.
I thought it would have been funny. A lot of people actually, I don't want to be mean, but a lot of people make fun of that guy William because
why?
Look, he was like a femboy. I think like he was like kind of like a e-boy.
What's wrong with that? Why are you laughing like that?
I think he like made like OnlyFans content, but like for guys or something like that. And then he became right wing, and then he's like a groyper now. So a lot of people have made fun of him for that.
But you don't. You're obviously very accepting and open.
I don't care. He can do what he wants to do. I think. Yeah. But it is funny that we're doing it in person. I'm glad that we're doing it in person.
I was like shocked.
Well, obviously it's funny because he's a groyper. Like that's what makes it funny is that he's a fucking groyper.
Because I'm gonna be honest, it was a little bit of an interesting journey. The back and forth, somewhat on like logistics.
Oh, it's hard to.
Yeah, I mean it's hard with the time like difference sometimes. But there was at one point like, let's do a live event. Let's do this. But like we were trying to get our schedules worked out. I'm glad everything worked out.
I did have a stupid idea where I was like, Pisco, you should do a ticketed event. And then the reason I wanted
in a week, how am I going to do it in a week?
The reason I wanted to do that is like, there's actually so many people I wanted to meet, but I just was like, it's so hard because there's just so many things to do in New York, and I had to mainly see family.
And so number one was me, and number two was the groyper gay OnlyFans model.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's good to be in your home.
Someone said they look like brothers, which is funny.
We are brothers.
My brother lives in New York, and people always think he's Hispanic, which is very funny. So,
and you're not white. You agree with that, right? Do you think you're white?
Look, it's a funny thing. Like, there's actually a funny debate about this. You know what's funny, Pisco? Like, look, when I was lefty, and when I was lefty, the tankies who hated me because I was like anti-CCP and stuff like that, they would always say Drew's like a white guy who's like a racist, white privilege, blah blah blah. And then since I became a bit more conservative,
this is not a white man.
I don't know. Look.
You're not a white man.
Look. Can I say the N-word? I can't. When I do,
no.
When I'm not going to do it. I'm just saying, like, if I'm rapping along to my favorite songs and stuff, I do genuinely swap out the words because I don't want to get in trouble.
You swap it out because you don't want to get in trouble, or because
I do because I don't want to get in trouble.
No, but like, don't you feel black? Like you're always posting Malcolm X.
Yeah, that's true. I do. No, but well, you know what's funny? Like, legit, growing up, I'm not even taking the piss here. Growing up, for some reason, I did identify a lot with the African American experience. I loved rap music so much growing up. Like,
and that's of course why you're wearing a NASCAR jacket.
There's no political meaning here. I just found it on the street in like the East Village, and I thought it was cool, so I got it.
Speaking of the street, did you enjoy the deep cleaned subways, courtesy of our new
Zaram Mamdani?
Yes, look, talk about it. Yeah.
This is probably one of the biggest culture shocks to me as an Australian. So, like, look, one, New York's the only walkable city in America. Obviously, like, the
only walkable city?
Probably, right? Like, you don't really have like urbanism in other American cities, right?
I think that there's a lot of places that are certainly not walkable. You're right about that.
Does he mean like major city or what? Or when he says walkable, is he talking about crime or is he talking about? Is he talking about like just how it's the infrastructure? I'm genuinely confused about that statement. What does he mean by walkable? Like transport? Okay. Yeah, he's talking about okay. Yeah, like infrastructure. Okay. That makes sense. All right.
But it's very car-centric, but Australia's the same. And so, it's amazing to come to New York because it's kind of like a European city in the sense that you can walk everywhere and everything. But probably the biggest culture shock to me is it is the extremes of wealth and poverty because, like, look, you do go onto Subway and probably a couple times, like, there's been situations where it's probably been a little bit unsafe. I'm not trying to go all law and order here, but there was a crazy time, and I'm going to write a Substack about this, but I was at the 42nd Street station at Times Square at about midnight, going home to the hotel, and this guy,
Okay, I should have looked at the clock before I started this. Yeah, if the clock's up, then I'm probably gonna finish up here then, because yeah, we didn't come anywhere close to hitting the goal on this one. So, yeah, I think I'll end it there. I mean, I guess I'll probably keep streaming, but I'm gonna prioritize the game over this. So, yeah, if you're here for the gaming, congratulations, this is your moment. But yeah, for the other show, like, yeah, I'm just not. I'm not gonna keep playing the video. We might get into it tomorrow instead, though. Try to do that early on. You gotta go to bed? Alright, man. Have a good night.
was on the platform, and he was like he was obviously like very mentally disturbed. He was sort of like lunging around. He was acting very erratically. He was ripping down posters off the wall and sort of like lunging across and he was only a couple yards away from me. And he sort of turned around and I saw this massive kitchen knife down the back of his pants. And I walked off the platform because I was
like, write for the New York Post. I mean, that's pretty much every week's story.
Actually, I tried to contact the journalist and everyone's like, no, that happens all the time here, Drew. But it is kind of strange. Look, when you I think that is probably one of the most culture shock things in Australia. Like, I don't know, sorry, in America, the culture shock.
Poor and homeless people?
The extreme levels of homelessness, and the fact that sometimes the subway seems to basically be like a sort of de facto homeless shelter.
Got it. Yeah,
And I think the fact that like sometimes then you get like guys who are like aggressive or like physically intimidating and stuff, like that is like very difficult. So,
but Zoran says he has a plan. He's going to try to make housing more affordable for New Yorkers and going to try to address the.
God bless.
And
we love Zoran Mamdani. Look.
You went pretty hard against him.
Look,
I still see you putting some stuff out there.
The thing is, though, Pisco, like, I think when it comes to the homelessness situation in New York City, like, obviously, like...
Yeah, now I'm wondering if he was talking about infrastructure, if he was talking about... If he was talking about the crime. Now I'm going back thinking, okay, maybe he was actually talking about the fucking crime. I think I might have been right the first time.
Like, a big part of it is poverty, and it is hard to get a place and everything. But at the same time, though, like... Some of the people that are homeless on the subway, they clearly need like very strong mental help. Like they need to be in a mental institution. And like, I don't know, maybe, I don't know necessarily what the solution is, but they like.
Well, yeah, again, it's not going to be the fucking Republicans that are going to do that. This gun sucks, dude. This gun is trash. Yeah, this gun is fucking... Both of these guns are trash.
Like, if they need healthcare, they need, like, to be in a hospital. And look, even though I'm, like, more conservative and everything, I still believe in public healthcare. We've got that in Australia. I support that. So, yeah.
So you're not necessarily on the basis... Because there are some people who say, for example... Yeah. Zoran Mamdani, his socialist policies...
No, that's not why I don't like... That's not like... I'll be honest, like...
It's because he's a Muslim.
No. I'll go into it. But listen, like, I actually... Like, his economic stuff, I don't care that much about. Like, opening 3 grocery stores, fair enough. Free bus care, like... the reason I'm opposing Zoran Mamdani, it's not because I don't want New Yorkers to have, like, free buses. Like, I don't care about that.
Yeah, so why are you opposing him?
Well, look, I do think he does have a history of extreme radicalism, like, where... You know, for 10 years, he was, like, a very, very left-wing activist. A very, very left-wing activist.
True. But you and hold that against some right-wingers.
Maybe he's moderated recently, but, like, if you look at his sort of history, he's not some...
Yeah, I would like to see if... Yeah, that's a really good point. There's no way he holds history against right-wingers if he's, like, supporting people like Trump and shit, so... That doesn't seem to be a consistent standard.
Somebody, look, if you ask Zoran Mamdani, like,
why do you keep saying that?
Yeah, I was just about to say the same thing. Why does he keep saying his middle name, Koran? Is that his name, Koran? So he's saying it because of the Quran? He just keeps saying his fucking middle name, Koran? Where's the other thing? Rosa? Oh, fuck. Shit, does this actually work? How far can I go? Damn, that was fast as fuck. Hell yeah. Sheesh. I just took the biggest fucking shortcut? That was base as fuck. Getting down from there was gonna be like my biggest problem. I was like, oh shit, I don't think I can make it there in 4 minutes. Well, I can make it there in less.
Fox News meme thing.
Yeah, but that's exactly what I was thinking of. Barack Hussein Obama, exactly.
But if you asked Zoran like 2 years ago, like, are you proud to be an American or whatever? Like, he probably would have said no. Like, I think he's got like I think he's very negative about the overall sort of American project. I think he buys into like the whole, this is stolen land, it's genocidal, all this stuff. Like, it's that sort of like it's the frame. I use the term, it's half joking when I use the term, but I use the term sort of race communism. And it's kind of like this part where it's like they really don't like the Western world. They really don't like white people, it seems. Like, when he was talking...
You don't think Zoran likes white people?
Look, he got a lot of support from white people. That's obviously true.
Yeah.
But, I mean, he was out there on the campaign saying, we want to tax white neighborhoods. And he could have just said, I'm going to tax rich neighborhoods. He explicitly said white neighborhoods,
Well,
right?
he didn't say it. It was part of the policy. It was in the policy.
Well, yeah,
No doubt.
He put that in the policy.
And that was a mistake. But like, let's be real.
And you also have to admit as well, like, there were like 2 people he's appointed who have history where they were saying crazy shit, where they were like, we have to destroy white middle class wealth.
The thing is,
I bet you anything, if we find Trump saying similar things about other groups, they'd be like, but that's not racist, that's just true. Like, bet you anything that would be the case. I'm supposed to be finding something. Ah, fuck. Bro, I can't fuck with you right now. Sheesh. No, I can't fuck with you either. What the fuck? Who is he looking at? Shit.
What I take issue with, and we are going to step back in a second, introduce Drew a little bit, and we're going to talk about his journey, and then we'll get into the issues that we disagree with. What I take issue with, though, is that this is a level of purity testing that I don't see you apply to people with sordid pasts or controversial statements from the other side. You can find all manner of degenerate scumfuck in the current administration, but you don't spend all your time talking about how the administration is catering to these people. For example, famously, right, JD Vance is saying, let the kids in the door who say all these like explicitly racist and anti-Semitic things in group chats.
I disavow all that. I disavow that. And listen, like, obviously I do have a history criticizing Trump a lot. Like, I was a big, I was a huge Trump opponent until like 6 months ago. Like, it's a complex journey that I'll discuss.
Yes.
Like, and I don't agree with everything. For example, I strongly disagree with the Greenland policy. I think Greenland policy is horrible. And I don't agree with everything about ICE, for example, the tactics that they use. I think in general they do need to have border security. They do need to deport people who are illegally in the country, but the way they've done it is bad, probably. Like, so I'm not completely uncritical.
Yeah.
I'd say it's critical support in the sense that I just don't like.
So you would consider yourself a Trump supporter in that sense?
I would say extremely critical support. Like,
okay.
It's simply that, look, the reality is, Pisco, and this is what I'll describe, but essentially, for 5 years, communists have basically said, we want to murder you, Drew Pavlou. And so after a while, I'm like, okay, I'm an anti-communist, and I'm going to support people who are against communism.
That's a kind of unprincipled.
Not really,
stance, right?
Not really, because if there's a political side that basically wants to kill me and destroy my life and destroy my family.
No, it's understandable, but when I say it's understandable, I just mean like that's a very human thing to happen. But like, just because communists or a particular side that
I just hate the far left a lot. I hate the far left, and I've got reason to do it because I've literally been swatted. It's like a trauma response to being swatted and 5 years of
trauma
death threats.
In some sense is almost definitionally irrational. At least when you say that it informs.
But to a certain degree, it's actually just to a certain degree, Pisco. Okay, like you don't like the Trump administration.
Oh no, yeah, no.
And, yeah, of course.
Oh,
and
no,
and
yeah, no,
the
no.
reason you hate the Trump administration is because you believe that like Trump wants to hurt people that you love. And it's the same way, like I can't support the Democrats because I believe that the Democrats, or the equivalent of like, the Democrats in Australia, like the left, they want to hurt people that I love. Like,
I can tell you why, and after this we'll get into your journey, because I think it's an interesting one, because how I first learned of you was because people would post your like edgy lib tweets, right?
I was a liberal.
Yes.
But I was like an edgy liberal though.
Like an edgy liberal who had some pretty like unapologetic, like a version of just memery.
I was like an anti-woke liberal.
Like kind of an anti-woke liberal, sort of in the mold, in some ways, I would say a mix of how Destiny sometimes interacts, Kyle Kalinske with his tweets sometimes. So there was like an edginess to it, and there was a kind of like base libness that from a distance, not knowing you and never met you, I would sometimes see like a funny meme that you would say that made me laugh. And so on the why do I dislike the Trump administration? I think the principal reason is because they stand in opposition to everything I thought that you and I shared, at least when I first interacted with you. But as I'm learning more and more, I think that that's not the case, or at least it's not the case anymore. And I'm wondering if you could tell us about currently, how do you see yourself politically? Do you use any label? And talk to me about your political journey. Go ahead.
Look, I would describe myself as a conservative. And I think it's actually a psychological shift. So when I was a progressive, I believed that you could, and I spent 10 years as a progressive. My introduction to politics was the Bernie Sanders campaign in 2015.
So this is the problem, and this is like the shift that you do see is like people who are MAGA don't become like moderate liberals. They become progressives. And people who are progressives who become conservative, they don't become moderate conservatives. They become MAGA. Like, this is kind of the way that things shift. And this is what's like annoying to me when I talk to a lot of these people is when I listened to Anna Kasparian when she was on the left, I thought she was a fucking idiot. Like, it didn't matter that she was on the left and that there were like some things here and there that we happened to agree on. That meant nothing to me because she was fucking stupid. Like, she just said the dumbest shit all the fucking time and made it to where, yeah, there was no way that I was going to think that she was ever like this you know, smart political mind. But when she moves, she's not MAGA. She can't like make that, you know, she can't make that difference that quickly. But like she went from like one really fucking stupid ideology to another really dumb fucking stupid ideology, or like one dumb way of looking at things to another dumb way of looking at things. And so yeah, just to a lot of people who liked her, they just didn't know how fucking stupid she was. And I feel like that's just how this works, is like, if you're fucking stupid, you're fucking stupid. Like, it's you didn't all of a sudden become smart and switch to the smart side. Like, nah, you've probably been fucking stupid the entire time, or you weren't smart and then shifted to the dumb side, or like became dumb. Like, you've been dumb the entire fucking time, and you just always been dumb. Like, you just don't know how to analyze things. And I think Anna Kasparian is a great example of that, where she's just never been good at any sort of like analysis of any sort. So yeah, it meant nothing to me that she had kind of changed her positions to stupid positions.
I was a Bernie bro. I was literally a Bernie bro for like many years. I'd sit at the back of the classroom I was like 15, so it was like grade 11.
I don't really know what happened to Drew, but well, so like when I say that these people are stupid, I'm saying that I think that they actually misunderstand the majority of these issues. I think that they really misunderstand them. I think that they have a drastic misunderstanding. And I think that almost every time there is an issue that comes up, they say some of the dumbest shit. Like, I just had a couple arguments with progressives in the comments of some of the streams that I had, where they just like they argue against things that I don't believe and didn't say, because they're just being defensive a lot of times. And then even while they're trying to argue against something I don't believe, they're using really dumb logic to argue shit that doesn't even make sense, and like factually incorrect things, and just like it's just wrong, like across the fucking board. And yeah, I don't know. I know that like I try not to be like too harsh, but I really just think that like lots of progressives really just have no fucking idea what they're talking about, and it pretty consistently bothers me that we're thought of as like on the same side when I think that we align often enough to where we can like work together and get shit through and get stuff done, but we're just not the same at all. We're just drastically different groups. Sometimes he just blindly agrees, and he blindly disagrees. Yeah, that's that is how I feel about MAGA and progressives. Is I feel like they tend to just blindly agree or blindly disagree with things based on what aligns with their bias. Like, it doesn't, and that's why I say like defensiveness is a huge part of this. Is just people hearing something happened and then just getting defensive because they feel like they're supposed to. They feel like they're supposed to be on one side or the other, and so they just get defensive instead of actually like having an honest engagement.
And I'd sit at the back of the classroom and just like literally obsessively pore over the returns in every single state and plot out how Bernie's campaign could win and stuff like that. I was one of the guys who like literally like, here's how Bernie can still win. I was like devastated when he lost.
And this was so you're younger guy.
When I was 15, 16,
15,
yeah.
16, yeah.
Yeah, and like, and then when he lost, I was like very devastated, and for a time I kind of like became like, I guess like a sort of moderate liberal in the sense that like I actually supported Hillary, and I was like, okay, like the problem was that Bernie was too radical and we've got to be more centrist and everything. And I guess I was there for a couple years. And I think just the problem is like, obviously, like, look, we live in a world where there are major political events every week at this point.
Yep.
Like
especially now in the current administration.
It's like the famous Lenin quote, you know, there are some, you know, there are weeks where decades happen.
Yep.
And
nice, you got there. I was
yeah.
worried. Is it months? Or
I've probably butchered it slightly, but we're living through, you know, immense times historically, and like, look,
it's weeks. You were right. It looks like,
but I'm updating based in response to what I see, right? And it's almost like a psychological shift. When I was 15 and 16, I believed like, you know, we could perfect the world. We can have we can create a perfect world. I believe it's possible that we can perfect society if we just, you know, if America has universal public health, and I still believe in public health care and everything, but if America has universal public health care and it does, you know, change.
So can we pause right there? So what you're saying is you thought your prior beliefs were in some sense naive. Is that right?
I'll try to explain it a bit.
Or a little bit idealistic.
I believe that the world was perfectible. I believe that you could create utopia on the earth, essentially.
And we now live in like a fallen state.
So yes, that is naive, and yeah, that is. So the answer was yes.
So that's how I see it. It's like after years of you know, the Russian invasion of Ukraine was shattering for me. The way that, you know, the Hassan Pikers of the world sort of just joked around about it and took the piss out of it and everything. You know, going forward, like, you know, I had years of people on the left, you know, showering me in death threats, and I was swatted multiple times, and I was arrested on false grounds, and all these sorts of things. And just my view of human nature darkened when you are constantly in sort of fight and flight mode, and people are constantly like literally saying, like literally every day, Pisco, I log onto Twitter and there are people like literally like, we're gonna fucking murder Drew Pavlou. If you,
they say that about Will Stancil too.
Sure,
They say that about Will Stancil.
Yeah. But all I'm saying though, right, is it's like my view of human nature darkened. And instead of thinking like we can perfect the world, I'm like,
so
no.
Putin won.
Putin
won. I just want to say real quick, it sounds like Putin was successful in getting you to lose belief for democracy and your ideals.
No, I still believe in democracy. All I'm saying though is, I believe that you basically have to have a Lee Kuan Yew style approach to democracy, where you have to have very tough law and order crime.
He keeps talking. So. He keeps talking about like what is most effective instead of like what he actually believes in, because It's saying like, I believed we could perfect the world. Like, well, that is what you should always be pushing towards. That's what you should always try to achieve. Your goal should always be to like make things perfect. Even though it's impossible, you can't do it. There's no way. Like, that is what your goal ought to be. And but instead he keeps saying like, oh, I realized that like this was really hard, and so, or this wasn't we weren't capable of this, or like he keeps saying shit like that makes it feel weird. Like, I don't know. Like he's I don't know how to explain it. It makes it feel like he's not even talking about like his actual beliefs, but instead just like what he thinks he should believe based on the world that we live in order to get things done, even if those things that we're getting done are not things that he believes in. That's what it sounds like to me. That's what it's coming across as to me, is like it's like you know, like getting annoyed with the Democrats, and over time being like, well, I realized that in order for us to have a healthy country, we have to be willing to negotiate more. And so I've decided that I'm in favor of all of the Trump deportation orders. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you can still be against those and say, but we can negotiate on it, and like say like, okay, like, you know, there's some give and take that we have to do here. But that's what it's coming across as to me. I don't know if that's what it sounds like to anybody else.
Policies, you have to, I don't believe that you can have basically open border, and I think it's actually so much harder to assimilate people than I previously imagined. You know, that part of it as well was October 7 was a huge thing for me, where I had all these friends who I regarded as friends, and suddenly they're celebrating like the massacre of like 1,200 Jews. And I saw all the images that day, piles and piles of dead bodies, civilians. It was horrific to me. And I saw all these people who I regarded as my friends going, this is what decolonization looks like. This is what decolonization looks like. And then in the next breath, they're like, we want to decolonize America. We want to decolonize Australia. We want to decolonize. And it's like, okay, like past a certain point, my view of human nature has darkened. And I believe that there is a radical fringe on the left that unfortunately is no longer as fringe as it once was. Like, unfortunately, I believe that tanky bullshit has infected a lot of the center left. And
in America, is that your observation? Because
look, even in America, because like, look at the Maduro. We'll talk about the Venezuela thing. There are a lot of mainstream Democrats who are like, no, how dare you touch Maduro? And Maduro was one of the most disgusting dictatorships in the entire world.
Hang on a second. I just want to take issue with that. You're not really seeing that for mainstream Democrats.
I mean, Chuck Schumer. There were a lot of Democrats who, like, a lot of senators, a lot of Democrats, top Democrats who said this is fundamentally an illegal act. It's fundamentally wrong.
Well, but that could be correct, Drew.
I know you're going to say that it's illegal.
Well, I do think it's illegal, but
here's the thing.
But hang on. But that is different. I just want to start out the difference there, because I would agree if there was widespread sentiment among Democrats in support of Maduro, I would find that concerning. But
someone said get ICE to deport Drew because he's working in the USA in violation of truth. I'm not getting paid for this. I'm not getting paid to go on Pisco's stream. I'm just sitting here.
Yes, yeah. This is a social invitation. But don't worry about that.
I know.
So if I look to my left and I look to my right and I saw a bunch of people who are standing Maduro, I would be concerned. If I look to my left and look to my right and saw a bunch of people standing Vladimir Putin or something, or Xi Jinping, I would be concerned.
But there are a lot.
We'll get there. We'll get there to the H man. We'll get to the H man. Don't worry. But
not just the Sampaio, but yeah.
Okay. But I look to my left and I look to my right, and I don't see Democrats standing Maduro. I look to my left and I look to my right, and I see them saying things that I think are true, namely that it's concerning Trump's use of power, and that Maduro is a bad guy. The leadership of the Democrats in both congressional houses and practically to a person throughout the country condemned Maduro as a tyrant and as a thief of the election in Venezuela. And so I don't know what you're talking about when you say you see tankyism infect the Democratic Party or the center left in America. What are you talking about?
I mean, there are major elected Democratic officials like Zoran Bamdani, who's increasingly the sort of like leader of the left of the Democratic Party. who
you view him as the leader of
I think
the Democrats, or
no, of the left of the left wing of the
Okay,
Democratic Party, probably like a co-leadership type role with AOC, and they were very strongly against the operation.
Wait, what?
Leader of
I think
the Democrats, or
no, of the left of the left wing of the Democratic Party, probably like a co-leadership type role with AOC, and they were very strongly against the operation to remove Maduro. And let me say this, right? Okay, I understand. Yes, there's no congressional authorization. There's 2 points in relation to that. One, the US has not declared war since like literally 1945. The second thing as well is the Biden administration put a bounty on.
We'll get there. I want to get there,
And-
but I
and
just
if
want
you
to talk
put
about the claim regarding the tankyism. I want to get there,
Yeah,
and I know
yeah.
you have a lot of good ideas to talk about with respect to the legality and the wiseness of the intervention. I want to get there, but the first part, I want to chart your political journey, and I think part of what you're explaining to me is not something unfamiliar to a lot of different people, which is your feelings of humanity and the people around you and your groups shift. And part of that is you're describing of this like growing radicalism among certain people who you once considered friends and
Yes.
people who you considered like, I don't know, colleagues. But I'm just wondering where that is among the center left in America, for example. I don't see it. So maybe you see something. Maybe it's there.
Yeah, I don't like it when he says like, "Oh, well, all of my friends did this or did that." And I keep thinking, yeah, you just had fucking stupid friends because you were a fucking idiot. Like, that's it. But he's basing a lot of his beliefs on this like, this rejection to these other people instead of it being about like what it is he thinks is good and righteous and worthwhile. It's instead about like, oh, I don't like this other group and they don't like me, and so. That's just stupid.
There.
Look,
but I'm not seeing it.
Look, all I know is like literally 2 days ago, I was walking down the street in like the Upper East Side, which is like a wealthy area and everything. And there were massive posters that said, "Return Maduro to America, return Maduro to Venezuela, free him, etc., etc." And I've seen, I'm not even kidding here, like I've seen pro-Maduro stuff all across New York City. Like it's there, it exists. We just literally prior to this this debate, I went out to the Brooklyn MDC, you know, the actual place, and walking down the street, there were Maduro stickers and everything, and it's not even just Maduro. Like Luigi Mangione was a big one for me as well. Like I just instinctually look at a guy shooting a guy in the back, and I agree that the healthcare system in America is fucked, but I just view the act of shooting somebody in the back as they're walking down the street as horrific.
But the thing is, for Luigi Mangione, I think it's horrific. I did see a lot of it, and I'm going to be honest. I'm not a liar. I'm not going to tell you that I haven't even seen it among some people in my social circle. All right, so there are some people who are like, "Fuck," you know, I don't really care about Luigi, and I think that's horrific.
Drew, is it right to rape a rapist?
Stop!
Okay,
Don't get distracted. Don't get distracted. But that's on the right too. The right response to Luigi Mangione. I'm not talking about any of these other shootings because those exist as well in terms of fuck around, find out, and we can also talk about the ICE shooting at some point. But for Luigi Mangione specifically, when you asked right-wing people, there was a great deal of sympathy. So I'm not seeing the symmetry breaker.
Look,
I'm not seeing the symmetry breaker.
Okay, here's the funny thing. If you actually looked at Luigi Mangione's past statements, I think it was what was the platform that he was active on? It, or even just his Goodreads, like he was reading Peter Thiel's books and stuff like that. So a lot of people made the point that like he didn't actually necessarily seem to be an out and out leftist. Like he kind of seemed to be kind of like almost like a disaffected tech bro, right winger sort of. He didn't really have like a consistent ideology. But at the end of the day, though, which side really held him up as a banner of? Like I know, for example, in Australia, the main sort of like left-wing activist group in Australia, the Victorian Socialists, who now have this sort of political party called the Australian Socialists, they're sort of the vanguard of the Australian left. Like they held like massive sympathy discussions and posts in support of him and everything. And I knew a lot of people in my social circle. Like
I would agree that it was more so on the left than the right, but again, the problem is that this isn't something, again, coming from like Democrat leaders. This isn't coming from like left-wing leaders, and that is over and over his claim is this like systemic issue that exists. Whereas he starts off just saying like, I saw this with my friends and I was disgusted. Understandable. Maybe don't be friends with those people anymore. But then he shifts to like, and this is a real problem on the left, and this is you know, this is what everybody is doing, and yeah, it keeps changing to where I feel like he's flip-flopping from one to the other.
I can give you an example. Like, there's this girl that I knew who I knew from university. Literally works for a senior judge. Like graduated from law school, works for a senior judge.
So a serious person.
Like serious person who's like just like a normal, who you would think is just a normal center left person. They were trying to debate with me, going like, "Oh, Luigi's a hero," and I'm like, "But I know that if you saw somebody shot in front of you, you would cry." And so there's a lot of look. You're right that there's a lot of like these kind of like. Oh, of course, you're right on the right. There's the what's the
there's bloodlust on both sides.
I agree, and the what's the term for it? It's like the opposite of virtue signaling. It's vice signaling. There is vice signaling on the right.
That's the Richard Hanania stuff.
Look, there is vice signaling on the right, and look, I will say, I did actually think people like outright celebrating Renee Good's shooting was disgusting. I did think that. Look, I never want to see anybody shot like that. It was horrible. I did think that she created a dangerous situation by driving forward towards the officer. I do think
we can get there.
We can get there, right? We can talk about it later. I want to say though, like to clarify, like at the fundamental basis of it, I do think it's a tragedy. I don't think anyone should ever be shot like that. And I see your point that there were a lot of right wingers who like actually full on had bloodlust with that, and that was wrong.
Taking the temperature like this and seeing where like sentiment shifts with respect to these extremist events, if it exists on both sides, and I'm going to be honest with you, Drew, I don't think that there's a reasonable empirical case that we can make at this moment that the left wing in this country is more radical than the right wing in this country. That's going to be an empirical case to make. Maybe in your circle that you see more, but again, the algorithm is not necessarily showing you what's real. But let me just finish this point. I think what's better as a metric to judge our political allies isn't these kinds of like responses on social media. It would seem to me to be a better way to do it is to look at policies, look at platforms, and the ideas that like the thought leaders are trying to show off. But why is that not your focus?
Look, here's the interesting thing. If you actually ask me on a range of policy questions, I still agree with like a lot of, center left sort of, things like, for example, public healthcare. I support that, right?
Yeah.
It's difficult because, look, there are two fundamentals where I really strongly disagree. I think increasingly, even the center left in America basically view all immigration enforcement as illegitimate. Like almost all of it.
Fucked.
Really?
And I think a lot of it is. Like people, it's very mainstream now to say abolish ICE. It's very mainstream. You had Bill Kristol saying that.
But I
Bill Kristol, a former neocon, saying that.
But I support it now, not because I don't support law enforcement, not because I don't think that there ought to be immigration enforcement, but because of the consistent, flagrant abuses by this agency against the things that I value most, which are our liberties, right? The thing that you and I are supposed to love, right? What makes us different than China? That we both do not like the Chinese Communist Party. I don't like these authoritarian regimes. What separates us from Putin? It is the removal of arbitrary power, the imposition of checks and balances, and the protection of freedoms. So you ask, how can I support abolish ICE? Well, I'm doing it on the grounds that I think that you and I should be like aligned with, which is the protection of our societies. And if we don't do that, right, even when it's costly and even when it bothers certain people who otherwise like deserve I don't know, a punishment, right? If we do that, if we just give up our institutions and our democracy, then we're going to turn around one day and we're going to live in China, or we're going to be living in Russia, and we won't know when we gave up our democracy. So that's why I'm so concerned with this sort of ends justification on immigration, or like, I don't know.
This has always been my argument as well, is like it's the slippery slope that's argued in a lot of these cases is it is like exactly what I'm afraid of. Is I think that the slippery slope is how everybody else ends up where they are. I think that's how like countries end up in these directions, and especially when they keep using like a reaction to everything. It's always about what other people did, therefore that's what, like, that's why you have to do X, Y, and Z. Fuck. Yeah, I've always felt like that That has always been my argument as well. It's not. It's. I understand like the pragmatism. I knew it. Appreciate the help, bro. I think he's dead, but I'm not sure. There's a fucking red light up there, and I don't know if that's his flare or something else. But I'm almost out of healing shit. Like, this has been fucking rough, dude. I'm almost completely out. I don't even think I can get fully healed. Oh yeah, I can. Okay. What the fuck? Oh shit. Okay, I don't want the smoke. I wanted to fight that guy. I do not want to fight that thing. So. Hey, yo! There was somebody shooting at me earlier over there, so be careful.
Intervention.
Look, I agree with you. I don't want to have anybody govern arbitrarily. I still want the separation of powers. I think Trump should respect court decisions, etc., etc. I don't want anybody to govern without, recourse to the law. I still support the rule of law. Trump did campaign on deportations. He is implementing something that the majority of Americans did vote for. I agree that the tactics are not the right way. I think ICE officers should show badges. I think they shouldn't go around masked. But at the same time, there are far left agitators who are threatening them, and they have the far left advocates in Minneapolis. In Minneapolis at the moment, like it's getting very dangerous because they are increasingly. I think it's almost. I think it's a matter of time before they try to kill an ICE agent. There was already an incident early last year when there was a guy who was trying to shoot at ICE agents. He actually killed the illegal immigrants or something like that with them. It's getting very dangerous, and there is radicalism on both sides there. I agree that I should show badges and shouldn't go around masked up. They shouldn't be a law unto themselves. But Americans did vote as a majority for deporting illegal immigrants.
But they voted for someone to be the president of the United States. I agree that they voted for increased immigration, or deportation, I should say, sorry. And Trump is doing some of that within the bounds of the law.
Would there be anything that you would accept? Like, is there any scenario where you would accept increased levels of deportations?
Of course. Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes, I supported Obama's efforts in with respect to his concentration on criminal people with criminal convictions.
Would you?
And he had high levels of deportation.
Look, fair enough. Would you condemn?
Wait, no, can we just
can I ask one question
on Biden as well?
Yeah.
People act as though Democrats are these doves on immigration. Let's not forget it was Bill Clinton who passed IRA, a massively onerous law on immigration. It was
a lot of Democrats
Barack Obama deported.
That now.
I do too, because I think it's stupid law for many different reasons. But
so you're bringing it up as a
no. But no, it's to show you that the narrative is fucked. I disagree with Bill Clinton on a lot of things, just to be clear.
Yeah.
But on that law specifically, I do. But what I'm trying to fight against is this characterization of Democrats as saying we don't want any border enforcement whatsoever. It's not true, or any immigration.
I'm glad Pisco's saying this, because this has been probably like the most frustrating part of like everything going on with the Trump administration and the current like MAGA talking points. This is all just like, to me, blatant fucking bullshit, and it feels like lots of other people don't know that it's blatant bullshit, and it drives me fucking crazy sometimes, like having to listen to the dumb shit from people as though Democrats actually want open borders, as though that's a real thing that they're looking for.
Deportation. Bill Clinton, massive immigration reform. Barack Obama, known as the deporter in chief by Piers Morgan.
A lot of leftist activists hated Obama for that.
Joe Biden had a bit of a different set of circumstances. He had more turnaways at the border because he was deploying different authorities under health emergency stuff during COVID,
but it obviously
just turned people away.
But it did spike though under Biden.
It did spike, but that wasn't because Biden wanted it to happen, right? What I think you should be aware of by now is that correlation doesn't mean causation. Just because Joe Biden presided over a massive increase in immigration doesn't mean he wanted that, and doesn't mean that he didn't enforce the law.
There's reporting by the New York Times that showed that they were worried about the activist wing of the Democratic Party going against them if they went hard at the border. There's reporting by the New York Times inside the Biden administration. They were worried about that. And I wanted to ask as well, like you say that there is a scenario where you could support, people democratically enforcing, the verdict of the voters, which is that they want to have more.
No, subject to the pre-existing laws and subject to the Constitution, right? You don't vote for a president without those constraints. That every election, I just want to be clear about where I stand on this. Every election for president of this country isn't without constraint. We voted for this president with constraints. And so it's, I think, preposterous for someone to say, well, they voted for it.
I'm not saying that Trump should have no constraints.
I know, but they voted for a president with constraints. And so when a president operates outside of those constraints, he's not keeping his bargain to his voters, because the assumption of the voter has to be that he's operating within the constitutional framework. And to the extent that the voter assumed differently, then fuck that voter.
Okay. Two things here. Like, look, again, I say to you that Trump needs to respect the Constitution. I'm not advocating for any extra constitutional steps. All I'm saying is that what I would like to see happen is the will of the voters, which is the Democratic majority wanted to have, lower illegal immigration. I would like to see that democratic decision respected. I agree that the exact tactics that they've gone about are wrong, and I would like to see them go about with proper identification and without masks and stuff like that. You have to admit that there are a lot of radicals threatening ICE. They have attempted to murder ICE agents over the past year.
It's happened.
Radical
when you say there's a lot of murder attempts on ICE,
I mean, there was like a terrorist attack on ICE.
Yes, there was. There have been assaults and violence, and even what I would call definitional insurrections that occurred at some points in time.
Can I ask you?
I'm honest and fair. I will acknowledge that.
Can I ask you? Would you condemn? Like, there is an aspect of democratic sort of urban politics in a lot of these big cities. As part of the sort of safe sanctuary cities policy, they have a sort of standing policy to basically deny ICE access to jails, access to, you know, people who are actually facing charges.
Who could support ICE in this context? Now, you're saying pre this administration, were there also some sanctuary cities? Yes, but that is just the state operating as sovereign. You guys have states in Australia too.
Yeah, of course. But do you think it's right that, like for example, people have criticized ICE because they say, well, they're going beyond just getting criminals. They're going across the streets, etc. But there is this standing policy by a lot of democratic administrations across the country to deny ICE access to sort of like local. And I was shocked when I found that. I was like, so there are literally guys in jail facing charges of murder, and ICE can't deport them. Like, that is pretty crazy.
So first of all, it's a minority system in this country. It's vastly overstated the amount of quote unquote sanctuary jurisdictions. And under this administration, no, I don't condemn it, because who could cooperate with ICE in this context? ICE, who is now going to, like, a green card citizenship swearing-ins, I should say, and the granting of these different reliefs.
Is that really true? Because, like,
yes, it's true.
I want to say, right, like, I had a lot, like, when I was coming to America, I had a lot. There's like a lot of stuff in the Australian press where they're like,
"What up, Lucy Beam? How's it going? What up, Short Stack?" Whew, I can't believe I made it out of that, bro. I cannot fucking believe I made it out of that. I got super lucky the other guy helped me out when I started getting fucked up over here, because yeah, I didn't know who was shooting me. I had no fucking idea who was shooting me. And I was about to start shooting the other guy behind me. Thankfully, he started shooting the dude up there too, so got super lucky he shot that motherfucker.
They're going to check at the border. They're going to force you to open your phones and go through your social media. I like literally walked off the plane and walked into the airport and just got in. Like, it was really easy. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm not sure. Obviously, people have different.
That's not what I'm saying.
I'm just saying in general. Like, I don't know. I was talking to like a family member, right? And they were like, and they've like legally migrated to the United States. And they were like, I was asking them, like, you know, was it difficult, the green card process, all this sort of stuff? And they were like, to be honest, it wasn't. So I don't know. Like, there's a lot of conflicting narratives here.
There are different situations for people in different circumstances.
Yeah, obviously, I agree.
And like, it's not just, so some people who come from countries where Trump has a better relationship. Australia is one where
fair enough.
I think Albanese, to his credit, you should be thanking him, though you hate him, has done his best, even though I assume he fucking hates Trump.
Yeah, he does personally. Yeah, it's obvious.
To manage the relationship between your two countries such that we're not talking about taking over Australia, and that the people coming from Australia are treated relatively well,
fair enough,
all else equal. In fact, some of the bad stuff they're doing in other areas for other countries and in other circumstances is actually unloading and offloading some responsibilities to help, like, the preferred places from more Anglo countries. Think, you know, South Africa, think fucking Australia, think these other countries that are deemed to be not from the third world. You remember that unhinged, well, I don't know if you think it's unhinged after your conversion with Richard Spencer, which I want to get to. I want to get to that at some point.
Richard Spencer's actually like more liberal than me. He like supports he supports Kamala Harris. He supported Biden. He supports the Democrats. Like, Richard Spencer's like literally a supporter of
on
Democrats.
Race.
Oh no, look. Oh well, he's obviously more right wing to me than me on race, but I think he's even against ICE though. Like, I'm pretty sure Richard Spencer.
Okay, but
someone's gonna clip that up and be like, "Oh, that means Drew's a Nazi." Like, I'm not talking about Richard Spencer like 10 years ago. Obviously, Richard Spencer 10 years ago was like actually like a Nazi and stuff, but I'm pretty sure even now, like, Richard Spencer's against ICE. He condemned the shooting of Renee Good. Like, I think in a lot of ways he's kind of. I mean, he probably has some weird views still on race. I don't know the whole thing.
Possibly.
I've had one conversation with him.
I want to get to the conversation about the third world about this focus of yours. I do want to get there, but overall, we can have some disagreements on policies, right? But the basis on which I would say abolish ICE, or that I would oppose ICE, or the basis on which I would oppose the intervention in Venezuela.
I don't like open borders. I think open borders are bad, and I think it's like a huge, or sorry, not open borders. I think sanctuary cities are like a real negative for the Democrat Party, and I think that it's been pretty negative for us across the board. I I can understand saying like, well, under this administration, it's fully justifiable. I get that, but I still feel as though it's kind of it's kind of just worse overall either way. I feel like it makes it to where other people don't want to fuck with us. Like people are less likely to become Democrats if they think that we're all in favor of like harboring fugitives and shit like that. I think that it's just overall a really bad look for us, and I think the sanctuary cities have never made sense to me before. They only make sense under this administration, but they've existed before this was happening. So it's just not, yeah, it just doesn't make sense to me to do shit like this.
In addition to some areas of like actual genuine disagreement that you and we can be two reasonable people, non-tankies, and disagree on those things. It's on grounds of like civil rights, liberties, democracy, the structure of our government. And all I want to say is these are honest disagreements that people can have. And just because someone takes the view of abolish ICE on this basis, or no intervention in Venezuela, doesn't mean they're a tanky fuck.
Well, look, I don't think you're a tanky.
Okay.
We're obviously having a respectful conversation, stuff like that. It's when in
where
person.
Is it? Where is it on the center left? In the center, among politicians, it doesn't exist really. I mean, even
I would say Zoran is the prime example of somebody
what is he doing that's tanky.
No, he's not doing anything that's tanky necessarily, but I think he has tanky sympathies.
On the basis of what?
On the basis of like he called up Trump and said, "I don't want you to do what you did to Maduro." Like he's not basing it on the fact that I'm worried that Trump violated the Constitution. Or
the hell he's not. Why would you say that he's not?
I think
it
he
could
genuinely
be on interventionist grounds too, because
it's because his supporters like Maduro.
You think his support? You think that Democrats?
What? Okay. That might actually, it might be true that his supporters do like Maduro. That's actually a possible thing. So okay, all right, fair enough.
Democrats support Maduro.
Dude, there are so many. Like, okay, go onto TikTok right now and search Zoran's name, and literally all the top ones are like communists, ironically supporting Zoran, and they're like putting like
Maduro or Zoran.
Oh, sorry, on Zoran. But it's like there are all these like Zoran, hammer and sickle edits. All the leftists love him. Like I think he honestly was against Zoran because I think Zoran was against Maduro because a lot of his base thought that like Maduro is this socialist country in Latin America that's been
Democrats
oppressed by
are against the intervention. Because we're against it. Because who could be in favor of Trump's escalating?
Who could be in favor? Like the majority of the Venezuelan people, according to polling, could be in favor of it. No, like that's actually the reality of it.
I totally support Maduro being ousted. Yeah. What I disagree with is the policy that Trump implemented, which isn't independent of how he executes the ouster of Maduro.
The problem is, I think it's easy for you and a lot of Democrats to be like, okay, we want him gone, but we just don't want to do anything about it. Because like the reality is, like, there's no other way to get rid of Maduro. They got rid of him. I was talking to a Venezuelan guy like literally an hour ago, and he was saying, like, before Maduro's ouster, I rated the chance of the regime collapsing at 5% over the next couple of years. I now rate it about 60%. That was a Venezuelan guy that I was talking to. Every single Venezuelan person I know has celebrated so much.
I'm going to sound a little bit insensitive here. Actually, I'll go another tack with you. And we're not.
Yeah, he was going to say, I don't care. I don't care if they were like happier or, whatever based on that. Like the America First idea has just gone right out the fucking window, bro. The America First idea is just disappeared because when we're talking about whether or not our president's like committing crimes, whether or not he's extending his powers, whether or not he's making it to where he's able to do more things that are going to be illegal, like a lot of these people just don't give a fuck because they agree with the outcome, and it's the the ends justify the means sort of bullshit. And I just don't understand like why they wouldn't be upset with our country having a leader that is granting himself more and more power to do more and more things, whereas like sure, you can be like happy for this other country that they have a good outcome from this or whatever, but our country is fucked because of this shit.
Not gonna shit on people. Why isn't this like sort of unending sympathy and respect for humanitarian concerns active at a time when millions of Venezuelans were fleeing Maduro's regime to try to seek asylum in
I
this
actually
country?
have sympathy.
Where was the love for the Venezuelan
What's up? I'm
people
Troubleshoot in this quick video.
fleeing this communist tyrant
Let me
in
explain.
Venezuela when they were begging to be in the United States and to plead for political asylum?
I actually genuinely think that Venezuelan anti-communist refugees should be, protected.
But Trump said fuck you, and Trump supporters said fuck you. They all go. Even if you arrive
again,
to
I don't
our
agree with
border,
every single thing that Trump's ever done.
they shat on Biden for having an orderly process by which to try to judge these new. You ask why? Why was there so I'm gonna finish this.
Yeah.
You ask why is there this like wave of immigration that occurred during the Biden years? One of the reasons was the economic catastrophe of Venezuela, causing millions of people to flee the country. That wasn't in Biden's control, but when they came here. And when they came here begging for relief, either from the economic depravity of communism or political, either through the colectivos or through the regime itself, there was a cold shoulder by.
All right, hold on one second. I'm trying to figure out where this key goes, but this guy has a very confusing video. Normally, I pull up their videos and they just put a mark on the map and they're like, it's right here. And this guy is not. He's doing a bunch of other shit, so I need to figure out where the fuck this is real quick. Like normally I just look at where they mark on the map on the video.
In this quick video, I'll show you both of the Buried City Residential Master doors where you can use the Buried City Residential Master key. But before we do, make sure to check out maps.techno.co. My interactive maps website has recently had a massive overhaul for way better performance, better suggestions, and more. Now, of course, there are two of these on this map. The first one zooming into New Old Town down south here. You'll see Plaza Rosa and building right next to it all on Main Street. Right here is the first place where you can go. Next, heading further west towards the grandiose apartments in the Northern Building. If you find your way into the first floor, head down the stairs, you'll find yourself underground. We can use the second key. Let's go ahead and start off right here. Starting off at the very top, heading down Main Street towards that point back and you can see there's this building right here. To the left of there is the Plaza Rosa 7 Station Extract, and to the right here is just pathway goes down there. Right here, this way the door is at the bottom of this building. We can across here and use the Buried City Residential Master key. Of course, you'll need to get through both of these buildings. Starting off at the first floor here, there's nothing but staircase that leads up, heading straight up the staircase and turning around. Really behind you, you should see a grenade case here. Or there's a jump spawn. When you're down here, you can tell this shadow here. Alternatively, there's one side of the next room. Over here, you can find drawers as well as a suitcase at the bottom. But immediately comes inside this next room. There's this little kitchen area, which of course has cupboards and things like that. There's a last on the floor here, a weapon crate, which may want to have that. Or behind your night, which is all damaged. Inside the cupboards, I got that, not bad. And the drawer here, these. Of course, it could be more or less here, depending on how lucky you are. And moving further in here, in this little back room here, there's not really too much besides maybe some drawers here. And take a look here. Either of these spawn for me, so I'm heading back out. We found ammo case here. That's okay. Some drawers. Again, I didn't get too lucky. We might find some loose loot on the table here. For me, that's nothing too crazy. And that's basically it. Besides the suitcase, the random loose loot that can spawn on these little tables. After that, this one was definitely not really worth it, at least in my opinion. But this one I play, let's all by the windows and head west towards the grandiose apartments. That's what we'll find inevitably. Assuming you've got just one key, you'll get between these two. Otherwise, you've got two, you can hit both of them in one run. That's what I've got here. Heading over straight west towards the grandiose apartments. We'll be they're in here, in this little back room here. There's not some drawers. Again, I didn't get too lucky. We might find some loose loot on the table here. For me, there's nothing too crazy. And that's basically it. Besides the suitcase, the random loose loot that can spawn on these little tables, that's really it. This one was definitely not really worth it, at least in my opinion. But with this one out of the way, let's hop out of the windows and head west towards the grandiose apartments. That's where we'll find the next bit of loot. Assuming you've got just one key, you'll need to pick between these two. Otherwise, if you've got two, you can hit both of them in one run. That's what I've got here. Heading over straight west towards the grandiose apartments, we'll be heading into the northern one, for which there is only one entrance, and that's on the far northwest side. Over here, this is where we can hop out when we're eventually done, but you can't enter that way. Instead, you'll need to come around here. There's a camera there that can expose you, and let's see, on the northwest side here, we're able to hop in on the first floor, right here. Then we can move across and down towards the center. And let's see, on the northwest side here, we're able to hop in on the first floor, right here. Then we can move across and down towards the centerpiece here, where we've got a zipline and a staircase. Both of these do lead down, so pick whichever way you like. That's not great. Means someone's probably been here / is still here. But regardless, if we make our way across into this little room here, we can find ourselves sometimes a power box, and of course the locked room right here. If we use the key to get inside here, you'll see inside of it that we've got these windows that we can break to get to the outside bit, but I'll show you that in a second. On the inside, in front of the door, I've got a weapon case. Pretty good. Then
okay, we'll try that one. I have the master key, but I don't know what the fuck it goes to. I've never done this one before, and so apparently it goes to 2 buildings, but only one of them's actually good, so we'll see.
MAGA. They didn't care.
I
they don't give a fuck about it.
Look, I disagree with MAGA on that.
It is the height of, in my opinion, not necessarily of you, but to hear them appeal to the sensibilities and humanitarian concerns of the Venezuelan people.
2 things here.
Bullshit.
Okay, 2 things here. One, I don't actually, as I've said, I don't agree with MAGA on everything. I actually think anti-communist refugees from like Vietnam, Venezuela, if you're anti-communist, I like you. So I think that's like one of the few areas that I agree with immigration, right? I support anti-communists, fleeing communist regimes. The second thing is, it actually is internally consistent. I'm not endorsing this approach, but it is internally consistent to say we don't necessarily, we're going to try and change the situation in Venezuela so people stop coming to our country because we don't want them to come to our country.
But it's also internally consistent to say we want to support the Venezuelan people overthrowing Maduro, but we want to do so legally. Both are internally consistent.
Okay, what is the legal way to? Okay, can I ask you this? Right,
it by Congress.
Okay,
that it's hard, but that's something you could do.
When Biden put in place a $30 million bounty on Maduro's head.
How is that inconsistent?
Well,
yeah,
like
what is it? That's kind of the point, is that yes, you put a bounty on his head, making it to where other people would have to act within his country, whereas, you know, Donald Trump did not just wait for people in his country to act, or in Venezuela to act. He just did it himself and took over. Like, drastically different things.
The idea of a bounty is that somebody can go out and go get Maduro, right? But
not every just because there's a bounty doesn't mean that
I got a really good point. I've got a really good point here. Okay. Obama's operation to get Osama bin Laden technically had the exact same legal authority as Trump's operation against Maduro.
No.
That's true. Okay, that is true.
No, it's not.
Was there an act of Congress to get...
Yes.
To go... Okay, you could make the same arguments that, oh, you've breached international law by violating Pakistan's sovereignty. They didn't alert the Pakistanis...
I'm not saying as a matter of international law, though I'm not so sure that it would be the case that this would violate international law to do the intervention in Pakistan. But I'm not talking about that with respect to... When I talk about the legality, it's not just the international law principles, which at this point, everyone should concede those are being violated. Like, at this point, there's not even a pretense that we care about international law.
My view is that international law, unfortunately, was destroyed by...
by Putin?
Look, it's unenforceable, and Putin literally destroyed the international order when he invaded Ukraine. And
in 2014 or
in 2014, yeah, and Obama basically that was a major mistake by Obama, where he just basically allowed this sort of de facto annexation of Crimea. And
what did you want him to do? Go to war with Russia?
No, but they could have pressed far harder. Look at
like Trump is doing now, pressing hard on Putin.
No, like Biden did. I fully supported Biden's Ukraine policy, and I like Biden's Ukraine policy. Honestly, like Obama should have done what Biden did, where he fully armed the Ukrainians and helped them fight it back. It's a sad thing, and I just think, like, unfortunately, yeah, you know this as well as I do. International law is unenforceable.
All right, so let's not talk about international law.
Anyway, let's go.
So, but I think it's relevant.
What was the legal authority though for Barack Obama?
The authorization of use of military force after 9/11 to go after Al Qaeda, specifically.
But you know as well as I do that there were a lot of civil liberties people who were really against that type of authorization because they thought it was too broad. So, for example, ACLU hated that shit.
But with the AUMF specifically, I'm not sure about that. Whether some actions taken with respect to the AUMF and other stuff from that era, Patriot Act, certain activities by the NSA, yeah. But just because...
Can I ask you a question?
Let's just deal with the specific. There was congressional authorization to go after bin Laden, trivially so. He was the head guy of the attack, which in response we passed the AUMF 4.
Okay, fair enough. At the same time, though, you had a previous Democratic administration literally put a bounty on the head of Maduro to either kill or capture him, and like
that's not congressional authorization, Drew.
I thought people with accents were supposed to know more about geopolitics. Oh, beautiful, bro. Oh, hell yes. Let's fucking go. I just spawned right next to where I'm going. Hell yes. This is normally not the case. They normally do the exact fucking opposite. I always spawn as far away as possible from where I want to go.
Look, there's as I said earlier, there's not been congressional authorization for war. I mean, there's not been a declaration of war since like 1945.
I think that Obama violated this. I think that
I actually
violated it.
I think Obama violated, but I'm actually not worried about him violating. So, for example, I know that there is a lot of lefties who like.
I know you're not worried about it because you're not worried about the encroaching threat of power.
Remember when there were all those lefties who hated Obama over the drone stuff, and they would.
Yeah.
See, I think Obama's overall approach to defeating ISIS was actually the correct one, and like I have no problem. I want to ask you this question, right?
Yeah.
You know, Anwar al-Awlaki, who was an American citizen, but literally one of the top Al-Qaeda operatives.
Yeah.
And the United States government under Obama assassinated him extrajudicially. I've got no problems with that. He was one of the top Al-Qaeda guys, even though he was an American citizen.
Extrajudicially, but I think legally. just because they.
To be honest, my approach, my actual thinking about the Anwar al-Awlaki case is, I actually think it's probably illegal, but I still support it because he was a top Al Qaeda guy.
I don't think it was illegal.
Was it? He was an American citizen. He was. Can you kill an American citizen without
in some cases?
a trial?
Yes. Yeah. So think about the American Civil. So easy example: American Civil War. You think it was illegal for Abraham Lincoln to order the Union to go kill Confederates in a bunker?
I mean, yeah. Look, that's a good point.
You think it was illegal? No. There are some, and it's a kind of similar.
But you can kind of you could basically say, like, in a way, Pisco, you're almost making this sort of Smithian argument where, like, well, if there's a state of exception, you can sort of.
I'm not saying that just in the notion of a state of exception. I'm saying when
I think, for example, there's a state of exception when there's like Anwar al-Awlaki, who's a senior Al Qaeda operative. There are a lot of civil liberties lawyers in America who hated that shit so much.
I'm not saying that there's a state of exception. I'm saying that there's specific authorization for that conduct, both in the Civil War context and also in the context of Anwar al-Awlaki. That it's not an exception. It's the fact that the rule itself contains instances in which you're allowed to use deadly force because it's authorized. You know, that's the case also in the argument, though I don't grant it in the Renee Good shooting. You don't need to say that there's a state of exception if you were to grant that the shooting was justified, because according to the normal rules of use of either military force in the context of al-Awlaki or civilian deadly force in the context of Renee Good, we're abiding by the rules, assuming that you thought it was justified. So I don't buy this kind of like state of exception. I think that the Constitution and the United States system should not have like a turn off mode. That's the mode of thinking. That's the mode of thinking of a tanky, right? What separates us from a tanky? A tanky doesn't care about civil liberties, doesn't care about procedure, doesn't care about order. That's what makes us better than them.
I still support the Constitution.
Not if you think it should be violated.
Okay, but I don't think I think it's a bit of a silly thing to be like the Maduro snatch operation is going to.
Yeah, like when you're advocating for the violation of the Constitution, I don't know what you saying you support the Constitution means at that point. Like, what is that? What does that even say? That you support the Constitution
itself destroy the Constitution.
I'm not saying it's going to destroy the Constitution,
because there were people who argued that there were people.
Hang on, I didn't say it's going to destroy the Constitution. I think the Constitution is a firm document. It's creaking right now. Trump is trying to mess with it. I mean, he's openly floating not having midterms. The dude is violating civil liberties.
I don't think that's serious. I genuinely don't think that's serious.
You say that now, but were you here in 2020? There was when he tried to steal the election. So
there was a New York Times article in like 2012 where it was like the board of the New York Times like basically joking around like there shouldn't be midterms because the midterms are too white and it's not representative of the country.
Yeah, but it's not just one time, Drew. It's his history of trying to interfere with an American election which he lost. It's his other statements.
I don't like January. I think January 6th was bad, and I think.
I'm not asking for the virtue signal because, I think that you probably do think it was bad. But what I'm saying is, and then I really do want to pivot real quick to your journey and then get into the meat of these issues more than we have already. I do think that you can have a difference of opinion with actions that the Trump administration takes in areas where we would prefer Maduro not be there. We would prefer there not be rampant illegal immigration, on the basis of your respect for the foundational values that we all share. And so in that respect and in that vein, let me ask you, do you have a political label? And you did say you were a conservative.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your biggest influences in terms of your current political thinking. Who do you look up to? Who do you see as having the right set of ideas? Is there a single person or a collection of people that you think they got it?
I think the person that I am most inspired by politically right now is Lee Kuan Yew, and Lee Kuan Yew had he faced an almost impossible set of circumstances when he first came to power in Singapore. He faced like a communist movement in Singapore that was essentially Maoist and wanted to overthrow the government. It was a very small country. He originally wanted to federate Singapore with Malaysia, and he was essentially. They threw Singapore out of the Union, and he was therefore forced to try go his own path, independence. A country that basically didn't have its own water reserve, didn't have its own military. They were extremely vulnerable, and they also suffered as well from years of race riots. It was a very fragile society. It was very low trust society as well, And he built a high trust society from nothing. He built up a society that actually works, that actually has social cohesion. It unfortunately required very strict methods of, law and order, extremely harsh methods with criminality, essentially zero tolerance for criminality. And there were some harsh episodes that, in a Westminster liberal tradition, we would not recognize. So, for example, Operation Cold Store, he rounded up 200 of the top communist leaders in Singapore in one day. And it was essentially sort of an extra legal move. And I'm not necessarily advocating for extra legal moves. I'm just saying though, he was proven right by history in that one episode. He didn't make himself a dictator. He didn't make himself a totalitarian dictatorship. He just surgically took out the communist leadership, and he was able to make Singapore an amazing country as a result. And if he hadn't taken out surgically the communist leadership, they may have destroyed the country. They may have tried to launch a communist insurgency in the city. And you look at what happened in Peru with the Shining Path. You look at what happened in China with Mao. The communists in the 20th century, they killed millions of people. And sometimes I think, given basically the fallen nature of the world, you have to be very hard. You have to be very realistic about the nature of political power. I think, unfortunately, too much of the left, they want to handcuff everybody. And for example, what I like about the Operation Cold Store is that's what I would have done if I was in charge of Australia after Bondi terrorist attack. I would have rounded up the 150 worst people on the Islamic terrorism watch list, and I would have
without charge.
I would have passed an act of parliament to keep these people in detention, pending review of their treason status. Because I think I actually subscribe to the kind of German approach, which is sort of militant democracy, where it's like, if your ideology seeks to completely destroy the constitution, communism, Nazism, or Islamic extremism, I believe that you should be taken out of the political arena. I know you're going to then bring up January 6th and
no, let's not do January 6th. Too easy.
Yeah. Drew's a fascist for that. It's not fascism at all.
So the chat is all going to be pro Peace Corps.
Yeah, I know.
We haven't put it on Drew's platform yet, but so just keep that in mind as well,
it's fine.
that they're all pro Peace Corps.
I know.
So I'm listening to what you said, and I'm concerned a little bit.
Okay.
Because I do think that there are certain countries in different situations. For example, Bukele in El Salvador, where the gang problem is horrific.
Yes.
And so I struggle sometimes thinking about,
Bukele's a very good example of this, because he is in a way not really ruling by the rule of law, obviously.
Yeah.
But also the gang situation in El Salvador was so
now I think that there's a little bit of misinformation about the nature of whether his intervention or his deals with the gangs or whatever it is that caused the sort of crime rate to go down in El Salvador, what they're doing with the numbers, etc. But I'm telling you that it's not trivial what you point to, which is there are problems of crime, there are problems of insurgencies that aren't trivial and that threaten societies.
Yes.
So I'm not saying that
the way that it links back to my original conservative view is because I see the world as this kind of fallen place, and I'm so much my view of human nature is so much darker now. The thing that I am terrified of, before I used to think, wow, we could have this utopia. We change 20 policies and we can make the world perfect. We can perfect the human individual. Now my greatest worry is we are literally on the verge. In a lot of Western countries, there's the prospect in France and Britain of an actual Islamist insurgency with a lot of violence, that would look like the Troubles, but far more murderous. And I think as well, there are increasingly, when you look at the murders of Charlie Kirk and you look at, for example, the murder of Brian Thompson by Luigi Mangione, there is a faction of the extreme left, not the normal left, but the extreme left, like actual communists, who increasingly take a sort of Leninist vanguard approach where they actually are willing to kill people.
Well, let's just slow down a little bit.
And I'm trying to, what I would like to do is, I actually want to preserve social cohesion. I want to try and prevent fucking terrible catastrophe.
We all want, I hope we all want the same thing. We want good results for people. We don't want fallen states. We don't want anarchy. We don't want chaos. We don't want authoritarianism.
Bro, I purposely tried to get all of those things to follow me in there so that nobody came behind me and killed me. So that actually worked out really well, because they were those guys were struggling to fucking get in at the end. That was hilarious.
So what I granted to you is that there are things that are not quote unquote constitutional liberty threats, but that nonetheless are existential as they pose themselves on society. I'm not saying that that's not true.
So that was a fucking excellent go. I got the two guns that I use, Anvil and Del Toro. Those are the two guns that I like to use every fucking go unless there's like a special circumstance. These are the two that I use. I got an El Toro on that one, another Anvil 2, another Anvil 2, a Venator 2, and then yeah, a bunch of grenades and shit as well. So that worked out really fucking well. I think, yeah, I even found another medium shield as well. So yeah, that worked out great.
Yeah, insurgencies, whether communists, otherwise, criminals, gangs, whatever. I'm granting that. But you pointed to one example of Peru and the Shining Path, this Maoist insurrection that occurred there.
This is a really interesting topic because you'll bring up the Fujimori, who was very brutal. Very brutal.
And dissolved Congress, right?
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with dissolving Congress.
Right. It was, and this is
they were literally the most murderous insurgency, like probably the most murderous leftist insurgency of the 20th century.
No doubt.
On a per capita level, they were so evil.
Part of the history that tracks me to the United States is wrapped up in some of that. Not saying that we were like refugees or anything. I was.
Drew, your eyebrows are like a little baby's compared to Pisco's. Well said.
Well, we look like brothers, all right? But note that some of the scenarios that you bring up, and we talked about Bukele, we talk about Fujimori. Yeah, they're without any due process, keeping people locked up on political offenses or no crimes at all. Fujimori dissolves Congress, right? This is the same kind of logic, by the way, of the communist tyrants in China, where they have arbitrary detention. Why do they lock up the Uyghurs? Drew, it's a rhetorical question. Because at least their claim is, and we can think that they have other objectives as well, but their claim, at least partially, is related to issues of Islamic extremism. And likewise, with criminality, this is why we're rounding people up. They're a threat to the state. They're a threat to the security. So it's very easy to point to threats and point to bad people. Yeah. But once the power is given away and you just grant deference to anyone claiming that we're in an existential state, all of a sudden you look around and you're China. All of a sudden you look around and you are Bukele. And now, what separates us from the people that we hate? What separates us?
Okay, here's the distinction though, right? The reason I like Lee Kuan Yew is that he was not like a totalitarian dictator. He wasn't trying to go into people's homes and like mold their soul. One of the things I hate so much about like Xi Jinping's regime in China is that like they literally have Xi Jinping thought classes for kindergarteners. Like people like you'll literally be 5 years. Your kid will be 5 years old, and you have to learn like the ideology.
Where do you think Trump's going? Where do you think Trump's going?
I don't think Trump. I don't think it's going to be Donald Trump.
Wait,
there is so much.
Laugh. You
Pisco,
laugh.
there is so much civil society resistance in America that could just never happen.
Well, I'm hopeful of that. But I'm asking, what do you think he's trying to do? Some of these governors and some of these state officials have like started saying our new official Bible is the Trump Bible, and we're going to teach like MAGA to our kids.
I don't think that. I don't think that there's even a risk of that at all. There is so much. There, like every single action has an equal and opposite reaction, Pisco. And look at there is a massive grassroots opposition.
Yeah, but then that says the same about all of the fucking leftists that he's terrified of. Where he says that the left is becoming more extreme and that the fringes have become less fringe, and that people like Hassan Piker are now mainstream, and like that we could just say the same exact fucking thing for that and just be like, oh yeah, dude, but for every action, equal opposite react. Come on, like we just say the same fucking thing every time.
Opposition to Trump inside America
I'm
because it's a democracy. And even like Steve Bannon,
but I'm trying to keep it that way though.
And I want America to be a democracy too. I would like Trump.
I'm not sure about that.
I do want America to be a democracy.
Part of a democracy means following the democratically established laws, because these laws that people are so easy to poo-poo are an expression of our democratic will, just the same way as Trump's election was an expression of democratic will. Those laws were passed and represent a democratic decision the American people took. And by ignoring them, we are not following what our democracy is supposed to be about, which is rule by the majority subject to constraints. That is what our society is supposed to be about. So when people say, oh, who cares about this little subsection? Who cares about following the AUMF? Who cares about the due process clause? Let's get Mahmoud Khalil and let's just invent some pretext to deport him. We can get into that too at some point. Then you're just saying like, who cares about the law? But if you say who cares about the law, well, who cares about democracy?
Okay, let me explain my position, right? It's not that I have no respect for the law. I'm actually trying to defend democracy, and I actually think the long-term greatest threats to democracy across the Western world are like left-wing militants. I'm not talking about normal center-left. I'm talking about people who literally support Luigi Mangione types, extrajudicial killings, etc., and Islamists. Islamist extremists, not normal Muslims, but Islamist extremists.
So who are the worst actors who aren't like these rogue Luigi Mangiones or this guy? Who's the fuck killed Charlie Kirk? Tyler Robinson. Allegedly. It might have been
the problem is I take ideas seriously, Pisco, and so when I look around and there are heaps of people, even just in my normal social circles that I knew from university, where they're like fully endorsing.
Yeah, see, he's doing it again, dude. He's doing it again. It's like we're talking about whether or not this is mainstream, and again, he goes back to like, but my social circles. Like, bro, which one is it? Are we talking about your social circles, or are we talking about what's mainstream and what's actually like a huge problem right now? Which one are we talking about? Holy shit.
Like extrajudicial murders of people that they politically disagree with. That is extremely concerning to me, and I just take it seriously that these people, I know you could be like, oh, well, they don't really mean it. It's just because they don't like Charlie Kirk, they're just memeing. But I take it seriously when people are like...
I think some people mean it.
Yeah, some people mean it. And
I think some people are happy that he's dead.
And my worst case scenario is a Shining Path style insurgency in Western
America.
country.
But that's not a threat in America.
I don't think that's a current threat, but that is a worst case scenario. And
but it's not going to happen because Hassan Piker's not going to. He's not going to do it. His life's too good.
That's true.
And the people who support him, they enjoy being Americans.
Okay, it's easy to say it will never happen, but if you look at the early 1970s,
I'm just saying there's not a good threat of it. There's not a significant threat.
In the early 1970s, there were literally thousands of political bombings across the United States with the Weathermen Underground. There was left-wing political extremist terrorism.
And there was assassination too. So that's another point I wanted to raise.
And assassinations.
And so like people who say Charlie Kirk radicalized me, this radicalized me. The story of American democracy.
But that's why Nixon was elected.
I know, but let me finish it. The story of American democracy is in some sense a story of political assassination, because so much of our history relies on these key moments of assassination, whether it's Lincoln and Reconstruction or JFK or the killing of Martin Luther King. Blessed be his name. It's his day today. Did you thank Martin Luther King?
Yeah, but we would say that like I don't think this is a good argument, because we would say that like a lot of the killings of these people were representative of like these big pushbacks to them as leaders within the country, and so that like we would say that these are big problems, and it would make sense to radicalize people.
God bless him.
I don't see you post about Martin Luther King. I see you post about Malcolm X, an Islamic nation of Islam.
I think
MLK.
My Malcolm X stuff is a meme.
Okay, it's a meme.
MLK's obviously a lot better than Malcolm X, who was like a separatist.
Is an unfortunate but persistent reality of American politics, and the Charlie Kirk assassination, as brutal as it was, as unjustified it was, wasn't a sea change that represents a fallen state.
Okay. After the Charlie Kirk assassination, I actually went back to reading about Nixon and the 1968 and 1972 elections. And the reason I did that is, you are right, that America has been in this sort of type of political environment before. But you should recognize this, Pisco. If you look at the history of the 1968 and 1972 elections, a majority, like, there's a massive break to the right, because there was such disorder in America. There was so much insecurity. There were left-wing political bombings. There were so many assassinations. The radical protesters were terrifying people.
Man.
1968 was close. 1972 was a wipeout.
Well, that's because of McGovern and some other shit.
But 1972 though was like a full repudiation of the sort of like left-wing cultural politics of that era.
Well, I think it represents part of the Southern strategy. It represents Nixon appealing to some baser instincts.
But it's not just the Southern strategy. They're like, they won in every single state. The only one was like Minnesota that didn't go right in that era. There was a massive part of the Democratic base that went over to the Nixon.
Yeah, there was. I think Reagan won like every fucking state. He won all except for one. One state. 1984. The entire country was fucking Republican, apparently. So, I don't know. Let's see. What were the popular vote numbers in 1984. 1984 won popular vote. Let's see, Reagan won the popular vote with approximately 54 million, 58%. Walter Mondale received about 37 million votes, so 40%. Sheesh, dude. Beating him by like 20 million. Like, you guys know, we have people saying that, like, acting like this is what happened with the Trump election. The last election, they're acting like this is what happened. Yet Trump won by 2 million votes in the popular vote. He won by 2 million. This guy won by 20 million with way less people back then. Like, there were way less people voting. We had I think 170 million people vote. They had 80 million people vote. So they had less than half the amount of people that we had vote. And sorry, 80 million. Yeah, less than half, or almost exactly half the amount of people voting in their election than we did in ours. Yet he still won by 20 million fucking votes. Like, sheesh. Yeah, 84 was a 49 state landslide. Tim Pool called it. Yep, Tim Pool did call it. Yep. Yeah, he totally called it. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. So yeah, like I would say, like, we would look at a period of time like that and say, yeah, like, everybody's fucking Republican. But I don't think that this proves the rightward shift, because you can still look at, like, local politicians in that trend over time as well.
Say that, but, like, who were these disorders targeted at? They were targeted at Johnson. How many kids did you kill today? No.
But here's the thing: the average voter didn't perceive it as, oh, they were anti-LBJ. They perceived it as they were anti-American, and they would bring the Viet Cong flags to the rallies, like how the protesters today bring the Hamas flags to the rallies. There's this tradition, like I think it's actually very similar to that sort of like late 60s, early 70s period. And in that era, people responded to the insecurity and the chaos and the assassinations and the bombings by moving to the right, because people wanted order, they wanted security. And that's sort of similar to how I've shifted.
But that's kind of a descriptive claim, though, because you wouldn't say something like, well, I am shifting to the right because I'm scared, and that's like...
That's literally, I could say that myself. I shifted to the right because I'm scared of left-wingers who want to murder me.
Would that be an accurate statement?
That's actually an accurate statement. And I'm honest about it. Like there are these people who are honest about this stuff. Like, they celebrated the massacre of October 7. They celebrated Charlie Kirk. They celebrated Luigi Mangione. They constantly say, we believe in extrajudicial killings and massacres, and we hate you. And what's the normal person? A normal person in my position, Pisco, would shift to the right. That's why it's so important that normal people on the left...
You're admitting that you're just making an emotional decision. And like Pisco said earlier, like, you're just being irrational. Like, you're just kind of okay with being irrational, which is fucking insane. Like, I don't know what you say to somebody like that. You're good.
I owe you.
I should have told them to go check out my Tom Bottery channel and see the last time somebody said that to me. I just uploaded a video of somebody saying, don't shoot. And then I owe you. And then another person running over. I think it was another person. I believe they were two different people. But yeah, another person just running over and immediately fucking killing me, so...
Like you, like center-lefters, should go so hard against the tankies because it actually pushes people like me
But I
to
do
the right.
go hard on tankies. It's
Somewhat. Do you go that hard on Hassan?
I mean, I don't watch a lot of Hassan stuff.
I think Hassan is like actually a tanky.
I think Hassan's a Marxist-Leninist, and I think that represents a tanky. and I absolutely like have condemned some of Hassan's takes on the election stuff.
Because this is the problem, right? Like at the end of the day,
What's up? Doing well, man. I just saw that motherfucker there. Oh shit! Yep, here he comes. Ah, fuck. Hopefully he saw that guy and not me. Ah shit, there's another one. Another one. Ah fuck. This map is like swarming with arc. This map is like the map I think has the most arc on it. And it is always really hard to get around when you're trying to go somewhere, because we're trying to get something done, because yeah, the arc will really slow you down. And I don't even know where I'm trying to go. There's a locked building around here somewhere. Last time I went, me, Mantis, and Dread were looking for it for a while. And we couldn't find it. Oh, there it is. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, let's fucking go then.
Most of my time looking at Hassan.
I know, but
and the reason is because I just view him as kind of politically irrelevant.
He's not really
ideologically.
Though. I mean, not really though, because he's got these contacts with the sort of like left wing of the Democratic Party. Like,
oh no, he's very popular. He's influential,
and he's very popular. Like, I know so many.
I just know that the people who interact with him, AOC, Mamdani, they think he's funny. They know he's popular, and they're using his audience. He is not having an influence on them. They're trying to bring Hassan into the orbit and to use his audience. So I view that as extractive from Hassan.
I think,
and I don't really.
But the thing is, though, like, I think that should be seen. I think that should be seen as extreme as like, okay, if Trump was trying to bring in the Nick Fuentes audience, that's. I think Hassan should be viewed as the left-wing equivalent of Nick Fuentes. It should be. There should be a cordon sanitaire. There should be a massive.
Who do you think is worse, Hassan or Fuentes?
I think they're equally bad for society.
Equally bad.
I genuinely think that, dude. Hassan has been very honest that in his ideal society, I remember watching his podcast with what's that guy, the Ross Douthat at the New York Times, and he straight up said like if he ever had full political power, like he would basically have like armed requisitions of property and stuff like that in Los Angeles. Like he was open about that.
He's a Marxist-Leninist.
He does believe in using. He actually was open. He said, "I do believe in using military, like political violence and force to achieve his aims."
Nick's not far off on that score.
Well, Fuentes also believes in using violence on that.
Trump is like trying to nationalize so much shit. These are not ideological free market capitalists.
But it's not about capitalism. It's not about capitalism necessarily. That's the thing. For me, it's not necessarily about capitalism versus socialism. It's like civilization versus anti-civilization sort of thing. And I think I would see Nick Fuentes and Hassan Piker as civilizational threats. Like they both use.
Do you think Hassan hates Jews?
I think he's latent. I think he's got anti-Semitism in him. I think he does.
But like as a conscious volitional, I don't like Jews.
Look, what's the number of Jews who are Zionists? Like it's more than 50% across the world, and so he just hates anyone who's a Zionist. So he hates more than 50% of Jews.
Okay, but you.
That's not how that works. Bro, that's not how that works. That's not how that works at all. What the fuck? That is not how that works. You can't just like, bro, I hate people with ingrown toenails. Like, well, the people in Malaysia actually are incapable of getting shoes that fit them, and the majority of them end up with ingrown toenails because they have shoes that are just given to them by the government, and that makes it to where they all have ingrown toenails. Like what? That's not how that works. You can't just say like, oh, because they hate Malaysians for their ingrown toenails, that now they're like they have discriminatory feelings towards Malaysians. That's not, it's not discrimination, that's just a totally separate thing.
You wouldn't use that logic on Islam, would you? That you hate Muslims because you don't like the ideology of Islamism or
no, because I think extremist political Islamism is probably 10-20% of the total.
You don't believe this in the Islamic world, in the Ummah?
Across the Ummah, it's about 10% militant Islam.
Oh, okay, but you're only defining it as militant Islam. But do you honestly, does that hatred and dislike not go to Islamism itself or political Islam in any respect?
Like, I hate extremist Islam, which is about 10%, unfortunately, of the global Muslim population.
Put aside extreme, because there's extremist Zionists, there's liberal Zionists, and I think that probably Hassan doesn't like liberal Zionism or extremist Zionism. But you don't.
He straight up said it. He said any Zionist is evil. Like he said, it shouldn't even be a dog catcher.
He's very much anti-Zionist. But that's
a majority of the Jewish population worldwide.
Islamism, you're anti-political Islam.
I don't bet.
Yes, you are. Why?
He just said that's the majority of the Jewish people worldwide. That's not how that works, bro. You can't just keep saying like the people on this characteristic happen to be this. Fuck, dude, I'm taking a huge chance by staying here and looting right now, but I'm greedy as fuck, so I can't help myself. I'm the guy who's trying to carry 50 grocery bags at once, so I don't have to come back. What up, homie?
Yes, I am anti-political Islam. But I don't think that the majority of Muslims. I don't think that the majority of Muslims worldwide are political Islamists.
Why would that make a difference? Why would that make a difference on your bigotry or not? If you're a bigot because you disagree with it happens to be the case that the ideology is shared by.
But it's gone further. But here's the thing, though. It's gone further than him just saying that he disagrees with the ideology of Zionism, though. Like he's literally said.
Sorry, I just want to be clear. I'm not saying that more than 50% of Muslims are militant. I've just meant Islamist and political who believe that Islam should be incorporated in politics.
Okay, but here's the difference, right? You're saying disagreeing with an ideology is not the same as hating people of the race.
You believe that, yes.
Yes, and I agree with that. That's it, though. I think he's gone way further than just saying, I disagree with Zionism. Like, after October 7, he was on the Klein podcast, and they were talking. Ethan Klein wanted Hassan Piker to condemn one of his friends who said that every single person who died, it was justified because they were settler colonists. And Ethan Klein made the point. He was like, there were babies they were like infants who were killed. Are they really settler colonists?
And he's like breaking down.
And no, but Hassan Piker said, well, like babies can be settlers too. Like
it's reprehensible.
But that goes beyond just him going like, I have a political disagreement with Zionism as an ideology. Like, I think there's a level of like hatefulness and militancy there where he's willing to justify even potentially the killing of like, non-combatant children. Yeah.
Like you are?
When did I ever endorse killing children?
You support Israel.
I've never said that children should ever be killed.
But
ever.
As a function of the war aims, function of the war aims.
I've never said that children in Gaza
as a function of the war aims.
No, it's very different here, Pisco.
In what respect?
Hassan straight up said that Israeli children could be justified militant targets because they were settler colonists.
He said those words.
He said, baby. Okay, in the context, the broader conversation was about whether killing settler colonists was justified.
Yeah.
And Ethan said, well, there were kids that were, in those kibbutzim.
Yeah.
And Hassan responded with this kind of implied thing that they were also implicitly militant threats by going, well, babies can be settlers too. That was a crazy thing to say.
It's a crazy thing to say.
But I've never once said that Palestinian children are ever a justified target. And I don't support that. I don't support that. At the end of the day, my position is not even radical. I support a two-state solution. I just think that I think that Hamas should not run Gaza, which is like not even extreme position at all.
I'm not saying that it's an extreme position for you not to want Hamas to run Gaza. I'm not saying that I agree with Hassan Piker, or what do you guys call him? Hamas Piker, whatever.
I didn't even say that. I've never even said that.
You don't, right? So Hassan Piker's political vision of that he would enact in America, or that I agree with all the statements, and that
he was open that.
Did Hassan say that? Yes, Hassan said that. Hassan said that. That's why I've made fun of him for saying he said a couple of things that, like, you know, he said that he thinks that everybody should be able to they're like using violence against any sort of colonizer would be justified, and then other times people said, like, but babies live there, and he said babies are colonizers too. So yeah. Dude, it's over. Pack it up, pervert. Is he a pervert? Why is he a pervert?
His political vision would involve massive violence,
or that I would agree with his statements, some of which I find reprehensible. Here's the difference, though. Overall, Hassan is much closer to me than Nick Fuentes.
That's the problem. That's the problem.
No, but I also think he should be much closer to you than Nick Fuentes.
But here's the thing, though, right? You are willing to say that Hassan is still part of the Popular Front.
Why is Hassan defending, or why is Pisco defending Hassan in 50% of the videos I see him? I think it's because it's good content. It's good content. It makes it to where, like, you're able to put that in the title. It'll trend on Twitter. It'll be, it's something that is controversial. It's something that, especially in the space, like, it is normal to just hate Hassan. I think that there are a lot of times where I've defended Hassan and everybody around was, like, furious with him over takes that I thought were completely rational and right. Once in a blue moon, you know, very, very rarely, but it has happened. And so I think that when people do have this, like, extreme hatred towards him, and it's super, like, taboo to agree with Hassan on anything ever, I think that it becomes like a good way to get a lot of views. And even people from, like, DGG will flood into his chat if he starts talking about Hassan, and then that'll get him more ad revenue and more people watching. And so yeah, I think it's good strategically to keep milking that cow.
Whereas the reason
what do you mean by that?
Like, okay, like you think that the Popular Front resistance to Trump should extend to the left, incorporating even people like Hassan Piker.
It depends what you mean by incorporate.
And that is actually,
it depends what you mean by incorporate.
That is almost, like, straight up the thing that broke my sort of, like, leftism. Whereas
he's just continuing on with his statement instead of, like, answering, like, what he means by that. He's just continuing on, and that's the real problem.
It's like, hey, you guys want to be in a Popular Front with, like, actual communists? Like, I'm not going to be part of the Popular Front then.
So it depends what you mean by it incorporates Hassan Piker. If incorporates Hassan Piker means he gets a seat at the policy discussion table, no, I don't think that we need to listen to Hassan's takes on policy, except to the extent that there are good ideas. And when there are good ideas, you know, like, just like Mamdani, you would agree if Mamdani has good ideas, if Trump has good ideas, on the merits of those ideas, you listen to them. But from a policy perspective, no. From the perspective of, do we interact with them? You would interact with Hassan.
There's a difference, right?
You would interact with
I would
Hassan.
debate it with him in a sort of, like, hostile oppositional fashion.
And if a politician comes to Hassan and is like, listen, we're doing a stream to try to rally the vote for a candidate. I don't really think that that's a signal that they're turning into tankies.
No, but here's the difference, though. Like, if I were to interact with Hassan, it would so obviously be an oppositional conversation, because, like,
yeah, no doubt.
Like, I've obviously condemned him many times. He's condemned me, and blah, blah, blah. We've attacked each other many times. It would be an oppositional conversation. I think that's very different to, like, Zoran going, like, let's have a friendly discussion and you're going to promote me. He shouldn't be, like, allowed in the sort of Democrat tent. He shouldn't be, like, there should be no Democratic politicians who are like, I'm willing to have a sit down with Hassan Piker.
Really?
Yes. Because he's a fucking Marxist.
I agree with that to an extent. I also, though, I do think that when it comes to people on the internet, I do think that, like, we're going to be limited to, like, pretty much nobody at that point. Like, even Kyle Kowinski wouldn't be able to, even he wouldn't be able to, like, have conversations with politicians based on some of the shit that he said. So there's like, I agree with, like, the sentiment overall, but yeah, it's just not, it's not something that can actually be upheld consistently, because it's the internet and everybody does this.
He's a communist. communist, man. He believes in killing people. He believes in killing people.
So Ro Khanna just had a sit down with him.
Yeah, that's wrong. I think that's terrible. That's literally why I don't like the Democrats anymore, because they're willing to incorporate communists in the fucking coalition in the Big Ten.
So maybe then the disagreement like kind of turns on what we think is a bigger threat, right? So I think we're in an existential threat for our country, and the existential threat isn't coming from communists. It's coming from fascists.
This is our big ideological difference.
Fascists.
This is actually our big ideological disagreement. I hate the fascists too, but the thing is, I'm not willing to say, okay, because the fascists are so bad, Hassan can be part of the coalition. I'm going to be in the same Big Ten as like actual communists.
You said have a sit down with. If I thought it was so I'll give you the following example, right? If I thought that going on Hassan Piker's show was necessary to win Kamala Harris the election, don't you think I would do it? And don't you think it would be wrong to give up our country? Now, I'm not saying that that's actually the case.
I mean, Mamdani did get a lot of like backlash for going on Hassan's as well. I mean, the Cuomo jumped on that shit and made a very big deal about the fact that he went on there. So it's not like it went, totally unnoticed.
Case, but it gets you into the mode of thinking of who actually has a possibility of running the country. And Hassan doesn't have a chance to do that. And Trump does.
Do you recognize that like a Trumpist could say the exact same, make the same exact argument about Nick Fuentes? Oh, Nick Fuentes he's far away from the policy discussion table. We're just going to use his audience to win. You could literally use the exact same argument, but from the right way. And I would oppose that too. I think there should be a massive cordon sanitaire between the.
Well, the point is that it should be. It should be a something that like hurts them to do. It should be something that like the public gives them a lot of pushback over. So like if somebody did go talk to Nick Fuentes, yeah, they would get a lot of fucking shit for going and talking to Nick Fuentes for sure. But yeah, with Hassan, apparently that is not as controversial, and so it's not really like wrong that the politician did it. It's more so wrong that there isn't more pushback, I think.
The Groypers and anything
they
else.
could make that argument. They could make that argument, but I do judge Hassan Piker as less bad than Nick Fuentes.
I think that they're both bad. I'm not, by condemning Hassan Piker, I'm not letting Nick Fuentes off the hook. I think Nick Fuentes is a murderous, evil person. But I also think that Hassan is a murderous, evil person. I don't think it's right to say, oh, well, Hassan's less bad, so...
That made no sense. Absolutely nobody thought that he was like letting Nick Fuentes off the hook. Pisco thinks that you're being too harsh on Hassan, not the other way around. What the fuck?
We can potentially work with him on some things. Like at the end of the day, Hassan literally said that in his perfect world, he would use force to like have massive roundups and stuff like that.
Which you support when it's fucking, when it's against crime that you don't like, right? You support it when it's the context of, oh my God, who's the dictator of El Salvador? Bukele. Your biggest inspiration guy, so you rounded up communists. That's your example.
Okay, here's the difference, Pisco.
Yeah.
Some things are good and some things are bad. So, for example, rounding up Bukele rounding up literal MS-13 guys with MS-13
No, not just
tattoos,
them.
but tattoos on their head.
No, not just them. It's your false assumption that it's just MS-13 people. They're rounding up innocent people, and guess what? Also accepting innocent people from America as part of our treaty.
Look, I do want to say I don't think that deported illegal immigrants should go to CCOT. That should not happen.
So I'm saying you have the same view of ends justify means. Now I agree with you that there are some ends that Hassan have that I think are bad, and there's the ends of like ending crime with respect to like violent crime, organized crime. Maybe I would view that as a little different. But I'm just saying like in terms of how you view what they're willing to do.
But here's the difference.
You're also willing to do insane things.
Okay, but here's the difference though, Pisco. Literally, if Hassan Piker. If I lived in America and Hassan Piker somehow had power, he would very concretely try to kill me.
Hassan?
Yes, I genuinely believe that. And that's why I am not going to be on the same side as him.
Why do you think he's going to try to kill you?
Because he straight up said like he's willing to use political force and violence to achieve his ends. And I would be rounded. Of course, I would be counted as a counter-revolutionary. He loves Mao Zedong. I've been an anti-communist my entire life. I would of course be fucking killed if Hassan Piker was in power.
Was in power as dictator or in power as like a senator, president type people?
Oh, like if he had full political power.
So here's my,
and I know that's not going to happen, but I'm just saying.
Here's my concern.
I'm just saying, we should actually consider. Okay, if we should consider Okay, what does this person want to do in their ideal world? Like in my ideal world.
No, I agree.
Because this is the funny thing. In my ideal world, it's actually.
But that's what, bro. Earlier he was saying like, oh, before I wanted things to be perfect, and now I realize they can't be, and I was stupid. Hold on, wait, what? That's but that's what you should be fighting for. Like, even if they can't be perfect, you should still be fighting for a perfect world. Like, that should be the goal, one way or the other.
Very limited. Like I would round up like 150 jihadist extremists, like literally linked to ISIS in Australia, and deport 150 people.
Well, you just said in your ideal world.
Whereas Hassan Parker's ideal world would kill millions of people.
Well, you just said in your ideal world, you would have rounded up those people after the attack in Australia.
Yeah, 150 of the worst ISIS-linked extremists.
Even on the basis of their affiliation, not on any substantive.
Well, on the basis that they like literally have. So in Australia, there were about 200 people who tried to join ISIS in the middle of the 2010s, and they had their passports.
That happened in UK too.
Yeah, and they had their passports confiscated by the Australian government.
Okay.
After the Bondi terrorist attack, like this is the extent of the amount of executive power that I would like to use, and it's not even that much. We're talking about people who like literally tried to join ISIS. We would put them in prison because they represent a major threat to the public. Whereas Hassan Parker, in his ideal world, would probably kill millions of people.
Would kill millions?
Yes. Because this is what has happened in every single communist regime.
And what would Fuentes do? Would he kill millions?
Yes, he would also kill millions, which is why I hate him. And I literally had a post attacking Nick Fuentes yesterday that had 6 million views. I hate Nick Fuentes.
Okay. Can I try to channel this conversation to a specific point of inquiry?
Okay, yes.
Which is not sort of take into account the ideal world, for sure.
Yeah.
Take into account the ideology. But let's talk about what's happening in our country, or in this country right now.
Yep.
What we think might be realistic to happen. Taking into account, of course, the ideals. Trump is, on the basis of viewpoint, because you disagree with him, using the power of the state to go against his political enemies. He's doing so with prosecutions. He's doing so through immigration. He's doing so through defunding of universities, right? You might think it's based to like defund Harvard or something.
I don't necessarily agree with that. I don't necessarily agree with that.
What I'm trying to say is,
as I said, I definitely don't agree with everything that Trump's ever said or done.
That maybe if Hassan Piker were president, he would revoke your visa or something.
No, not even that. I genuinely think if Hassan Piker had political power in America and if I lived here, he would try to kill me. Yes. Okay. He's been obvious. Dude, he's literally joked about killing me on his stream before.
Okay. I haven't seen that, but maybe he wants to kill you. Maybe he would kill you if he had power.
I just take it seriously. Like if somebody's a Marxist
But I take Trump seriously when he says.
I have a default assumption that Marxist-Leninists want to kill me.
Okay.
And
what, bro? You just totally fucked up like everything that you said before this. If you're like, yes, no, he definitely believes this, and then now you're falling back to, well, I just have a default assumption that people want to kill me. Like, wait, so does he want to kill you or not? Like, is it real or is it not? Like, what are we talking about? Did he actually say this, or is he just saying that this is a default assumption? Which one is it? What the fuck?
And therefore, I support anti-communist politicians. And I don't agree with everything that Trump's ever done or said, but I think that there's more opposition to Marxist-Leninists on the right than on the left. And that's why I've become right-wing.
Because of the urgent need to fight communism in America and in Australia.
Well, I know that there's no risk of Australia and America going.
Yeah, see, everything that he says, it's just a reaction. It's always a fucking reaction to others every fucking time. That's not reactionary. Okay, so I know a bunch of people are gonna be like, yeah, because he's reactionary. No, it's not. That's not what reactionary means. It doesn't mean that you're reacting to things, but not in general. It's like a reactionary is like a reaction to progressive policies. So to be a reactionary just means that you are just uber anti. You're uber anti progressives or progressivism or whatever however you want to say it, but that's all it means to be reactionary. It just means that you're like super anti progressives and that you want to take things back to an older time, a better time in your eyes.
Communists necessarily, but there is a risk of that early 1970s style political violence initiated by left-wing militants. There is a risk of that. In Germany recently, there was a sabotage attack by a left-wing militant group that literally killed people because they put the energy system down and people died of freezing cold in winter temperatures. So
I'm looking around, I'm seeing ICE do insane shit. I'm seeing our country descend into further authoritarianism.
Can I say one thing?
Yeah.
Someone said Drew cheered for 100 dead Venezuelans an hour ago. Like, no, not 100 dead Venezuelans. I'm talking about literally the people who were oppressing the Venezuelan people. And most of the people that killed in that operation were literally the Cuban presidential guard, the people who were responsible. They were literally foreigners in Venezuela responsible for protecting the dictator from his own people.
Maybe if I had the inclination that you do, that we are at the precipice. You really do think we're at the precipice of like a major left-wing uprising in America and Australia.
I'll tell you what my worst case scenario is.
What do you think is likely?
Yeah.
What do you think is?
I really wish that Pisco would focus on the systemic aspects of what he's talking about. I feel like he's touched on it here and there, but I really wish that was the focus. Is like, okay, if we're talking about extremism, we are not seeing extreme actions or policies from Democrat politicians. We're not seeing like extremism from them, while we can all admit that those 15-year-olds on TikTok and the Hassan people and those folks, like we can all admit that they exist. But we're like, when we're looking at extreme actions taken by politicians, it's all happening by Republicans. It is the Republicans who are doing all of the extremes. And yeah, I really wish they would like focus on that for a while, because when he's talking about switching sides because of that, maybe it's different in Australia. I don't know, Freddie, you can tell me, but wait, what the fuck was that? Oh wow, Arc Motion Core just dropped? That's fucking sick. Yeah, maybe it's different in Australia, but yeah, here, like, it is obviously the right wing who is doing all of the most extreme shit.
Yeah, I think what is likely is this, and it's not, I'm not some kind of like deluded Fox News commentator who's going to say like, oh, there's going to be communism tomorrow in America. I don't believe that, right? What I think is actually a risk is that you see early 1970s style political violence en masse. And so that would involve thousands of sabotage attempts and bombings. That's what happened. That's with the Weather Underground and a number of militant terrorist groups that came from the extreme left. And I think that is definitely a possibility. And I also think less so in America, but probably it is a genuine threat in Western Europe and probably in Australia too. There is enough of, there is a large enough militant Islamist population in these countries that there could be a sustained trouble-style insurgency that involves from
Muslims
regular
in America?
Not in America. I think it's far less of a. I think Islamic extremism is far less of a problem in America compared to Australia and Western Europe. And you can tell from that point of view, like that's showing that I'm not a hack, because I can understand like there are different conditions in America to Western Europe and Australia. I do think in Western Europe and Australia there is the risk in the next 10 years that there could be a sustained period of endemic political violence initiated by Islamist extremists.
So make the case for me, because I think that if the Democrats were coming into an election, let's say Gavin Newsom against JD Vance, that right now it seems like the betting odds right now, but a lot can change.
Yeah.
Make me the case that I'm a person who believes in liberal values. I don't agree with extreme like Islamism. I'm not a Marxist-Leninist.
Yeah.
Make the case that I should be more worried about that than my country being torn apart by fascist bootlicking thugs that we're seeing right now. Like, one thing we're not seeing in America, we're seeing isolated acts of violence, no doubt, but not to the scale and enormity of the kind of depravity of the Trump administration version 2.
That's an argument.
Tell me I should be more worried about that, which I don't think, at least as of now, I've been convinced is that much of a threat in America, and which people have been saying.
Well, it's not a threat to you. There's no, there would be no threat to you.
Wait,
like, Hassan Pike would not kill you if he came to power.
You don't think that I would protect your rights not to be killed by President Piker?
Sure, you would.
I would.
But I don't think you're at risk of these people. I am at risk of these people. If left-wing militants gain more power in the West, I am at risk. You're not at risk.
Okay, but all right, you can say that. Whatever, fine. But put that to the side for a second. Okay. My personal health and safety, your personal health and safety, and let's just talk about the overall risk assessment.
Yeah.
We're coming into elections and stuff.
Yes.
Tell me why I should be more worried about that, especially in light of the fact that for decades we've been told there's communists lurking behind every school. They're in your neighborhood. They're actually there.
In the 50s, there actually was massive. Like, it's real. Like, the Rosenbergs literally leaked the reason why the Soviet Union got the nuclear bomb. The reason why the Soviets got the nuclear bomb was because there was intelligence.
There's espionage. Yes, there's always been espionage. And absolutely true. But the Iron Curtain has lifted. There's no more Soviet Union. I agree Russia's a threat. It's a geostrategic threat, huge threat. I hate the state of Russia. I hate Putin, et cetera, et cetera. That's why that's another reason I'm against Trump. Why am I against Trump? Well, I want to keep NATO together.
And I agree with that. My biggest disagreement.
So just keep that in mind.
That is my biggest disagreement with Trump. Okay. My biggest disagreement with Trump is the Greenland
Trump
stuff
is destroying the West alliance. He's destroying the Western alliances.
Look, I will say very strongly, I strongly disagree with Trump's approach to Europe. I think they are right to criticize the European governments for allowing too high levels of immigration to the point that it massively changes the character of the country. But I do strongly disagree with his threats against NATO and Ukraine.
We've been told by reactionaries for decades and decades, they're coming. And there have been there's atomic espionage, no doubt.
In the 70s, there were 5,000. So there were literally 5,000 political bombings in the West. In the United States, there were from the year 1970 to 1973, there were literally like 5,000 political bombings initiated by left-wing.
There have been bombings by right-wing reactionaries, Oklahoma City bombing. There's been
True, but there was more. There were in terms of the actual number of incidents, it didn't kill that many people, but the sheer number, the sheer volume
but our
of political bombings
leaders,
from the left-wing militants.
The leaders from the left in this country, the most left-wing president in our history has been Joseph Robinette Biden Jr. He's been the most left-wing.
I didn't hate Biden.
And the guy's a dinosaur. And the guy is an anti-communist. And the guy is an Israel supporter. And the guy is... So, like, we're not in danger of this. The mainstream of the Democratic center left in this country are based libs who want their country back from the thugs, from the barbarians who are running it. The barbarians who are running it are Americans, are other Americans who have given up on the country. And we want to get the barbarians out. And that's what the center-left Democrats want. And we will make common cause with the people who want to get the barbarians out of the White House.
Okay, this is actually very disturbing to me. Because you're labeling a huge section of the country, tens of millions of people.
The elites, the MAGA elites who have been installed in the White House, these freaks of nature.
Well, you say installed. There was a Democratic election that elected Trump.
But you know this. They're upset because of the economic conditions. They're upset because of inflation. They're upset because of prices. So yes, the people turn to a demagogue. It's a story as old as time.
That's the point.
It's a story as old as time.
Look, you fundamentally disagree with.
I don't disagree with democracy. I'm trying to use democracy to stop the threat against democracy.
Okay, but you do fundamentally see the election of Trump as illegitimate.
No, well, it depends. What do you mean by that?
Well,
it depends what you mean by that. I think it's I think he's unconstitutional. I don't actually think he is the president at the moment. Let me tell you why. I think he's ineligible for the office of president. I believe that
that's a pretty large view. Like, I think he did win the election.
He definitely won the election. He definitely was the winner of the election. I'm not denying that he also is occupying the office. I'm not arguing that he's not using the authorities and acting under color of law as a de facto officer. What I think is that he is ineligible to the office. That's a separate legal point that I have.
Because of January 6th, you're going to argue that.
Section 3, yeah.
Okay.
That hasn't been, according to the Supreme Court, Congress has to enforce it. But just because Congress has to enforce it doesn't mean he's not ineligible.
80 million Americans voted for him, man.
I'm not saying that he didn't. I'm not saying he didn't win the majority of the vote. I'm not saying that he isn't currently occupying the office. What I'm saying is only the following. I'm not calling everyone who voted for Trump a barbarian. The MAGA elites who are in the White House at the moment are destroying our country. They're ruining our country. And they're being supported by these tech oligarchs like Elon Musk.
So what would you do to all these
Peter Thiel, who are disgusting freaks?
If you had the full political power, what would you do to them then?
I would charge them for the crimes that they're committed.
So you want to have mass roundups of your political opposition?
No. Give them trials, give them all the rights they want, and charge them for specific offenses. I have never said that we should just do political crimes. I think that Trump should be charged for the crimes he committed. Just like you think that people who commit crimes should be charged who are members of opposing you, I'm assuming. But I've always been in favor of giving them complete rights. That's why I take a close eye on a lot of these cases with Trump and what happened in the state courts and what happened in the federal courts.
Look at the comments. I hope Drew goes to heaven ASAP. Like I'm getting this all the time.
Hey, guys. Hey, that actually is against our rules. Do not wish death or heaven. Well, you can say that you wish that if Drew does.
If he died,
he was what
Obviously,
he
we know what he's saying. We know what he's saying.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, I'm getting this all the time, you know, and there's a significant factor in me just genuinely coming to view the left as a threat to me personally as an individual. I'm just saying.
But that shouldn't judge. That shouldn't be the calculus of your political alignment, though, right? Because your safety.
Yes.
I understand
Thank
that
you.
it can definitely be a realistic reason, a descriptive reason why you're there. But when you step back and like ponder in your chair, who is Drew Pavlou? Is Drew Pavlou just influenced by like the politics that makes him physically safer?
No, it's not even that. It's just that like this sort of the years and years of threats and you know, actual attempts on my life, like in 2022.
I condemn.
Like I condemn. I also condemn anything against Fisco, right? Thank you, Fisco. But look, in 2023, I got called in by the Australian Federal Police, our equivalent of the FBI. They said in 2022, we detected like a plot against your life essentially in Australia by agents of the Chinese government, and we raided these people. They didn't say agents of the Chinese government, but it was very obvious because another friend of mine who was a Chinese dissident had the exact same conversation in a very similar period. When I went public with that, I had so many like Bad Empanada fans and Hassan Piker fans and all these people going like, I wish they fucking did it. So it's just like it darkens my view of human nature, and it makes me think, okay, if these people have power, they want to do horrible things, they want to kill me and my family. And that's why overall I would align myself more with the right. That doesn't necessarily mean I agree with everything that Trump's ever done or said. I disagree with plenty of things that he's said or done. I wish that he would be a bit less radical sometimes. I think you're right that he goes a bit too radical. Not even a bit too. He goes very radical sometimes. I disagree with that. And look, there are plenty of things that I disagree with. I disagree with them on Ukraine and Greenland and Europe.
So cool.
I think there are some broad areas of agreement. I think America has to have border enforcement. I think America...
Yeah, but Biden thought that. Biden tried to pass a border bill, and he was rebuffed by Trump. The Democratic presidents have enforced the border. Biden had 2 million plus refusals at the border.
Yes, there's 2 million refused, but there were like 10 million who did enter the country. Was it not?
Yeah, because of
it was a huge number.
Things out of his control. Things, for example, like the humanitarian crises in Venezuela and places like, for example, El Salvador, where they were fleeing the conditions to the anger, to the hatred of the MAGA elites who castigated the people coming in as essentially people who are looking for handouts.
Is there a single action by MAGA elites or the Trump administration that you think is legal and acceptable? Because it seems
that you think is legal. Well, not if he thinks that the entire administration is illegal, because if he thinks that he shouldn't even be allowed to be in the White House, then pretty much every single action that he ever takes is by that thought illegal. So yeah, there just is it kind of is. Now the actions in and of themselves, like if anybody did them, obviously there's going to be tons of things that Trump has done that would be illegal. He pardoned a turkey.
that you basically think like just full stop from the second that he got elected, he should just be completely.
Well, I think their budget, the continuing resolution, is probably legal. I think that their the big beautiful bill, the Lake and Riley Act, those are probably legal. I don't know. I don't agree with them on a policy perspective. Are you asking me? Is there a single thing that Trump said I agree with?
No, I mean, I'm just saying, to what extent do you actually regard right wing political opposition in America as legitimate? Because it seems.
Depends what you mean by legitimate. If what you mean by legitimate,
I don't know. If you don't like Trump, would there be, say, a Republican president that you would not necessarily be scared by, or you'd think would be reasonably normal?
I wouldn't be scared by which I mean, I wouldn't think that we are in an existential state with a Mitt Romney presidency. I don't think we'd be in an existential state.
The interesting thing is that
president.
The interesting thing is, if you go back to 2012, there were a lot of Democrats who treated Mitt Romney as a existential threat, and they hated him so much, even though he
I wouldn't have voted for him in 2012.
No, I'm not saying you have
Democrat.
to vote. Not saying you have to vote for him, but there were a lot of sort of Democrats or center leftists who regarded Mitt Romney as epitome of evil.
On my sleeve, I'm a liberal Democrat, and
I'm saying it's not. I'm not saying
there
you
are
have to
honorable
vote for
Republicans. There are honorable Republicans. I mean, Trump makes Nixon look like a great guy in retrospect. I mean,
I like Nixon. I think he was
I think he was a crook. I think he was a complete crook. But
I think he was a misunderstood guy.
By comparison, I don't even know why Watergate's that bad. Compared to all the shit that's happening on with.
Oh yeah, every impeachment that you can look at seems so fucking tame in comparison to anything and everything that Trump has ever done. They all seem just so mundane. I don't think there's a single month of any of Trump's presidencies, the first one or this one. I don't think there is a single month of his presidencies that every other president in existence wouldn't have been impeached for. I believe that like literally every single president that has ever existed, they all would have been impeached for a single week of Trump.
With Trump, I want to get to these strikes. I want to get
out
to
of
the
interest,
intervention.
what do you think is actually the worst thing that he's done?
That he's done?
Yeah. Is it January 6th? You think is the worst thing?
As a
so when they say January 6th, they always mean just like the insurrection. But I think like what was meant to happen on January 6th is fucking worse. Like the attempt to steal the election was not January 6th. That was not the insurrection. But that's what they think. Like when we say he tried to steal the election, they think we're just talking about the people going inside the Capitol, but it was the like fake elector scheme and all of that. Romney was extremely moderate and more moderate than Bush. I mean, dude. Look.
To John's beloved. When President Obama spoke at the funeral of his biggest political rival, he showed the world why he became president. We come to celebrate an extraordinary man who embodied so much that is best in America. President Bush and I are among the fortunate few who competed against John at the highest levels of politics. He made us better presidents, just as he made this country better. So for someone like John to ask you while he's still alive to stand and speak of him when he's gone is a precious and singular honor. Now, when John called me with that request earlier this year, I'll admit sadness and also a certain surprise. But after our conversation ended, I realized how well it captured some of John's essential qualities. To start with, John liked being unpredictable. It also showed John's disdain for self-pity, his sense of humor, a little bit of a mischievous streak. After all, what better way to get a last laugh than to make George and I say nice things about him to a national audience?
Like, when you watch, there's tons of funerals of Republican politicians dying where Democrats go and talk about them and say like really nice things about them the entire time. And this is like this has been the way that like politics has been for a while, is that they say like, yes, these are good people who are like trying to do what they think is best for their side, and they really care about their constituents, and they really care about the political system. They really care about the Constitution. Like these sorts of things were always being said about one another. And the Trump is just a different animal. Like Trump is truly just a drastically different animal. He is something different in its entirety.
Person or as a president?
I'm interested both. What do you think is the worst thing?
Yeah, I think trying to destroy an American election that was legal and fair, and thereby like undo essentially a major part of our constitutional order and upset an unbroken streak going back to the Civil War, was probably among the worst things that he did.
I think January 6th was bad. Yeah. I think it was very bad.
I want to get to the strikes. I want to get to the interventions and talk about, we mentioned it a little bit. We previewed a little bit, but before I do, why are you white?
Why am I white? It's a good question. Look, it's just in response to the fact that pretty much all my life, people have treated me as white. Like growing up, I was told that
you're white. You're white if you're treated as white.
Yeah, I
think that's true generally. Yeah. I think that's true for the most part. Like your ethnic makeup and your like culture and things like that can be different, but if we're going to say race is a social construct, well then it's going to be based on how it's constructed socially. And if socially people believe that you're white, then essentially you're just white. Like, unless you want us to use some sort of race realism measuring factors that that we normally don't believe in as liberals, like I would say that, yeah, I think if people say generally that you're white, then yeah, I think you're white. Okay, I'm not sure which building I'm supposed to go to, but there's something around here, I believe. I'm gonna try that.
Fully admit that like race is basically very much a sort of like socially contingent thing. Like, look, growing up, I was told that I had white male privilege all the time. Growing up in school, I was told that. Growing up, yeah, all the time, all my life, like I was treated as white. And the other day I was hanging out with my Nigerian friend who's obviously a black guy, and I asked him like, hey, some guys on Twitter say that I'm not white. Like, what do you think? And he said, yeah, you're fucking white, Drew. And he's Nigerian, and he just thought that I was white.
So you're white because your name is Drew?
No.
Drew's a pretty white name.
That's not what I'm saying. I think
Drew Pickle.
He didn't say because of his white, or I mean because of Drew. Did he say that? Maybe I missed it. Did he say my name is Drew? Now I'm starting to feel like he did say my name is Drew. That is a very white name.
Pickles.
I think it's just that, you know, for all my life I've been treated as a white person, and I was told in school that I had, you know, white colonizer male privilege, and
Who
I
said
should
that
be.
to you?
No, like that's sort of like underlying message that you get.
Was it
you
a
know,
woman with a pixie cut and
I wouldn't
hair?
obviously no one actually straight up said to my face, you are guilty, but you get that sort of vibe. It's a very strong leftist sort of streak in Australia right now, where basically the country is viewed as illegitimate from its founding as a sort of genocidal settler colony, and you need to be guilty, and you need to feel guilt about what happened to.
Can we break that apart? So you agree that, I mean, I would agree that the American colonialists were definitionally settler colonial and genocidal. I mean, you wouldn't doubt that.
I don't necessarily think that they were genocidal. There were killings, obviously. There was a war for territory and land. And look, I don't endorse killing. This was a different era. It was hundreds of years ago. But I don't think that you should say that the essential founding of the country is illegitimate.
I'm not saying it's listen. There are a lot of countries that are founded on genocide.
I think
bad ideas.
Look, in Australia, at least, maybe it's different in America, because it seems in America that even most Democrats will say that America is a legitimate country. But in Australia, it's very, very common. It's very common in Australia to basically say that, like, you know, Australia is stolen land. It doesn't have any legitimate basis to exist.
Well, let's talk a little bit about it.
I mean, I've gone on to, I do think he's correct. I've gone on to a couple of panels on TikTok, and like numerous times now, I've been confronted by, you know, people who are, what do you call it? Fuck, I can't. The people who were originally there, I can't think of what the term is, but natives. I've been confronted by natives in shit. Hey, yo! I've been confronted by natives from there, and they do, like, they are pretty feisty, and they do talk about, you know, the colonizers, and they do talk about, like, you know, how people should be guilty for being white and shit like that. Like, that does seem to be a very real thing in that part of the world. I have a very limited experience, so I could be wrong, but that does seem to be the case.
There's even basically been a High Court of Australia legal opinion, the legal judgment Mabo.
Mabo, yeah.
Yeah, where in Mabo, it's very interesting. If you read Mabo, the judges literally say, like, we understand that the implications of our decision destroy the legal skeleton of like the country. Like it basically undermines the legal.
Let's ask the uncomfortable question, Drew.
But it's interesting in Mabo.
Let's get to this.
But one really quick thing though.
Yeah.
It is very fascinating, the Mabo decision. The judges basically say
it's Mabo, it's the vibe.
No, that's great. I'm glad that you know that. That's the best Australian film, The Castle. I recommend it to everyone. But it's very interesting. If you look at the Mabo decision, the judges freely say, we understand that our decision is basically saying that Australia was illegitimate from its founding, but we also rule that that should not be allowed. That should not itself destroy the entire legal system. So they actually sort of finessed it. It's a very complex thing where they actually admitted, the judges who ruled that decision admitted that they were basically morally kicking the floor out of the sort of country's foundation. They had this sort of emergency sort of backstop in that sort of judgment where they said, like, you know, our ruling should not be taken to completely dismantle the entire legal infrastructure of Australia. But it is interesting, and I've read sort of like. Yeah. I was doing my first year law degree the other year, and very cool. And I was reading a journal article that we were asked to read for the thing, and it was sort of these like very radical sort of I would call them race communist academics who were saying that Mabo was not far enough because the judges acknowledged that it kicked the floor out of the sort of moral foundations of Australia's founding, but they didn't go far enough in actually literally dissolving Australia in that decision. Which is crazy, but that's literally a legal decision that we were.
I want to take this step by step. I think it's a very fascinating part of the conversation.
Yeah.
Because I'm going to ultimately conclude with, I don't want us to have to destroy America and give it back to the descendants of American Indians. Okay.
Yeah.
And I'm going to say the same thing about Australia, right?
Yeah.
So we agree on the conclusion there, but I'm not actually sure that some of the descriptive claims made by some of these woke lefties with pixie cuts are actually wrong.
The problem is though,
so when we talk about like whether or not the United States is legitimate, I don't even know what the fuck that means. And so every time somebody asks me that, they're like, okay, well, do you think that the country is legitimate? Like, I don't even know what that means, bro. Like, I don't think there is such thing as a legitimate country, but yeah, I don't know.
I think the problem is though, like, it's almost impossible to have this conversation where you separate the descriptive claim from the, you know, the moral conclusions from it. I'll give you an example. Okay. Obviously, in a Western country, regardless of the fact that these days it's basically secular, I think we are very much marinated in a sort of Christian moral ethical culture. And so it's very simple. Like, we are taught from a very early age that theft is wrong. And we are taught that if something is stolen, it has to be returned. That is the only morally legitimate outcome. So it's very hard for us when we are raised in this kind of environment where even the secular morality is very much influenced by that sort of Christian ethic. It's very hard to say, well, the nation is stolen, but we shouldn't have to give it back. Because I think
we should be able to separate those things because they're different claims. One is what ought to be done, and one is what happened.
Yes,
and they are different, right?
Because I would say like, the country was stolen. No, we don't have to give it back to anybody. Like, that's insane. Of course we don't have to give it back. We've got it now. Like, it was wrong, shouldn't have been done. That's that. Like, end of story. Not much else we can do about it. Things are way too far along now and have gone too far in this direction to turn back. Like, it's not. But I think like these people like him, they're just like, they're so terrified that like the country's actually just going to be like handed over to the fucking woke moralists or some shit, dude. It's so wild. Like, I don't think anybody actually like I don't think there's any like real legitimate oh shit. Fuck. Get off me.
I'm
Are they
saying
different?
I'm saying
Are
that
they different?
I'm saying that
Are they different? Are they different? Are they different? They're different. They're different, aren't they?
I think
Are
that
they different? Are they different? Are they different? Answer, and then you can
yes,
explain.
yes,
Okay.
Philosophically, they're different, Pisco.
Yes.
But here's the thing, though.
Fuck you,
I think
stop.
that the vast majority of people are not able to separate those two things. And when we have these conversations,
we're reasonable, so we can separate them. All right.
So reasonably, we can both agree that there were terrible acts that were done
That's
against.
not what I want to
Australians.
get to. I want to get to these lefties who've been maligned by you, and I want to assess their descriptive claims, and then. You and I, we already know we align on the on some of the prescriptions.
Okay,
because we don't want to.
I can descriptively say to you that yes, there were massacres of indigenous.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
There were murders. There were terrible killings.
Let's do it step by step.
Okay.
Settler colonial, no doubt.
Yes, they were settler colonizers.
Okay. In America and Australia, they committed acts of genocide, no doubt, right?
I don't think that they were inherently genocidal. There were massacres of Native Americans that were wrong.
Genocidal.
I agree with that.
What is that qualifier, dude? I hate it when people do this, when they like add in the word like inherently as a qualifier to where it doesn't even fit, like it doesn't even make sense. What the hell does it mean for something to be inherently genocidal? What does it even mean? Like what is a way that I can interpret that? Inherently genocidal? Is there a way that can make sense?
Not just massacres. They were trying to cleanse the land at times of different of these groups, and
there were massacres. There were massacres. There were acts of obviously gross human rights violations, atrocities. Of course, there were atrocities.
I mean, is genocide really just reserved for the Holocaust and that's it?
Look, I think it's an extremely high bar to say that the plan of every single European who ever came to Australia in that first like sort of 50 years of actual settler colonization.
Yeah, but you said that of Germany, not every.
Oh shit! What the fuck? What? What the fuck? Where am I? Holy shit. I did not know all this shit was here. What the actual fuck?
Every German wanted to do it. Not every Nazi wanted it.
No, distinction.
What?
Okay. Firstly, like we have to recognize that even today, even though like it's so obvious that today America and Australia are not settler colonies today, but there are many leftists who will still argue that they are still settler colonies.
I know, but
so the argument that a lot of leftists make is that it was still settler colonies.
Okay, right, but
we can we'll set that aside.
Their history.
Okay, historically,
as a settler colonial project.
Look, if you actually look at the history of I'm not fully versed in the American thing, but if you look at the history in Australia, there were multiple proclamations by the Crown, the actual British authorities, who said there should not be murders of Indigenous Australians, and there were multiple instances where the British settlers who did massacre Indigenous Australians were actually put to death by the British authorities. So we know that there was an official. I don't believe it was the official policy to genocide anybody, and the British authorities actually at times, obviously not enough, but at times they actually even executed people for massacring Indigenous Australians.
Huh. So on that view, then definitionally, China's not committed a genocide against the Uyghurs.
No, because the Chinese. Do you think the Chinese Communist Party is like executing people for violations of Uyghur human rights? No, not at all. They're still violating the human rights today.
So they're human rights violations, but your view of genocide is that it needs to be that genocidal acts must emanate from some sort of central source.
Not necessarily. I think you could probably say that, isolated. There were, like, for example, if there was a massacre of Indigenous Australians, like, if you gave me, for example, one particular massacre that was, that was directly racially motivated, you could say that individual act was genocidal.
Yeah.
Okay. But I don't believe it's right to tar all Australians with the sort of, like, the blood guilt of genocide and say that the entire Australian founding was genocidal and that the entire Australian colonial project was genocidal and that Australia is from...
You're good, bro.
from its core genocidal, which is the claim that the leftists make.
Yeah.
Yes, and I've said this many times. There were acts of individual horrible violence against Indigenous Australians. They were treated unfairly, but that does not mean that Australia should be dismantled today. And I'm ultimately happy that Europeans went to Australia, because otherwise I would not have my life. I would not have existed, Pisco.
Here's my
I ultimately believe, this is where I'll get cancelled. I ultimately believe that the European colonization of the Americas
was good.
And well, if it was not good, then I could not have existed.
Well, that's what I mean. Like it seems like your entire outlook has to do with making sure you exist and continue to exist, right? Anything that would
otherwise it's self-hatred. It's self-hatred.
Well, yeah, you make it like that's not self-hatred, like because you're also talking about the fact that like millions of other people now had to not exist so that you could exist, and you're justifying it by saying because you now exist, they ought not have existed. Like that's a ridiculous way of putting it. I've never heard somebody talk about it like this before.
Should I say that I should not have been born because Australia is genocidal?
I'm not saying that. It's just funny to me that your determinations as to the morality of stuff ultimately bear on whether something is imperiling you having existed at all / continuing to exist.
Well, I think that's pretty reasonable. Like I don't think that it's a smart thing to do to go around basically saying, like, I should not exist. I will agree with a sort of moral philosophical system that says that I should not exist.
Okay.
I think that's retarded.
Okay, so I heard what you said.
So I'm ultimately happy that the British went to Australia. Okay. Is that a wrong thing?
So why aren't you happy that the immigrants are coming to America and Australia?
Well, it's different. It's different sources. It's
why?
different. It's different.
They're doing
streams.
worse acts than
it's different.
Europeans.
It's different streams, Pisco. It's different.
Why?
Streams.
Why is it different?
Because in both these cases, there were nations.
Bro, I jumped when that person walked in the fucking door, dude. I jumped. I fucking jumped. I did not. Holy shit. I just jumped out of my fucking skin.
Nations that were founded, new nations that were founded.
No, but there were tribes. They had their own spheres of sovereignty. Yes, they had different senses of property than understood by the old worlds, but there was still an understanding that there was domains. These were people. I
don't think they should have been. I don't agree with violence in that way. This was hundreds of years ago. This was hundreds of years ago, and the world was very different.
That's an excuse not to think. That is a state of exception. And what you're saying is, yes, it was good for them to immigrate to these different places, to set up their flags, and you don't have a problem given that the natural tendency was to lead to a bunch
there's a difference between founding a new nation and then coming to the nation 200 years after it was founded, and then or 300 years after it's founded.
But it's premised on a notion that you don't recognize the nationhood of the various different tribes in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander tribes.
Look, I don't recognize
American Indians.
I don't recognize them as a separate nation.
And why is that? Because they're not a people?
No, they are a people, and they should.
Are the Palestinians a people?
Yes, they are a people,
okay.
and I do believe in a Palestinian statehood. But are you really asking me here to endorse like a separate Aboriginal state in Australia, like an Aboriginal?
No, that's exactly what.
It seems like that's what you're asking me to do.
No, that's exactly
because you want me to acknowledge their nation.
No, that's exactly what I'm not trying to do. I'm trying to chart out why it was good for the Europeans to go to these areas, take them over, and in so doing,
like I think that it's just easy to say, like, yes, that was wrong, that was bad. We live in different times now where we know that that's not acceptable, and we're not willing to act in the same ways anymore. But it doesn't make like that worse or better in any way. Like it's just we have different standards today, and that's that. Like, and it's it just is what it is. Like, by our standards today, that is a horrible and disgusting thing that happened in tons of different areas, and there's nothing that we can do to fix it today. As much as like giving over, or I guess, yeah, we can't give. We're not gonna hand over the fucking country, but yeah,
necessarily take upon horrific acts
pretty sure many people found it gross back then. It's gross and it is a little bit different. So like the way they did a lot of things that were like torturous back then, that yes, a lot of people found to be like morally reprehensible. But when we're like, if we're talking about the taking of land and like those sorts of things, that was not like frowned upon just to be like taking it by conquest. That was not this like horrible thing. The process in which it was taken was a horrible thing, but just the taking of it was not.
But immigrants who are doing 0.00001% of that and just trying to live within the confines of these different countries, you have disdain for them. And you say
not necessarily, not everyone, not everyone. I think that there is still a level of immigration that can be good for society, and I don't think anybody should ever be like barred based on race or whatever. I just think like if you're going to import infinity amounts of people from extremely poor countries, it's going to change the culture of the majority country. And look, my loyalty is to the West. I'm happy. I was born in a Western country. It's my culture. It's my identity. It's what I love.
Well, I don't think that you're personally responsible for the genocides that happened in America or Australia.
And if I could press a button, if I could press a button that they would not like if I don't like the fact that indigenous people were killed hundreds of years ago. I think that's sad, but I don't think that Australia should not exist. I don't think that America should not exist. I think it's better for.
And given that your ancestors are probably. I think from the Anglo arrivals into Australia.
I think
you're not responsible either by blood either.
But I think overall for human history, it is better that America existed. It's better that Australia existed.
And I want to preserve America. I don't want to destroy
it. And the amazing thing as well is.
No, I do think that like he is correct that like yeah, a lot of these standards might not even exist. The fact that we have higher standards today, that like a country shouldn't be taken by conquest and that they shouldn't be like demolished. They shouldn't be like those are standards that yeah, the United States was very much responsible for implementing, and the world is a better place because we exist. But that doesn't mean that we wouldn't have existed somewhere else. Like the revolutionaries and the people who wanted to go out and trek the United States and colonize over here, those people may have been just as likely to set up a rebellion against the king in England and take over there as well. Like we have no fucking idea.
This is also a fact, Pisco. Like life expectancy among Indigenous Australians in like prior to British colonization was literally in the 30s, and infant mortality was way off the charts, and there was massive amounts of violence. Like it was a
but you won't even give them the voice. Well, you won't even give them the voice.
I don't believe in a racially separate. I don't believe in establishing racially separate, houses of parliament. Like essentially,
yeah, but it's not a official functionary that can enact legislation by itself.
I don't believe in establishing in the Constitution separate categories of Australians based on race.
But there's like in the American context as well. This is kind of like I talked about this in my debate about birthright citizenship with Ryan Mullally. There's a peculiarity to the history of American Indians that yeah, we have specific case law and specific categories of sovereignty in the United States. For American Indians, it's marginal, it's not dominant, but it exists, and we haven't fallen apart. What's actually threatening our government aren't the American Indians and natives who still live, it's the natives, the new natives, that is to say, the people who have abandoned the project of America. This is Trump, this is J.D. Vance, and they've abandoned it not just in the domestic sense, but in our stage globally. And I want to get to
like one thing here, you're kind of defining the entire American project as just always being pro-immigration, just always being racial,
as pro-constitution, because Lincoln said
you know as well as I do, like there were massive periods of American history where there was massive racism.
Of course,
yeah.
The project here I'm not defining as open borders or love everybody. Okay, America has never lived up to that ideal. But what did Lincoln say at Gettysburg?
Okay, I'm taking my good shit in this time. Only because it took me so fucking long to kill those that arc just a minute ago. I was trying to save that guy, and it took me forever to kill him. I'm taking my good shit in this time, and I'm probably gonna get fucking killed. So, yeah. Yep, it's probably gonna be fucked.
Lincoln said at Gettysburg that government of the people, by the people, for the people. It's his hope.
Hey, you know what? Twisted, I appreciate you. Okay, I appreciate you. I know it's a good meme to give me a lot of shit, and that's the case in pretty much everybody's chats, is that their viewers give them a lot of shit. But you know, once in a while, it's nice to get some positive feedback as well. So I appreciate you, bro.
Hope, right? That it shall not perish from the earth. The Civil War.
I agree with that. I don't want
to fought between the North and the South. Wasn't just about the North and the South. Let me finish this point, and I'll let you connect. It was a fight for whether or not democracy itself would perish from the earth, because America was this experiment. It was this new thing our fathers brought forth on this continent, a new nation, and conceived in liberty. Right. So this is the idea of America to me is so salient, and that's why I'm jealous.
I love that idea. I love that idea of America as well. I also just think though, like a particular nation produced that vision of liberty, and you can't just completely swap.
Yeah, no, I think that America's stuff is really cute too. I also find that stuff to be really cute. Nope, wrong way. Go back up.
Swap out the population of America.
I'm not saying you could completely do that.
I don't.
It sounds like Pearl, right? Did you see the Pearly Davis debate with Anna Kasparian?
I actually didn't see that.
She got crushed because
I don't know what did Pearl say.
One of the hypotheticals, she was like, "What would you do? Do you have a plan, Anna, for when all men just step away from society?" And it's like, no, like that's not going to happen. And these kinds of alarmist speculations about the nature of our demographics, I think have never been borne out before. Yes, we're under a demographic changes, no doubt, but those have been persisting over decades. And I'm more concerned about the age demographics than the racial demographics. But putting that aside,
I don't think people should be defined based off race. I actually don't believe in racial stratification. At the same time, I just don't think that when you rapidly change the demographics of a society, you create the potential for a lot of social tension and social pressure. And what I like about Lee Kuan Yew's approach in Singapore is he just basically achieved stable ethnic demographics. He welcomes in diverse.
So you do want racial policies before you I don't want to give the voice because I don't want to legitimize any kind of racial policy or racial chamber.
It's not racial. Pisco.
It's ethnic.
Pisco.
Racial ethnic.
Pisco. What I like about the Lee Kuan Yew approach is there is still people call Singapore a multicultural society, and it's true. It is a multicultural society. There's about the demographics are about 74% Han Chinese. It's about 20% Malaya and about 10% Muslim. It's basically been that rough mix for the past 50 years. They accept diversity. They accept migrants from all across the world, but they don't try to rapidly change it because they want to produce a level of social calm.
Do you think Biden is doing that?
I don't think there's a. I don't think there's like a deliberate plan necessarily.
If anyone has a deliberate plan on demographics, it's the Trump administration. They're calling things the third world, shithole countries. They're imposing these different restrictions based on.
Zed King tipped $5. Is that Pisco's cousin Risco? Also, hi Baldy.
Did you say Rizco? Rizco? You feel like this guy's risen you up right now? Is he giving you the business eyes? Is he king getting turned on by the Aussie? Uh-oh. Yeah, you said Rizco. We all heard it. We all heard it. You said Rizco. We all heard it, Z-King. You said Rizco.
I think Trumpism is like a break the glass emergency response. It's like a lot of right-wing populism is a response to changing demographics. And I'm not endorsing everything they say or do. I'm just saying, if leftists were smart, they wouldn't keep on endorsing massive changes to the structure and nature of societies, because that's what is producing more racism. That's what's actually producing more tension.
I think we're both conservatives in different senses. I think I'm conservative with respect to our republic. And I think that you maybe are conservative with respect to demographics.
I actually think.
Yeah, I'm a conservative in the fact that I want to keep the Constitution. I'm a conservative in the fact that I am not somebody who enjoys voting for people who constantly break the law. I'm conservative in the fact that I want the world to be a moral place. That's how I'm a conservative.
That if you like, obviously this is just a thought experiment, but just tomorrow, for example, if America tomorrow, like the population just became, I don't know, say like 300 million
Somalis.
Well, no, I don't know, like 300 million, like, I don't know, Chinese people, or 300 million.
Would it be different?
It would, of course, be different.
I'm not saying
because culture emanates from populations, and culture can. And here's the thing. Here's the thing. I don't believe in biological essentialism. I don't believe that like people are like racially defined by their DNA. I think culture changes over time. We see that in the West. Like, for example, the culture regarding, you know, women's rights 150 years ago was completely different to women's rights today. Culture does change over time, but it takes generations and it takes decades. And so if you rapidly change population in a really short time frame, like, for example, what we've seen in Australia and in Europe is that we've imported a lot of people who hate Jews into our countries. Like there was never really a native problem. Like, okay, for example, Australia now has, like, they're having Australia is launching a royal commission into anti-Semitism. There historically was not really ever this native tradition of anti-Semitism in Australia. Jews were part of the sort of founding of the country with the European settlement. And one of our great...
Bro, I've never seen any of this shit. Like, I am finding so much new stuff on this map that I never really knew about it. Oh, wait. That's the thing. Okay. Yeah, I gotta do the other one at the Grandiose. So look at that, dude. Bringing in the good shit. Fucking them up. With the shoddy. Let's go. I just found like so many good guns and shit in spots that I didn't even know were here. They have all of these things here. Normally you can grab the plants, but I can't grab any of these plants, so I don't understand the point of it, but this is all interesting. Fuck, there's somebody here. Friendly? I'm gonna assume that's a no. Then let's fucking fight, bro. Let's do it. Bring your candy ass back up here. Where are you going? I just realized candy ass probably means like they're sweet, and that's probably like a homophobic thing that huh. I should use that phrase more often.
Greatest ever war heroes, General John Monash, was Jewish himself, and that actually meant because of Monash's, there are people who argue because Monash was such a hero in World War One, it actually really dampened anti-Semitism in Australia. So we don't really have this native tradition of anti-Semitism, but we've had large amounts of people come in from Lebanon and from parts of the Middle East and Sub-Saharan Africa who actually genuinely do hate Jews. And look at what happened at Bondi. It was literally an immigrant guy who did it. The son was not an immigrant. He was born in Australia, but he was raised by an immigrant, and he was raised to hate Jews, and he killed 15 people, and it was a massacre. And this is unfortunately a problem if you're importing people who do have extremely different values and ideologies, etc. So I actually don't view it necessarily as a racial thing. I view it as, look, culture's not. I don't believe people have fully blank slates. I don't think I think culture takes changes, but it takes decades. It takes a long time.
I think that you're starting it from a position that people can understand, which is we want people to assimilate culturally.
Yes.
And that
I worry if it's if it's massive volumes, it's very hard to assimilate people.
That's possible. But I think that you're going from there to something that you're taking an extra leap, which is that therefore our policy should be race conscious.
Not race conscious, but we should only allow migrants in numbers that can assimilate. And I think my family is actually a good example of this. I've been in Australia
as a white man.
Our family were like in Australia. For my mum's side, it's 4 generations. My dad's side is 3 generations, and realistically, I basically don't really have much Greek culture in me. I don't speak Greek. I'm just basically fully Australian in terms of my culture. I grew up as an Australian. I fully identify with Australia. If there was ever a war between Greece and Australia, I'd fight for Australia. And that's assimilation, but it takes place over a long time. And one of the reasons,
if there was a war between Greece and Australia, he probably wouldn't fight. I have trouble believing that he would fight. Okay, that's where I was earlier, right? I think a guy jumped in here, and I was shooting from over there. Yes, I am correct. Okay, that thing's gonna fucking kill me.
Why my family was able to assimilate was because there weren't massive Greek ethnic enclaves that were completely cut off from the rest of society. Greeks today.
People said that about Italians in America.
I know, but also Italians came in such large numbers that eventually there was the Hortali. What was the exact act? 1920 something where they did actually. You're talking. There was Immigration Restriction Act in the 1920s in America because.
Well, I'm not sure what you're referencing. Sorry.
There was an immigration.
I know what he's talking about as well. It's there wasn't I've talked about the fact that we were open borders for the majority of American history, that we didn't have immigration laws until more recently, that it was later on that these things started to take hold. So yeah, oh my bad, I left this.
Immigration Restriction Act in the 1920s, I think by Taft or something like that, where they were actually responding.
You're not talking about Taft-Hartley. That's different. That's
sorry, I might have missed it up, but there was immigration restriction in the 1920s in America because at that time they believed that there was so much. They wanted to pause immigration for a while to allow assimilation to take place because at that time there were massive ethnic enclaves in a lot of cities. And there was actually ethnically associated crime with Italians. The reality is there was a lot of
Cosa Nostra.
Yeah, I know.
But in the long run,
yes.
What do people say? People say, "Wow, I love our Italian neighbors."
I know, but here's the thing,
it was worth it, right? It was just like it was worth it in your mind for those genocidal Anglo freaks but to kill all the natives.
But I don't agree with that's actually very race communist language.
Listen, I'm just fucking. But you know what I mean.
But the thing is that the reality is, and I'm saying this as a Greek Australian, it took the Greek Australians probably 2-3 generations to properly assimilate. It took the Italians 2, 3, 4 generations to assimilate in America. It does actually take time, and look how culturally similar. This is the problem, right? If you look in the grand scheme of things, Italians and Greeks, I think, are not that culturally dissimilar from British or Anglos, right?
So says you now. Says you now.
Well, I think.
But ask the people.
Okay.
When they were coming.
Okay, but here's the reality, though, right? It is probably.
You probably shouldn't ask me any questions when I'm coming. That is just a really bad time for me to be able to answer questions. I don't mind people asking me questions in general, but I would say that I don't know if it's different for Italians or any of those people. But yeah, for me, maybe it's my Maybe it's the Native American in me.
Probably easier for a Greek or an Italian migrant to go to America than somebody who is, for example, of a completely different civilizational cultural background.
That's what they said about the
Yeah,
Chinese
sure.
immigration in the 1800s as well. But we have such a vibrant melting pot, racial melting pot of Asian cultures. We can get the most based Asian politicians from, you know, from
Oh, we love our Zoran Mamdani. But
you have Rishi Sunak, who I think you said he's almost fully assimilated into British culture.
I was responding.
In
I was
UK.
responding to Nazis who were saying he was not British, and I was saying no, he's actually British. He's
almost
basically
fully assimilated.
Oh, he's basically fully assimilated. That's
Basically fully, but not fully.
Well, he is
Because he's
fully
brown.
I didn't say that.
But then why would he not be?
I was actually Pisco. I was actually responding to the Nazis who were saying that he could never be British.
Right,
because-
but and so responding to them, you conditioned it. You didn't say he's a fully British. You said
he's fully British
basically
culturally. He is fully British culturally.
Oh. But racially, not Anglo, obviously.
Well, he's obviously racially not English.
Yes.
But
okay,
like English is an ethnicity.
So in terms of immigration policy, you do want to see Democrats or center left people take a stronger stance in reducing it.
You have to reduce migration to a level that you can actually assimilate people. And I think also there should be an emphasis on...
Okay, this is true. We've gone over this a bunch of times. We've gone over tons of studies. Like, it seems like people always get mad whenever I say this, but I feel like everybody understands at this point. Like, yes, this is true. That, like, yes, immigration to a certain extent, it can cause problems, and you want to keep it around like a 12% marker or lower, because if it does get above those numbers, it does start to cause problems. Fuck, dude. Game's trying to kill me. Oh shit, was it looking right at me? Well, fuck. I need to get over there, and I don't think I can. Yeah, it's looking right at me. Fuck. Okay.
On, you know, culturally similar countries. Because I think it is difficult, like, you know, when I believe that China is its own civilization. I believe that, you know, Islam is its own civilization, and they've had amazing civilizational achievements. I was at the American Natural History Museum. I was walking through the Muslim section, you know, of Muslim history, and it described. It's funny because, like, you know, that museum is a little bit canceled. It's like maybe 100 years old or whatever. But like, I was going through, you know, it was describing Islam as a civilization that had amazing achievements, and it's true. Like they helped invent mathematics and all these things. This is literally true.
Some of the
yeah, I agree.
Texts.
I do believe civilizations actually exist. Like Islam is a civilization. I was walking through the.
I do believe civilizations exist. What kind of statement is that? Guys, he does believe civilizations exist. Okay? He's not one of those. He's not one of those guys who thinks they don't exist, okay? He's one of those guys who believes they do exist. And he's okay with that. He's not even upset about the fact that civilizations exist. So...
China section.
The Persian civilization.
Yeah, Persian civilization. I was walking through the China section. And everyone knows, like, I've got this long history of opposing the Chinese Communist Party or whatever. But I was going through the China section. I was like, it is an amazing. I did think to myself, it's like an amazing civilization. It genuinely is. And I do think people can assimilate. It is possible to assimilate. But when you come
Western loyalists,
like my primarily, I identify as a Westerner. I love the West.
So
and I do think people from different civilizations can come to the West and assimilate. I just think we have to do it in a manageable way where people can assimilate.
And legally, has to be done legally.
And legally, yeah.
Yeah. So
my brother legally immigrated to America, and I would not have, if he wanted to do it illegally, I would have opposed that. I don't think anybody should do it.
Would you have called ice on him?
No, I wouldn't have called, like, I don't know.
Also, another one of these, like, people who are against law and order, you're not even going to call.
Well, you wouldn't call ice on your own brother.
Yeah.
But look, at the end of the day, he immigrated legally. He's an Australian.
This is, if you guys don't know, this is a meme from Drew talking to Destiny's son. Drew brought Destiny's son onto his show and talked to him, and the whole time, the whole thing was about the fact that Destiny's son was saying, yeah, I hold these positions principally, so I'm like, if I think immigration's wrong, or illegal immigration is wrong, I don't care who does it. I'm going to be against it. And he's like, but what about your own grandmother? And Destiny's son's like, yeah, even my own grandmother. Like, again, this is like a principled position. It's not a feelings-based position. And Drew's like, but come on, it's your grandma. And he's like, yeah, but it's like, we should be consistent with our positions. We shouldn't change based on, like, when it's convenient and when it's not. Like, we should all be held to a higher standard. And so if I think illegal immigration is wrong, then it should always be wrong. And he's like, yeah, but it's your grandma. And, like, that was the entire fucking debate. It was just that, like, over and over and over and over. Just Drew just being like, yeah, but it's your mom. And, like, even though I agree with Nathan and what it was he was saying, I disagree with him. It doesn't, he is correct in the fact that, like, yes, you should hold positions principally. You should like, if you think something's wrong, it should always be wrong. It shouldn't only be wrong based on, like, when it's convenient or when it's somebody you don't like or some shit like that. Like, it should just always be wrong. Like, you think it's wrong. Now, that doesn't mean that he has to, like, call ice on his fucking grandma or anything like that, but it does mean that, yeah, he should still be against illegal immigration, even if his grandma's doing it. And the fact that Drew was just so ardently arguing against that and so upset with that for so long, it blew my fucking mind. I'm like, dude, we should be principled. Like, we should hold these standards, like, consistently. I don't know what you want from this kid, but I think he's wrong in the stance. Which is the weird thing is that, like, you know, Drew agreed with the kid on the stance, just not on the fucking thing about his own grandma. Ah, fuck. Sheesh.
Guy. But if he had done it illegally, I would have told him that's fucking wrong, and I would have said to him, I don't support you. He did do it legally, but it's true. If he'd done it illegally, I wouldn't have told you. I would have said you're fucking doing the wrong thing.
Open borders. Can you at least give us that? The Democrats are for open borders. I mean, you cited Bernie as one of your inspirations.
Okay. Here's the thing, though, right? Here's the thing.
You still respect Bernie? You still respect him?
In some ways, I do strongly disagree with him on others. But you know what's amazing? Like, if you looked at that famous exchange between him and Ezra Klein, though, like, that exchange was famous because Ezra Klein, who's kind of like, you would have to admit, he's probably like a leading sort of intellectual figure of the moderate
New York
faction.
Times, so the chagrin of many lefty communists.
And he's not a communist or whatever, but he treated it as crazy that Bernie said that there should be, like, a border.
No, wait, no. I didn't actually watch the interview, but I watched the clip of Bernie saying, you got to give Trump credit for the border.
No. I'm
that guy's that's stupid. Bernie.
No, I'm actually talking about, like, back in 2015. So Ezra Klein was interviewing Bernie in, like, the 2016 primary, and he said, like, you know, what do you think of open borders? And, like, Bernie just instinctually was like, that's a crazy idea. It's a Koch brother idea. And Ezra Klein, if you look at it, like Ezra
what
Klein,
did he say?
Ezra was shocked. He was like, really? Really? Are you sure? And like, cause him and Matthew Iglesias, like they've come around. Obviously it's such a politically toxic idea.
Let's say, okay, Bernie is like somewhat of an isolationist. So that shouldn't have been surprising to anybody that somebody who's a fucking isolationist would be against open borders. Like, why the fuck would that be surprising to anyone? He's an isolationist. What the fuck? Like, when the fuck are isolationists in favor of open borders? Where does this happen at? What isolationists have you guys been hanging out with?
Idea that they've now said like we don't support it anymore. But there was a time where like Matthew Iglesias and Ezra Klein were both arguing that like basically immigration is always good. There's never a period where it could ever be too much. And like Iglesias was obviously like saying there should be 1 billion Americans.
Yeah, but they come about it from different traditions.
And Ezra actually,
I want to mention this. They come about it from different traditions. You have the Bernie tradition, which is open borders is a trick by capital. It's a trick by capital to depress wages and reduce worker rights. Then you have, and then I want to also the distillation from Ezra, which I thought was great from an interview with Vivek Ramaswamy, who I want to get your take on as well. Who
Vivek, I want to quickly say, I don't like the Groypers being mean to Vivek based on his race. I think Vivek is very cultural, like very culturally American. I think he's very culturally American.
Shit done.
You say that.
I do think that about
virtue
Vivek.
of what? Because he speaks with no accent.
No, he's somebody.
He went to law school. And
his full loyalty is to America, and he obviously identifies strongly with American culture.
So, okay, so then that's what it is. So to be an American, that's just I want to.
I think the core thing is you have to have like your primary loyalty has to be to the adopted country to the point that you'd be willing to like literally fight for it if your home country was going to war. Like look at Eisenhower, right? Eisenhower, German name, fought the Germans in World War II. That was the prime example of assimilation. Literally the prime example. Like America's leading general in the Western Front in World War II was a German guy.
Okay.
I'm so fucked.
So you've got to have that level of loyalty, and you've got to basically strongly identify with the Western culture.
So I identified one virtue of anti-open borders from Bernie, which is a capital focused.
There's that capital thing.
From the MAGA perspective, let me finish this. Ezra charts out 3 different sort of impulses.
His was like a utilitarian thing. Like he believed. I think Ezra believes in open. Back then he believed in open borders.
Ezra characterizes these different strains of anti-immigrant thought. Okay. From the perspective of Trump, it's they're poisoning the blood of the people.
I didn't say poisoning the blood of the people.
I know you didn't say that.
Yeah.
From the perspective of someone like J.D. Vance, it's focused on domestic labor from the from the perspective of protectionism. In that sense, it's somewhat aligned to the Bernie vision, but a little bit more focused on Americans as opposed to the struggle between class that is more focus of Bernie Sanders. And then finally, you have the Vivek strain, which I'm seeing you more strongly align with. And that has to do with more like, it needs to be orderly, it needs to be slow, it needs to be illegal, but it needs to be in sufficient numbers to help us and to help Americans.
And it has to assimilate.
And there needs to be assimilation.
Yeah.
Vivek is losing that argument.
I agree. He is losing that. And look, I'm against the Groypers. He's losing it to the Groypers, and I'm against the Groypers.
But the administration isn't going with the Vivek strategy as much as people might claim that they're trying to do that.
I think Vivek did not help his own case by going out and saying that like he said that thing. That high school thing where it was possible for many people to interpret that, and even I don't hate Vivek, but I interpret it this way, that he was kind of saying that white Americans were lazy. And I think that's pretty bad. And I think that's not a sign of, good faith. I think that's a pretty strong element as well. I think people
sometimes there's this like fucking victim complex from white Americans and this fucking like
I
just want to say I want to soy out and be a lefty right now.
Oh, this is so annoying.
Oh my god, the poor white people. What are we like? Can we stop babying?
But that's you for other. That's you for all non-whites. That's you for all non-whites.
No, I do. When do I say? Oh, I mean, there was a time I think when it was the kind of identity politics. I never agree with identity politics. I'm not like that. But the kind of like you were mean to whiteys because you said something about high school bullies. Get over it.
Like the Democrats.
Get over it.
The Democrats spent like mainstream Democrats spent 10 years telling like young white men that they were evil from birth.
Mainstream Democrats?
Yes, many mainstream Democrats.
Who the fuck said that?
Like, dude, like Ilhan Omar said that like white men were the greatest threat to the country. And,
okay, you picked the most. You picked the most extreme example.
She's a mainstream Democrat. She is.
She's on the farthest left of the House majority. If you go to your fucking Republican caucus, sorry, you, as though you're. I see the NASCAR shirt, and I'm just. I
just thought it was cool the colors. They
Yeah. We'll see. But do you know what the fucking farthest righties are saying in the MAGA caucus? It's like kill all the Palestinians to a baby. It's
I think Red Define's disgusting for that. I think Red Define's disgusting for that.
Yeah, so you can find whatever, but the mainstream people, they're white guys. Biden won, he's a white guy. Obama, okay, he's black, he's definitely black, but white people loved Obama.
Dude, here's where you're wrong, right? There was a big thing in the Democratic primary in 2020 that Biden shouldn't get it because he was white. That was a big thing.
That was the thing among the Democrats saying like, oh, we don't think the country's ready for a black president, and they say this about women too.
No, sorry, it's not about black.
Oh,
I mean, no, there was a significant sort of like identity politics faction of the Democrats in the 2020 primary who didn't want Biden to get it because he was white.
There were some people.
There were people like that. There were people like that.
But guess what?
And I know they lost.
They voted for that motherfucker, and it came down to Bernie. You consider Jews white?
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
Bernie.
That's a huge distinction that I have with the group is like they think that Jews aren't white, and I actually don't understand that. Like I genuinely.
You don't understand that really?
Well, I think we all understand it. It's just that he has the position, I think correct position, that the that race is a social construct, and so it's going to be like dependent. That makes sense.
I don't know, like
you understand that.
Every Jewish person that I've ever like really interacted. That. No, but growing up, like there's very few Jews in Australia, and so growing up, like I always just thought Jews were white people.
But you know why? Do you have an idea why they don't consider Jews white?
Yeah, I understand. Like
because they do believe in race.
Yeah, and I don't. Well,
as an essential.
But I actually think like
and predictive.
Look, I think the funny thing is that like, look, race is a very amorphous category, and there are a lot of Hispanic people who are white.
You think I'm white?
I think you're basically white.
You motherfucker! I never put it down. I just put Hispanic.
Yeah, but it's like
people would see me and
I
wasn't treated white by the other kids. I was treated as the kid with the thermos with the frijoles and like with the bush.
That's surprising. I think he looks white. For a long time I used to think he was just a white dude, but yeah, it's surprising that he would be treated differently.
Bushy eyebrows.
I don't know. Like I look at it like my Nigerian friend, he's black, and I just look at it as like if someone's not black, they're probably white. I mean, obviously there's distinctions where it's like so obviously Indians.
Black and white, yeah.
There's distinctions where it's like Indians
black and white and Indians. I don't remember that one.
Look, they're obviously Hispanic is a very amorphous category. There are Hispanics who are like mostly non-white, and there are Hispanics that are white as well.
Right, but they
I actually do think whiteness is like a pretty socially
like Nick Fuentes.
Socially constructed thing. Look, I always joke around. Here's the funny thing, right? I always joke around that Nick Fuentes isn't white, but to be honest, he actually is white.
Yes,
because he looks white and he talks white.
Yeah,
but he's like white. Like he's like I don't know. Like if you look at someone and they look.
Yeah, the answer is yes, because he looks white and he talks white. Yes, that is what makes him white. Yes, that is what culture is. That's what race is. That is what that is the way that we categorize these things. Is they're social concepts. And so, of course, yeah, if somebody fits the concept, they are that thing. Yep, that's how that works. That's how words work.
White, then I think they're white. Like, and growing up, most people just always treat me as white, so I just thought, okay, I'm a white person.
And I see you, and I see a Mediterranean fisherman. I see someone.
I'm like
climbing up.
I'm not like Anglo white. I fully know that I'm not Anglo white.
You're
like
Sisyphus pushing up the boulder on Mount Olympus. That's what I see.
It's like spicy white.
Early show, are we sick? No. I got on super late. I started stream like 3 hours late, so just a late show. Getting ready to get off soon. I'll probably do like one more run. So I haven't died. Normally that's what happens is I get a bunch of really good runs and I'm so happy that like each time that I'm getting shit. And I really have, like, I've gotten so much fucking shit on these runs, and it's the shit that I need. Like, it's like the game is giving me what I need right now, and in a moment that I really fucking need it. Like, it is giving me all the shit that I need in the moment that I really fucking need it. And so when I get runs like this, I just keep doing them, and I just keep doing them and doing them and doing them and doing them, and then I die, and then I'm ready to fucking like break my keyboard, and then I stomp off and go to bed pissed off. Usually while you got like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm like, oh dude, if I'm getting this much shit, let's fucking go, and I just go do it again, and then I'm like, oh well, if I'm getting this much shit, I should do it again, and then I do it again, and it's just like doing it over and over, and then I die, you know. Ah, fuck this game, dude. It's a fucking stupid game. And so yeah.
It's a little bit like Hispanics, I guess. There are some Hispanics who are like spicy whites.
But the Angloids who founded this country would have seen you and been like, "What are you doing in our country, boy?" Like, that's what they would have. Well, by the way, do your best Southern accent right now.
Shit, I can't really do Southern accents, to be honest.
That I don't know what it is with like Greek and Latino people, but they can't do Southern accents for some reason. It's Greek, Latino, and Italians. I don't know what it is, but they cannot do country accents. It's wild. It is so wild, but they just can't do them. I don't know any. I don't know any that can actually do these fucking accents.
Y'all, I don't know. I can't really do it. I can't do Southern that much, but like,
I would think he's Hispanic. I think that he actually looks more Hispanic now than he did when I first met him. He like over time I did start to like think like, oh, maybe he's like mixed or something like that. But when I first met him, yeah, I had no idea. Let's see if we can. Damn, his first video on his channel. Okay. When I first met him, he looked, he was a lot younger, obviously. He's 5 years ago. Like 6 years ago, somewhere around there. But yeah, I'm trying to think. I probably have like videos of the two of us talking. I just don't know. I don't know where they would be. Is he here? Not here either. All right. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, he looked. I think he looked. Maybe less Hispanic. I don't know. Hey, there's Fnatic. Stardust. This was actually the first time Stardust ever popped up. There's Stardust, Fnatic, and Rose Wrist. And this guy, I forget his name. Daddy Marks, I think was his name. Do you guys remember Daddy Marks? Do any of you remember Daddy Marks? He was... I actually liked him. I liked him a lot. Him and I had a lot of fights, and we disagreed a lot. But I would imagine Freddie remembers Daddy Marks. He was a regular on the like on the panel circuit. Yeah, that's the first time That is the first time Stardust ever like popped up in the scene. Was this show? No, also screen is too small. It's you wouldn't like it. He doesn't have a video on, so you wouldn't be able to see him. He just had a logo, and it was a logo of like super ripped guy with Marx's head photoshopped on top. So yeah, but yeah, I don't know. I don't think I have any panels that I uploaded with him on there. I just know that a lot of my streams would definitely have him on there. So
Oh, look, obviously 300 years ago, 400 years ago, there was extremely like racially fucked attitudes. I'm not someone who's advocating slavery, man. I'm not saying go back to like 400 years ago.
All right, let's talk about the strikes before we run out of time.
Okay,
I'm conscious of your time.
But how do we get into this whole thing about like?
I asked why you're white, and you're like, I'm white because I think I'm white. You sound like those trans advocates who are like, well, you're trans as long as you believe you're trans.
No, look, I just
you're a woman if you believe you're white.
I'm just kidding. Again, I agree with him. He is correct here, but that's funny.
I just have a pretty expansive concept of white. I think Greeks are white. I think Italians are white. I think Jews are white. I think a lot of Hispanics
I think Nigerians are white.
Well, Nigerians obviously aren't white.
Why?
Well, Nigerians wouldn't say that they're white. My Nigerian friend would.
So whatever you say you are, is what you're saying.
No, obviously, like there's actual. I mean, obviously people do look different from each other, but like,
and you look different than an Anglo.
Yeah, I agree that I look different to an Anglo, but like, I don't know. Like, look, my family was accepted into Australia under the White Australia policy. They did phrenology on my ancestors' skulls. They determined that the Cypriots were white, and so that's it. That's the conclusion from the 1950s.
Speaking of attacking and distinguishing white people from brown,
I actually agree with one of the person in your chat who
said
someone said race is a construct. Like, yeah, it's like it is pretty much a construct. Even Mussolini said like race is mostly a theory.
Even Mussolini.
Have you seen M Son of the Century? It's a really good show.
Say that one more time. What's the thing?
Have you seen that Italian?
I was just about to say too. I was like, I did not understand a fucking word he just said, dude. I'm glad he had him repeat.
In series on like Mussolini and like Hassan Parker.
What was the max live viewers for this stream? For that one or for this one? This one 2. Why even try this YouTube thing anymore? What does that mean? Because it pays my bills?
I saw the first.
It was actually it was a really well directed, great show.
You should organize a debate with Hassan Piker.
He would never debate me.
Why not?
I don't know. He hates me. I would debate him, but I don't think he would debate me.
What would you want to debate?
Anything. Communism, China. I'd love to debate him on China. Like, I've got so much more knowledge on China than Hassan Piker. 100%. Like, I literally studied this shit for years when I was like, my main thing was activism against the Chinese government. I literally would pull out dozens of books from the library and just read about Chinese history and politics. I know way more about China than Hassan. I'd love to debate him on that.
And his visit you felt was a little too fawning.
It was massively fawning. He cried tears of happiness because someone gave him like a Mao's red book. And
he's a communist.
He's a communist. He's literally a Marxist. And you know what's really funny about it though? I actually think
Trump is speaking live. Is he?
And is there more information you can share about these strikes on the alleged?
Well, I can't do that. But...
President Trump declares war, national emergency at U.S.-Mexico border. Wait, is this really it?
Thousands of prisoners, mental institution.
Okay, I think it's this one.
Seen anything like it.
that, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried. Our country has never seen before, perhaps no country has ever seen before.
Perhaps.
Over the past 3 months, core inflation has been just 1.6%. Meanwhile, fourth quarter growth is projected to be 5.4%, far greater than anybody other than myself and a few others.
Is this live? Yeah, so the speech is live. We just went back about 30 minutes.
Predicted. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time high records. So that's in 1 year, 52 records, adding $9 trillion in value to retirement accounts, 401ks, and people's savings. People are doing very well. They're very happy with me. Since my inauguration, we've lifted more than 1.2 million people off of food stamps, and after 4 years in which Biden secured less than $1 trillion of new investment in our country. Think of that, 1 trillion, substantially less than that. In 4 years, we've secured commitments for a record-breaking $18 trillion, and we think when the final numbers come out, they'll be closer to $20 trillion of investment. That's never been done by any country at any time, not even close. Just over 1 year ago, under the radical left Democrats, we were a dead country. Now we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. In fact, the United States economy is on pace to grow at double the rate that was projected by the IMF just last April. And with my growth and tariff policies, it should be much higher. I really believe we can be much higher than that. And this is all great news, and it's great for all nations. The USA is the economic engine on the planet, and when America booms, the entire world booms. It's been the history. When it goes bad, it goes bad. You all follow us down, and you follow us up, and we're at a point that I don't believe we've ever been. I never thought we could do it this quickly. My biggest surprise is I thought it would take more than.
So it's always, to a degree that's never been seen before, or some shit like that. It's always that. Always just never been seen before.
A year, maybe like a year and 1 month. But it's happened very quickly. This afternoon, I want to discuss how we have achieved this economic miracle, how we intend to raise living standards for our citizens to levels never seen before, and perhaps how you too and the places where you come from can do much better by following what we're doing, because certain places in Europe are not even recognizable, frankly, anymore. They're not recognizable. And we can argue about it, but there's no argument. Friends come back from different places. I don't want to insult anybody and say I don't recognize it. And that's not in a.
He doesn't want to insult anybody, guys. That's we all know Trump would never want to insult people.
Positive way. That's in a very negative way. And I love Europe, and I want to see Europe go good, but it's not heading in the right direction. In recent decades, it became conventional wisdom in Washington and European capitals that the only way to grow a modern Western economy was through ever-increasing government spending, unchecked mass migration, and endless foreign imports. The consensus was that so-called dirty jobs and heavy industry should be sent elsewhere, that affordable energy should be replaced by the Green New Scam, and that countries could be propped up by importing new and entirely different populations from faraway lands. This was the path that sleepy Joe Biden administration and many other Western governments very foolishly followed, turning their backs on everything that makes nations rich and powerful and strong. And there's so much potential in so many nations. The result was record budget and trade deficits and a growing sovereign deficit, driven by the largest wave of mass migration in human history. We've never seen anything like it.
Never seen.
Quite frankly, many parts of our world are being destroyed before our very eyes, and the leaders don't even understand what's happening. And the ones that do understand aren't doing anything about it. Virtually all of the so-called experts predicted my plans to end this failed model would trigger a global recession and runaway inflation. But we have proven them wrong. It's actually just the opposite. In 1 year, our agenda has produced a transformation like America has not seen in over 100 years. Instead of closing down energy plants, we're opening them up. Instead of building ineffective, money-losing windmills, we're taking them down and not approving any. Instead of empowering bureaucrats, we're firing them, and they're going out and getting jobs in the private sector for 2 and 3 times what they were making in government.
So they started off hating me when we fired them, and now they love me. Instead of raising taxes on domestic producers, we're lowering them and raising tariffs on foreign nations to pay for the damage that they've caused. In 12 months, we have removed over 270,000 bureaucrats from the federal payrolls, the largest single-year reduction in government employment since the end of World War II. Nobody thought that was coming, but we had no choice. To make a country great, you can't have all federal jobs. We've cut federal spending by $100 billion.
You can't have all federal jobs?
And slash the federal budget deficit by 27% in the single year. It's going to go down quite a bit more from that, driving inflation way down from the record highs of the Biden administration. Every month they went up and up and up. I promised to cut 10 old regulations for every single new regulation, but instead I've cut, actually till this point, 129 regulations for every one new regulation approved. So every time they come in with a new regulation, we do at least 10, but so far it's averaging out to 129, if you can believe it. In July, we passed the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. We also provided 100% expensing, that's the one they like, and bonus depreciation for all new equipment and capital investments to help companies expand and shift production to America. They are so in love with that. They build a plant, they're able to deduct it immediately, the whole thing, rather than waiting 38 to 41 years in the old days. This is a miracle taking place. Nobody thought it would ever be done by any country, but it's done by us. It was what made my first term the most successful 4-year term that we've ever had from a financial standpoint. And now we've upped it. This is a 10-year program, not a 1-year program. But you're allowed to deduct everything in 1 year. It used to be 38 to 41 years. With tariffs, we've radically reduced our ballooning trade deficit, which was the largest in world history. We were losing more than $1 trillion every single year, and it was just wasted. It was going to waste. But in 1 year, I slashed our monthly.
All right, we're going to try to fight the matriarch one more time. This is probably my last one. And we're going to try one more time. The first time I tried, I got killed. I took a long time to prep for that. And then I immediately got fucking killed. So this time we're gonna try it again.
Trade deficit by a staggering 77%. And all of this with no inflation, something everyone said could not be done. There were a couple of brilliant people that actually thought I was doing the right thing. I thought I was doing the right thing. Now they all think I'm doing the right thing because they can't believe the numbers.
That's just, he's just wrong. We do have inflation. Last I checked, we had inflation. We have inflation. The inflation went down under Biden. It didn't go down as much under Trump, but yes, this is just bullshit. Like pretty much across the board. Just this is all fucking bullshit.
American exports are now up by more than 150.
Ah, fuck! I forgot to bring defibs. Shit! Am I able to make them? No, I can't make them. Shit. Okay.
$50 billion. Domestic steel production is up by 300,000 tons a month, and it's doubling over the next 4 months. It's doubling and tripling, and we have steel plants being built all over the country. Nobody thought they'd see that. Factory construction is up by 41%, and that number is really going to skyrocket right now because that's during a process that they're putting in to get their approvals, and we've given very, very quick, fast approvals. In the process, we've made historic trade deals with partners covering 40% of all U.S. trade. Some of the greatest companies and countries in the world. We have countries as our partner, too. The European nations, Japan, South Korea. They're our partners. They've gone into massive deals with us, especially on oil and gas. And these agreements raised growth and caused stock markets to boom, not only in the U.S., but virtually every country that came to make a deal, because as you've learned, when the United States goes up, you follow. It's really become a staple. In America, I've stopped the nation-wrecking energy policies that drive up prices while sending jobs and factories to the world's worst polluters. They are indeed polluters. Under sleepy Joe Biden, new domestic oil and gas leases fell by 95%. Think of that. And they wonder, why was gasoline going up so fast? The gasoline actually topped $5 a gallon, in some places $7 a gallon, and more than 100 major power plants were violently shut down by incompetent people that had no idea what the hell they were doing. Under my leadership, U.S. natural gas production is at an all-time high by far. U.S. oil production is up by 730,000 barrels a day, and last week we picked up 50 million barrels from Venezuela alone. Venezuela has been an amazing place for so many years, but then they went bad with their policies. 20 years ago, it was a great country, and now it's got problems, but we're helping them. And those 50 million barrels, we're going to be splitting up with them, and they'll be making more money than they've made in a long time. Venezuela is going to do fantastically well. We appreciate all of the cooperation we've been giving. We've been giving great cooperation. Once the attack ended, and they said, let's make a deal. More people should do that. But Venezuela is going to make more money in the next 6 months than they've made in the last 20 years. Every major oil company is coming in with us. It's amazing. It's a beautiful thing to see. The leadership of the country has been very good. They've been very, very smart. The price of gasoline is now below $2.50 a gallon in many states, $2.30 a gallon in most states. Then we'll soon be averaging less than $2 a gallon. In many places, it's already down even lower, $1.95 a gallon. Numerous states are at $1.99, numbers that nobody has heard for years. Actually, since my last administration, we got it down to around those numbers. I've signed an order directing and approval of many new nuclear reactors. We're going heavy into nuclear. I was not a big fan because I didn't like the risk, the danger. But they have the progress they've made with nuclear is unbelievable, and the safety progress they've made is incredible. We're very much into the world of nuclear energy, and we can have it now at good prices and very, very safe. And we're leading the world in AI by a lot. We're leading China by a lot. I think President Xi respects what we've done, in part because I've allowed these big companies building these massive buildings to build their own electric capacity. They're building their own power plants, which, when added up, is more than any country anywhere in the world is doing. I read recently an article in the Wall Street Journal that China's creating so much energy, and they are. You got to hand it to them. But we're creating as much or more, and we're letting them do that. I'm very proud of it. It was my idea. I said, you can't create this much energy. We needed more than double the energy currently in the country just to take care of the AI plants. And I said, we can't do that. We have an old grid system. And I came up with the idea, you know, you people are brilliant, you have a lot of money. Let's see what you can do. You can build your own electric generating plants. And they looked at me, they didn't believe me. All of the names that are, I think, in the room right now, if you want to know the truth, they didn't believe it. And I said, no, you can't. They came back 2 weeks and they didn't have the plant. They said, we thought you were kidding. I said, no, not only am I not kidding, you're going to have your approvals within 2 weeks. I always say nuclear will take 3 weeks. But most aren't going that. They're going oil and gas. They're even going coal in some cases. Because of my landslide election victory, the United States avoided the catastrophic energy collapse which befell every European nation that pursued the Green New Scam, perhaps the greatest hoax in history. The Green New Scam, windmills all over the place, destroy your land, destroy your land. Every time that goes around, you lose $1,000. You're supposed to make money with energy, not lose money. Here in Europe, we've seen the fate that the radical left tried to impose on America. They tried very hard. Germany now generates 22% less electricity than it did in 2017. And it's not the current chancellor's fault. He's solving the problem. He's going to do a great job. But what they did before he got there, I guess that's why he got there. And electricity prices are 64% higher The United Kingdom produces just 1/3 of the total energy from all sources that it did in 1999. Think of that, 1/3. And they're sitting on top of the North Sea, one of the greatest reserves anywhere in the world, but they don't use it. And that's one reason why their energy has reached catastrophically low levels with equally high prices. High prices, very low levels. Think of that, 1/3. And you're sitting on top of the North Sea, and they like to say, well, you know, that's depleted. It's not depleted. It's got 500 years. They haven't even found the oil. The North Sea is incredible. They don't let anybody drill. Environmentally, they don't let them drill. They make it impossible for the oil companies to go. They take 92% of the revenues. So the oil companies say, we can't do it. They came to see me. Is there anything you can do? I want Europe to do great. I want UK to do great. They're sitting on one of the greatest energy sources in the world, and they don't use it. In fact, their electricity prices have soared 139%. There are windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are losers. One thing I've noticed is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing. China makes almost all of the windmills, and yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them, but they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people what they could look like. They don't spin, they don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal, they go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear a little bit, and they're doing just fine. They make a fortune selling the windmills, though, and I think really that's one that they wouldn't be surprised if it stopped. They are shocked that it continues to go. They're very friendly with me. They're shocked that people continue to buy those damn things. They killed the birds, they ruin your landscapes.
They killed
Other
the
than
birds,
that, I think
guys.
they're fabulous, by the way. Stupid people buy them. The consequences of such destructive policies have been stark, including lower economic growth, lower standards of living, lower birth rates, more socially disruptive migration, more vulnerability to hostile foreign adversaries, and much, much smaller militaries. The United States cares greatly about the people of Europe. We really do. I mean, look, I am derived from Europe. Scotland and Germany, 100% Scotland, my mother, 100% German, my father. And we believe deeply in the bonds we share with Europe
100%
as a civilization. I want to see it do great.
100%.
That's why issues like energy, trade, immigration, and economic growth must be central concerns to anyone who wants to see a strong and united West. Because Europe and those countries have to do their thing. They have to get out of the culture that they've created over the last 10 years. It's horrible what they're doing to themselves. They're destroying themselves. It's beautiful, beautiful places. We want strong allies, not seriously weakened ones. We want Europe to be strong. Ultimately, these are matters of national security, and perhaps no current issue makes the situation more clear than what's currently going on with Greenland. Would you like me to say a few words of Greenland? I was going to leave it out of the speech, but I think I would have been reviewed very negatively. I have tremendous respect for both the people of Greenland and the people of Denmark, tremendous respect. But every NATO ally has an obligation to be able to defend their own territory. And the fact is, no nation or group of nations is in any position to be able to secure Greenland other than the United States. We're a great power, much greater than people even understand. I think they found that out 2 weeks ago in Venezuela. We saw this in World War II, when Denmark fell to Germany after just 6 hours of fighting and was totally unable to defend either itself or Greenland. So the United States was then compelled, we did it, we felt an obligation to do it, to send our own forces to hold the Greenland territory, and hold it we did at great cost and expense. They didn't have a chance of getting on it, and they tried. Denmark knows that. We literally set up bases on Greenland for Denmark. We fought for Denmark. We weren't fighting for anyone else. We were fighting to save it for Denmark. Big, beautiful piece of ice. It's hard to call it land. It's a big piece of ice. But we saved Greenland and successfully prevented our enemies from gaining a foothold in our hemisphere. So we did it for ourselves also. And then after the war, which we won it big. Without us, right now you'd all be speaking German and a little Japanese, perhaps. After the war, we gave Greenland back to Denmark. How stupid were we to do that? But we did it. But we gave it back. But how ungrateful are they now? So now our country and the world face much greater risks than it did ever before because of missiles, because of nuclear, because of weapons of warfare that I can't even talk about. 2 weeks ago, they saw weapons that nobody ever heard of. They weren't able to fire one shot at us. They said, what happened? Everything was discombobulated. They said, we've got them in our sights. Press the trigger, and nothing happened. No anti-aircraft missiles went up. There was one that went up about 30 feet and crashed down right next to the people that sent it. They said, what the hell is going on? Those defensive systems were made by Russia and by China.
Let's fucking go! Alright, no rats, motherfuckers. Hey. Yeah, damn, dude. I can't find a single fucking thing. I've been here this whole time and I can't get a fucking thing out of this. It's all gone. Shit. Fuck. Well, that's fucked up.
So they're going to go back to the drawing boards, I guess. Greenland is a vast, almost entirely uninhabited and undeveloped territory. It's sitting undefended in a key strategic location between the United States, Russia, and China. That's exactly where it is, right smack in the middle. Wasn't important nearly when we gave it back. You know, when we gave it back, it wasn't the same as it is now. It's not important for any other reason, you know. Everyone talks about the minerals. There's so many places. There's no rare earth. No such thing as rare earth. There's rare processing, but there's so much rare earth. And this.
Bro, isn't he the first person to start saying rare earth? I never heard somebody say rare earth before him. Wasn't that purely a him thing? Like, am I fucking crazy here? I never heard anybody else say rare earth except for him.
To get to this rare earth, you got to go through hundreds of feet of ice. That's not the reason we need it. We need it for strategic national security and international security. This enormous unsecured island is actually part of North America, on the northern frontier of the Western Hemisphere. That's our territory. It is therefore a core national security interest of the United States of America. And in fact, It's been our policy for hundreds of years to prevent outside threats from entering our hemisphere, and we've done it very successfully. We've never been stronger than we are now. That's why American presidents have sought to purchase Greenland for nearly 2 centuries. You know, for 2 centuries, they've been trying to do it. They should have kept it after World War II, but they had a different president. That's all right. People think differently. Much more necessary now than it was at that time, however. In 2019, Denmark said that they would spend over $200 million to strengthen Greenland's defenses. But as you know, they spent less than 1% of that amount. 1%. There's no sign of Denmark there. I say that with great respect for Denmark, whose people I love, whose leaders are very good.
What the fuck?
It's the United States alone that can protect this giant mass of land, this giant piece of ice, develop it and improve it and make it so that it's good for Europe and safe for Europe and good for us. And that's the reason I'm seeking immediate negotiations to once again discuss the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, just as we have acquired many other territories throughout our history, as many of the European nations have. They've acquired, there's nothing wrong with it. Many of them, some went in reverse, actually, if you look. Some had great vast wealth, great vast lands all over the world. They went in reverse. They're stuck back where they started. That happens too. But some grow. But this would not be a threat to NATO. This would greatly enhance the security of the entire alliance, the NATO alliance. The United States is treated very unfairly by NATO. I want to tell you that. And when you think about it, nobody can dispute it. We give so much and we get so little in return. And I've been a critic of NATO for many years. And yet I've done more to help NATO than any other president by far, than any other person. You wouldn't have NATO if I didn't get involved in my first term. The war with Ukraine is an example. We are thousands of miles away, separated by a giant ocean. It's a war that should have never started, and it wouldn't have started if the 2020 U.S. presidential election weren't rigged. It was a rigged election. Everybody now knows that. They found out. True. People will soon be prosecuted for what they did.
Yeah. I'm sure that's totally
It's probably
gonna happen,
breaking
bro.
news, but it should be. It was a rigged election. You can't have rigged elections.
So
you need
true,
strong
bro.
borders, strong elections, and ideally a good press. I always say it.
Yeah, there's just like a couple things left in that one. I didn't get fucking shit out of this, dude. Yeah, I'm not too mad about it. I was mostly doing it for the points, because every other time I came up here to do it, I got fucking killed by rats. So at least, hopefully this time I'll make it out and actually get my fucking points. That's...
I was doing that on damn Battleground, right?
Yeah.
And some rat did the whole, hey, you know, I need your help, I need your help, you know. I'm like, okay, well, you know, it'd be cool, you know, try to help out, whatever, right?
Yeah.
I went up the zip line to help them out. They had 2 dead lines, a damn explosive mine, a jolt mine, and I was dead.
Yep.
I had 50 rounds of huge ammo. I had my damn equalizer on me. I had volcanoes.
Yeah, this dude took a fucking Aphelion and I call it a huckster. I forget what it's actually called, but the rocket launcher gun.
Oh yeah, the Hulker.
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. I was pissed, dude. I mean, at this point, I know I'm in PvP or PvP. Hey, want to team up? But I know that they're rats out there that they'll purposely join the PvP server.
Yeah. Yeah, they do it so that they can kill people pretty easily. Yep.
Yeah, you know what the best part is, man? Is those are the people that can't handle playing Call of Duty or some shit, you know?
Yeah, maybe.
Strong
stop
borders,
talking.
strong elections, free, fair elections, and a fair media. The media is terrible. It's very crooked. It's very biased, terrible. But someday it'll straighten out because it's losing all credibility. Think of it. When I went in a landslide, a giant landslide, won all 7 swing states, won the popular vote, won everything, and I only get negative press. That means that it has no credibility. And if they're going to get credibility, they're going to have to be fair. So you need a fair press. But you also need those other elements. And I inherited a terrible, terrible situation. If you look, the border was open, the inflation was raging, everything was bad with the United States when I came into office. But I also inherited a mess with Ukraine and Russia, something that would have never happened. And I know Putin very well.
You know, I wonder sometimes if Trump ever wonders, like, if he had won the 2020 election, if he thinks like the Russia-Ukraine war would have happened. I'd love to know his thoughts on that.
Oh, he and I would discuss Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but he wasn't going to do anything. I said, Vladimir, you're not doing it. He would never have done it. It was terrible what happened. I could see it happening, too. After I left, I could see it happening. Biden had given Ukraine and NATO $350 billion, a staggering sum, $350 billion. I came in, and just like the southern border, just like inflation, just like our economy, I said, wow, this place is in trouble, meaning our country. All of these things were out of control.
12 minutes.
But the border was out of control. We fixed it. With the strongest border anywhere in the world. And I've now been working on this war for 1 year, during which time I settled 8 other wars. India, Pakistan. I settled other wars that were Vladimir Putin called me, Armenia, Azerbaijan. He said, I can't believe you settled that one. They were going on for 35 years. I settled it in 1 day. And President Putin called me. He said, you know, I can't believe I worked on that war for 10 years trying to settle it. I couldn't do it. I said, do me a favor, focus on settling your war. Don't worry about that one. What does the United States get out of all of this work, all of this money, other than death, destruction, and massive amounts of cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do? They don't appreciate what we do. I'm talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine.
I'm talking about
the
practice.
United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP, but they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, more importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible.
And now they were paying?
They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5. They didn't pay the 2, and now they're paying the 5. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent, by the way, Secretary General, who's possibly
Some say they're paying even percentages that nobody's ever heard of.
in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable.
Frankly.
But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh, good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking.
He said other than that in the past. Like the fact that he says that is okay, cool, but like, why should we believe you this time versus the other times? Like, why would this one be true and not the others?
For is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago, after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. The battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great, big, gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago, that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was the end of the mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing, except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never.
Yes, that's a lot. What is wrong with this guy? Yeah, we got all that. Yes, that's a lot. Yes, we should be happy that we got that. Yes, correct. Holy shit.
Gotten anything, except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where if there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles would be flying right over the center of that piece of ice. All we want from Denmark for national and international security and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your prime minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Yeah, remember that.
What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way, I told Bibi, stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS. We did a lot. I did a lot of big things, all perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know.
Oh, I know, yeah. I'm sure that's a very real thing. I'm sure it's, he doesn't tell us who said it. It's just a military expert, just some military expert somewhere.
So other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street. Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000 soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you, look like some of you right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh, there he goes, comes back. 2 weeks later, they get a call. Your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going. They'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering, how many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with...
Fuck, I just bought a ton of defibs right before coming here and totally forgot to bring them. Shit.
President Putin, and he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it.
What the fuck is happening?
But in doing it, I'm helping Europe, I'm helping NATO, and I've until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being. But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very small ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked. We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So with all of the money we expend, with all of the
you going to fight the
blood,
Queen?
sweat, and tears, I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland.
Let's watch each other's backs.
So
Make
Iceland's
sure
already
that
cost us
neither
a lot
one of us
money.
get ratted.
But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short period of time.
They're going up
because
here.
of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment. F-35s, F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47. If I don't like it, I'm going to take the 47 off it. I wonder why they called it 47. We'll have to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the stage 6. It's supposed to be the first stage 6 plane, undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there. So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative, or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO. And that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all, our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy and gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever. Whether it's 48 years or ever, it's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early, but he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president, because I don't believe a sane president would have ever signed the kind of things that he signed. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess.
I'm down, help!
But we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said, no way. In other words, a pill that cost 10% in London costs $130. Think it costs $10 in London, costs $130 in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, you know, we go to London, you can buy the stuff for nothing. We go all over the world, we can buy it for nothing.
Defib!
Because basically America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up
help!
Emmanuel Macron, I watched him yesterday with this beautiful.
Okay. All right. Well, that's it. All right, I'm heading out now. All right. I'll be back on tomorrow. Till then, appreciate you. Love you. See you next time. Later, fools.
Bye.